Chapter 1. I fear you may fall in love with me. Half a year of union, then we part ways. If you agree, just sign here that I, in a refined CAF in Jinghai City. Qin Feng pushed a contract across the table, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. If you consent, we shall proceed to obtain our marriage certificate. If not, we shall return to our respective lives. Seated across from him was a woman of unparalleled beauty, a celestial being with ethereal grace. Her delicate, elegantly shaped nose and eyes, deep as the cosmos, exuded an aura of confidence and tranquility. Her long, raven hair cascaded like a waterfall, and she donned a dignified black business attire that accentuated her alluring figure. She was the queen of commerce in Jinghai City, an ice goddess blending beauty and intellect, and she also happened to be Qin Feng's fiancée, whom he had never met until now. Qin Feng had retired from military service partly to marry this ice goddess. Initially, he believed that such an extraordinary woman would never agree to wed him, yet he was entirely mistaken. She even acquiesced to some of his unreasonable demands. Muron Wanqing bit her lip and said, "Fine, I can agree, but with one condition. You must not pursue other women during these 6 months. I have no objections to anything else." "Deal. It's settled," Qin Feng declared with a flourish of his hand. What man would disclose his escapades to his wife? "Why 6 months?" Muron Wanqing queried, puzzled. Qin Feng shrugged. "I fear that as time passes, you may find yourself irresistibly enamored with me." "Humph. You are overthinking it. If it weren't for the betrothal, I wouldn't even consider you." Muron Wanqing rose, grasping her handbag. "Let's go." "Where to?" he inquired. "To the Civil Affairs Bureau." "Are you afraid?" Qin Feng shrugged again. "Let's go." Who's afraid of whom? An hour later, at the Civil Affairs Bureau, they acquired their marriage certificate. Qin Feng was engaged in palmistry with a young female staff member. "Beautiful lady, this line signifies a dire omen. Perhaps I could assist you in deciphering it." Noticing Muron Wanqing approaching, the staff member hastily remarked, "Handsome, your wife is here. In a marriage, I hold the power. If she utters a word against our agreement, I shall divorce her at once." Qin Feng. Muron Wanqing crossed her arms, her expression as cold as ice. At her call, Qin Feng returned and asked, "Darling, when shall we hold our wedding?" "I'm busy. I have a dinner engagement tonight. You're coming with me." "I refuse." Qin Feng resolutely declined, stating, "I am your husband, not a mere tool to accompany you on business ventures. I must decline your request. Suit yourself. I do not require your presence." Qin Feng produced a bank card. "This contains 100,000. You and our mother could go shopping for wedding gold bracelets or the like." "Unnecessary." Muron Wanqing shoved his hand away and strode towards the exit. Witnessing this, Qin Feng felt exasperated. He and this unyielding wife seemed to be fundamentally mismatched. "Darling, why must you insist on marrying me? Are you truly captivated by me? Not for you to know. Just play your part. The rest is none of your concern." Confronted with Muron Wanqing's frigid demeanor, Qin Feng sighed, disinterested in further inquiry. Having already obtained the marriage certificate, one could surmise that my formidable senior sister would refrain from inflicting any harm upon me. At the entrance, a couple of black Maybachs came to a halt, from which emerged several bodyguards clad in identical suits. Then a young man descended, exuding an air reminiscent of a privileged heir. Yet his gaze was far from benevolent as he fixed it upon Muron Wanqing, stating, "Wanqing, you possess quite the audacity to conceal your marriage to another man from me." Muron Wanqing retorted, "Mr. Hao, my choice of spouse seems to bear no relevance to you whatsoever." At that moment, Qin Feng, emerging from the shadows, approached her side with a cheerful demeanor and inquired, "Wife, may I ask who this is? He appears to be a prince seeking to interrogate you." "Wife?" Hao Jianren squinted slightly, pointing at Qin Feng. "Wanqing, is this the man you have chosen to marry? He looks utterly unrefined and disheveled. What could he possibly offer you that I, Hao Jianren, cannot? You demean yourself by marrying such a lowly insect. Mr. Hao, do not demean my husband so casually." Even though her feelings for Qin Feng were uncertain, she could not allow him to be belittled in such a manner. "Wanqing, I understand that you acted impulsively and do not truly harbor affection for this man. Therefore, it would be prudent to proceed with a divorce. I am indifferent, and you still have the opportunity to rectify your decision. Just do not come to me for assistance later." Qin Feng, visibly irritated, interjected, "Hey, who do you think you are?" Speaking ill of my wife's husband in front of her, though, you dare to provoke me? I would not be afraid, even if you had 1,000 lives. Enough, Hao Jianren. Do not overstep your bounds. I, Muron Wanqing, would rather beg on the streets than ever seek the assistance of the Hao family. With her teeth clenched, Muron Wanqing's anger simmered beneath the surface. Oh, are you in a hurry? Let me inform you that my family is preparing for a long-term partnership with the Black Gold Group. Do you believe you still have a chance? Upon hearing this, Muron Wanqing's brows furrowed slightly. You intend to collaborate with the Black Gold Group? Indeed, once the partnership is established, my Hao family will undoubtedly become the foremost enterprise in Jinghai City. At that point, your group will find itself in a precarious position. You would do well to seek my favor while you still can. Hao Jianren smiled brightly, as if to say, come on, plead with me. Noticing Muron Wanqing's silence, he shifted his gaze to Qin Feng. Listen here, some people are beyond the reach of scum like you. Be gone, you're merely an eyesore. Qin Feng responded with feigned surprise. Is the Hao family really that formidable? I'd be intrigued to learn more. What are you even worth? Hao Jianren approached Qin Feng, continuing, you, with your pitiful existence, wouldn't dare to take a swing at me. Go on, try it. Hit me, I dare you. As he spoke, he leaned in closer, exuding arrogance that was ripe for a challenge. Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed, startling and unexpected. Dressed impeccably, Hao Jianren found himself sprawled on the ground, having made an intimate acquaintance with the floor. Chapter 2. A half-year's lifespan in comparison to the pain on his face. The deeper source of anger for Hao Jianren was the humiliation festering within his heart. As the esteemed second young master of the Hao family, he had been struck across the face. You little rascal, how dare you hit me? Witnessing this, Qin Feng shrugged nonchalantly. You asked for it. I have never encountered such a despicable request in my life, so I must oblige. You little wretch, I will make you pay. Before Hao Jianren could finish his threat, Qin Feng swiftly advanced, seizing his collar and effortlessly lifting his over 100 kilograms of weight with a single hand. Smack! Smack! Young Master Hao, with your incessant insults of beast and trash. Do you not feel as if you have sunk below even the level of a beast? Qin Feng taunted as Hao Jianren's feet left the ground. His face flushed with rage. Qin Feng, I will remember this. You wait. Oh, still daring to threaten? Smack! 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 With a series of resounding slaps. Hao Jianren's defiance was utterly extinguished, leaving him unconscious in Qin Feng's grip. Trash! Qin Feng carelessly tossed him aside and turned to the others. Do any of you wish to contest with me? The bodyguards refrained from intervening and hastily took Hao Jianren to the hospital. Qin Feng, you are too impulsive. Are you dissatisfied with my actions? Qin Feng gazed at Muron Wanqing. Never mind. I have no desire to discuss this. I am simply being myself. If anyone insults me, I retaliate. If you disapprove of my approach, perhaps we should consider divorce. Muron Wanqing fixed her gaze upon Qin Feng, enunciating each word carefully. Divorce is out of the question. Then you must learn to understand your man. I have no time to waste on this. I need to conduct business. Where to? To the Black Gold Group. Seeing her urgency, it became apparent that the Hao family's partnership with the Black Gold Group had instilled a significant sense of crisis within her. Qin Feng hailed a taxi, declaring, to the Black Gold Group. The Black Gold Group, one of the top 10 super financial conglomerates in the world, had risen to prominence within just 3 years. The identity of its enigmatic owner remained unknown. Presently, their office in Jinghai City was merely a small branch. The Black Gold Group occupied the tallest commercial skyscraper in Jinghai City, Black Gold Tower, standing over 500 meters tall with more than 100 floors. It was the tallest edifice in the city, symbolizing not only height but also immense financial power and influence. Lighting a cigarette, Qin Feng strode towards the building. As the surveillance cameras captured his image, the staff within rose in unison, their expressions a mixture of confusion and trepidation, as if facing a formidable adversary. Entering the building, Qin Feng waved dismissively and made his way to the elevator, ascending to the 88th floor. In an office, a poised woman clad in a tailored suit was engrossed in company documents. She glanced out the window, her eyes filled with a sense of helplessness and sorrow. Messieurs, Mr. Qin has arrived. What? Upon hearing Mr. Qin's name, Yi Qinglan sprang to her feet, her face alight with excitement. He had finally come to seek her out. The originally composed and stable seductive woman, upon hearing of Qin Feng's arrival, became anxious and flustered. She grasped her female assistant's hand and inquired, Xiaoye, do you think my outfit today is acceptable? Will it make me appear older? President Yi, you look stunning today. Who truly knows your exact age? That's good to hear. I can hardly contain my inner excitement, Yi Qinglan exclaimed, eager to greet Qin Feng. However, Qin Feng had already entered the room. At that moment, the alluring woman found herself at a loss for words. Long time no see, Qin Feng smiled. Indeed, it has been quite a while. Yi Qinglan replied with a resigned smile, urging her assistant to leave and hurriedly pulling Qin Feng to sit down. I'll get you a glass of water, she offered. No need, Qin Feng interjected, taking hold of Yi Qinglan's hand. It's been so long. Let's have a chat. All right, at 25 or 6. Yi Qinglan's emotions mirrored those of a lovesick girl of 18 or 19, her beautiful eyes shimmering with excitement and a hint of nervousness. Have you found a way to extend your life? Not yet. That's all right. I believe a solution will be found. Yi Qinglan boldly leaned against Qin Feng, her vibrant lips yearning for a kiss. Just as their lips were about to meet, Qin Feng evaded her advance. Why? Do you find me too old? Yi Qinglan asked, her tone tinged with melancholy. That's not it. You know my circumstances and the reasons behind my feigned death and retirement. With a charming smile, Yi Qinglan reassured him. It doesn't matter. No matter the outcome, I will accompany you for eternity. Faced with Yi Qinglan's heartfelt intentions, Qin Feng felt deeply grateful. Yet, aware of his limited time, he hesitated to involve others in his plight. Let us wait a little longer. All right, tonight I will wear that black silk dress you adore just for you. Ye Vinglan, naturally alluring, was a living embodiment of seduction. I need your assistance with something. What do you need help with? This black gold group is essentially yours. Scratching his head, Qin Feng inquired, is there a collaboration with the Hao family in Jinghai City? Yes, Hao Jianbin is our project manager, though I'm not entirely informed about the details, as I've only just arrived in Jinghai for you. With a playful slap on her shapely rear, Qin Feng said, let's be serious and discuss important matters. Oof, now you're so composed. In the past, you could hardly wait to devour me, and now you act like a saint in front of me. Cough, that was in the past. Let me explain my marriage situation and the grievances with the Hao family. Yi Qinglan puffed out her cheeks, gazing at Qin Feng with deep sorrow. Can't I bear your child? Can't I ensure a legacy for the Qin family? That's not the reason. It's all arranged by the elders. If that girl cannot bear it, she will initiate the divorce, so don't feel jealous. Seeing Yi Qinglan's unwilling expression, Qin Feng continued, all right, you can rest assured. If I'm still alive in 6 months, I will spend my remaining time with you. Yi Qinglan quietly lay in Qin Feng's embrace, saying, that one tea happened. I will strive to contribute significantly to research and endeavor to develop a life-extending drug for you. As she spoke, she took Qin Feng's hand and placed it on her smooth, supple thigh. The diminutive man, though not clad in black silk, possessed a delightful texture that beckoned to be touched. Indeed, a fairy is a fairy. Every arch of her brow and smile, every movement stirred a tumult within Qin Feng's heart. He nurtured 2 enchanting women, one wielding wealth and the other, life itself. Qin Feng intended to indulge in his desires before proceeding further. 10 minutes later, are you leaving? Yi Qinglan languidly reclined upon the sofa, seemingly unaware that her garment had slipped, revealing her proud and undulating curves. Coupled with her beguiling visage, she was irresistibly alluring, even as she provocatively licked her luscious lips. Chapter 3. Otherwise, I shall dismantle this place. Qin Feng felt an acute dryness in his throat. While he would not have minded a fleeting romance in the office, today was not the opportune moment. Nevertheless, he resolved to endure the next 6 months as best he could. With that thought, he stepped out of the office. Once outside, he lit a cigarette and collided with a man in a rush. Both staggered back a step. Who are you? Can't you watch where you're going? The bespectacled man scolded, visibly displeased. Initially, Qin Feng had intended to apologize, but upon noticing the man's foul language, he assessed his appearance. The name tag read Hao Jianbin, Project Department Manager. I thought you were someone important. Turns out you're just Hao Jianren's brother, Qin Feng remarked. Hao Jianbin, puzzled, inquired, do you know me? I do not, but I'm acquainted with your brother. I recently had the pleasure of sending him to the hospital. So it was you who beat my brother into the hospital? Hao Jianbin replied. Qin Feng shrugged, that would be me. At this, Hao Jianbin retrieved his phone and dialed the security department. This is Hao Jianbin. I am in the chairman's office. You need to come here immediately. The office door swung open, and Yi Qinglan emerged, asking, Manager Hao, what brings you here? Upon seeing Yi Qinglan's identification badge, Hao Jianbin immediately tempered his anger, smiling as he queried, Are you the chairman sent by the group? Hello there, she responded simply. Chairman, who is this individual daring to intrude upon the Black Gold Group? I was just about to escort him out. He is a major client of our company. What do you think? Yi Qinglan replied. Hao Jianbin felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. A major client? Surely not. With his attire? He does not seem like someone genuinely intent on conducting business. What one chooses to wear is not your concern, she retorted. Of course not. Hao Jianbin lowered his gaze. Yi Qinglan shot a glance at Qin Feng, seeking his approval. Once informed, she stepped forward and removed Hao Jianbin's identification badge, stating, You will proceed to the finance department to settle your salary and then leave the Black Gold Group. Chairman, what is the meaning of this? He stammered. No need for excessive explanations. Just collect your salary and depart. The Black Gold Group has no need for superficial individuals like you. Be gone. Yi Qinglan commanded. Panic engulfed Hao Jianbin. He felt an overwhelming urge to kneel, pleading, Chairman, please grant me another chance. I was blind to your worth and will not repeat my folly. The Hao family had invested considerable effort to secure a position within the Black Gold Group. If he were to learn of his dismissal, he would surely face dire consequences at home. Your pleas are futile, Yi Qinglan replied coldly. Hao Jianbin glanced at Qin Feng and hurried over, ingratiatingly saying, Brother, I sincerely apologize. It was my superficiality and lack of discernment. I am truly sorry. In response, Qin Feng let out a cold snort and turned to leave. Upon reaching the first floor, he encountered Muron Wanqing, who was about to depart. Darling, Muron Wanqing halted, looking at Qin Feng. What brings you here? I just happened to be strolling around, he replied. You came to the Black Gold Group for a leisurely visit? Indeed. Qin Feng surveyed his surroundings and inquired. What is the matter? It seems things aren't going smoothly. I should head back. The Black Gold Group doesn't welcome me. Who said that? How could a mere Black Gold Group not embrace my wife? Qin Feng pointed to the front desk and declared, Tell your chairman to meet my wife immediately. If not, I shall dismantle the Black Gold Group's branch today. The front desk staff, rendered speechless, quickly responded with a smile. Certainly, sir. Muron Wanqing was utterly astonished. Darling, let us wait for the chairman of the Black Gold Group to see us. He took Muron Wanqing to the lounge area and ordered 2 cups of coffee. Qin Feng, do you know anyone from the Black Gold Group? Well, somewhat, he replied. Muron Wanqing did not ponder further, merely considering this a coincidence. Unaware of any true connections Qin Feng might have with the upper echelons of the Black Gold Group, which was, after all, among the top 10 financial conglomerates in the world. Wanqing, you are the business queen of Jinghai City. How have you found yourself waiting in the lobby? A sardonic voice rang out as 2 individuals approached. None other than Hao Jianren, who had just returned from the hospital after being beaten by Qin Feng, accompanied by his personal secretary. How? Is she the ungrateful woman you mentioned? The secretary, dressed provocatively, with lace revealing her cleavage, seemed eager to ensure her assets were noticed. Darling, it stinks here, Qin Feng remarked. Muron Wanqing understood the implication and nodded. Indeed, it is a bit unpleasant. They are bullying me, Brother Hao, the female secretary pouted, clutching Hao Jianren's hand. What are you afraid of? We are here to discuss business, unlike them, who can only wait around. Let us sit down and wait for the management of the Black Gold Group to personally meet with us. Very well. The 2 of them also took a seat. Hao Jianren sneered. Wanqing, I can give you another chance. Divorce this man, and I will have the Hao family business assist you. Unnecessary. Then brace yourself. My brother is a manager at the Black Gold Group. With his presence, a partnership with them is assured. You might regret this later. Qin Feng interjected. You are quite confident? But what if negotiations fail? Ridiculous. You, young man, are oblivious to the intricate web of interests involved. It is pointless to explain further. If negotiations fail, I will eat every cigarette but in this ashtray in front of you. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh and quickly produced a cigarette to smoke. Then let us wait and see. Before long, a representative from the Black Gold Group arrived. At the forefront was Yi Qinglan, followed closely by several executives from various corporations. Hao Jianren immediately stood up to greet them, saying, "Hello, I am Hao Jianren, representing the Hao Group." "Greetings, I am Yi Qinglan, the chairman of the Black Gold Group," Yi Qinglan replied. She then turned to Qin Feng and Murong Wanqing, approaching them with an outstretched hand. "Hello, General Manager Mu. I am your admirer. It is a pleasure to finally meet you." Murong Wanqing, renowned as the business queen of Jinghai City, was undoubtedly known to Yi Qinglan. "Hello." Upon witnessing this, Hao Jianren's expression stiffened as he remarked, "Chairman, regarding matters that pertain to the company's interests, I trust you will not act with favoritism. Thank you for the reminder. I handle matters with utmost professionalism and impartiality." Yi Qinglan responded, taking the documents into her possession. "I believe both of you are eager for the outcome, so I shall announce the Black Gold Group's final decision regarding our collaboration. Please do tell." Hao Jianren rubbed his hands together, displaying a sense of impatience. Chapter 4. The beauty that brings disaster. The Black Gold Group has chosen to collaborate with the Longting Group. At this revelation, Murong Wanqing's eyes sparkled with disbelief. "Impossible, Chairman. Have you made an error? We were supposed to collaborate with my Hao Group." Hao Jianren was taken aback. Yi Qinglan closed the file and inquired, "Who informed you of that?" "I." Hao Jianren quickly interjected, "Chairman, my brother is an internal employee of your group. Surely there has been a misunderstanding?" "No, it is you who are mistaken. Your brother, Hao Jianbin, has already been dismissed from the group, and his opinions are no longer considered. I apologize for the inconvenience." "That cannot be. You are showing favoritism. I demand to meet with the board of directors of the Black Gold Group." Yi Qinglan scoffed. "Who do you think you are? If you wish to meet the board, you should travel to South Korea, for that is where our headquarters is located. If it were not for my desire to meet General Manager Mu, you would not even have the privilege of meeting me." Hao Jianren staggered back. Disbelief etched on his face. Not only was there no business to discuss, but the fact that his brother had been dismissed left him feeling utterly defeated. All his efforts had come to naught in an instant. "You will regret this. I will uncover the truth behind this matter," he declared, turning to leave. However, Qin Feng interjected, "Young Master Hao, have you forgotten something?" "Qin Feng, do not push your luck. If you wish to gamble, be prepared to accept the consequences. Can you not afford to play?" Qin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. Hao Jianren swallowed hard, fully aware of Qin Feng's capabilities. "Do not approach me. Fear not. I am not here to feed you," Qin Feng said as he advanced, seizing Hao Jianren by the collar and retrieving 5 cigarette butts from the ashtray. "You, in less than 10 minutes, have smoked 5 cigarettes? Hao Jianren was on the verge of a breakdown. "Enough with the small talk. Open your mouth." "Absolutely not." With a dull thud, Hao Jianren received a punch to the abdomen. As he gasped, Qin Feng took the opportunity to shove the cigarette butts into his mouth. Gagging, Hao Jianren attempted to expel them, but Qin Feng held his mouth firmly shut. "Young Master Hao, keep your distance from my wife. Next time, it will be more than just cigarette butts. Now be gone." With a swift motion, he tossed Hao Jianren aside. As he struggled to rise, Hao Jianren spat out the cigarette butts, pointing an accusatory finger at Qin Feng. "Qin Feng, just wait. I will remember this. We are not finished." Yi Qinglan then inquired, "Mr. Qin, might you require our assistance?" "No need. You may proceed with your business." Now, Murong Wanqing found herself compelled to ponder the identity of Qin Feng. As she was lost in thought, Qin Feng had already approached her, inquiring, "My dear wife, what troubles you?" "It's nothing, just give me a moment." Unbeknownst to her, evening had fallen. The Rolls-Royce glided along the highway. With a cigarette perpetually in hand, Qin Feng remarked, "Would it be possible for you to ask me to smoke less in the future? You must understand the pressures men face. There must always be a means of release." "What pressure could you possibly have?" Qin Feng shrugged. "You wouldn't comprehend even if I told you. Let us not dwell on it. Thank you for today." "Thank you? I am your husband, so do enlighten me. Is it that you are feeling restless?" Murong Wanqing's expression turned icy. Could you refrain from such vulgarity? I can't help it. I am indeed a crude person. Otherwise, we could have visited the Civil Affairs Bureau to file for divorce before they close, couldn't we? Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. That is out of the question. Qin Feng chuckled softly. He could somewhat grasp why a woman like Murong Wanqing was so determined to marry him. In truth, it was all a matter of pressure. Compared to others, he suited her desires more closely, and they would part ways in 6 months. Taking a drag from his cigarette, Qin Feng mused, what a hassle this is. Am I so idle that marrying you has brought forth a mountain of troubles? What do you mean? We are being followed. Beauty is often a curse, and being attractive tends to attract unwanted attention. Murong Wanqing glanced back, seeing nothing unusual. Surely not. I do not see any suspicious vehicles. They take turns. Don't you think, Mr. Driver? Qin Feng replied. Murong Wanqing suddenly turned to the driver. Are you in league with them? My apologies, Miss Murong, the driver sneered, pressing a button that caused the partition to descend. All the windows and doors locked, rendering Murong Wanqing's frantic pounding futile. Damn it! Murong Wanqing, usually formidable in the business realm, found herself in a state of panic, just like any ordinary woman would. No need to look, the phone has no signal. Qin Feng stated calmly. Qin Feng, think of something quickly. What can I do? You can evade once, but not twice. It is better to confront those behind this and understand their motives for abducting you. Qin Feng shrugged, glancing at Murong Wanqing with a slight smile. Do not fear. I am here. For reasons unknown. The smile of this seemingly foolish yet introspective man calmed her anxious heart, as if he possessed a certain magic that encouraged her to instinctively trust his words. The vehicle entered an abandoned factory, soon followed by 2 black sedans. Several masked men in suits descended, each brandishing firearms. After the driver exited, he cheerfully inquired, Gentlemen, I have brought you the person you requested. May I ask about the payment? Suddenly, one of the masked men raised his gun and fired. The silenced bullet pierced the driver's head, and he collapsed, convulsing briefly before succumbing to death. Murong Wanqing, resembling a startled rabbit, instinctively sought refuge in Qin Feng's embrace. Do not be afraid. Cooperate with them and do not resist. Qin Feng whispered softly. The car door swung open. Step out. Qin Feng gently patted Murong Wanqing on the back before alighting from the vehicle. Subsequently, Murong Wanqing was also escorted from the car. Who are you? Whatever you desire, I can provide it. Money is negotiable, she inquired. Money? That is unnecessary. We are merely executing orders, came the reply. Murong Wanqing's expression paled as realization dawned upon her. The masked man, noticing her change in demeanor, chuckled. As expected of General Manager Mu, your intellect is sharp. You deduced our identity from a simple statement about money. No, you've misunderstood. I did not. But before Murong Wanqing could elaborate, her assailant had already removed his mask, revealing a middle-aged man bearing scars. Once he revealed himself, it was evident that they had no intention of leaving any witnesses after fulfilling their objective. You are Li Hu's men, and you seek the land in the eastern part of the city. I can offer it to you, provided you do not harm me or him. For now, we will not harm you, but this individual might not be so fortunate, the scarred man retorted, immediately ordering, take General Manager Mu upstairs. You two deal with this brat, and ensure it is done cleanly. Stop. You cannot kill indiscriminately. Despite Murong Wanqing's desperate struggles, she was taken away. The remaining 2 exchanged glances. One of them, with a grin, said, You've never killed before. This one is for you. The other clicked off the safety of his gun, aiming it at Qin Feng's nape. Kid, what does it feel like to have a gun pointed at you? Chapter 5. What kind of stockings have you never torn? Qin Feng replied with a nonchalant smile. It feels rather unpleasant, which is why I detest having a gun aimed at me. Precisely. Do you believe there are no bullets in your gun? Qin Lang jested. Upon hearing this, the man forcefully shoved the gun against Qin Feng's head and cursed. Damn it. Have you watched too many Yin Shuangying movies? Perhaps. But are you truly that confident? The man hesitated, glancing at his companion for guidance. In that moment, Qin Feng acted with the swiftness of lightning, appearing behind the man and seizing his gun hand. With a swift motion, he pulled the trigger using the man's own hand, killing the other assailant. Upon hearing the commotion, the three individuals upstairs rushed down. Open fire, they commanded, and the trio began shooting. Qin Feng used the man in front as a shield, pulling the trigger with the man's fingers. Each shot found its mark with lethal precision. However, 2 bullets struck the scarred man in the knees. Ah! He shrieked, tumbling down the stairs. Qin Lang discarded the man before him and approached the fallen assailant. You bastard! Just as the scarred man attempted to retrieve his weapon, Qin Feng stepped on the back of his foot. Ah! Qin Feng towered over him, asking, Who is Li Hu? I won't tell you. If you have the guts, just kill me. The scarred man retorted defiantly. Do you think I want tea? Qin Feng, losing interest in questioning, delivered a sharp kick to the man's chest, causing his heart to halt. Ascending to the second floor, he found Murong Wanqing bound to a chair, struggling against her restraints. Her face etched with anxiety. Wife, to be honest, you look incredibly alluring like this, Qin Feng remarked, stroking his chin as he appraised her. Murong Wanqing possessed an exquisite figure, characterized by alluring curves, particularly accentuated by the binding of ropes, which rendered her silhouette even more enchanting. With a roll of her eyes, she urged Qin Feng to hastily untie her. As he tore the adhesive tape from her mouth and loosened the ropes, she inquired, Qin Feng, I heard gunfire earlier. Where are they? Qin Feng shrugged nonchalantly. They turned on each other over the spoils. What? Just as Murong Wanqing attempted to move, her ankle twisted in her high heels, causing her to crash into Qin Feng's embrace. What is happening? She exclaimed. It's nothing. I twisted my ankle when they dragged me, he replied. Nodding in understanding, Qin Feng swiftly lifted her into his arms amidst her startled protests. What are you doing? She questioned. What do you think? How long do you intend to take to walk? Qin Feng retorted, bemused. While many claimed her intelligence, he found her actions rather foolish. Upon returning to the first floor, they encountered the bodies strewn across the ground. Murong Wanqing, astonished, asked, Did they truly kill each other? What else could it be? Even though I have military experience, I am no match for 5 armed men, he answered. They hopped into the car and sped away from the factory. In the city center, amidst the urban village, the Rolls-Royce attracted considerable attention. Goodness, that car must start at 20 million, right? One bystander exclaimed. Nonsense. With some modifications, it could easily exceed 100 million. Another countered. Qin Feng parked the car in front of a modest courtyard, surrounded by a cluster of curious middle-aged women who pointed and murmured about the vehicle. When they saw Qin Feng emerge, one of the women exclaimed, Young man, you've really made it, driving such a fine car back. I heard you're still single? Oh dear, although I'm a widow, I still have my charms. Perhaps you could consider me? Qin Feng's expression darkened. Away with you. Go find somewhere else to loiter. Shortly thereafter, Murong Wanqing stepped out, prompting the women to remark on her beauty and compatibility with Qin Feng. Go away, he insisted, shooing the village gossipers away. Turning to the proprietor of a nearby butcher shop, he instructed, Old butcher, please send me a few pig kidneys shortly. Sure thing, I understand. The butcher, casting a glance at Murong Wanqing, gave Qin Feng a thumbs up. Qin Feng, is this your residence? She inquired. Indeed, to be precise, the entire street belongs to me. My 2-story courtyard alone is worth at least 50 million. Recently, a developer offered 100 million, but I declined. Murong Wanqing surveyed the dilapidated courtyard and the chaotic surroundings. For someone accustomed to luxurious apartments and grand villas, it was challenging to accept this environment, not out of disdain, but rather from the perplexity of choosing to reside in such a place when better options were available. Was it not a form of self-imposed suffering? The courtyard spanned over 100 square meters, featuring a solitary parasol tree. Despite its shabby appearance, it exuded a sense of tranquility, providing an escape from the city's clamor, allowing one's heart to find peace. Qin Feng hummed a tune, pointing to a small stool. Go sit. I'll fetch you some medicine. He then entered the adjacent room. Murong Wanqing massaged her ankle, wincing from the dull ache that throbbed, biting her lip in discomfort. Soon enough, Qin Feng stepped out and found a bench to sit on. Placing a cigarette between his lips, he commanded, Give me your foot. No, you woman. If you enjoy the pain, so be it. A faint blush appeared on the delicate, cold face of Murong Wanqing as she lifted her foot encased in black silk. It seemed to be about a size 35, petite and exquisite, with 5 translucent toes. If placed against the light, they would undoubtedly shine. Fortunately, Qin Feng did not possess any peculiar foot fetish. Otherwise, he could feast on Murong Wanqing's exquisite foot for a lifetime without growing weary. Rip! Murong Wanqing gasped. What are you doing? Qin Feng had torn her stockings. Why the shock? Do you know how expensive these stockings are? Murong Wanqing retorted, speechless. Qin Feng scoffed. It's just a pair of stockings. I'll buy you another tomorrow. Not necessary. Murong Wanqing turned her face away. Puffed. What expensive stockings Haven tea I torn before. Back when I was sent abroad on a mission and happened to visit Yiqing Lan, I tore through all sorts of high-end stockings, even those of a certain European royaless empress. The stockings that could perish in Qin Feng's hands were at least 80, if not 100. Amidst the blush and embarrassment of the icy beauty, Qin Feng gently massaged her ankle. To her astonishment, the pain had dissipated, replaced by a warm sensation, quite miraculous. Have you studied massage? She inquired. Indeed, I once worked at Royal No. 1 bathhouse for a while. With my deft techniques and friendly prices, I was quite favored by wealthy women. There was even one who offered to support me with $50 million a year, but I declined. So you profited, you know? Qin Feng raised an eyebrow and smiled mischievously. Humph. Murong Wanqing dismissed his claims as nonsense. Qin Feng continued to massage, his gaze trailing along the elegant, voluptuous legs of the Ice Queen. Instantly, his attention was captivated. Murong Wanqing felt a wave of discomfort when she looked back at Qin Feng. She found him fixated on the hem of her skirt, nearly causing a nosebleed. Is it pretty? It's quite nice, though a bit dark. A bit dark? Chapter 6. What you would not do, I shall. The temperature in the courtyard suddenly plummeted. Qin Feng shuddered, snapping back to reality. He glanced at his icy wife. Her body gently trembling, her enchanting face darker than the bottom of a pot, her eyes radiating a murderous glint of eerie crimson. This was a quintessential moment of red-eyed hunting. It's a misunderstanding. I meant the lighting was dark, not you. Qin Feng. The words Qin Feng were nearly bitten out through clenched teeth by Murong Wanqing. Qin Feng replied, ISNT at just a glance. I am your husband. Is it illegal to look at my own wife? Qin Feng, I want to let this go. Uffed. If you keep this up, I might just resort to domestic violence. Qin Feng stood up. Murong Wanqing's face was flushed with indignation. You dare? Domestic violence is illegal. What's there to fear? Haven't you heard that hitting while clothed is domestic violence, but hitting while undressed is a form of intimacy? You dare? What is there that I wouldn't dare? Do you believe I would file for divorce tomorrow? Murong Wanqing found herself consumed by a murderous intent, exclaiming, what kind of man casually mentions divorce? Are you even a man? Who said that initiating a divorce is solely a woman's prerogative? Faced with Qin Feng, the illustrious business goddess felt utterly powerless. Throughout her years in commerce, she had encountered countless formidable opponents, yet none had left her so utterly devoid of options as Qin Feng did. Suddenly, a loud knocking resonated through the wooden door. Qin Feng, visibly irritated, opened the door and inquired, what is the meaning of this? Are you here to announce a death? Unbeknownst to him, several vehicles had gathered outside, accompanied by a cadre of bodyguards clad in suits, alongside a pair of middle-aged women. The man appeared to be in his 40s, his hair streaked with gray, while the woman, no older than 30, exuded an air of opulence, her heavily made-up face radiating arrogance and superiority. At a glance, Qin Feng discerned that this woman was not the legitimate wife. She lacked the dignified grace of a high-society matron, instead presenting a rather disreputable demeanor. She was either a stepmother or a mistress. Who are you accusing of announcing death? One of the bodyguards retorted. Who else could it be? Did your master forget to instruct you on how to knock? The bodyguards were momentarily rendered speechless. Qin Feng, hands in his pockets, queried, who are you? I don't believe we are acquainted, nor have I wronged you. The middle-aged man stepped forward, declaring, I am Murong Gaiyuan, chairman of Longting Group. Murong Wanqing is my daughter. Shock coursed through Qin Feng's mind, realizing that the man before him was none other than his father-in-law. Thus, the woman must be Murong Wanqing's mother. Yet, regardless of how one looked at them, they hardly seemed the type to have produced someone as exquisite as Murong Wanqing. Ah, I see. Please, come in, he offered, recognizing the significance of the familial connection. However, upon entering, the mother expressed her disdain. What a wretched place. Wanqing has tarnished the Murong family's reputation by marrying into such a household. If you dislike it, you're free to leave, Qin Feng retorted. But before he could utter another word, Murong Wanqing stepped forward. Her long, fair legs were a sight to behold, evidently revealed after having removed her stockings. Father, what brings you here? Murong Gaiyuan remained silent and, without warning, delivered a resounding slap to Murong Wanqing. Qin Feng's heart sank, and he rushed forward. But Murong Wanqing raised her hand, signaling him to stay back. Father, I apologize, but this is my choice. I ask for your respect regarding my decision. What choice? Your choice is to marry a worthless ruffian? Are you still a member of the Murong family? Murong Gaiyuan thundered. Excuse me. On what grounds do you label me a ruffian? Qin Feng interjected, incensed. Just because he dressed casually did not render him a rogue. Silence. You have no right to speak here, the father barked. Since I have no right, then why am I being addressed? Qin Feng retorted inwardly, brimming with indignation. Murong Wanqing interjected. Qin Feng, you should go inside. I will handle this. No, you go inside. I will resolve this, he countered. Qin Feng stepped forward, gazing at Murong Gaiyuan, and proclaimed, Wanqing is now my wife, a member of the Qin family. Speak your mind, but if it comes to blows, I shall not shy away. You little brat, who do you think you are? A resounding slap echoed, startling everyone as Qin Feng swiftly struck Murong Gaiyuan across the face. How dare you hit me? Murong Gaiyuan stammered, incredulous. Qin Feng, bewildered, responded, Is it so unfathomable for someone like you to be struck? Why should I not dare? If your words are foul, they deserve a reprimand. What of it? Murong Gaiyuan was rendered speechless, his anger boiling over. You question my worth, did you not? Allow me to enlighten you. Lighting a cigarette, Qin Feng wrapped an arm around Murong Wanqing's delicate waist and declared, She is my wife, and I am her man. You scoundrel, seize him. Take care of this brat, commanded Murong Gaiyuan, as two bodyguards advanced menacingly. Yet, with two thunderous crashes, the bodyguards, each weighing 180 pounds, were sent sprawling several meters away. The sheer force left the Murong family in shock. With a cold smirk, Qin Feng continued, Let me clarify. I am Murong Wanqing's man. I will do what she cannot, handle those she fears, and retaliate on her behalf. In short, I will manage what can be managed, and even what cannot be managed, I shall take on. This is who I am, Qin Feng, the man of Murong Wanqing. The expressions of Murong Gaiyuan and his wife darkened. Likewise, Murong Wanqing gazed in astonishment at the man who held her close. His words instilled an inexplicable sense of security within her. With just those few sentences, she felt that even if the sky were to fall, he would bear the weight for her. Wanqing, this fellow may possess some skill, but can he truly save your grandfather's life? Can he restore the Longting group? Murong Gaiyuan, aware of Qin Feng's formidable nature, resorted to pressuring Murong Wanqing. If you refuse, then relinquish your grandfather's shares entirely, and from henceforth, you shall no longer be a member of the Murong family. Stepmother Jia Qianqian interjected. Impossible. Murong Wanqing rebuffed her sharply. Those shares were bequeathed to me by my grandfather. I will find a way to save his life. The collapse of the company would benefit me not at all, and I will devise a solution. The only hope for our family lies with the Hao family, yet your man has offended young Master Hao. You are driving us into a pit of fire. Murong Gaiyuan exclaimed, exasperated. Qin Feng chuckled coldly. Do you truly believe that agreeing to the Hao family's demands will lead to your grandfather's recovery? Such naivety is laughable. Wait and see. My wife has already located a divine physician, and tomorrow we shall seek to save your grandfather. How can that be? There is nothing impossible. Qin Feng then stated, Enough. Wanqing and I require rest. You should take your leave. Chapter 7. Dare to touch her and see what happens. Will you leave or not? Faced with Qin Feng's intimidation, Murong Gaiyuan and his wife felt a twinge of fear, recalling how swiftly Qin Feng had dispatched the two bodyguards. They understood that such feats were not within everyone's capability. Wanqing, you must seriously consider your position. We act for your benefit, to ensure the Murong family's continued standing in Jinghai City. Your words suggest that we are eagerly anticipating the downfall of the Murong family, Qin Feng remarked. Murong Gaiyuan intended to retort, but finding himself outmatched in both strength and argument, he could only snort dismissively before turning to leave, closing the door behind him. Qin Feng glanced at Murong Wanqing and said, "Let us retire for the night." Qin Feng, what did you mean when you said you had invited a divine physician? What do you mean I have a divine physician? Murong Wanqing inquired, confusion evident in her tone. Though distant, the solution lies before us, Qin Feng replied, adopting a posture of confidence. You? Murong Wanqing was filled with questions. Indeed, it is I, Donotist. My grandfather's condition is exceedingly rare. Our family has consulted countless esteemed doctors in hopes of a cure. You are even younger than I, and mastery in medicine requires both time and experience. Qin Feng shrugged nonchalantly, then let us visit tomorrow. If you are healed, shall we proceed with the divorce? Impossible. With that, Murong Wanqing turned to enter the house. Your room is on the first floor. Remember to make your own bed. I shall not attend to you. At her words, Murong Wanqing nearly stumbled. Qin Feng, are you still a man? I am living with you. And yet you expect me to make my own bed? What else? Are you suggesting we share a bed? That is out of the question. I hold myself in high regard. I am not one to engage in such frivolities before marriage. You are ruthless. That night, Murong Wanqing experienced one of the most exasperating moments of her life. However, her strong sense of independence prevailed, and she managed to make her own bed. Later, when it was time for a midnight snack, she declared, I shall not eat. The following day, Qin Feng was lost in a delightful dream of spring. Qin Feng, what time is it? Get up. The cool blanket was yanked away, followed by a piercing scream. Why are you not dressed? Qin Feng rubbed his eyes and replied, So early? Allow me to sleep a bit longer. I enjoy sleeping in the nude. Hurry up. Did you not say you would attend to my grandfather's health? I will not go. You do not believe in me. Murong Wanqing was infuriated, her teeth grinding as she brandished a pillow, striking Qin Feng repeatedly. All right. If you continue your antics, I shall resort to domestic violence. Ultimately, finding sleep impossible, Qin Feng sat up and regarded his wife. Fine, I shall go. It is not a significant matter. At the city's premier hospital, in the intensive care unit, Murong Wanqing entered, her gaze falling upon an elderly man lying on the bed. Grandfather. At that moment, tears streamed down the usually composed goddess's face. Despite having been struck by her own father the previous evening, she had not wept. Yet, upon seeing the frail figure of her grandfather, she could no longer contain her emotions. Qin Feng discerned that his wife always presented a cold exterior. But in the presence of her grandfather, she revealed her tender side. Murong, your timing is impeccable. Your grandfather's condition cannot be delayed any further. At this rate, you may not last a week, a doctor clad in a white coat remarked. Qin Feng inquired, What is the situation? Have you conducted tests? Not yet. The doctor in white continued. Murong, I have heard that an elder from the Southern Medicine King's pavilion has arrived in Jinghai City. I believe it is essential to invite him for a consultation. Is this true? Murong Wanqing asked urgently. Indeed, I once studied at the apothecary pavilion, and I must respectfully address that elder as my teacher. Should I make an introduction, I believe it would be feasible. Qin Feng scrutinized the doctor, sensing that a negotiation was afoot. Regardless of the cost, I am willing to pay. This is not merely a matter of money. I wish to have a private conversation with Miss Mo. The doctor's intention was abundantly clear. He desired Qin Feng to depart. No need, but it wouldn't hurt to mention it. Very well, Miss Mu, for someone of your exalted stature, I, dare not harbor excessive thoughts. All I ask is for you to dine with me, to spend an evening in my company. Instantly, Murong Wanqing's brows furrowed, her delicate countenance turning as frigid as ice. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng felt a headache coming on. With a pained cry, Dr. Jia was sent sprawling into a corner by a swift kick from Qin Feng. How dare you request my wife as company? Qin Feng fumed. Who are you? I am her husband. Qin Feng advanced, launching a flurry of punches and kicks. Leaving Dr. Jia battered and bruised, his glasses shattered. He unceremoniously tossed the nearly unconscious doctor outside. Wife, this is unacceptable. It seems you are being pursued wherever you go. Murong Wanqing could only manage a wry smile. This was her fate, If Longting Enterprises truly collapsed, her destiny would not be much better, unless she took her own life. Her former rivals would go to great lengths to claim her. Qin Feng clapped his hands together. No matter, it only indicates that my wife is exceedingly beautiful. Had we been in ancient times, she would have been a source of calamity for the nation. Do you have any sense? Can you first attend to my grandfather? Very well. Qin Feng approached the bedside, grasping the old man's wrist to take his pulse, his brow furrowed in concentration. Meanwhile, Murong Wanqing's gaze dimmed with concern. Fear, not the Western doctor's smirks. It is the furrowed brow of the traditional healer that instills dread. How is it? Have you found the cause of his ailment? The issue is not grave. Yet just as Qin Feng was about to speak, the door swung open. To his astonishment, it was Murong Wanqing's stepmother, Jia Qianqian, followed closely by the battered Dr. Jia. You insolent girl, have you grown so bold as to let your husband strike my nephew? She stormed in, seeking retribution. Dr. Jia was, in fact, Jia Qianqian's nephew. Aunt, how could you allow Wanqing to marry such a man? Dr. Jia exclaimed. Murong Wanqing replied coolly, Jia Qianqian, you should inquire what outrageous demands your nephew has made. Wanqing, you simply do not understand. My nephew is the head physician at the hospital, and your grandfather owes his continued life to him. Setting aside other matters, is it truly excessive to request that you spend a night with him? At these words, Murong Wanqing gazed at Jia Qianqian with utter revulsion. Do you believe everyone is like you, using their bodies to please men for personal gain? Oof. Am I not your mother? How dare you speak to me like that? Jia Qianqian glared furiously. Ridiculous. You are merely my father's mistress. To enter the Murong family, you must first gain my grandfather's approval. Jia Qianqian was immediately inflamed with rage. Today, I shall take the place of your father and discipline you, the ungrateful daughter. She stepped forward, raising her hand to strike Murong Wanqing. Cough, cough. Qin Feng cleared his throat. Jia Qianqian halted her actions and turned her gaze towards Qin Feng. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. While words may be exchanged, refrain from resorting to violence. Should you dare to lay a finger on my wife, your visage shall bear the consequences. Chapter 8. Why not let me support you? Despite the lack of affection stemming from his hasty marriage to Murong Wanqing, she was, by all accounts, his wife in name, thus belonging to him. How could he allow anyone to bully her, not even her family? Qin Feng, your background has been thoroughly investigated. You are merely a soldier without a stable job. I truly cannot fathom how Wanqing could have chosen you. That merely suggests that my beloved possesses discernment, recognizing my latent potential. Unlike you, who is short-sighted and ostentatiously superficial, with a tendency to look down on others. Jia Qianqian, seething with rage, clenched her teeth and trembled all over. Enough. Leave this place. Your presence is unwelcome, Qin Feng declared. What is happening here? Came the voice of Murong Gaoyuan. The group turned to see him accompanied by an elderly gentleman clad in traditional attire. Master, what brings you here? Dr. Jia inquired hastily. The elder chuckled. I heard the patriarch of the Murong family is gravely ill, so I came to assess the situation. Upon witnessing this, both Jia Qianqian and Dr. Jia were displeased. They had initially hoped to leverage the elder's presence to compel the Murong family to compromise, only to find that the elder had arrived unbidden. Thus, Dr. Jia quickly explained, Wanqing, this esteemed gentleman is Elder Shun Qingshan from the Southern Medicine King Pavilion, renowned for his miraculous medical skills that can revive the dead. Do not exaggerate, Elder Shun humbly replied. Murong Wanqing glanced at Qin Feng, observing him calmly retreat to his side, nonchalantly lighting a cigarette and opening a window, as if the affairs within the hospital room bore no significance to him whatsoever. What is your intention? Is it not disrespectful to disregard divine Dr. Shun in such a manner? Dr. Jia questioned. Divine Dr. Shun, Qin Feng harbors no such intention. Murong Wanqing sought to clarify, reluctantly lowering her stance for the sake of her grandfather. Upon hearing the name Qin Feng, Elder Shun's legs weakened, nearly causing him to falter. Divine Doctor. Several rushed to assist him. Elder Shun's face was awash with bewilderment as he approached Qin Feng, clasping his hands in greeting. Young friend, I am Elder Shun Qingshan of the Medicine King Pavilion. May I inquire, Are you, Qin Feng? With a thunderous resonance echoing in his mind. Elder Shun's entire being trembled with exhilaration, feeling an overwhelming urge to kneel. Great Elder, you are here to provide treatment, yet you engage in small talk? What is the meaning of this? Qin Feng asked, offering a faint smile. In the next moment, Elder Shun grasped certain truths. He swallowed hard, suppressing his inner excitement. He's not dead. That individual truly lives, merely concealed from the world. Elder Shun was overwhelmed with emotion, rendered speechless. Qin Feng, for Divine Dr. Shun to converse with you is a privilege. What do you mean by this? Dr. Jia retorted angrily. Ignorance is no excuse. Should you offend Divine Dr. Shun, I shall be eager to witness the repercussions. Jia Qianqian spoke with a hint of sarcasm. Murong Gaoyuan, with a stern expression, said, Wan Qing, take your people outside quickly. Ladies and gentlemen, you may have misunderstood. I am unable to treat the illness of the esteemed Murong patriarch. With these words from Dr. Shun, astonishment rippled through the crowd. Do not inquire why. This young friend, like myself, is a medical practitioner, and his expertise surpasses mine. I shall not embarrass myself before him. Dr. Shun admitted candidly. All eyes turned toward Qin Feng, pondering the implausibility of a young man in his 20s possessing superior medical skills compared to a man over 70. Teacher, you must be mistaken. Qin Feng is merely a brawny individual with a limited intellect. Dr. Jia's words were abruptly silenced by a furious slap from Shen Qingshan. Be quiet. Do I need your reminders to acknowledge my acquaintances? You have trained at the Medicine King Pavilion, yet you display such a lack of discernment and arrogance. Who granted you this sense of superiority? Was it the Medicine King Pavilion? Do not call me teacher. I do not accept students like you at the Medicine King Pavilion. Shen Qingshan declared sternly. His position was secured by the caliber of the students from the pavilion, and if he conceded, his own status would be jeopardized. Teacher, I was wrong. I beg for another chance. The one you should apologize to is not me, Shen Qingshan retorted, casting him aside. Doctor, Jia then turned to Qin Feng. Do not look at me. I am not associated with the Medicine King Pavilion. Qin Feng addressed the remaining individuals, stating, everyone should leave. Otherwise, if you choose to stay, I shall depart. If you wish for the esteemed Murong patriarch to meet his demise, feel free to remain. Shen Qingshan remarked. After a moment of contemplation, Murong Gaoyuan resolved that even with Dr. Shun's insistence, they must exit. Everyone out, he commanded. Gaoyuan, with my nephew in such a condition, do you not have anything to say? Silence. Leave. Murong Gaoyuan glared at Jia Qianqian. Once the family exited, Dr. Shun respectfully addressed Qin Feng, saying, Sir, if you have not sacrificed, you would already be dead. I am now Qin Feng. But why feign death? With your honor and achievements. You could easily. Qin Feng replied with a faint smile. Had I pursued fame and fortune, I would not be here. Very well, I shall not pry, Doctor. Shun sighed and inquired, Sir, what is the matter? You may call me Qin Feng. He has been afflicted by a poison known as goo. Goo poison? Doctor. Shun immediately began his examination. Indeed, the only poison that could elude modern medical detection was goo. You must dispel the poison. The method is. In half an hour, Qin Feng concluded before stepping outside, turning to Murong Wanqing and saying, let's go home. What about my grandfather? With Senior Shen here, there is little cause for concern. We shall observe for a few days. Murong Wanqing's face remained etched with worry as she looked at Qin Feng and asked, Can you accompany me to a place? Where to? Tonight marks the birthday of the former president of the Commercial Association in Jinghai City. Qin Feng scratched his head and replied, Dear wife, how about I support you instead? Your job pays well, but it entails many social obligations. Since our marriage, we have yet to share a single moment of marital life. What do you possess to support me? Everything I have is the result of my grandfather's lifelong toil, and I must safeguard his legacy. Very well, I shall accompany you, but not out of affection. Rather, I wish to spare you the humiliation of the outside world. Murong Wanqing's expression darkened. Have I brought shame upon you? Not at all, but if you wish to resolve this matter, you must agree to hold a wedding with me. After all, one must fully commit to the performance. Agreed. 7 o'clock in the evening. The two arrived at an opulent mansion, surrounded by an array of luxury vehicles. all preparing for a grand celebration. Just as Qin Feng lit a cigarette, a sharp pain shot through his waist. Could you possibly smoke less? It's unbearable not to smoke, Qin Feng replied helplessly. With only a few months left to live, even a single cigarette seemed to invite scrutiny. Chapter 9. Only a dog would enter through a dog hole. As they entered the mansion, Murong Wanqing's presence drew considerable attention. However, soon the focus shifted to Qin Feng, with many speculating about his identity. Is this not our general manager Murong and her man? A sarcastic voice chimed in. Two sharply dressed young men approached, the Hao brothers. Both had previously endured humiliation at Qin Feng's hands, which only fueled their animosity toward him. Murong Wanqing's face turned cold as she shot a glance, intending to walk past them. Qin Feng, do you believe this is a place you can simply enter? Hao Jianbin glared at Qin Feng, ready to provoke him. Qin Feng halted and faced the two. What do you mean by that? It's quite simple. Tonight's birthday celebration is not an event for just anyone. Someone of your standing can only crawl in through the dog hole. Do not overstep your bounds, Murong Wanqing retorted angrily. Yet, the brothers disregarded her and continued to taunt Qin Feng. Qin Feng, what is the matter? Are you still hiding behind a woman, relying on her to speak for you? Of course not. By your logic, if I must enter through the dog hole, then tonight's celebration must be for dogs, is it not? Do you dare say that the former president of the business association is a dog? Hao Jianbin challenged. Qin Feng scoffed. You said it yourself. Perhaps we should summon the former president and inquire whether tonight is indeed a gathering for dogs. If so, I, Qin Feng, shall turn and leave, refusing to partake in a dog's assembly. If it is a gathering for humans, I shall proudly enter through the front door. Qin Feng, just wait. Don't let your arrogance get the better of you. The brothers seethed with frustration. Qin Feng chuckled and suddenly lunged forward. Slap! Two resounding slaps sent the brothers flying into the bushes, where they remained motionless for quite some time. Humph, a pair of worthless fools. Qin Feng returned, remarking, My dear, it seems bringing me here was not the wisest choice. Nevertheless, they brought this upon themselves. There's no one to blame but themselves. If I were a man, I would have acted too. Wait, if you were a man, what would become of me? Murong Wanqing rolled her eyes in exasperation and walked towards the villa. In the grand hall, Murong Gaoyuan and Jia Qianqian approached. Wanqing, why have you brought him along? Murong Gaoyuan inquired. Why not? I am his wife, Murong Wanqing asserted resolutely. At this, Murong Gaoyuan cast a glance at Qin Feng, choosing not to say another word. A moment later, a reminder came. Tonight's birthday celebration is special, Qin Feng. Please do not act recklessly. We can discuss matters later. Why? It's merely a birthday celebration, yet it feels as if we are attending a court in ancient times. You do not comprehend the significance. The former president of the business association is not to be trifled with. If we offend him, our Longting group will struggle to establish itself in Jinghai City. Qin Feng chuckled, dismissing the conversation, and chose a seat for himself. Murong Wanqing remarked, Qin Feng, you may not grasp the weight of the former president's influence. A mere word from him can determine the fate of a company. Even the Heijin group must secure the nod of the former president, Su Sanyi, to thrive in Jinghai City. I understand. A formidable dragon does not suppress a local snake. Indeed, many enterprises are merely former local underworld powers that have since transformed. Thus, the leaders of those influential factions have naturally ascended to the position of business association president. Qin Feng inquired, were the individuals who previously kidnapped you affiliated with Su Sanyi? Without evidence, and even if there were, what of it? Attaining the position of business association president requires more than just cunning and intellect. It demands connections and a substantial background. One could see the exasperation in Murong Wanqing's eyes. She was unafraid of competition in business, but once political connections were exploited to suppress her or when underhanded tactics were employed, she, as a woman, would stand little chance. Su Sanyi has arrived, announced a man clad in a traditional long coat and a cap. A woman in a high-slit qipao wheeled in a chair. Seated in the chair was an elderly gentleman nearing 80, his skin speckled with age spots. Several middle-aged men in suits hurried forward, bowing and greeting. Su Sanyi, may you enjoy longevity and health. May you live to 100. May your life be as enduring as the mountains. The flattery delighted Su San immensely. Everyone gathered around, eager for a moment of recognition. Qin Feng remarked, "Dear wife, this does not feel like a birthday celebration. It resembles a tribute. Do not speak carelessly. The waters here run deep. Be cautious of eavesdroppers." All right then. Following this, the offerings commenced, presenting various precious gifts. The Tianhu gang presented a millennium-old ginseng. At this, Qin Feng squinted and looked over. A middle-aged man with a scar on his lip entered, exuding a menacing aura. "Is that Li Hu?" "Yes," Murong Wanqing nodded. Li Hu grinned. "Godfather, may you enjoy fortune as vast as the East Sea and longevity as enduring as the South Mountain." "Good, good, good." Su Sanyi beamed broadly. Curiously, Qin Feng continued, "Dear wife, does Su Sanyi still accept godchildren?" Actually, Su Sanyi has no descendants. In his youth, he was castrated to serve a certain prince of the previous dynasty, who was later executed. A eunuch, Qin Feng was rendered speechless. So, Su Sanyi had such a past. Although he lost his descendants, he gained status and position, which was not without merit. Over half an hour passed. After expressing gratitude to his guests, Su Sanyi began to inquire, "Is anyone from the Murong family attending tonight?" Upon hearing this, Murong Gaoyuan hurriedly stepped forward, saying, "Su Sanyi, I am Murong Gaoyuan. I just presented you with a birthday gift valued at 50 million. Recently, I have heard that the Murong family is quite prominent." Murong Gaoyuan furrowed his brows, perplexed by Su San's intentions. "Please elucidate, Master Su. If there has been an error, the Murong family shall rectify it. It has come to my attention that you have allegedly employed unscrupulous means to usurp the cooperation opportunity between the Hao family and the Black Gold Group. Is this true?" This left Murong Gaoyuan in a state of bewilderment. Murong Wanqing, understanding the situation, rose to speak. "Master Su, we indeed have collaborated with the Black Gold Group, but certainly not through despicable tactics. It is the Hao family's own actions that led to their loss of the opportunity." A sinister voice interjected, "Murong Wanqing, is it not presumptuous for a junior to interrupt a conversation between elders? Do you not regard Master Su with the proper respect?" This individual bore a resemblance to the two brothers of the Hao family. Murong Wanqing retorted, "Chairman Hao, it is evidently your own shortcomings that have caused this predicament. Why must you unjustly shift the blame onto the Murong family?" "Ah, Murong Wanqing, I have heard of your formidable methods, your keen intellect, and your audacity," chuckled Su San. "Your prowess is indeed commendable, yet it must be founded upon fair competition. If one were to resort to underhanded tactics, how could you possibly be a rival?" Chapter 10, Truly, a small knife to the backside, an eye-opener. If fair competition fails, and one resorts to kidnapping and extortion, then Murong Wanqing would be utterly defenseless. Su San continued, "Furthermore, regarding the land in the Eastern District, I have heard that you seized it from my grandson." Without granting Murong Wanqing a chance to respond, Su San abruptly interrupted, stating, "I do not care what methods you employed. Return all that rightfully belongs to the Hao family and my grandson. You are being excessively oppressive." Murong Wanqing clenched her teeth. Su San sneered dismissively. "You may interpret it as such. In this Jinghai city, I, Su San, still hold some weight." "Master, please do not be angered. We shall certainly heed your commands," they replied. "Indeed, Wanqing is young and impetuous, unaware of her missteps in competing with your grandson for business. We shall educate her properly upon our return." The Murong couple had already yielded, fearing that offending Su San would result in losing their last remaining assets. Murong Wanqing gritted her teeth, her gaze icy. "Master Su, you are pushing too far." Murong Wanqing, do not speak out of turn. Master Su has already shown you considerable leniency. Do not be ungrateful, lest you bring ruin upon the last vestiges of the Murong family's legacy. Chairman Hao remarked with a smile. "Grandfather, this person seems to be discontent. Perhaps we should ensure the Murong family vanishes from Jinghai City altogether." Li Hu sneered. Murong Wanqing glanced around, feeling a wave of chill wash over her. Many present were associates of the Longting group, yet none had spoken up. All regarded her with cold indifference. Even her own father had chosen submission. A suffocating sensation gripped her chest, causing her vision to blur. Her fragile form staggered backward, leaning against a warm, sturdy chest. Darling, why waste your breath on them? They're clearly colluding to bully you. Qin Feng smiled lightly, raising his hand to pat Murong Wanqing's delicate shoulder. The oppressive atmosphere that had weighed heavily on her chest dissipated, allowing her to regain her composure. You men, bullying a woman is truly a spectacle akin to a knife slicing through flesh, he remarked. Qin Feng, your timing is impeccable. Murong Wanqing dares not act boldly before Third Master, and what can a powerless individual like you achieve? Chairman Hao sneered. Li Hu interjected. Is it you who killed my man? Indeed, I did. Had I not just gotten married and been occupied with setting up the wedding chamber these past few days, I would have sought you out long ago. Qin Feng replied with a slight smile. Such bravado, considering you've merely served a few years in the army. And then what? Chairman Hao scoffed repeatedly. Now that Third Master is present, you cannot act recklessly. You have struck my second son, stolen his beloved, and caused the Black Gold Group to dismiss my eldest son. This matter shall be resolved tonight. You shan't leave here, Li Hu asserted. The crowd began to retreat, sensing the rising tension, a prelude to violence. Murong Gaoyuan attempted to pull Murong Wanqing away, but she refused, choosing instead to stand by Qin Feng. In recent years, during her grandfather's illness, no one had offered her assistance. Only Qin Feng, whom she had married upon their first meeting, had been there for her, so she would not abandon him. Third Master Su spoke again. Young man, you are a soldier, and I shall not make it difficult for you. Divorce Murong Wanqing, and I will break both your legs. All grievances will be forgotten. Such arrogance. Does he truly see himself as an emperor? In Jinghai City, Third Master is akin to the heavens. Even the mightiest must yield to him. Those who dared to boast in front of my godfather now lie beneath the earth, their graves taller than you. Qin Feng responded, how amusing that a mere eunuch can command such sycophancy from you all. No wonder you remain confined to Jinghai City your entire lives. If you enjoy being lapdogs, so be it, but I, Qin Feng, refuse to stoop so low. The mention of a eunuch thoroughly enraged Third Master Su. Boy, I have changed my mind. I shall break your limbs and feed your tongue to the dogs. At that moment, Li Hu waved his hand, and several bodyguards in black suits rushed in. Esteemed guests, please exit. Third Master wishes to clear the area. The onlookers cast sympathetic glances at Qin Feng and Murong Wanqing as they began to leave. Murong Gaoyuan, drenched in sweat, urged, Wanqing, come here quickly. Do not stand with Qin Feng, it is perilous. Dad, are you worried for my safety? Or for the lack of someone to continue earning for the Murong family after my demise? This retort left Murong Gaoyuan speechless. Third Master Su coldly remarked, boy, have you made your decision? What is there to consider? How to kill you, perhaps? I hope you can still speak so boldly soon. Third Master Su raised his hand, and a young man with a braid entered. Third Master, Biaozi, you wish to spar with a soldier? This young man is your opponent. Have fun with him. Understood. Third Master. The young man chuckled sinisterly, his gaze mocking as it fixed on Qin Feng. Ghostblade, he is the professional assassin beside Third Master. Murong Wanqing recognized him. It's fine, step back, Qin Feng said, pulling Murong Wanqing behind him. The young man lamented, it is a pity that San Yi does not wish for your demise. Otherwise, my blade would swiftly bring you to an end without a hint of suffering. He brandished an eagle-clawed dagger, gripping it firmly. Qin Feng, it is not too late to beg for mercy now, Li Hu chuckled. Qin Feng suddenly advanced a step, sweeping his hand. The young man stumbled backward, and the dagger he held had vanished. Upon looking forward, he realized the dagger had already fallen into Qin Feng's grasp. Su San Yi and his companions narrowed their eyes slightly. When did this happen? The young man exclaimed in disbelief. A blade is meant for killing, not for tricks. With that, Qin Feng tossed the dagger forward. Swish! The young man's head jerked back as the dagger lodged itself in his forehead. Thud! He collapsed to the ground, lifeless. A collective breath was drawn by all present. The professional assassin beside San Yi, Gui Dao, had perished. They were aware that Gui Dao never failed in his missions. Now, he had been so easily countered, with no ability to resist. Doubts arose among them whether the two had conspired and staged this act. Is this the elite by your side? Hardly impressive, Qin Feng scoffed. Su Sanye's gaze shifted, fixated on Qin Feng, and he inquired in a low voice. What is your military background? A cook, Qin Feng replied. Impossible. How could a mere cook possess such skills? To this, Qin Feng smiled and said, Have you never seen television? The most untouchable in the army are the cooks, you know. Qin Feng, I underestimated you, but I do not believe you can take on so many. Chapter 11. Qin Feng, there are rats in your house. Who? Su Sanyi rose, glaring at the door. A cacophony erupted outside as several individuals clad in bodyguard uniforms entered. Old Su, while I was away, you bullied my granddaughter. That is quite excessive, don't you think? An elderly man, slightly pallid and dressed in traditional attire, walked in, exuding an unyielding presence despite his frailty. Grandfather! Murong Wanqing's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. Her grandfather had awakened. Father! Murong Gaoyuan and his wife were equally taken aback. The father, who had lain in bed for over a year, had suddenly regained consciousness, leaving them in disbelief. Do not call me father. The old man glared at his son, his cold eyes silencing any retort from Murong Gaoyuan and his wife. Su Sanyi, with narrowed eyes, chuckled. Old Murong, you have finally chosen to awaken. Indeed, does this disappoint you? Not at all. It is quite favorable, considering how few of us old fellows are still alive. Murong Bo sneered. So this is your justification for bullying my granddaughter? It is a misunderstanding. My actions toward your granddaughter were not without cause, primarily due to her unscrupulous behavior. Utterly ridiculous. I'm already aware of the situation. With me here today, I shall see who dares to lay a hand on my granddaughter and her spouse. Murong Bo was domineering, directly confronting Su Sanyi. This caused Su Sanye's complexion to darken, yet he was still somewhat wary, given that Murong Bo had awakened. You may take your granddaughter with you. I shall not make things difficult for her. However, this young man must remain, for he has taken my kin, and an explanation is required. Murong Bo chuckled. How laughable. A murderer is invariably dealt with by death. Do you not comprehend such reasoning? The atmosphere grew tense, with both sides on the verge of confrontation. Murong, much has transpired during your coma. Are you aware? The Jinghai city of today is no longer the one you once knew. Do you believe you can contend with me? Su San? If so, then let us see. I trust some will still choose to stand with me. The two locked eyes for several moments. Su San felt a twinge of uncertainty. He could not fathom Murong Bo's intentions. Though Murong Bo did not hold the title of Chairman of Commerce, and his status was lower than Su San's, he was nonetheless a significant figure in Jinghai City. If it came to a true confrontation, victory was not guaranteed. If there is nothing more, I shall take my leave with my associates, Su San. It will be wise for you to temper your arrogance. Murong Bo addressed Murong Wanqing. Child, let us depart. Indeed, Murong Wanqing did not forget to pull Qin Feng along. As for Su San, he could only watch the group leave, powerless to intervene. Third Master, inquired Chairman Hao. That old fool is quite resilient, still alive. No matter. If he cannot confront me openly, he shall feel my wrath covertly. Inform all enterprises that dare to collaborate with Longting Group that they shall be opposing me, Su San. Understood. Once the others had departed, Su San commanded, Ahu, Murong Wanqing is the key. Do you grasp my meaning? Yes, I understand. Currently, only Murong Wanqing can shoulder the family's burdens, as the old man is aging, and Murong Gaoyuan is nothing but a liability. Go forth, should the Murong family vanish. Jinghai City shall be ours. Within the urban village, as several individuals exited their vehicles, Murong Bo addressed his son. You two return home and await my arrival. We shall settle your accounts later. Father, Murong Gaoyuan attempted to interject, but was silenced by a stern glance from Murong Bo. Qin Feng opened the door and entered, saying, Old Master, the house is rather barren. Feel free to browse. To this, Murong Wanqing shot him a look, seemingly reproaching him for bringing her grandfather to such a place. As Murong Bo stepped inside and surveyed the courtyard, he remarked, Not bad, not bad. In this bustling metropolis, to find such a tranquil haven is indeed rare. A haven? Hearing this term, Murong Wanqing felt faint, questioning whether her grandfather had deliberately misspoken. Upon entering the living room, Murong Bo said, Child, I have matters to discuss with Qin Feng. please step outside and assist your grandfather in procuring some items. Very well. Murong Wanqing cast a warning glance at Qin Feng. Once they were alone, Murong Bo rose to bow to Qin Feng, saying, I, an old man, have the honor of meeting you. No, I'm not a distinguished person. I have learned everything from old Liu. I never anticipated that the renowned Dragon Emperor, celebrated in both East and West, would be my granddaughter's husband. Murong Bo's face radiated pride and satisfaction. Observing this, Qin Feng ceased his pretense, sat down, and said, Do not rejoice too soon. My union with your granddaughter is merely a contractual arrangement, devoid of affection. In 6 months, we shall part ways. I am aware of certain matters. As for the affairs of the young, I shall not interfere, but I can only wish for your union. When will you hold the wedding? I would like to partake in the joyous celebration. Qin Feng felt a headache coming on. The wedding must happen, otherwise he would have no way to explain himself to his senior sister. Perhaps in a couple of days, as tomorrow they will be taking wedding photos. Well, I await your good news. The two did not converse much, understanding that some things need not be explicitly stated. At 10 o'clock, Murong Wanqing bid farewell to her grandfather. Upon her return, Qin Feng was quite astonished. My dear wife, you did not leave with your grandfather? What did he say to you? Murong Wanqing did not respond directly. Instead, posing a question of her own, he did not say much, merely that marrying me is a blessing for the Murong family, and urged me to take good care of you. He warned that if you were disobedient or failed to adhere to the traditional virtues, I might resort to domestic discipline. Don't play games with me. What exactly did he say? Qin Feng shrugged. Guess for yourself. I am off to bed now. Remember to close the door. Qin Feng, what are you concealing from me? Are you truly a cook? You figured out. With a decisive snap, Qin Feng closed the door, disregarding the matter further. In the dead of night, an unexpected visitor arrived. Qin Feng promptly rose and made his way downstairs. Indeed, he spotted a figure cloaked in dark attire, moving stealthily. Hey, are you looking for me? The cloaked figure immediately turned, glaring at Qin Feng, a dagger appearing in hand, and lunged at him. Oof. In an instant, Qin Feng seized the assassin by the throat, akin to grasping a chicken's neck. Speak, who sent you? He inquired. The assassin, face flushed, never anticipated being subdued so swiftly, and could only fixate his gaze on Qin Feng. You are only marginally more formidable than that ghostly blade, yet you lack the qualification to kill me. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from Murong Wanqing. Qin Feng realized that there was more than one assassin. With a swift motion, he crushed the throat of the assailant before rushing towards Murong Wanqing's bedroom. He burst through the door and kicked open the bathroom door with a few decisive steps. Bang! Expecting another attacker, Qin Feng was taken aback. There stood his icy goddess of a wife, completely unclothed, her feet perched atop a small stool. Chapter 12. The Tragic Annihilation of the Mouse Clan. Murong Wanqing's face turned pale as she exclaimed, Qin Feng, there's a mouse. A mouse! Qin Feng glanced at the floor, where a mouse scurried about. Upon noticing him, it darted up the water pipe and escaped through the window. However, Qin Feng's focus remained solely on Murong Wanqing. Gulp. He swallowed hard. Was this the perfection of Murong Wanqing's figure, or was it a curse upon him? Qin Feng, why is there a mouse here? She asked, her voice trembling as she noticed Qin Feng's wide eyes. Instinctively, she looked down at herself, her beautiful eyes widening in shock, and she quickly covered her face. Accompanied by a piercing scream that seemed to shatter eardrums, Qin Feng found himself at a loss for words. Logically speaking, a woman's natural reaction should entail covering her body, yet Murong Wanqing chose to cover her eyes instead. Was this a case of hiding one's ears while stealing a bell? Might you be concealing the wrong area? Qin Feng kindly suggested. Only then did Murong Wanqing realize her predicament. Covering her chest, she called out to Qin Feng, Get out, get out. Qin Feng crossed his arms, leaning against the doorframe, and replied, I'm not allowed to see my wife. In the next moment, he hastily turned to leave, for Murong Wanqing had already picked up a stool from the floor and hurled it towards him. Upon returning to the living room, Qin Feng took a deep breath, suppressing the restlessness within him. Indeed, she was the most beautiful woman in Jinghai City. Her beauty was undeniable, and her figure was nothing short of a divine masterpiece. Lingering in his mind, a few minutes later, the butcher remarked, "Brother, I'll take my leave now. Please clean up properly, and I will reduce your rent this month." "All right," Qin Feng replied, only to find the bedroom door on the first floor closed. He knocked gently, asking, "Darling, are you asleep?" "Yes," came the reply. Hearing this, Qin Feng could only chuckle helplessly. The following day, Qin Feng was awakened by a cacophony of noises. He discovered individuals clad in protective gear entering the room, spraying pesticides into every nook and cranny. "Who are you?" he inquired. "Hello, we are from the pest control company, here to sanitize this house." Qin Feng was at a loss for words. "Who sent you?" "It was me." Murong Wanqing entered, casting a glance at Qin Feng. "Darling, what is the meaning of this? Are you planning to eradicate every rat within 100 meters?" Looking out the window, he noticed pest control workers surrounding the house. Murong Wanqing stated, "If you enjoy the company of rats, I certainly do not." Before long, Qin Feng observed the pest control company carrying out bags filled with dead rats. At this rate, the rat population in the urban village would likely face extinction. Spotting Murong Wanqing emerge, he asked, "Shall we go take wedding photos today?" "No time. There's an issue at the company that I must address." "Very well." Finally, tranquility descended upon him. Qin Feng brewed himself a cup of tea and scrolled through short videos, watching a popular influencer in a form-fitting dress paired with black stockings. He couldn't help but recall the events of the previous night. Top, top, top. The sound of high heels resonated crisply, catching Qin Feng's attention. Before him stood a striking figure, cascading waves of hair, a fox-like visage, a form-fitting dress that accentuated her curves, and sophisticated black stiletto heels. If Murong Wanqing was as cold as ice, then this woman exuded a fiery passion. The tight dress could scarcely conceal her voluptuous figure. Her proud bosom swayed gracefully as she walked, rivaling Murong Wanqing's allure, with a tiny waist and ample hips accentuating her long legs. The stunning beauty, with her luscious lips curved in a slight smile, inquired, "Handsome, may I ask if Mr. Qin is present?" "Mr. Qin? Do you seek him for something?" "Indeed. I have heard that Mr. Qin possesses extraordinary medical skills, capable of reviving the living from the dead, and I wish to request his assistance in healing." Noticing Qin Feng's hesitation, the alluring woman retrieved a jade pendant from her handbag. Presenting a dark hue, approximately the size of 2 fingers, Qin Feng squinted slightly and murmured, "The dragon soul jade of my Qin family." Speaking of the dragon soul jade inevitably leads to a discussion of his lineage. The Qin family was once a prominent clan, yet it vanished decades ago, leaving only him as the sole descendant. With his grandfather's disappearance, and his parents also lost to the void, he was left utterly alone. Before his death, his grandfather had advised Qin Feng that anyone who possessed the Dragon Soul Jade had once rendered kindness to their family, and that he must offer assistance to them. "May I have a look?" "Certainly." Qin Feng took it in his hands, feeling the intricate patterns upon it. Indeed, it was the Dragon Soul Jade of the Qin clan. "Healing? What ailment?" "Poisoning, my father." Qin Feng scrutinized the alluring woman before him and inquired, "What is your family name?" "Huangfu. I am Huangfu Yue. I can take a look, but let us agree that if I cure your father, the jade will belong to me." "Agreed." Huangfu Yue, taken aback, asked, "Could you be Mr. Qin? I am the last of the Qin family. What do you think?" "Let us go." Outside, a crimson Ferrari awaited, with a price tag starting at 500,000. Neighbors cast envious glances at Qin Feng. Has this young man struck it rich? Being chauffeured in luxury cars every day. Perhaps I, too, wish for a wealthy benefactor. The Huangfu residence was situated in an exquisite villa. Qin Feng had only recently returned to Jinghai City and was unfamiliar with the specifics of the Huangfu family. However, residing in such lavish surroundings indicated a formidable background. Inside the villa, after parking, Huangfu Yue led Qin Feng inside. "Uncle, I have found a divine doctor." In the living room sat 2 individuals, a middle-aged man and a young man, the latter being slightly older than Qin Feng, around 27 or 28. The middle-aged man was Huangfu Cheng, the current head of the Huangfu family. "Yue, do you recognize this person?" Huangfu Cheng smiled. Huangfu Yue furrowed her brow and gazed at the young man. "Qin Feng, What brings you here? Hearing that your father is gravely ill. I made a special trip to see. Yue, you may not be aware, but young Master Chun is from the renowned medicinal family of Jinghai City, the Qin family. Huang Fu Yue was even more astonished. The Qin family? Indeed, I had not mentioned it before. I came this time to surprise you. Yue, young Master Chun is here to selflessly assist your father. You must express your gratitude for his kindness, Huang Fu Chung stated. Uncle, I have already found a divine doctor. Right here beside me, Mr. Qin. Upon hearing this, both Huang Fu Chung and Qin Feng turned their attention to Qin Feng. Qin Feng burst into laughter. Chapter 13. The Black Dog Blood, capable of exorcising evil. Qin Feng chuckled. Forgive me, I couldn't contain myself. He quickly composed himself and continued. Yue, you must not resort to desperate measures in seeking a cure. In Jinghai City, the only ones worthy of the title divine doctor are from my Qin family. These self-proclaimed healers are mere charlatans with ill intentions. Nonetheless, I understand your filial piety. After Huang Fu Chung finished speaking, he turned to Qin Feng and said, You should leave from whence you came. Uncle, he truly possesses greater experience than you, with a more discerning eye for people. Heed his words. If the other party merely harbors disbelief, then Qin Feng would turn and depart. However, should they hold themselves in contempt, leaving would only affirm his status as a charlatan. Thus, Qin Feng smiled gently. I too have been invited. Regardless of your faith in me, I must at least be allowed the opportunity. This will, at the very least, bring some comfort to Miss Huang Fu. To let you go is one thing. Do you not understand who the Qin family is? Qin Feng retorted with disdain. Qin Feng responded with a feigned surprise. What exactly is the Qin family? I must admit my ignorance. Your lack of knowledge stems from your unworthiness, your narrow-mindedness. Is this not an opportunity? Allow me to witness the prowess of the Qin family and see if it truly merits the title of a prestigious lineage. Qin Feng, clearly incensed by Qin Feng's provocation, conceded, Very well, I shall grant you this opportunity, but it will not come without its price. With a smile, Qin Feng nodded. Pray tell, we shall each diagnose Uncle Huang Fu, and the one who loses must forfeit a hand. How does that sound? Agreed, no objections. Huang Fu Yue cast a concerned glance at Qin Feng, urging him to reject such terms. Fear not, I merely wish to engage in this little game. I desire to witness the medical skills of the Qin family. Let's not delay. Please proceed. Excellent. Huang Fu Chung had no objections. The group then entered the examination room together. Qin Feng taunted, You may go first. Do not accuse the Qin family of bullying you. No need. I worry that should I inadvertently cure him, you'll be left with no chance. Do not be so arrogant. Qin Feng ground his teeth in frustration. In response, Qin Feng merely scoffed. Qin Feng immediately rolled up his sleeves and sat down to take the pulse. Huang Fulong was a robust man, with thick brows and large eyes. Yet his body bore dark, bruised marks on his face and skin. After a minute, Qin Feng declared, The situation is indeed dire. The pulse is weak, and the heart beats slowly. Master Chun, with the medical prowess of the Chun family, you can save him, correct? Huang Fu Chung inquired. Indeed, it is possible. But the situation is grave. It will require a significant cost. Upon hearing this, Huang Fu Chung replied, Regardless of the cost, the Huang Fu family is willing to pay. The only remedy capable of saving Uncle Huang Fu's life is the Chun family's 9 turns revitalization pill, which is worth 5 billion. Then, Qin Feng gazed deeply into Huang Fu Yue's eyes and added, However, considering our friendship, I shall be selfish and settle for 20 billion. 20 billion for the 9 turns revitalization pill? Qin Feng could not suppress a laugh, exclaiming, This is the urban world, not a realm of fantasy. Why not offer a pill for ascension instead? What do you know? This is a concoction my Chun family painstakingly crafted from rare herbs long thought extinct, and with each pill produced, one less remains. Very well, you may proclaim your wares as you see fit. Qin Feng turned to Huang Fu Yue, asking, I can cure Huang Fulong without requiring 20 billion from you. I trust you. Huang Fu Yue replied. Yue, you trust him? He is clearly a fraud. If complications arise and Uncle Huang Fu's condition worsens, can he bear the responsibility? How can one shirk responsibility? Do you believe you can bear it? Qin Feng continued. After acquiring 20 billion, you still expect the Huangfu family to owe you a favor. When the time comes, even if the person is gone, it won't hinder your objectives with the Huangfu family, will it? Nonsense. Qin Feng turned to Huangfu Yue and asked, trust my words and save your father now. If you don't, Qin Feng, will take my leave. I believe you. Huangfu Yue replied. Your faith shall not be in vain, Qin Feng assured as he approached the bedside, lifting Huangfu Long's garment to inspect. He inquired of Qin Feng, do you recognize the mark on him? Isn't it merely blood accumulation due to prolonged inactivity? Qin Feng replied, incorrect, with your lack of knowledge. You made a fool of yourself. This is known as livor mortis. Livor mortis? Huangfu Yue furrowed her brow and asked, isn't that something only present on the deceased? Indeed, your uncle is evidently alive, yet you claim he is dead. What is your true intention? Qin Feng accused. Qin Feng scoffed. Your ignorance is astounding. While I may not know why livor mortis has appeared, it is treatable and requires minimal expense. Qin Feng ignored Qin Feng's disdainful grunt and turned to Huangfu Yue, stating, send someone to procure fresh black dog blood. Understood. The Huangfu family acted swiftly, returning with the fresh blood in under 10 minutes. Qin Feng instructed, have him drink it. Drink black dog blood? Yet, Huangfu Yue did not refuse. She personally fed it to her father. Moments after consuming it, Huangfu Long grimaced and let out a painful groan. Qin Feng formed a sword-like gesture with one hand and punctured Huangfu Long's chest 3 times. All done. In the next instant, Huangfu Long coughed a few times and slowly opened his eyes. Upon seeing this, Huangfu Yue was overjoyed, exclaiming, Father, you're awake. What happened to me? Why do I feel as if I've been asleep for ages? At this moment, Qin Feng sensed the shift in circumstances and instinctively began to retreat. This subtle movement was caught by Qin Feng, who smiled and asked, Qin Feng, where are you off to? I urgently need to use the restroom. Is that not permissible? Perhaps not. You clearly intend to sneak away. Qin Feng continued, come here, what was our wager again? Qin Feng, do not overstep. My Qin family is not to be trifled with. Your Qin family may not be trifled with, but neither am I. Qin Feng, will you render yourself powerless? Or shall I take matters into my own hands? If I intervene, it will not be just a single hand. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, a glint of coldness flickering within. Uncle Huangfu, please assist me. If something happens to me, the Huangfu family will have a difficult explanation to provide, Qin Feng pleaded. Huangfu Cheng frowned and said, young brother Qin Feng, let us leave some room for maneuver. There is no need to make things irreparable. Are you suggesting the Huangfu family will side with the Qin family? Do not forget, I have saved you 20 billion. The recently awakened Huangfu Long, with a somewhat pale complexion, stated, young Master Chun, one must accept the consequences of their wagers. This matter lies solely between you and young brother Qin Feng. The Huangfu family will not intervene. Chapter 14. A misunderstanding at grandmother's house. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's face turned ashen, glaring fiercely at Qin Feng. Qin Feng, should you dare to lay a finger on me today, my family, the Chun clan, will not rest until we have settled this score. Qin Feng scoffed. Enough with the empty threats. Take action yourself. Do you dare? There is nothing I would shy away from. In the face of Qin Feng unleashed a furious punch. However, Qin Feng effortlessly caught his fist mid-air. Qin Feng, remember this next time. Do not look down on others. With that, Qin Feng applied a slight pressure. Crack, crack, crack. Qin Feng's fist was instantly reduced to a shattered mess. A howl of agony erupted as he knelt, clutching his hand, sweat pouring from his body in pain. His entire hand was crushed, rendering it nearly useless. Qin Feng turned to Huangfu Yue and said, if there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. Allow me to see you off. Outside the villa, Huangfu Yue expressed her gratitude. Thank you. In a few days, I will personally deliver the Dragon Soul Jade to you. Why? Because the Dragon Soul Jade is a family heirloom passed down from my grandfather. I must discuss it with my father. You saved his life, and I believe he will agree. Very well, I trust you. After bidding farewell, Qin Feng prepared to head home. On the crowded bus, Qin Feng stood amidst the throng, observing the sea of heads. Just then, a strikingly beautiful woman boarded, captivating the attention of numerous passengers, including Qin Feng. Her figure was simply stunning. With a sleek bob haircut and subtle makeup, her features were exquisitely radiant. She donned a black, ultra-short, spaghetti-strap dress that left little to the imagination. Her slender waist was delicate, easily encircled by a hand, and her curvaceous hips were perfectly accentuated, barely contained by the fabric. Her long, beautiful legs were clad in sheer black stockings, and high heels further enhanced her voluptuous, statuesque appearance. Appearing to be around 24 or 25, her body was the epitome of perfection, a true gem among women. As the beauty approached, she turned her back to Qin Feng, presenting an alluring silhouette. The proximity of her voluptuous form allowed him to catch a whiff of her enchanting perfume. Although her face was not the most breathtaking he had encountered, her physique was undeniably top tier, particularly her impressive bust that few could rival. Qin Feng, from his elevated position, found his gaze drawn to her ample curves, his mind swirling in a haze. In the presence of such a stunning woman, any man would find it difficult to maintain composure. Qin Feng feigned calmness. He was not a lecherous man. He had to remind himself to keep his thoughts in check. At that moment, the beauty turned her face to him, her delicate brows furrowed, casting a warning glance in his direction. What on earth? I haven't even touched you yet. Why the glare? Qin Feng thought to himself, perplexed, and turned his face away. Within a minute, the beauty glanced back at him, her expression filled with indignation. Humph, she huffed, turning her face away again. Moments later, she grasped his wrist firmly. What are you doing? Enjoying yourself, are you? Her tone turned fierce. Officer, you're under arrest. Wait, what do you mean? Silence. I'm a police officer. Finally, I've caught you. Driver, stop the bus. The bus came to a halt. A crowd of onlookers directed their attention towards Qin Feng, whispering and pointing. Qin Feng's face darkened with indignation. He had done nothing yet was branded as a pervert. You are mistaken. I did not touch you. Humph. Is there anyone else standing beside me other than you? Upon hearing this, Qin Feng surveyed his surroundings, and indeed, he found himself surrounded solely by women. Who then had dared to touch this woman's backside? It seemed the police were sacrificing themselves to expose a bus molester. You have the right to remain silent. Qin Feng resigned, found himself on an unexpected tour of the police station. In the dimly lit interrogation room, the iron door creaked open. A man, around 27 or 28, strode in. The young officer immediately rose. Captain Huang, you may leave. I will handle this person, Huang Yong stated. But Captain Xia insisted on personally interrogating him. Huang Yong narrowed his eyes slightly. She is a second-level officer. I am a first-level officer. Understood. The young officer collected the documents and exited. Soon after, Huang Yong took a seat, slamming a file onto the table as he fixed his gaze on Qin Feng. Speak. Do you know what crime you've committed? Qin Feng remained silent. I haven't committed any crime. I am merely here to cooperate with the investigation. Bang. Huang Yong slammed his hand on the table, seething. Are you still being evasive? Your threats hold no weight. Let Captain Xia come and talk to me. If I hadn't wished to avoid causing too much trouble, I wouldn't have come here at all. Huang Yong, in a fit of rage, approached and flicked on the desk lamp. The sudden brightness flooded the interrogation room, making it difficult for Qin Feng to keep his eyes open. Qin Feng frowned slightly and said, Do not provoke me. Put away your trivial tactics. I am here to cooperate, yet you choose to interrogate me recklessly. The harsh light was an interrogation method designed to force the suspect to endure the glaring illumination, with the intention of breaking down their mental defenses over time. Are you certain? Qin Feng inquired, observing Huang Yong's persistence. Seeing Qin Feng's continued defiance, Huang Yong attempted to grab his hair. However, Qin Feng ducked his head, swiftly raising his hand to grasp the back of Huang Yong's head. Bang! He slammed Huang Yong's forehead against the table. You bastard! How dare you assault a police officer? Shut your mouth. Do you even deserve to speak? Qin Feng narrowed his eyes and, after speaking, tapped the back of Huang Yong's head twice. Huang Yong's eyes widened in shock, rendered speechless and unable to call for help. He struggled to rise, but Qin Feng's strength held him firmly in place. You enjoy these little tricks, don't you? Now, let us see how you fare. Qin Feng forced Huang Yong to face the harsh light, allowing him to experience the discomfort firsthand. Within mere seconds, tears began to stream down Huang Yong's face, unable to close his eyes against the glare. 10 minutes later, the iron door swung open once more. Qin Feng released Huang Yong. "Ah, my eyes, my eyes," Huang Yong groaned, clutching his face as he sat on the floor, wailing in agony. "Captain Huang, how did you end up here?" As she entered, it was none other than Xia Bing. Qin Feng's mouth fell agape, his glasses nearly askew. Xia Bing had donned her police uniform, which suited her remarkably well, exuding a captivating aura. However, the ample size of her chest was undeniably distracting, presenting an alluring interpretation of her uniform. "Captain Xia, this individual has assaulted me. I must head to the hospital," Qin Feng stated. "What on earth happened?" Xia Bing inquired. Qin Feng shrugged nonchalantly. "I can't be bothered to explain. You should check the surveillance footage yourself." Chapter 15. The King of Hell is easy to meet, but the little ghosts are hard to deal with. "Captain Huang, Qin Feng is under my command. It is not your place to interfere. Kindly depart," Xia Bing asserted. "Is this how you address me, Xia Bing? My rank surpasses yours," Huang Yong bellowed. In response, Xia Bing coldly smirked. "I beg your pardon, but I am now a special inspector, a rank above yours." "Impossible," Huang Yong retorted, his eyes darting as he pointed at Qin Feng. "But he did assault me. Are you going to cover for him now that you've been promoted?" "Captain Huang, you may leave," a hostile voice interjected. A bald, middle-aged man entered, clad in police attire, and the badge on his chest revealed him to be the chief superintendent. "Chief, what is the meaning of this?" Huang Yong stammered. "I am aware of the situation. You should promptly apologize to Qin Feng immediately." Huang Yong was rendered speechless. "No way. He was the one who attacked me." "Silence. Leave at once." The middle-aged man thundered before swiftly approaching Qin Feng, smiling. "Qin Feng, are you unharmed? You know me?" "Indeed. Indeed. The flood has swept through the Dragon King Temple. Please, forgive my previous actions," he replied. Qin Feng turned to Huang Yong, saying, "However, my disposition is rather limited. You may handle this as you see fit." Zhang Zhihui found himself in a difficult situation. He turned to Huang Yong, sternly commanding, "Huang Yong, come over and personally apologize to Qin Feng, seeking his forgiveness." Huang Yong was not a fool, realizing that even the chief superintendent was treating Qin Feng with such respect. He understood that Qin Feng was not someone a mere junior officer like him could provoke. Reluctantly, he approached, stating, "I'm sorry." He slapped himself twice, admitting his fault. A smirk crept across Qin Feng's lips. Huang Yong's face darkened, seething, "Don't push your luck. You have allies, and so do I." Slap. Slap. Without uttering a word, Qin Feng swiftly delivered 2 resounding slaps to Huang Yong's face. Huang Yong stumbled back, terror-stricken. "What are you doing?" These 2 slaps serve as a reminder to remain true to oneself, Qin Feng proclaimed, rising and adjusting his collar. "May I take my leave? It was all a misunderstanding." "You are free to go," Zhang Zhihui assured, personally escorting Qin Feng to the exit. He had initially intended to arrange a special vehicle, but Qin Feng declined. Before departing, Qin Feng raised an eyebrow at Xia Bing, inciting her frustration as she stomped her feet. "Uncle Zhang, who is he? Do not inquire. Our humble municipal police station cannot accommodate such a formidable presence." "Darling, are you free? Shall we take our wedding photos today?" "I am currently in a meeting and cannot be disturbed." Qin Feng remarked, "Are you still considering marriage? Even if you choose not to marry, you cannot squander my youth. What meeting could possibly be more significant than our union?" After a brief pause, he added, "Let us revisit this once I'm finished with my tasks." The woman's abrupt disconnection irked him. "This woman truly needs to be taught a lesson for hanging up on me." He muttered to the driver, "To Longting Group, please." While Longting Group may not be a premier enterprise, it boasted its own impressive office building. "Please register," the security guard at the entrance instructed. After Qin Feng completed the registration and was about to enter, the guard called out, "Halt! Do you think you could just waltz in? What do you suggest I do?" Qin Feng inquired. The guard, lounging in his chair, shot him a disdainful glance and replied, "You're not familiar with the rules, are you? A mere bribe of 100 yuan would suffice." Understanding dawned on Qin Feng, and he thought to himself, It is indeed true that while the king of hell is easy to approach, it is the little ghosts that are troublesome. This adage holds true in both the realms of politics and business alike. With a swift motion, he delivered 2 punches to the guard's face. "Do you still desire smoke?" he challenged. "Brother, I was wrong. Please go right in," the guard stammered. With a haughty sniff, Qin Feng adjusted his collar and entered Longting Group. Upon stepping inside, he was greeted by a dazzling sight. An abundance of young women adorned in uniforms and skirts paired with tailored blazers, all sporting their identification badges. The atmosphere was alive with the vibrant energy of beauty, akin to a spring breeze sweeping through a landscape of blossoming pear trees. One might easily mistake this place for a realm exclusively inhabited by women. Qin Feng pondered the necessity of having Murong Wanqing arrange a modest position for him within this company, allowing him to engage with these young ladies and guide them toward their life aspirations. He made his way towards the elevators, noticing a queue of people forming, and he joined the line. "Hey, why are you cutting in line?" A beautiful girl with puffed cheeks turned to him, her expression one of dissatisfaction. "If you're not queuing, how can you expect others to wait?" "I am in line. It's you who has positioned yourself in front of me," he retorted. The girl, indignant, insisted, "Move to the back, humph." Her words struck him as peculiar. "I refuse," he declared. "You should move behind me," she insisted, her voice rising in frustration. Qin Feng felt a headache coming on and said, "You can queue all you like. I have no intention of doing so." "You rogue." The girl finally grasped the absurdity of their exchange, her face flushing with embarrassment. "You've made it so confusing. Should I stand before you or behind you?" Qin Feng inquired. You. The girl, overwhelmed, fled the scene. Truly incomprehensible. When the elevator arrived, Qin Feng stepped inside, only for another person to exit. A woman in a gray uniform, her expression as frosty as her attire, entered and cast a glance at Qin Feng. "Step out. Can't you see the Secretary General has arrived?" A nearby female assistant snapped. Qin Feng scoffed. "The Secretary General may be in a hurry, but does that mean I'm not?" The assistant huffed in annoyance. With an elegant smile, Lu Yin spoke gently. "It's perfectly fine." She stepped inside and positioned herself beside Qin Feng. He took a moment to appraise the woman beside him. She was indeed quite stunning. Her delicate brows and charming almond-shaped eyes, complemented by her full, crimson lips, radiated a luscious allure. With her arms crossed, the undulating curves of her bosom could only be described as magnificent, the very buttons of her uniform skirt seeming on the verge of bursting. This woman, much like his aloof and unapproachable spouse, exuded an air of both dignity and sensuality. As Qin Feng prepared to call Murong Wanqing, he had just retrieved his phone when the elevator jolted unexpectedly. The device slipped from his grasp, landing at the feet of the statuesque beauty. Instinctively, he bent to retrieve it, only to catch a glimpse of a mysterious location reflected on the screen. To his dismay, Lace appeared before him. His heart raced as he glanced up at the standing woman. "I saw nothing," he attempted to assure her, though her darkened expression suggested otherwise. "Please, it was unintentional," he pleaded. "You clearly intended it," she retorted. Rising to his feet, Qin Feng countered, "How can you be so unreasonable? It's your own fault for not wearing appropriate undergarments. Am I to blame?" Just as he finished speaking, the elevator lurched once more, plummeting downward. Before Qin Feng could react, a fragrant and ample form enveloped him in a tight embrace, leaving him unable to respond in time. Chapter 16. The Unreasonable Woman. "Please, do not cling to me," Qin Feng protested. But in this precarious situation, Lu Yin clung to him as if he were a lifeline in turbulent waters. Suddenly, the elevator halted, and both were thrown to the ground, with Qin Feng's hand inadvertently resting upon Lu Yin. "You scoundrel, remove your hand," she exclaimed, her face flushed with indignation. Sitting up, Qin Feng remarked, "I assure you, it was not intentional. You are the one who held on to me." "I will settle this with you later," Lu Yin declared, scrambling to open the door. Yet, the elevator remained unresponsive, prompting her to pound on the door. "Is anyone out there?" "Hello." Qin Feng, exasperated, muttered, "I must criticize the quality of your company's elevator." However, Lu Yin paid him no heed, continuing her frantic knocking. her urgency mounting. A growing unease washed over him. What was causing her to become increasingly agitated? Could she possibly suffer from claustrophobia? Indeed, her anxiety escalated, her cries growing louder, as if something within the elevator instilled profound terror in her. Perhaps they cannot hear you. Do you suffer from claustrophobia? He suggested. As she turned to him, her delicate features flushed crimson, seemingly struggling to breathe. Her complexion shifted from red to pale, a clear sign of her distress. Please do not frighten me, she gasped, panting heavily as she sank to the floor. Hey, take deep breaths. In her gaze, Qin Feng's outline began to blur. Rubbing his head in confusion, he pondered if he had overlooked some ominous omen before leaving home. First, he had been mistaken for a lecherous hand on public transport and taken to the police station. And now he found himself trapped in an elevator due to his wife's workplace malfunction. Fate had dealt him a dismal hand, and now his priority was to assist her. Gently, Qin Feng pried open Lu Yan's lips, allowing her to breathe. Claustrophobia is a psychological disorder that induces feelings of oppression and fear in confined spaces, often leading to altered breathing patterns. He then loosened the collar of her blouse. As the button was undone, it became apparent that it was quite constricting. No wonder breathing was so difficult. It was bound so tightly that discomfort was inevitable. With good intentions, Qin Feng unfastened it, only to be captivated by the figure of the Secretary General before him. TSK, as Qin Feng would say, this is a harbinger of disaster. It would be strange if nothing went awry. With her breathing now unobstructed, Lu Yan opened her eyes and found Qin Feng gazing at her. She felt a chill against her chest and, upon looking down, discovered that her garment had been unbuttoned. Qin Feng smiled and inquired, "Beautiful lady, you are awake." "You scoundrel." Lu Yan, still unaware of the circumstances that led to her fainting, instinctively raised her hand to strike at Qin Feng. However, he deftly evaded her blow and remarked, "Hey, I saved you, and this is how you repay me? You rogue. I will not let this go." Lu Yan's face was flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anger, transforming into a fierce tigress as she lunged at him. "If you continue to provoke me, I shall not hold back." It was evident that this woman was no novice in combat. She swiftly employed jujitsu, entangling Qin Feng in an intricate hold. "You have gone too far. I am truly angered now." With a sudden exertion of strength, Qin Feng broke free from Lu Yan's grasp, securing her hands behind her back and pressing her against the cold wall. Feeling the chill against her chest, Lu Yan gritted her teeth and exclaimed, "Scoundrel, release me at once." "Not a chance. It would be foolish of me to let you go when you are so unreasonable." Lu Yan struggled, but Qin Feng's strength was formidable. Despite her efforts, she found herself drenched in sweat, unable to escape his hold. In the next moment, the elevator powered on, and the doors opened. Several female employees stood at the entrance, their anxious expressions shifting to astonishment, as if they had inadvertently interrupted an intimate moment. The posture of Qin Feng and Lu Yan was quite suggestive, leading one to believe they were a couple caught in an affectionate embrace. Noticing their audience, Qin Feng quickly released Lu Yan, whistling nonchalantly as if nothing had occurred. Lu Yan hastily arranged herself, her face flushed crimson. Before departing, she shot a furious glare at Qin Feng, as if to say, "You will pay for this." A few minutes later, Lu Yan stormed into an office. "Wan Qing, I'm furious. What happened, Yin Jia? Did someone in the company dare to bully you?" The person seated in the office was none other than Muron Wan Qing, who approached and guided her dear friend to the sofa. Lu Yan huffed. "Don't even get me started. A scoundrel just accosted me in the elevator." After listening intently, Muron Wan Qing inquired, "What was his name?" "I don't know. He was a stranger and did not wear an ID badge. Our company has strict policies about wearing identification." "I'm so infuriated. Let us just drop it for now. How about we go out for drinks tonight? Let us discuss it later. Don't be upset. He was only trying to help you." With a dismissive huff, Lu Yan resolved to forget about the earlier incident. Not long after Lu Yan had left, Qin Feng emerged from the hallway, muttering under his breath, "What a turn of events. I had to climb the stairs." Finally, he spotted the sign for the president's office. "Knock, knock, knock. Come in." Qin Feng pushed the door open. "Qin Feng, what brings you here?" Muron Wanqing exclaimed in surprise. My dear wife, it is truly a challenge to see you. There are elevator malfunctions that leave one stranded, and a lack of access that necessitates taking stairs. Muron Wanqing is hardly surprised by the prospect of climbing stairs. As for being trapped in an elevator, could it be that the only person with whom I am confined is my eccentric husband? Muron Wanqing inquired. Is there another person stuck with you in the elevator? Indeed, it is a long story. That woman, not only unreasonable, accused me of misconduct, unjustly defaming me. Qin Feng, increasingly agitated, continued, my dear, you must help clear my name and commend me to the entire company. Otherwise, this situation is intolerable. I am aware of all the details. You carry on with your tasks, and once you are finished, we shall proceed to take our wedding photos. We cannot delay any longer. Just as she finished speaking, the door swung open, and several individuals entered. Wanqing, I heard you're in the process of hiring bodyguards, so I have brought 2 individuals for your consideration. Among them was a carefree youth, accompanied by 2 burly bodyguards reminiscent of the formidable Shaquille O'Neal. Zhou Qingwei, who permitted you to enter my office unannounced. Muron Wanqing expressed her displeasure. Do not be upset. Bruce has a background as a mercenary and is well-versed in various firearms, more than capable of protecting you. Chapter 17. Return our hard-earned money. My affairs do not require your intervention, Qin Feng asserted. My dear, if you're not too busy, shall we go take our wedding photos? This statement piqued Zhou Qinghui's interest. Who are you? How dare you call Wanqing my dear? I am her husband. What is wrong with that? Qin Feng replied. Zhou Qinghui stared in astonishment. Turning to Muron Wanqing, he asked, when did you get married? How was I not informed? Must I seek your approval to marry? Muron Wanqing frowned slightly. Zhou Qinghui scrutinized Qin Feng, saying him, how could he possibly be worthy of you? Whether he is worthy is not for you to decide. Qin Feng felt utterly speechless. His modest demeanor did not render him unworthy of Muron Wanqing. Individuals like Hao Jianren, Dr. Jia, and Zhou Qinghui merely sought to elevate themselves by belittling others. You simply do not measure up, do you understand? Bruce, throw this man out quickly. Yes. The bodyguard named Bruce approached menacingly. Muron Wanqing interjected, stop. Do not act recklessly. However, Zhou Qinghui, eager to demonstrate his prowess, disregarded her words entirely. The imposing bodyguard, akin to a mountain, advanced and placed a hand on Qin Feng's shoulder, attempting to lift him with one hand. Yet, the scene froze for a fleeting moment. Zhou Qinghui barked, what is happening? Are you interested in this scoundrel? Hurry up. At that moment, beads of sweat appeared on the face of the bodyguard, his entire hand trembling. Within, he was beset by tumultuous waves. He could not lift this young man. This is ridiculous. You are woefully inadequate. With a sudden tremor, Qin Feng shook his shoulder, causing the bodyguard to stagger back 2 steps and plummet to the ground. Astonishment etched across his face. Witnessing this, Zhou Qinghui erupted in anger, striding forward and raising his leg to kick Qin Feng. A cacophony erupted as Zhou Qinghui had yet to confront Qin Feng, yet he found himself recoiling, clutching his nose and emitting a wretched scream. You scoundrel! How dare you strike me? Do not bare your trousers and pass gas indiscriminately. Which of your canine eyes witnessed my assault? Qin Feng could only shake his head in disbelief. You little brat, I am determined to cripple you today. Bruce, finish him off. I shall take responsibility. Upon hearing this, the African-American bodyguard launched a fist towards Qin Feng's face. Be careful, Muron Wanqing instinctively cautioned. Bang! The force of the punch dissipated into an astonishing spectacle. The bodyguard's massive fist was unexpectedly caught by Qin Feng. Are you even trying? Have you not eaten? Zhou Qinghui berated again, suspecting the bodyguard of holding back. Yet the visible strain on the bodyguard's face, with veins bulging and teeth gritted, indicated his effort. But his punch failed to advance an inch. Standing tall, Qin Feng furrowed his brows, declaring, Trash kneel. With a thud, the bodyguard instantly sank to the ground. His fist pressed down, forced to lower his head to alleviate the pain. You cannot even handle this little trinket. Undeterred, Zhou Qinghui approached, glaring at Qin Feng. Brat, my father is Zhou Gang. Dare you strike me? Are you certain? Go ahead, hit me, you bastard. Zhou Qinghui thrust his face forward menacingly. Bang! Qin Feng's fist connected squarely with Zhou Qinghui's deserving face. In the next moment, blood gushed from Zhou Qinghui's nostrils, and stars danced before his eyes. "You truly struck me," he exclaimed before collapsing straight to the ground. Qin Feng turned to the African-American bodyguard. "Take your men and leave." Muron Wanqing remained silent, increasingly perplexed by Qin Feng. Was he truly just a recently retired cook? "Darling, why do you need bodyguards?" Muron Wanqing responded. "It has been rather turbulent lately. I wish to avoid a repeat of last time." "That won't do. Given your circumstances, the bodyguards you hire are utterly inadequate. Allow me to assist you." "Never mind. You are quite busy. How could you have time to concern yourself with my well-being?" Qin Feng replied, "Darling, you are mistaken. As the daughter-in-law of the Qin family, how can I neglect your safety? It is of no concern. As long as you step through the doors of my family, the matter of bodyguards rests upon my shoulders. Now, shall we proceed to take our wedding photos?" No sooner had he finished speaking than the door was violently kicked open. Qin Feng felt an urge to commit murder. Was fate truly obstructing him from taking wedding photos? A bald man clad in a floral shirt barged in, gripping a woman by the nape of her neck. "Ms. Mu." Before the female assistant could finish her sentence, the bald man tossed her aside. Muron Wanqing knitted her brows tightly. "Zhu Yukai, what is the meaning of this?" Behind Zhu Yukai, a throng of ruffians followed, all clad in a manner befitting thugs. More than a dozen individuals stormed in, occupying a significant portion of the vast office, forcing Qin Feng into a corner. Seeing this, Muron Wanqing immediately attempted to call security. Smack! But Zhu Yukai was swift, seizing the receiver of the phone. "Ms. Mu, we can come in. Your security is utterly useless. Now let us discuss the matter of the project funds. Return our hard-earned money. Return our hard-earned money." The remaining individuals clamored, incessantly pressuring Muron Wanqing. Despite her usual composure, this situation left her somewhat flustered. "Scarface, I will find a way to recover the money." "Ms. Mu, it has been over a month with no updates. You are indebted to our hard-working brothers, and if we do not receive a resolution today, we shall dismantle this company." "Do you dare?" "Scarface, do not think I am oblivious to your ulterior motives." Muron Wanqing's expression was as cold as ice, her stunningly beautiful face emanating an aura of frost. "Enough of your distractions. I, Zhu Yukai, am here to demand justice for the laborers. We must see the funds, or how are we to survive? Return our hard-earned money, or we will reduce the company to ruins. If there is no money today, do not blame us for being rude. Pay up! Pay up!" With a ruffian leading the chant, the office erupted with united cries for wages. Muron Wanqing's heart simmered with anger, fully aware that she was being targeted. Yet, she found herself powerless, as her adversaries stood on solid ground. Zhu Yukai smirked triumphantly, saying, "Ms. Mu, I know your company has funds. Anything will do. If there is no money, my girlfriend will leave me. Happy breakup, I wish you well." Just as Zhu Yukai finished speaking, a loud ringtone pierced the air, instantly silencing the office. Everyone turned to the source of the unexpected sound. Chapter 18. Do not doubt your man's strength. Zhu Yukai angrily shouted, "Whose phone is that?" Everyone pointed toward the corner where Qin Feng stood. Embarrassed, Qin Feng looked at the crowd and sheepishly said, "Sorry, this phone isn't much good. Just the ringtone is a bit loud. Please don't mind." Zhu Yukai stormed over, snatching the cheap phone from Qin Feng and smashing it to the ground. Crash! The back cover, battery, and phone shattered across the floor. Qin Feng's expression darkened as he exclaimed, "Hey, I didn't mean to. What is the meaning of smashing my phone? What is the meaning? I smash it because I want to. What will you do about it? Pay me back $500. Seeing Qin Feng audaciously demand money, Zhu Yukai burst into hearty laughter, suddenly delivering a kick to Qin Feng's abdomen. Bang! However, Qin Feng was quicker, his legs longer, and he retaliated with a kick that sent Zhu Yukai flying several meters across the slick floor. The onlookers stood in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. Zhu Yukai, who had risen to power through sheer strength, had been overthrown by a mere youth. Zhu Yukai's face turned a deep shade of purple, his features contorted with rage. Gritting his teeth, he pointed at Qin Feng. "Get him! Break all his limbs!" A group of thugs revealed their menacing expressions. Qin Feng inhaled deeply. Are you certain you want to make a move? Fists and feet have no eyes. Come at me. With Zhu Yukai's roar, the thugs charged forward. Murong Wanqing flinched. As a woman, what could she do to aid Qin Feng? Amid the tumultuous crowd, anguished screams pierced the air. Qin Feng relentlessly delivered powerful kicks, toppling those who charged at him, leaving them sprawled on the ground in despair. The sheer force of his actions was evident, as the individuals fell like rag dolls, lamenting their plight. Pathetic, he muttered, straightening his attire as he approached Zhu Yukai. Upon witnessing Qin Feng's approach, Zhu Yutsai's face drained of color and clutching his abdomen. He attempted to flee towards the exit, yet in a swift motion, Qin Feng executed a flying kick, causing Zhu Yukai to collide violently with the door, collapsing to the floor. If you wish to escape, you must compensate me for my phone. Qin Feng hoisted Zhu Yukai effortlessly, much to the astonishment of the onlookers. The display of strength was remarkable. Zhu Yukai, weighing at least 150 pounds, was lifted as if he were a mere sack of flour. With a resounding crack, Qin Feng delivered 2 sharp slaps to Zhu Yutsai's face. Pay up. The latter whimpered, please, spare me. You have no idea who I am. My brother is Wang Biao. And if you harm me, another 2 slaps silenced him. You dare to defy me? I specialize in dealing with insolence. Qin Feng's patience waned, and he unleashed a barrage of slaps, the crisp sounds echoing through the office. After an indeterminate number of strikes, one side of Zhu Yutsai's face swelled grotesquely, blood-tinged saliva spilling from his mouth. Stop. I'll pay. I'll pay. With great difficulty, Zhu Yukai retrieved a brand-new iPhone 14 from his pocket. Take this. It's barely been used. Please, just let me go. Qin Feng examined the phone, noting its superior quality and sophistication, and was thoroughly pleased. He carelessly tossed it aside, sending Zhu Yukai sprawling. Turning to the remaining onlookers, he flashed a grin and inquired, who else wishes to step forward? Each individual instinctively recoiled, realizing that even a dozen of them could not contend with him. Silence enveloped the room as they hastily retreated, fearing further confrontation. Murong Wanqing exhaled in relief. Had Qin Feng not intervened, she, as a lone woman, would have been ill-equipped to handle such a scenario. Darling, do you truly owe wages to the workers? Qin Feng asked earnestly. No, that sum was deliberately withheld by a third party, and I'm currently devising a plan to recover it. If you encounter difficulties, confide in me. I shall assist you. Qin Feng discerned that Murong Wanqing was not merely stalling, but was genuinely preoccupied. It was apparent that Longting Group harbored some malignant elements. Unless these issues were resolved, Murong Wanqing would likely remain too occupied for marriage, yet unwilling to pursue a divorce. The most prudent course of action was to aid her in rectifying these matters. Share the details with me, and I shall reclaim that money. Are you certain? She replied. Do you doubt my capabilities? Qin Feng retorted. Very well, but I insist someone accompany you. I cannot bear the thought of you going alone. Qin Feng was one who resorted to violence at the slightest provocation. While violent means may resolve issues, business people still value harmony as a source of wealth. Yen, you need to negotiate the wages for the construction site in the Eastern District. I will send someone to accompany you, as he is my security advisor. After ending the call, Murong Wanqing remarked, Go with this person, ensure your safety. If the money cannot be retrieved, we shall find another way. Qin Feng gestured with a finger and gracefully exited the office. However, shortly after his departure, Murong Wanqing realized an important matter, that there was a history of animosity between Qin Feng and Lu Yan. She slapped her forehead, exclaiming, How could I have forgotten this? In the underground parking garage, Qin Feng spotted a red BMW, the license plate matching that of the person he was to meet. Approaching, he tapped on the glass. As the window rolled down, the two stared at each other in surprise. It's you. Qin Feng glanced once more at the license plate, confirming it was indeed the individual Murong Wanqing mentioned. You bastard, you are actually President Mu's security advisor? Lu Yan clenched her teeth. Yes. What do you intend to do about it? Lu Yan replied with a cold smile. Get in the car. Let us retrieve the project funds first. All right. Though she spoke casually, her mind was already plotting how to deal with Qin Feng. The two fell silent as they arrived at the construction site in the Eastern District. Before entering, they noticed a large crowd gathered at the entrance, with some individuals even laying down on the ground. They were the construction workers, each bearing an expression of despair. The entrance and surrounding fences were spray-painted with the words, "Return our hard-earned money." Qin Feng inquired, "How much have they withheld from them?" "When we took over this site, they had already cut corners. Work has been halted for half a month, and we have lost a total of 500 million in funds, including 50 million in wages for the workers." This clarified the workers' expressions of hopelessness and suffering. Withholding such significant funds, even Lonting Group was powerless, let alone these laborers. One could surmise that the construction party had formidable backing, making it impossible to reclaim the money through legal or formal channels. As a red BMW approached the construction site entrance, a group of migrant workers surged forward, some even wielding shovels. Suddenly, one man slammed against the car window, shouting, "Are you the boss? When will you pay us? Return our money." "Stop," Qin Feng commanded. The BMW was instantly surrounded, with tensions rising. One could sense the danger should a shovel strike. "What should we do, Qin Feng?" Lu Yin was at a loss for strategies. There is no choice. They have been subjected to such harsh treatment that they have become somewhat radicalized. "I must step out and assess the situation." Reluctantly, Qin Feng opened the door and exited the vehicle. Immediately, several individuals surrounded him, their eyes filled with anger, demanding, "Pay us our wages, return our money. Please, I beg you, settle a bit of my wages. My wife is waiting in the hospital for the money. I implore you, I beg you." As he spoke, the elderly man fell to his knees, ready to bow his head in supplication. Qin Feng helped him to his feet and said, "Do not act this way, everyone. We have already remitted the funds to the contractor. It is they who have embezzled your hard-earned money. We are here today to reclaim what is rightfully yours. We do not believe you. Wealthy individuals like yourselves can never be trusted. Return our hard-earned wages." Their eyes were aflame, their faces contorted with disdain. They were now utterly desperate, even on the brink of recklessness. The distinction between right and wrong had blurred. All they desired was to receive their due compensation. Qin Feng could not help but smile bitterly within. The scene before him echoed the sentiments expressed in Lao Shi's tea house. They were ordinary people, devoted to their country and society, yet who among them truly cared for their plight? They toiled tirelessly for a mere few thousand yuan each month. Yet there were those who oppressed them, leaving them with no avenue for recourse. No one was willing to speak on their behalf. No one willing to advocate for their cause. Their demand was simple. They only wished to receive the wages they were owed. "Everyone, please quiet down." Qin Feng's voice, though softly spoken, resonated in their minds, instilling a sense of calm. As he surveyed the sun-baked faces of the laborers, he was met with a multitude of hopeful gazes. "I, Qin Feng, assure you today that everyone will receive their rightful wages. I promise you, I will deliver on my word." Initially, Qin Feng intended to ask them to part ways to allow entry, but upon seeing these impoverished souls, he changed his mind. "Brother, can we truly receive our wages?" One asked. "Yes, regardless of their connections today, even if a head of state were to support them, they must return every last cent owed." As he spoke, a surge of righteous indignation filled Qin Feng. Perhaps it was his own fervor that inspired trust among the crowd, in stark contrast to the previously well-dressed bosses who merely spoke empty platitudes. "We will trust you one more time, but if you deceive us again, I shall be the first to leap from that high building." "Very well, I shall provide you with a resolution today." Once back in the vehicle, Lu Yin remarked, "I did not realize you possessed such political acumen. I am not a politician. I merely keep my promises." "Let us proceed," he replied. "Yet, obtaining wages is not as simple as it seems. Even legal avenues prove ineffective," Lu Yin sighed. Qin Feng chuckled darkly. "If they do not return the wages, then I shall extract their teeth one by one." Lu Yin shuddered, sensing the seriousness of his words. He was resolute in his intention to ensure the contractor returned every penny owed. "Who are you?" asked the doorman, flanked by a group of thugs wielding clubs. Just as Lu Yin began to speak, Qin Feng interjected, "Inform Zhu Yukai that Qin Feng has come to settle the score." "Qin Feng? You are indeed Qin Feng." The thug sneered, gesturing for the door to be opened. The BMW was granted entry without hindrance. Shortly thereafter, in a smoke-filled office within the building, Zhu Yukai was laboriously engaged in an unsavory task, struggling with the legs of a woman. Not far away, on the sofa, sat a man adorned with a gold chain, indulging in the services of a woman, occasionally emitting sounds of pleasure. Biao Ge, where did you find these two delightful creatures? Zhu Yukai inquired with a grin. As a member of the Tianhu gang, I have access to stars and models aplenty. Just follow me, and you'll savor the finest luxuries, replied Biao Ge with a smirk. Hee, Biao Ge is indeed impressive. Soon we shall stride boldly, Zhu Yukai exclaimed. Just then, he shuddered and embraced the woman, joining her on the sofa. A subordinate entered and announced, Biao Ge, Zhu Ge, two representatives from Longting Group have arrived regarding the project funds. One of them is Qin Feng. What? At the mention of Qin Feng, Zhu Youcai's reaction was the most pronounced. Biao Ge, it was this brat who assaulted me. You must stand up for me. Rest assured, with my current status, who would dare utter a word against me? Moments later, Qin Feng and Lu Yin entered. Upon seeing the woman before Wang Biao, Lu Yin immediately turned her face away. Scoundrel! Wang Biao paid her no mind, playfully patting the woman's face and urging her to rise. Qin Feng, you truly are a fool. You wander into hell when heaven is at your doorstep, and you bring such a woman with you. Are you here to appease us? As he spoke, Zhu Yukai and Wang Biao scrutinized Lu Yin, whose beauty and figure far surpassed those of the two women present. Particularly, her ample bosom and elegantly clad legs in high-end black stockings were enough to captivate any man's gaze, causing Zhu Yukai and Wang Biao to yearn to tear her uniform and stockings to shreds. Lu Yin, with an indignant expression, parted her lips and coldly declared, Retract your stares. Oh, a fierce beauty, aren't you? Qin Feng chuckled. Enough of this nonsense. When will the project funds be dispersed? Project funds? Indeed. The funds for Longting Group's projects and the wages for the workers outside. Lighting a cigarette, Qin Feng continued. If you can produce the funds, we can discuss matters at length. If not, today's affair may not conclude favorably. Wang Biao and Zhu Yukai exchanged glances and burst into laughter, as if they had just heard the grandest joke. Zhu Yukai, grinning widely, remarked, Qin Feng, do you truly consider yourself a king? Do you think we must heed your words? Brother, the funds are negotiable. Simply have your woman come serve me, and we can discuss everything. Get lost. If Lu Yin were not a woman, she would have already charged at them. The project funds, the workers' wages, and the humiliation of my friend. These three grievances shall be addressed collectively. Chapter 20. You are maliciously demanding payment. All of you come in. With Zhu Youcai's command, a dozen thugs wielding clubs entered, each one looking fierce and menacing. Zhu Yukai stated, Qin Feng, the previous misfortune at Longting Group was merely a result of being on your turf. Now that we are on mine, I will not allow you to run rampant. If you refuse to negotiate, let us explore other methods. Qin Feng, cigarette in mouth, provocatively gazed at Zhu Yukai. Madness. Let me take him down first. The group exchanged glances, seizing their clubs and charging toward Qin Feng. Bang! Qin Feng retaliated with a swift kick. One man was struck in the abdomen, the excruciating pain forcing him to retract his legs and kneel on the ground. Following that, two high kicks to the head sent two others crashing to the floor. The group was utterly incapable of approaching Qin Feng, as he effortlessly dispatched them one by one with his swift legs. Be careful, Lu Yin warned. One individual circled around to Qin Feng's side, swinging an iron rod towards his head. Without hesitation, Qin Feng executed a powerful kick. Bang! The ambusher slammed against the wall. Several ribs shattered from the impact. Zhu Yukai stood up, his face a mask of anxiety. What a bunch of useless fools. Kid, you possess some skill. Care to join me? Upon hearing this, Qin Feng scoffed. Not interested. You are indeed skilled, but unfortunately, this is not an era for fists and kicks. With that, Wang Biao retrieved a revolver from the drawer. At the sight of the gun, Lu Yan's face drained of color, resembling a blank sheet of paper. Do you recognize this? I wonder, is your fist faster or is my bullet? Wang Biao grinned maliciously. No wonder you are so fearless. You have a gun. Qin Feng chuckled, intending to approach. But Lu Yin grabbed him, exclaiming, "Are you insane? That SA gun, do you really think you can outpace it? At least the beautiful lady possesses some awareness," Wang Biao remarked, his gaze toward Lu Yin growing increasingly brazen. It was as if Lu Yin stood before him utterly vulnerable, awaiting his depravity. Qin Feng replied coldly, "But do you know that while a gun is faster beyond 7 steps, a man is swifter within 7? What utter nonsense! Care to test that?" Wang Biao sneered, contemplating a shot at Qin Feng's thigh. Yet in an instant, darkness enveloped him, and as he attempted to pull the trigger, he found his finger obstructed, unable to move. Upon recognizing the figure before him, a chill surged from his feet. "Why you? How did you get here?" "Umph, I told you, I am faster within 7 steps." Qin Feng held the revolver confidently. Both Zhu Yukai and Lu Yin were momentarily stunned. In the words of Master Ma Baohua, what just transpired, they truly had no idea. In the blink of an eye, Qin Feng stood before Wang Biao. Bang! Ah! A wretched scream accompanied Wang Biao as he fell to the ground, utterly overturned. Zhu Youcai's demeanor shifted dramatically, for the revolver now lay in Qin Feng's possession. Their sense of security had vanished. Qin Feng toyed with the revolver, smiling as he asked, "Do you know how to handle this gun?" "Brother, let us talk this over calmly," Wang Biao pleaded, kneeling in trepidation. "Now you wish to converse amicably?" Qin Feng pressed Wang Biao down onto the coffee table, stating, "But I do not wish to converse with you just yet. Produce the project funds and the workers' wages. Don't be rash. We can't produce the money. If you cannot, I will find a way to extract it from you." As Qin Feng declared this, the tension in the air was palpable. Wang Biao hastily exclaimed, "Brother, you're maliciously demanding wages, which is unlawful." Upon hearing the term malicious wage demand, Qin Feng's temper flared, and he struck Wang Biao across the face, saying, "Silence. Who is the fool that coined this ridiculous phrase? Is it considered malicious for workers to reclaim their rightful wages? Should you then refer to yourselves as benevolent defaulters?" Qin Feng was utterly unimpressed by their feeble justifications. He turned to Zhu Yukai and delivered a swift kick to his knee. Crack! Ah! Zhu Youcai's anguished scream pierced the air as he clutched his now bent knee. "Be quiet. You're driving me mad." Zhu Yukai quickly covered his mouth, his large eyes brimming with tears. "Bring me the money, now," Qin Feng commanded. Wang Biao shook his head. "Brother Qin Feng, it's not that we are unwilling to pay. The money is simply not with me. It's with the Tianhu gang." The Tianhu gang, led by Li Hu, had a long-standing grudge against Murong Wanqing, so it wasn't too surprising to find their involvement in this matter. The Tianhu gang is one of the 3 major underground factions in Jinghai City, a force to be reckoned with, beyond the reach of even the Longting group. Wang Biao grinned with a touch of arrogance, saying, "As I am now an internal member of the Tianhu gang, crossing me means opposing them. What about the project funds? What are the workers' wages? There are none." Both men denied any wrongdoing in unison. Qin Feng smiled faintly, extracting all but 1 bullet from his revolver. The two exchanged glances and asked, "Qin Feng, what are you planning to do? Have you ever played the infamous roulette game? If you don't produce the money, we shall play and see who is favored by fortune and who is not." Qin Feng looked at them cheerfully and asked, "Who will go first?" "Qin Feng, let us discuss this rationally," Wang Biao pleaded. "Since you talk too much, you shall go first," Qin Feng replied, aiming the gun at Wang Biao's forehead and decisively pulling the trigger. "No." Wang Biao's face drained of color, fear gripping him. Fortunately, the chamber was empty, and he exhaled in relief. "Now it's your turn," Qin Feng said, directing his gaze at Zhu Yukai. Zhu Yukai trembled. "Qin Feng, please don't do this. I was wrong, but I'm just a subordinate. These are their decisions." Crack! As Qin Feng pulled the trigger, Zhu Youcai's eyes widened in horror, his body jolting. A sizzling sound filled the air, and soon they detected the unmistakable odor of urine. To their dismay, they realized Zhu Youcai's pants were soaked, urine trickling down his legs. "You two are quite fortunate. Let us continue," Qin Feng remarked, and the men jumped in fear. They had survived 1 round, but the odds of facing a bullet in the next were 1 in 3. "We're willing to pay," Wang Biao conceded. Qin Feng smiled calmly. "Finally, you're speaking sense. Quickly, gather all the withheld wages and distribute them as compensation, double the amount." "Double?" Wang Biao protested. If you're unwilling, then it shall be triple. With a bitter expression, Wang Biao replied, Qin Feng, can we not? Then you may continue playing the game. No, we will pay. Triple it is. Under Qin Feng's relentless pressure, Wang Biao instructed the finance team to start distributing the triple wages to the workers. Chapter 21. One of the two elite guards. Lu Yin inquired, Qin Feng, what shall we do about the company's project funds? The Tianhu gang is difficult to engage with. What is the Tianhu gang? If they're hard to communicate with, then we simply won't. Are you still considering a forceful approach? Why not? Lu Yin, agitated, retorted, do not be so hasty. The Tianlong gang is not a band of ruffians. Wang Biao possesses a firearm because it was undoubtedly provided by the Tianhu gang. But we cannot simply forego the project funds. We must acquire them, yet we need to devise alternative methods. Not every situation can be resolved through violence. Lighting a cigarette, Qin Feng replied, it is not that violence cannot resolve issues, but rather that your capabilities are insufficient. You should return to the company while I visit the headquarters of the Tianhu gang. Are you truly going? Of course. Why would I refrain? Yet, judging by your anxious demeanor, are you perhaps concerned for my well-being? Lu Yin shot him a glare. Get lost. Who is concerned for you? Then return and await news. I shall be back shortly. Qin Feng beckoned to Wang Biao. Xiao Wang, come here. Brother Qin, take me to the headquarters of the Tianhu gang. Without hesitation, Wang Biao responded, all right, no problem. Qin Feng, are you really going? Did you not just inquire? Qin Feng was left speechless. Seeing Qin Feng depart, Lu Yin was infuriated and quickly dialed Muron Wanqing. Half an hour later, the two arrived at a villa in the suburbs, surrounded by members of the Tianhu gang. Upon entering, they discovered that the entire living room had been transformed into a casino, bustling with individuals engrossed in gambling. The air was thick with smoke and a pungent odor that was quite unpleasant. Brother Qin, shall I guide you over? Not for the moment. I plan to play a few rounds. Hand over the money you have on you. Wang Biao hesitated, but reluctantly produced his entire savings. 2,000 yuan. 2,000? You think you can navigate this world with that? Qin Feng remarked, bemused. Who carries a significant amount of cash nowadays? Wang Biao thought, although internally he felt a twinge of anxiety, lamenting that Qin Feng expected him to finance their play. Qin Feng approached a gaming table, assessed the game, and decisively chose a number. Young man, is this your first time playing? A man queried. Indeed. The man chuckled. For a first-timer, that bet is rather foolish. Bet with me, and I assure you'll have a meal. No need. I place my bet. Let us see. The man's expression instantly turned rigid. It was a cold win. Among the 10 or so present, none succeeded, while Qin Feng, betting on the least likely outcome, emerged victorious. Again, with 2001, he wagered all again. Brother, it's wise to know when to stop. Are you really going to bet everything? Indeed. I place my bet. Let us see. As the dealer revealed the outcome, astonishment struck once more. Qin Feng had guessed correctly again. Goodness. 2,000 has transformed into 200,000 in mere moments. Even Wang Biao was left in disbelief. The difficulty of betting on numbers was considerable, yet the odds were exceptionally high. Qin Feng pondered for a moment, then boldly placed a bet of 200,000 on a single number. All present exchanged glances, uncertain whether to join Qin Feng in his bet, pondering if his previous wins were merely strokes of luck. A few individuals hesitated to purchase excessively, opting instead for minimal investments. Once the wagers were placed, the game commenced. This time, the dealer found himself compelled to observe Qin Feng, questioning whether this man possessed the gift of clairvoyance, as he won 3 consecutive times. Goodness, 2 million! Wang Biao exclaimed, incredulous at the transformation of his mere 2,000 into a staggering 2 million. The onlookers were left in a state of astonishment. Regretting their own reluctance to stake more, Qin Feng suggested, let us take the winnings and move to a different venue. Indeed, 2 million. The weight of 2 large sacks rested heavily upon their shoulders. After traversing several establishments, their total amassed to an impressive 50 million. Wang Biao, drenched in perspiration, lamented, Brother Qin Feng, I can no longer bear this burden. Is that so? You cannot manage? Even if this money were handed to me, I lack the strength to carry it away. As the two continued their boastful exchange, a group of suited bodyguards approached, forming a line, and Li Hu made his entrance. Striding towards Qin Feng. With a nonchalant smile, Qin Feng greeted him. "Chief Li, I trust you don't mind my winning your money?" "Qin Feng, you are aware that this is my establishment. You deliberately came here to disrupt my game, did you not?" The word of Qin Feng's astonishing victory with a mere 2,000 had reached Li Hu's ears. Regardless of whether it was due to sheer luck or Qin Feng's reputation, Li Hu felt compelled to confront him. "You merely came to play?" "Certainly not. I am here to reclaim the funds owed to the Longting Group." Upon hearing this, Li Hu's gaze shifted to Wang Biao, his intent malevolent. Startled, Wang Biao hastily defended. "Brother Hu, allow me to explain. Qin Feng is no ordinary person. Even armed, I am no match for him. I shall settle accounts with you later." Li Hu turned to Qin Feng, stating, "Qin Feng, do you not think it rather presumptuous to come alone for the funds? This is indeed your headquarters. I'm not a rival here. Thus, I have opted for a different approach, simply to play and attempt to win back the funds." Qin Feng smiled lightly. "Are you implying that as one of the three major factions, Chief Li would not permit me to engage in a little diversion? Or anyone else? I would welcome them, but you have walked into your own demise." With Li Hu's words, his men began to clear the area. Shortly thereafter, dozens of armed members of the Tianhu gang entered. "Qin Feng, I have yet to settle the matter from our last encounter, and now you dare to enter my domain. Oh, are you contemplating an attack against me?" Qin Feng inquired. Li Hu grinned menacingly. "Last time, you disrupted my grandfather's birthday celebration. Out of respect for the venerable Moron, he spared your life. However, as his grandson, I must avenge him. Your head will suffice as an apology." "Very well, then proceed. Rest assured, I shall not allow you to meet your end too painfully." Around them, weapons were raised. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, yet a smile lingered on his lips. "You should not have appeared in Jinghai City. This city runs deep with complexities that you cannot navigate." "Oh, is there truly a city so formidable that even my master cannot contend with it?" The response did not come from Qin Feng, but from a voice as enchanting as it was alluring, with the sound of footsteps echoing. A graceful and seductive figure emerged at the entrance of the villa. With long, raven-black hair cascading over her shoulders and a visage meticulously sculpted, she exudes an unparalleled beauty. Her willow-like brows and almond-shaped eyes, complemented by ruby lips, embellish her exquisite appearance. Towering and graceful, she dons a figure-hugging latex bodysuit, striding with a sultry gait. Her alluring figure sways naturally with each step, the pronounced curves of her bosom undulating gently as she walks, emanating an enchanting and flirtatious aura. Like a seductive siren emerging from the night, she captivates the attention of all, even prompting some to discreetly swallow their saliva. Chapter 22. What do I lack compared to her? Radiant and striking, her voluptuous form creates a mesmerizing spectacle as she moves. Her tight neckline straining against the pressure as if the zipper could burst at any moment. With a mere tug, it could explode open, revealing her sumptuous curves. A testament to opulence, she embodies a blend of icy allure, sensuality, charm, and a hint of danger. Upon entering with her feline stride, a playful smile graces her delicate features as she gazes at Qin Feng. "Master, it has been but a brief while since we last met. How have you become so captivating?" As Su Yaolao chuckles, her bosom quivers enticingly, drawing the attention of all present. Internally, they fervently wish for the zipper to burst open. Qin Feng shoots her a bemused glance, realizing that she remains unchanged. "Who are you?" As a figure of the underworld, Li Hu has weathered many storms and instinctively senses the peril emanating from this woman. Su Yaolao covers her mouth with a smile. "I have two monikers here. You may call me Black Fox." "Black Fox? I am unfamiliar. Of course, you're unaware. For those who know are either friends or have met their demise at my hands. You should recognize my other title, Dark Angel." Li Hu's pupils dilate, his expression shifting from astonishment to disbelief and finally to shock. Dark Angel, ranked among the top 10 assassins? Impossible. If you were Dark Angel, you could not possibly acknowledge Qin Feng as your master. Yet, before Li Hu could finish, he was seized by tremors. The mere thought that an assassin of such caliber would choose to submit to another is unfathomable. Qin Feng, who exactly are you? Li Hu demanded. Qin Feng, he replied with indifference. Indeed, the master is Qin Feng. His name is beyond your merit to know, Su Yaolao interjected with a smile. Li Hu still could not bring himself to believe that the enchanting woman before him was the infamous Dark Angel. Regardless of your identities, you shall perish today. Master, shall we proceed with the execution? Su Yaolao inquired, looking towards Qin Feng. Enough, enough, let it be done. Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively. Fire! Li Hu shouted. The crowd began to pull their triggers, bullets aimed at Qin Feng. Yet, Su Yaolao moved with lightning speed, brandishing a black gold dagger that danced gracefully in her delicate hands. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew as she deflected every bullet with her dagger. Wang Biao, having succumbed to fear, cowered on the ground, while Qin Feng remained unfazed, leisurely enjoying his cigarette, unperturbed even as bullets whizzed towards him. Su Yaorao's lips curled into a captivating smile as she brandished a dagger before the crowd. A few seconds? 20 individuals, and I grant you 10 seconds. With that, Su Yaorao's figure flickered, akin to a bolt of black lightning, advancing with a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. The air was soon filled with anguished screams, as blood gushed, staining the entirety of the living room crimson. 3, 2, 1. Su Yaorao pressed the dagger against Li Hu's throat. To kill or to spare? Spare me. I still have matters to attend to, Qin Feng interjected. Li Hu's throat constricted as he tilted his head back, feeling the icy blade against his skin. All of his men lay dead, 20 souls extinguished in mere 10 seconds. A staggering feat of lethality that confirmed her reputation as the dreaded Dark Angel. Qin Feng, feel free to make your demands. I shall fulfill whatever is within my power. Release the funds for the Longting Group's project. I shall comply. Li Hu produced a checking account draft, inscribing the necessary figures before handing it to Qin Feng. Qin Feng, I admit my folly and humbly submit. I implore you to spare my life. Truth be told, I had no intention of ending your lives. To me, you are merely a cadre of raucous children. I recognize my errors, and if you do not disdain me, I, Li Hu, am willing to serve you faithfully, traversing mountains of blades and boiling oil without hesitation. Intrigued, Qin Feng asked with a smile, do you truly mean it? Indeed, Qin Feng intended to spend his final 6 months in Jinghai City, inevitably attracting a modicum of trouble. Some individuals deserved death, while others were more valuable alive. After all, he was dealing with one of the 3 major factions of Jinghai City, which held considerable utility. Remember, I can either spare you or end you. Understood. I am completely convinced. Li Hu then knelt on one knee, bowing his head, Master. Oh dear, little brother. He calls you Master. Does that not imply we share the same rank? He doesn't want it, does he? The formidable Dark Angel playfully tugged at Qin Feng's hand. Qin Feng scratched his head and replied to Li Hu, you may simply call me by my name. Very well. Let's proceed. Qin Feng exited, with Su Yaorao linking her arm with his. What brings you here? I missed you. Su Yaorao was indeed the queen of assassins in the dark world, the Dark Angel. However, after being captivated by Qin Feng, she chose to serve him, becoming one of his 2 trusted confidants, the Black Fox. The other, overseeing the finances, was Yi Qinglan, codenamed the Fire Fox. Inside the car, Su Yaorao worked, tossed her phone aside. That woman is merely a tad more attractive than I. My assets surpass hers, and she can bear children. Why choose her? It is the will of the elders, the words of my parents. There is no avoiding it. Su Yaorao crossed her arms, puffing her cheeks. She has made an effort for you and has achieved much, while that other person is at best. Hearing this, Qin Feng cast a glance at Su Yaorao's ample bosom. There was no contest. Indeed, she surpassed Muron Wanqing in this regard, her physique honed through years of training, rendering her a sensuous enchantress, blessed with innate allure. Do not be upset. You are aware of my circumstances. If you were to perish in a year, then I shan't wish to live either. Qin Feng remarked, this is absurd. You and Qinglan are merely in your late 20s. There are countless beautiful days ahead. Do not act recklessly. Alas, without you, what significance does possessing this world hold for me? In response, Qin Feng could only silently express his apologies. Who does not desire to embrace someone dear, who does not yearn to indulge in the lap of beauty, yet lacking the fortune to do so. He deemed it unnecessary to inflict further pain upon them. Upon returning to the Longting group, Su Yaolao sought out Yi Qingluan. Given her exceptional skills and the traits of a seasoned assassin, safeguarding Murong, Wan Qing posed no challenge. However, Su Yaolao's temperament was far from docile. It was already a blessing that she refrained from confrontations with Murong Wan Qing. Allowing her to protect her was out of the question. Before she even entered, several cars emerged, with the foremost being Murong Wan Qing's dedicated vehicle, a custom Rolls-Royce. Wan Qing, Qin Feng exclaimed, pointing towards the window. He noticed Qin Feng gazing in their direction. Stop the car. As the vehicle came to a halt, Qin Feng approached and inquired, "Where are you headed?" Qin Feng, "Weren't you supposed to be at the Tianhu gang's territory? How did you return safely?" Lu Yin questioned, perplexed. "What do you mean by that?" "Naturally. I returned after securing the project funds. We can discuss it later," he replied. In the office, Qin Feng produced a wrinkled check and proclaimed, "Here. The project funds are in hand. Can we proceed with the wedding photos now?" "How did you manage to obtain it?" Murong Wan Qing asked. "Having exhausted every possible means to secure the funds without success. What can I say? Your man possesses a certain charm," Qin Feng replied. "Wait, what are you two discussing?" Lu Yin approached, her brow furrowed in confusion. "Wedding photos? Man, what exactly is your relationship?" Realizing she could no longer conceal the truth, Murong Wan Qing confessed, "Sister Yin, the truth is, Qin Feng and I have already obtained our marriage certificate." "Ah!" Lu Yin gasped, her surprise evident. Her wide eyes blinked repeatedly as she glanced between them. "You two are married?" "Qin Feng, how old are you?" "I'm 22, he replied. Lu Yan's expression darkened. "Wan Qing is 23. Not only are you married, but you are also in a May-December romance? This is too much. I need time to digest this news." Murong Wan Qing stated, "Qin Feng, you should head back. Tomorrow morning, we will go for the wedding photos." "Sure." He was dismissed. Murong Wan Qing turned to her close friend and said, "Sister Yin, is it truly necessary to be this astonished?" "Wan Qing, I thought you had no interest in men, and even considered the possibility that you might never marry. Yet here we are, let me explain." She interjected, feeling there was no need for secrets with Lu Yin. "Ah, that makes sense. I was wondering how it could happen so quickly," Lu Yin said, grasping Murong Wan Qing's hand. "But honestly, will Qin Feng agree to a divorce later on? I'm uncertain, but I believe he will. He was the one who proposed the 6-month timeline. I can sense that he harbors no ulterior motives towards me. Qin Feng has no interest in you? Come now, my dear sister, with your beauty and figure, I'm salivating just looking at you. Could it be that Qin Feng does not fancy women?" Murong Wan Qing cast a knowing glance at her dear friend. "I'm not sure. But I didn't sense any repulsive gaze from Qin Feng. Perhaps he merely regards me as a brother." This only reinforced Lu Yan's conviction regarding the incident of being trapped in the elevator with Qin Feng. While she might not match Murong Wan Qing's beauty, she considered herself a strikingly attractive woman. It was perplexing that Qin Feng remained indifferent during such a prime opportunity. What normal man could maintain such decorum under those circumstances? Yet, truthfully, was it worth it to silence her parents' chatter and bear the stigma of a second marriage? With a sigh, Murong Wan Qing remarked, "I too once felt impulsive. But after getting to know Qin Feng, I realized he possesses qualities I had overlooked." Upon hearing this, Lu Yin recounted Qin Feng's behavior at the construction site earlier that day. Despite his youth, he exhibited remarkable composure in the face of danger, a courage not typical of someone in their early 20s. Lu Yan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Sister, I believe Qin Feng is extraordinary. We should probe into his true nature and uncover the secrets he harbors." "There's no need. Everyone has their secrets. On the contrary, it is essential. Leave this matter to me." Unbeknownst to them, it was this very curiosity that would alter Lu Yan's fate. "Knock, knock, knock. Come in." The assistant rushed in, breathless. "President Mu? Li Hu is downstairs. What does he want?" "I'm not sure. He came alone, carrying 2 boxes of gifts, claiming he wishes to apologize and hopes for your forgiveness." Upon hearing this, Murong Wan Qing and Lu Yin exchanged puzzled glances. In the urban village, Qin Feng arrived at the butcher's shop, saying, "Old butcher, did you save me some pig intestines? You know I have a penchant for them. Rest assured, young man, I've kept some for you." The butcher presented a bundle of pristine intestines to Qin Feng. Pleased, Qin Feng replied, "Old butcher, I'm getting married soon, and I would like to source the meat for the banquet from you." "You're getting married? You're not so young anymore. It's about time you enjoy the cozy life with your wife." "Absolutely." As Qin Feng turned to leave, the butcher rubbed his hands together, grinning. "That'll be $30 for the intestines. Talking money spoils our friendship. By the way, have you settled this month's rent?" Right, that's a fair point. Consider the intestines my token of respect to you." Such understanding. Qin Feng approached a fortune-telling booth. Before him stood an elderly man with small black glasses and a cloth cap, adorned in a long gown. A canvas nearby proclaimed divine calculations. "Ah, a rare visitor. Old blind man, I'm getting married in a few days. Could you tell me the auspicious date?" The old man chuckled. "Indeed. You're the last of the Qin family. It is high time you marry and carry on the family lineage. The elders in this street are still alive. They will surely guide your descendants." "Enough of that, just tell me." The old man calculated with his fingers. 3 days from now. Once Qin Feng departed, the old man coughed into his hand, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Alas, the heavens are envious. The emperor's fate. A short-lived destiny. Does the Qin family truly face extinction? As Qin Feng pushed open the gate to a small courtyard, a cold gun was pressed against his temple. "Don't move." Qin Feng came to a halt, noticing a short-haired woman clad in a military green uniform standing in the courtyard, her gaze imbued with arrogance, arms crossed behind her back. Flanking Qin Feng were 2 individuals. "Qin Feng, accompany us." "Who are you?" he retorted. "If you simply let me go, wouldn't that be rather humiliating?" The woman smirked indifferently. "If you refuse to comply, I suggest I break both your legs before taking you along." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng chuckled. "How amusing. Allow me to share something with you. I detest being threatened at gunpoint." With that, he swiftly evaded backward, seizing the wrist of one of the men and twisting it. Qin Feng's movements were rapid, and with a powerful side kick, he sent the other man crashing against a pillar. "Are you seeking death? You dare strike a member of the military?" The short-haired woman exclaimed, furious. "Does your military status make you invincible?" He retorted coldly. "Let me enlighten you. I hail from a northern military, and I am the deputy of the northern war god." As she spoke, pride and self-importance radiated from her countenance. Qin Feng nodded. "I see. You're one of her subordinates. Now kneel and submit." He approached the short-haired woman, and with a sharp slap, he sent her sprawling to the ground. The force was such that her face began to swell visibly. "You dare strike me?" Qin Feng looked down upon her, stating, "A mere deputy dare to act so arrogantly? I would have no qualms about dealing with you on behalf of the Phoenix. You dare invoke the war god's name?" He shouted toward the outside, "Old butcher." The butcher, clad in a leather apron, rushed in. "What's the matter, young man? Hang these 3 in your butcher shop." Chapter 24. Xinyuan Phoenix. "All right." The butcher, robust and fierce, tossed the 2 unconscious men aside. Approaching the short-haired woman, he reached out to grab her. "Keep your filthy hands off me," she protested. Slap. The butcher delivered a resounding slap to her face. "Silence, you insolent girl. Still daring to be defiant?" The short-haired woman was utterly stunned. As the deputy of the war god, she was accustomed to reverence and admiration. Yet here, she had been slapped by 2 insignificant individuals. In the butcher's shop, there hung a beam for suspending pork, along with several hooks. The butcher suspended the 3 of them as one would hang meat. Passers-by in the neighborhood stopped to gawk and whisper, "Damn it, release me, you rabble. What are you staring at?" The short-haired woman shouted angrily. "Still daring to shout?" The butcher removed his socks, and the stench wafted through the air, causing the onlookers to recoil, pinching their noses. "How long has it been since you changed those socks?" "Oh, about a week," he replied with a simple smile, turning to the short-haired woman. "What are you doing? Don't bring that filthy thing near me. Open your mouth." He delivered a punch to her abdomen. The pain caused her to instinctively gasp, and the butcher, quick as lightning, stuffed the stinky sock into her mouth. The short-haired woman inhaled deeply, and the foul odor overwhelmed her senses, causing her to faint on the spot. The odor emanating from the socks could certainly render one unconscious, akin to a biochemical weapon. An hour later, Qin Feng heard a cacophony outside. With a sigh, he stepped out. Indeed, several jeeps had arrived. and a number of suited bodyguards disembarked. The butcher, wielding a knife, approached quietly and inquired, "Brother, who are these people?" "The Northern Military Department." "What? The Northern Military Department?" The butcher's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this. "Oh no, the military personnel have arrived," a rotund woman hollered. The faces of those nearby changed instantly, and they scattered in a frenzy, locking their doors in haste. Within seconds, the street was deserted, save for a few dogs that were hastily kicked inside by their owners, who then secured the doors. The street lay empty, devoid of any presence. Suddenly, a short-haired woman, seeing her master had arrived, began to call for help. A car door swung open, revealing a pair of long, shapely legs clad in glossy, over-the-knee stiletto boots. Following closely, a short-haired woman emerged from the vehicle. With a strikingly beautiful yet haughty visage, her deep-set eyes sparkled, her delicate nose was refined, and her luscious crimson lips exuded sensuality. She wore a fitted black trench coat, and snug leather shorts accentuated her curvaceous figure, her tall stature and alluring demeanor commanding attention. Although she was not in military attire, an air of authority surrounded her. Should anyone recognize this extraordinary woman, their astonishment would be palpable. She was one of the 5 legendary warriors of the great Xia Kingdom, the sole female among them, the Northern War God, the Black Phoenix. Qin Feng regarded her for a moment, and Xianyuan Phoenix bestowed upon him a faint smile, cheerfully declaring, "Qin Feng, it's been a long time. I wish it hadn't been." Qin Feng shrugged. "Release them," Xianyuan Phoenix insisted. "Hold on. I never said I would let them go," he retorted. "Is it necessary for you to hold a grudge against them?" Qin Feng lit a cigarette and replied, "I am Qin Feng now, and I harbor a small-minded nature. They have offended me and deserve to face some consequences." The foul socks were retrieved as the short-haired woman asserted, "Qin Feng, you stand before the formidable Northern War God. Do not be so arrogant." "Such excessive chatter," Qin Feng snapped. "Old butcher, come out and silence her." At that moment, the butcher timidly stepped forth, bolstered by Qin Feng's support, and instantly regained his confidence. Slap! Slap! He delivered 2 resounding slaps to the short-haired woman. "War God, they!" The butcher shoved the stinky socks back into her mouth. "That's enough, Qin Feng." Xianyuan Phoenix frowned and continued, "If my people have offended you, they are still my people. Any punishment should be mine to administer." Having her own people dealt with by another was somewhat humiliating for Xianyuan Phoenix. Qin Feng smiled nonchalantly. "No, you are all in cahoots. Who knows if you would not reprimand her upon your return?" "You remain unchanged," she remarked. "I have changed. I am now simply the petty Qin Feng," he countered. "No, you have merely assumed a new identity. Your rogue nature has not altered in the slightest. Please, allow me to enter and have a discussion with you." "Apologies, but this humble abode cannot accommodate you, so there is no need to enter." "Are you truly giving me no face at all?" The words slipped from Qin Feng's lips dismissively. "Face? What is there to discuss?" he added, waving his hand. Xianyuan Feng's delicate features gradually turned as cold as frost. "You approached me with good intentions for a conversation. Are you truly intent on opposing me?" "Oppose? Very well. You have followed me here for that very thing." "Silence. Do not mention that matter." Xianyuan Feng's teeth clenched. Qin Feng chuckled softly. "How long has it been since that incident? You still care so much. In fact, if you hadn't brought it up, I might have almost forgotten. If I were to sell it on the black market, would it not yield another profit?" "Qin Feng, are you seeking death?" Her fury was ignited, causing the temperature around them to plummet. The rivalry between them had begun 2 years prior. Xianyuan Feng was a true paragon, a natural-born warrior with extraordinary talent. By the age of 20, she had vanquished the former war god and claimed the title of the current war god of the Northern Realm. Among the young elites in the military of the Great Xia Kingdom, she was undeniably the foremost figure. Yet, with Qin Feng's emergence, who was not only younger but also more accomplished, her pride was incensed. Determined to prove herself, she sought him out for a duel and lost. To add insult to injury, Qin Feng had taken her underwear as a trophy, quipping that he would keep it as a memento. Thus, their enmity was sealed. Xianyuan Feng was resolute in her quest to defeat Qin Feng and reclaim her underwear, which led her all the way to Jinghai City. Now, as Qin Feng brought up the matter of her underwear once more, It thoroughly enraged the proud woman. Qin Feng, I am determined to defeat you, she declared, her aura radiating power as a fierce wind began to swirl around her. Goodness, does the Xian Yuan family bully people like this? Do they truly think the Qin family is without defenders? A venerable voice interjected. An elderly man, clad in a melon hat and long gown, approached, wearing small spectacles and a genial smile. It was the old blind man of the village. Who are you? Xian Yuan Feng inquired. My name escapes me, but those in the underworld call me Qin the Blind. Xian Yuan Feng pondered for a moment, her brows furrowing slightly. You are the infamous Qin the Blind, the one who single-handedly slaughtered 10 holy knights of the West. Indeed. Well, if the blind man is no longer pretending, then neither shall I. The butcher brandished a black gold cleaver, placing it firmly upon the table. Chapter 25. A Marriage Proposal. The World Erupts. Xian Yuan Feng's pupils contracted in surprise. You are the butcher? The butcher was indeed a figure of great renown, having single-handedly annihilated an entire mercenary group from the West, resulting in the deaths of tens of thousands, earning him the moniker of Butcher. The mere sight of his cleaver instilled fear in many. Xian Yuan Feng furrowed her brow, glancing back at Qin Feng, astonished to discover that two such formidable figures resided in this seemingly unremarkable village. Young lady, the young man here seeks only a simple life. Should you disrupt this tranquility and harm him, I, Qin the Blind, am fully capable of ensuring that you remain here. Indeed, the butcher's murderous intent was palpable. Xian Yuan Feng turned her gaze to Qin Feng and asked, Give me one reason why you chose to feign death and retire? I found it uninteresting and wish to lead a quiet life. That reason does not convince me. Qin Feng shrugged. What reason do you need? Qin Feng, what is your true motive? It is quite simple. I desire to marry and have children in response to the nation's call. After marriage, I aim to have 3 children, contributing further to our country. Xian Yuan Phoenix was rendered utterly speechless. Was Qin Feng's retirement solely for the purpose of marrying and procreating? With his accomplishments and honors, what life could he not attain? There are no further questions. You're not the one bearing my children, so you wouldn't understand. Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively. Xian Yuan Phoenix clenched her fists tightly. Her teeth gritted. At that moment, a Maserati quattruport approached. Morong Wanqing alighted from the vehicle, puzzled by the situation before her. Qin Feng, what is happening here? Oh, nothing. Darling, have you finished work? Yes, but who is she? Morong Wanqing inquired, glancing at Xian Yuan Phoenix. Both women possessed striking beauty, making it difficult to determine who is superior. It's nothing. She's a former comrade from the army. I heard about my upcoming marriage, and she came to see me. Is that so? Morong Wanqing pinched Qin Feng's waist, causing him to grimace in pain. While she was confident in her figure and looks, encountering Xian Yuan Phoenix instilled a sense of unease within her. She could not believe Qin Feng's claim of her being merely a comrade. Yet, as Qin Feng's legitimate wife, she could not afford to be outdone by Xian Yuan Phoenix. Thus, she boldly approached and extended her hand. Hello, I am Morong Wanqing, Qin Feng's wife. Greetings, Xian Yuan Phoenix. Both women stood at over 1.7 meters tall, and with their 10-centimeter heels, they reached nearly 1.8 meters. Standing side by side, they were indistinguishable. Though appearing calm, the two women's proud figures nearly collided. Qin Feng, since she is your comrade, why not invite her in for a visit? Qin Feng scratched his head. No need. I just came to see an old comrade. I'll be on my way. Xian Yuan Phoenix turned and left. Phoenix, my wedding is in 3 days. Remember to come. I want to be sending you an invitation. After saying this, Qin Feng waved to the butcher, returning the 3 individuals to Xian Yuan Phoenix. Everyone, you may resume your activities. Qin Feng gestured for everyone to disperse. Darling, you're back quite early? Yes. Meanwhile, the short-haired woman expressed her discontent. Sir, are we just going to let Qin Feng go? Zhou Qian, you're being too impulsive. He is merely a lowly commoner. Silence. Xian Yuan Phoenix retorted. Do you know who he is? Isn't he just a small landlord? You are gravely mistaken. It is a stroke of luck for you that he has spared you. His true identity is the foremost among the 5 war gods. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qian's face drained of color. Isn't Lord Dragon Emperor already deceased? She questioned. Although I do not know the reasons, He is indeed still alive. Yet, Zhou Qian felt a sense of indignation. Even if he is the war goddess leader, it does not mean he can take lives at will. You underestimate him. He has no regard for the title of war god. He has his own organization abroad, the Owl. The Owl Organization? Indeed. The fact that he spared your life has already granted us considerable face in the Northern Territory. Xian Yuan Phoenix remarked, this information is classified at the highest level. You are authorized to know it, but it must not be disclosed. Yes, I would not dare. Under the cloak of night. The surroundings were illuminated by the vibrant glow of towering skyscrapers, while the urban village remained tranquil and serene. My dear, how many wedding invitations do we need? Qin Feng inquired as he gazed at the table laden with invitations, uncertain about whom to invite. It's up to you, Moron Wanqing replied, her arms crossed as she sat on the sofa, attentively watching financial news. After all, you are a prominent figure in Jinghai City. Let us send one to every notable person we know there. Qin Feng dipped a brush into ink and began to write. Observing Qin Feng's earnest demeanor, Moron Wanqing raised an eyebrow. Can you actually write? Well enough. As long as it's legible, he replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing such a careless remark, Moron Wanqing approached him, only to discover that Qin Feng's brushwork was quite impressive. Each stroke was robust and vigorous, resembling a graceful dragon in flight or a startled swan. One might easily mistake it for the handiwork of a master calligrapher. Qin Feng then asked, should we hold a traditional Chinese wedding or a Western one? A Western wedding? Of course, that's the trend nowadays. No, I prefer a traditional Chinese wedding, Moron Wanqing stated. Very well, we shall host the wedding at a hotel, and I will make the arrangements. No, I've decided we will have the wedding here. Upon hearing this, Moron Wanqing was speechless. Qin Feng, that seems rather inappropriate. Doesn't he? What is inappropriate about it? The guest can adapt. Qin Feng chuckled. I simply enjoy keeping things uncomplicated. Suit yourself. Once everything is arranged, let us distribute the invitations. The following day, in the depths of a foreign prison, Douglas, wake up. Lord Long is getting married, an elderly Western man announced. A muscular black man, brimming with explosive strength, suddenly turned over. Really? Look, the old man handed over the wedding announcement. Douglas rubbed his bald head. Let us go attend Lord Long's wedding. As he approached the door, he kicked it open. The alloy door, a full 20 centimeters thick, splintered apart with a loud crash, startling the guards outside. Various organizations, royal families, and prominent families abroad were all stirred into action. Simultaneously, within the borders of the Great Xia, a place known as Dragon Cave resembled a prison housing thousands of monkeys. Excited cries echoed from various cells. Bang, bang, bang. In the deepest recesses, several cell doors were violently kicked open, and a group of formidable individuals emerged. The prison guards dared not utter a word. Who would have thought that a mere wedding invitation could incite such chaos within the entire prison? Chapter 26. The Wedding. Part 1. Meanwhile, in a certain manner in the capital, several elderly gentlemen were fishing and sharing jovial laughter. An assistant rushed over, anxiously exclaiming, Tang Lao, there's trouble. The 5 major prisons have erupted in riots. What is happening? Uncertain and bewildered, they burst forth after receiving a wedding invitation. Seizing a prison vehicle and heading towards Jinghai City. The mere mention of Jinghai City instantly conjured thoughts of Qin Feng in Tang Lao's mind. He was the supreme commander, the one who had approved Qin Feng's request for retirement. Who were these individuals that had escaped from prison? Among them were the Mad Blade from the Western region's Dragon Cave, the saber-toothed tiger, and the Black Wolf. The Black Widow and the Flower Monk from the Southern region's Wolf Den, the Viper and Yagyu Ichido from the Northern region's Deep Sea Prison, and the Lone Knife Man and Gong Sun Cho from the Eastern region's Black Prison. With a forceful motion, Tang Lao flung his fishing rod aside, exclaiming, This is outrageous. Do they truly believe that without that young man, we cannot contain them? What shall we do now, Tang Lao? Did I receive a wedding invitation? His assistant awkwardly pondered. No, you did not receive an invitation. How dare he not invite me? After all, I was once his superior. Tang Lao mused before declaring, Go. Prepare a gift for me. I am heading to Jinghai City. Understood. In Jinghai City, Su Sanni tossed the wedding invitation into the trash. Inform all families in Jinghai City that anyone daring to attend Murong Wanqing's wedding shall be opposing me. Susan. Yes. 3 days swiftly passed. Old pal, you and the others hurry and move the tables quickly, and you lot, wash the vegetables. Qin Feng busily directed, overwhelmed with preparations. A beautiful woman in a red qipao sauntered in, her figure captivating, waving her hand with a silk handkerchief. Oh dear, young man, today is your wedding day. Why haven't you dressed up yet? Aunt Hong, you finally arrived. Please help me get ready. Not a problem. It will be quick. Before long. Qin Feng donned the attire of the groom, complete with a hat and a bright red flower adorning his chest. You look dashing, young man, Old Pao exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Where's the exquisite steed you purchased? Bring it over quickly. We must go greet the bride. Right away. Old Pao hurried off to fetch a horse. Upon seeing the horse, Qin Feng's expression darkened instantly. This is not a steed of the blood-sweat breed. It's clearly a mule by both appearance and sound. Old Pao, is this truly the magnificent steed you found? Well, young man, it's not exactly that, but its father is indeed a blood-sweat horse. I couldn't find a real one. Get lost. Qin Feng felt the urge to strike, yet as the hour approached, he had no choice but to drive. At the Murong family's villa, the servants were bustling about. Murong Wanqing was adorned in a resplendent red traditional wedding gown, while several makeup artists were applying her makeup. Wanqing, you look stunning today. Lu Yin, donned in a white bridesmaid dress, remarked. Perhaps, Murong Wanqing replied. Typically breathtaking without makeup, her subtle enhancements added a touch of allure. Her mood was ambivalent, neither joyful nor sorrowful, aware that this path was of her own choosing. Suddenly, the air filled with the cacophony of firecrackers. Qin Feng and his party have arrived, Lu Yin announced. With a wave of her hand, she called out to the other bridesmaids, Sisters, let's block the door. At the entrance, Qin Feng and the others noticed several tables adorned with an array of wine glasses. Qin Feng, I intend to come in and take the bride away after drinking, said Lu Yin. All right, my good fellow. The jovial old man approached, drinking cup after cup. Naturally, Qin Feng partook as well. Lu Yin's gaze was sharp. She hadn't anticipated that the person Qin Feng had chosen could drink so well. These were all high-alcohol content drinks, and finishing them would amount to 4 or 5 gin, yet the butcher remained unfazed. They smoothly entered the living room, where they encountered old Master Murong and his wife. Gao Yuan, old master, I have come to escort the bride, Qin Feng announced. Very well, proceed, old Master Murong replied, his eyes filled with reluctance, even glistening with unshed tears. Upon entering the room, they beheld Murong Wanqing, resplendent in a traditional wedding gown, seated on the bed, her head covered with a red veil, with Lu Yin and the others standing nearby. Curious, Qin Feng attempted to lift the veil. Smack! Lu Yin swatted his hand away, saying, You cannot lift it. All ceremonies must be completed before entering the bridal chamber. I was merely curious, he protested. After some commotion, they successfully brought Murong Wanqing back. Guests had begun to arrive. During the heaven and earth worship ceremony, silence enveloped the crowd. Murong Wanqing had at least a beloved grandfather and father present, while the seat for Qin Feng's parents remained empty. The Qin family was truly no more. Eventually, the ceremony was completed. Half an hour later, Murong Wanqing changed into a loose-fitting outfit and inquired, How many guests have arrived? Not many on our side. Only a few small businesses we collaborate with have come. Not a single large enterprise is present. I worry that someone may be deliberately targeting you, she replied. Let's go take a look. Indeed, most of the guests in the courtyard were from Qin Feng's side. Qin Feng, have all your guests arrived? Not yet. They are probably on their way, he replied. What about your family? Your partners? Murong Wanqing smiled bitterly. It's all right. They will come. Come, let us greet the guests at the entrance. Just as they reached the door, they spotted 2 middle-aged men approaching. Murong Wanqing's eyes brightened, and she whispered, You even invited the mayor of Jinghai City and the chief of the police? For the 2 men were indeed Mayor Li Honghua and Chief Zhang Zhihui of Jinghai City. Brother Qin Feng, we come uninvited. Please forgive us, Zhang Zhihui said. You flatter me. Please come in. Murong Wanqing was somewhat astonished. They had come uninvited. What could be the reason? She was certain she had not yet attained the stature to warrant such attention from these political figures of Jinghai City. Shortly thereafter, Yi Qinglan and Su Yaro arrived, the former in a red dress and the latter in black, gracefully approaching. Yi Qinglan smiled slightly and said, "Congratulations to Mr. Qin and General Manager Murong on your union. You are too kind. Please come in." Before long, two more individuals approached, an imposing black man and a diminutive elderly white man. "Ah, congratulations, young man, on marrying such a beautiful wife. Not too shabby. You may enter," Qin Feng responded. Murong Wanqing inquired with astonishment. "Qin Feng, I recall seeing that diminutive old man in reports from abroad. Isn't he the most prominent arms dealer in the Middle East? You must be mistaken. They're my friends from overseas." Observing Qin Feng's guilty demeanor, Murong Wanqing became convinced that the short old man was indeed the notorious arms magnate. Chapter 27. Marriage. Part 2. Just then, a taxi pulled up. 3 men clad in suits emerged, each sporting either a bald head or a crew cut. One was a mere one, 6 meters tall, accompanied by a stout fellow and a lanky individual. 100 each. How outrageous. Take this to buy some medicine. The short man tossed 300 yuan to the driver, then adjusted his collar and glanced over. "Old Qin." Qin Feng chuckled, looking at the trio. "I sent you invitations. And you actually came?" "Of course." The short one raised an eyebrow. He then turned to Murong Wanqing and exclaimed, "Wow, old Qin, you are truly fortunate to marry such a beautiful wife. I envy you. Indeed, you should hurry and get married too. I'd love to partake in a toast." Qin Feng replied, "That's a tall order. Our wives are still nestled in their mother's wombs," came the jovial retort, eliciting hearty laughter from the group, unrestrained in their mirth. "You 3 have arrived quite early," a feminine voice chimed in. There stood Xinyuan Phoenix, casually dressed and bearing a gift. "Phoenix? You are here too. Now all 5 of us are gathered. Congratulations, Qin Feng." "Thank you. Please do go inside." Qin Feng gestured as the 4 entered. Upon their arrival, the guests in the courtyard instinctively rose to their feet, staring at the quartet. Zhang Zhihui sighed and remarked, "The only one capable of assembling these 4 is Qin Feng." Even if they had not met, they were certainly familiar by reputation. The 4 war gods of the Great Xia, aside from Qin Feng, commanded the 4 military divisions, safeguarding the borders and protecting the nation. "Qin Feng, are these 3 your comrades?" "Indeed, the short one is Long Zhantian, the tall one is Gao Qiong, and the stout fellow is Dongfang Heng." Murong Wanqing's eyelids fluttered. "Dongfang Heng, the war god guarding the Eastern Front? That seems to be the case. And the other 2 can't possibly be." Qin Feng nodded. "Yes, the short one oversees the Western Military Division, while the tall one is from the Southern Division. I wasn't exaggerating when I spoke of them. They owe their status to my influence, and we share a strong bond." Murong Wanqing found it hard to digest this influx of information. 4 war gods attending her wedding? This was beyond her wildest dreams. Even securing the assistant to the mayor would be considered an achievement. Yet here was the chairman of the Black Gold Group, the mayor of Jinghai City, the police commissioner, and now the 4 war gods, along with the Middle East's largest arms dealer. She dared not fathom whom else Qin Feng might have invited. Soon after, another group in suits appeared, each one smoking nonchalantly. Men and women alike greeted Qin Feng with broad smiles. "Congratulations, young man. After the feast, make sure to continue your transformation and become a better person. Understand?" "Absolutely. These individuals need no introduction. They are notorious figures who have escaped from the 5 major prisons of the Great Xia Kingdom to attend the wedding." "Qin Feng, who are they?" Lu Yin inquired with curiosity. "Too many to name. I believe some of them are inmates who have dined on my hospitality," he replied nonchalantly. "Inmates? Individuals serving time are attending your wedding?" Lu Yin felt faint at the thought. Murong Wanqing also wore a look of astonishment. "Fear not, they are quite obedient. Once they have enjoyed the banquet, they will return to serve their sentences." Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively. The ability of prison inmates to come and go freely is hardly indicative of ordinary folk. Soon, a woman with Western features appeared, with golden hair and azure eyes. She approached, resembling the Western goddess Venus in her flowing white gown. Upon seeing her, Qin Feng offered an awkward smile. "Lu Yin, standing beside Murong Wanqing, gasped. An international superstar, Christine. At the mention, Murong Wanqing recognized her as well. Christine hailed from an ancient Western family, one of the top 5 global dynasties. "Qin, congratulations," she exclaimed, her Mandarin remarkably fluent compared to the awkward attempts of the previous Western attendees. "What brings you here?" "I have come to present gifts on behalf of my family. I hope you will accept them." If Murong Wanqing represents the pinnacle of beauty among the East Asian populace, Christine embodies the epitome of Western beauty, exuding a blend of grace and boldness. "Qin, your wife is truly stunning. It is no wonder you turned me down," Christine remarked, her demeanor refreshingly unreserved. "Thank you. You are quite beautiful as well," Murong Wanqing replied, feeling a sense of balance within herself. The fact that Qin Feng chose to marry her over such a striking Western beauty made her feel fortunate. As Christine entered, Murong Wanqing asked, "Qin Feng, who else have you invited?" "Almost everyone is here," he answered, just as an elderly man clad in traditional Tang attire approached. "Young man, what is the meaning of not inviting me to your wedding?" This was none other than Elder Tang, a figure of immense influence in the military and political spheres. Qin Feng smiled. "Elder Tang, I thought of your busy schedule. With those individuals inside, should they lose their temper, the entirety of Jinghai City would be reduced to ashes. How can I not attend? Do not be upset. Please come inside, and do indulge in a few drinks." Elder Tang snorted in satisfaction, producing 2 gifts. "One is for me, and the other is for old Shi." Thank you. As Elder Tang entered, the atmosphere inside quieted momentarily. After a few seconds, it returned to its lively state. "Wanqing, he seems to be the one wielding military power in the Great Xia Kingdom?" "Yes, I recognize him," Murong Wanqing replied, glancing at Qin Feng, utterly perplexed by his connections, especially with such a prominent military figure attending. "Do not be astonished. That is my former superior, someone fond of my cooking, which is how we became familiar with one another." Qin Feng surveyed the surroundings and said, "Darling, let us go inside and raise a toast. I suspect few remain." A long luxury vehicle approached with a commanding presence, flanked by 2 escort vehicles, making a statement like no other. As the individual descended, Qin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. The eunuch had arrived. This man was none other than Su Sanyi. With a smile and an air of confidence, Su Sanyi proclaimed, "Congratulations to both of you. I, Su, have come to partake in the joyous celebration." Murong Wanqing's gaze was decidedly unwelcoming. The invited guests had not arrived, primarily due to Su Sanyi's intimidation. Meeting Murong Wanqing's eyes, Su Sanyi cheerfully inquired, "It seems the bride is not particularly pleased with my presence." "Su Sanyi, your arrival is merely to show off before me, Qin. My bride is delightful in every aspect, though she may appear a bit aloof. Do not take it to heart." "Humph. An unwelcoming atmosphere is still unwelcoming. I might as well take my leave." "Do not go. You should at least enjoy a cup of celebratory wine before departing." Qin Feng promptly called out, "Old chef, bring out an extra table." "What do you mean, Qin Feng? Do I, Su San, lack the qualification to drink inside?" "It is not solely for that reason. Rather, is your esteemed identity that may render you uncomfortable within," Qin Feng explained. Su Sanyi scoffed. "What discomfort could there be? Without my presence, do not expect to revel in this banquet. I assure you, even Jesus would be of no consequence." Qin Feng feigned a troubled expression. "Very well then, you may enter." "Humph." At this, Su Sanyi coldly snorted and strode toward the interior. The small courtyard was adorned with 5 or 6 tables of feasting, bustling with guests who all turned to observe Su Sanyi's entrance. "What are you staring at? Do you not recognize Sanyi? Clear the way." One of Su Sanyi's bodyguards barked. Suddenly, Su Sanyi's legs weakened, and he was promptly supported by his bodyguard. "Sanyi, what troubles you?" "Silence." Su Sanyi's complexion drained of color, his legs trembling uncontrollably. He had spotted Li Honghua and Zhang Zhihui, 2 prominent figures from Jinghai City, present at the gathering. While he might disregard others, these 2 were not to be trifled with. "Come now, let us drink in peace without unnecessary chatter," Old Tang remarked, preparing to toast with the elder Murong. Yet, upon Su Sanyi's glance, he felt a tightening in his bladder, nearly losing control. General Tang. Su Sanyi could no longer maintain his footing, leaning heavily on his bodyguard as he attempted to retreat. Ah, Sanyi, what seems to be the matter? Weren't you eager to drink? I shall not drink. I shall not drink. Su Sanyi hastily waved his hand. Qin Feng obstructed his path, stating, "This simply cannot be. You have come all this way and cannot leave without at least tasting some food and drink. Others might think me stingy. You must indulge before departing." "Very well, then arrange a table for me outside," Su Sanyi conceded. "Agreed." Qin Feng instructed his people to set up a few tables on the street. "Sanyi, allow me to accompany you. It is rather quiet out there." "Not at all. Today is a joyous occasion for you and Muron, and many guests must be occupied with other matters. They will surely arrive soon." Qin Feng nodded. "Then let us ensure we drink sufficiently. We shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated." Su Sanyi, not a fool, understood the underlying implications of Qin Feng's words. As soon as Qin Feng departed, he promptly instructed his associates to contact various enterprises and families in Jinghai City, urging them to attend the wedding banquet without delay. Within an hour, representatives from numerous businesses arrived, each bearing lavish gifts. The celebration was exuberant, with tables laden with food stretching across the street. In addition to the city's elite, there were also neighbors from the urban villages mingling among the guests. By late afternoon, around 4 or 5 o'clock, attendees began to leave in succession. Lu Yin assisted Muron Wanqing into the bridal chamber. Having never indulged to such excess before, she found herself questioning whether her marriage to Qin Feng was merely a fade. Muron Wanqing's delicate features were flushed with wine, her eyes slightly dazed. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, today had been utterly gratifying. Seeing Master Su, who usually exudes such arrogance, reduced to a submissive state had been a source of amusement. When had Master Su ever found himself in such a disheveled predicament? Muron Wanqing continued, "Sister Yin, thank you for your help today." Indeed, Qin Feng was still drinking with his comrades, so she advised, "Be cautious tonight, but there is no need for concern. He probably only regards you as a brother." With that, she concluded, "I must take my leave now." "Be careful on your way," Lu Yin replied. Muron Wanqing wished to rest. Listening to the sounds of Qin Feng and his companions engaging in a drinking game downstairs, although their marriage was only a 6-month agreement, she felt a genuine sense of joy today. Unbeknownst to her, the intoxication gradually enveloped her mind, leading her into slumber. The following day, the horizon began to brighten with dawn's early light. Upon awakening, Muron Wanqing realized she had spent the entire night in the bridal chamber. Outside, the voices of Qin Feng and his friends continued, though their speech had become slurred. She approached the window to glance into the courtyard and saw Qin Feng and several others still drinking. Qin Feng and Long Zhantian were engaged in a drinking game, while others lay beneath the table, some snoring with wine jars cradled in their arms, and others sprawled against the walls, even one with their backside in the air, face resting on their own vomit. "Old Qin, is it dawn?" Long Zhantian asked. Qin Feng surveyed the sky, lighting a cigarette. "If it's dawn, then so be it. It's a rare occasion. Let us drink to our heart's content. We haven't settled our scores yet. No one is allowed to leave. I must use the restroom first." Qin Feng staggered toward the bathroom, but as he unzipped his pants and prepared to relieve himself, he slipped and collapsed inside, falling silent. After washing up, Muron Wanqing intended to call her grandfather. Upon discovering the restroom door on the first floor ajar, she noticed someone lying inside. As she approached, her lips curled in disbelief. Qin Feng. It was one thing to be found in the bathroom in such a state. It was another to see his zipper undone, leaving him exposed. Contemplating how Qin Feng had left his new bride unattended for an entire night while indulging with his friends, she mused that perhaps the essence of a man's happiness was indeed that simple, sharing a night of revelry with like-minded companions. Muron Wanqing considered calling for help, but given that Qin Feng was her nominal husband, she feared the ridicule he would face if others were to witness him in such a condition. After deliberation, she resolved to handle it herself, stepping inside with a mix of embarrassment and indignation on her face. Anger arose from the sight of Qin Feng, who was utterly intoxicated, while shame enveloped him for his lack of humanity. Those unaware might mistakenly believe he had undergone a surgical procedure. Muron Wanqing, unable to bear the sight, shut her eyes tightly, desperately attempting to secure her zipper. Yet, in her panic, she found it impossible to fasten it. Instead, it was Qin Feng who reacted instinctively. Murong Wanqing's beautiful eyes widened in shock as a serpent emerged, prompting her to scream in terror. "Ah!" she cried, instinctively raising her hand to strike. "Ouch, ouch, ouch!" Qin Feng jolted awake in an instant. "You scoundrel!" Murong Wanqing exclaimed, mortified as she stormed out. The pain brought Qin Feng back to his senses, and he soon realized he was sprawled on the bathroom floor. Had he collapsed while relieving himself? After a considerable time, Qin Feng emerged, only to find Murong Wanqing's expression as cold as frost. "Is it dawn already?" he questioned. "And you're aware of it now, are you? On our wedding night, you left me unattended in the room to drink with your friends," Murong Wanqing reproached, her tone tinged with a hint of feminine grievance. "Are you implying that if I were to share a bed with you, it would be a welcome proposition?" Qin Feng retorted dismissively. "How would you know unless you tried?" This remark sparked a glimmer of intrigue in Qin Feng's eyes. "Oh, it's not too late now. Get lost. You've missed your chance." Truth be told, Murong Wanqing had held a degree of anticipation for the so-called wedding night. Perhaps fueled by the wine, it could have unfolded naturally. Yet, Qin Feng had spent the entire evening drinking with his companions. As she prepared to leave, Qin Feng inquired, "Where are you headed?" "To the company. Not taking a couple of days off?" Chapter 29. I am a farmer. Not necessary. Murong Wanqing departed, leaving Qin Feng to rub his temples, reflecting on how excessively he had indulged the previous night. Knock, knock, knock. A delivery man stood at the door, calling out, "Is Mr. Qin Feng present?" "That would be me," he replied. "I have a package for you. Please sign here." Qin Feng signed and received a square box. Upon opening it, he discovered a piece of jade, 2 fingers wide. Dragon Soul jade? In addition, there was a letter penned in elegant script, clearly the handiwork of a refined lady. This might have been a gift from his unseen senior sister. The Dragon Soul jade is a treasured heirloom of the Qin family, symbolizing its foundational lineage. As the only descendant of the Qin family, it is your duty to collect all pieces of the Dragon Soul jade. Perhaps it can mend your severed fate. Severed fate. This was the very thing that had rendered Qin Feng a short-lived wretch. "Old pal, find a couple of people to tidy up here." "Understood." Returning to his courtyard, Qin Feng brewed himself a cup of tea. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking resounded once more. At the door stood none other than Huang Fuyue, the alluring and vivacious woman who had sought his medical expertise previously. Today, however, she bore an expression lacking the usual vibrancy, replaced instead by embarrassment and guilt. She stepped inside, hesitating as if she had much to say but struggled to find the words. "Feel free to speak your mind," Qin Feng urged. Huang Fuyue said, "Qin Feng, congratulations on your marriage. I apologize for not coming to congratulate you yesterday. Your words make me feel guilty as well. I was so busy yesterday that I completely forgot about you." As Huang Fuyue hesitated, Qin Feng smiled and encouraged her to speak candidly, assuring her it was all right. "I'm sorry, but my father does not agree to give you the Dragon Soul Jade." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng expressed surprise, asking, "Wasn't it agreed upon initially?" "I apologize. I had no idea my father would oppose it. Therefore, I came to inquire if we might negotiate alternative terms." Noting the displeasure on Qin Feng's face, Huang Fuyue quickly added, "I will offer you a magnificent seaside villa valued at 500 million, along with an additional 100 million in funds. How does that sound?" "To be frank, I have no interest in money," Qin Feng replied. "It's my family that has wronged you, and I will do whatever it takes to make amends. Please, state your conditions, and I assure you, I, Huang Fuyue, will fulfill them." Setting down his teacup, Qin Feng stated resolutely, "I will no longer place my trust in those who lack integrity. Business is business. I only desire the Dragon Soul Jade." It was a straightforward transaction. The other party possessed the Dragon Soul Jade, and he would assist them in reclaiming it. "Huang Fuyue, I understand your frustration, but you must realize that my family is not to be trifled with. We are a formidable force, ranking just below the Dragon King Society in Jinghai City." "Ah, so you belong to the Tianyu Society, one of the 3 major underworld factions?" Qin Feng inquired. "Indeed, the 3 dominant factions are the Tianhu Gang, the Tianyu Society, and the Dragon King Society. I will find a way to compensate you. please do not oppose my father. You are no match for his methods. Qin Feng asked, will you assist your father or me? I do not know. Please do not force me to choose. Blood is thicker than water. It appears you have already made your decision. You may leave now. I shall reclaim the dragon's soul jade by my own means. Qin Feng replied. Huang Fu Yue frowned. Qin Feng, you do not understand the extent of my father's capabilities. Stop right there. The only reason your father withholds the dragon soul jade is to take advantage of me, leaving me isolated and vulnerable. Is there any other reason? Rising to his feet, Qin Feng smiled faintly. I may currently lack influence, but I am not to be underestimated. Return and inform your father that I will retrieve what rightfully belongs to me. Even if you do not seek me out, I will come for it. Then I shall take my leave. Take care, Huang Fu Yue said as she approached the door, only to be interrupted by Qin Feng's voice. Let me share one last thought. While you regard him as a father, he may not see you as a daughter. Be cautious. Qin Feng, do not attempt to sow discord. Let us wait and see. Qin Feng replied with a serene smile. While tidying up the courtyard, the main door was suddenly kicked open with force. A group of individuals strode in, and Qin Feng furrowed his brow. Qin Feng, have you come to reclaim your lost dignity? This group was led by Qin Feng, the so-called heir of the esteemed Qin family in Jinghai City, likely having followed Huang Fu Yue here. With hands in his pockets, Qin Feng grinned. Qin Feng, your residence is quite elegant. No wonder Yue ultimately chose not to be with you. To be honest, this place is unfit even for a dog. Here, we accommodate people, not dogs. And we certainly do not welcome those who roam untethered, Qin Feng retorted. Are you calling me a dog? Qin Feng challenged. Qin Feng shrugged. Isn't that accurate? You'll soon find yourself in tears. Several burly men flanked Qin Feng, specifically there to confront Qin Feng. A cleaning lady interjected, make way, make way. Don't block the path. Madam, do you not see young master standing here? Do you dare to challenge me? I need to sweep the floor, otherwise my rent will rise. Make way, make way. Qin Feng teased. Qin Feng, you can't even handle a cleaning lady, yet you aspire to confront me? Qin Feng, do not belittle others. I can see that I cannot best you, but how formidable can a mere cleaning lady be? Qin Feng, a proud individual, could not allow himself to be looked down upon by Qin Feng. Madam, deliver a punch for me with all your strength. I am but a humble woman and do not engage in fights, the cleaning lady replied earnestly. Do as I say and strike quickly. The cleaning lady, feeling quite troubled, could only deliver a gentle punch to Qin Feng. Upon contact, a surge of pain coursed through Qin Feng's chest, causing him to spit blood and stagger backward. Young master, Qin Feng clutched his chest, gasping, Madam, what is your true profession? I am a farmer. Then go farm. Why do you pretend to be a cleaning monk here? Come on, let this lady handle it. As three burly bodyguards prepared to take action, the cleaning lady wielded her broom with a sweeping motion, forcing them back. She then unleashed a series of strikes, the broom crafted from bamboo splinters used for street cleaning, inflicting exquisite pain. The three men fled in disarray, howling in agony. With a thud, all three knelt on the ground, their faces marred with welts, their suits tattered. Witnessing this, Qin Feng's lips twitched. Was this cleaning lady truly this formidable? He turned to flee, only to find the door barred by another individual. Open the door. Help! Help! Qin Feng, come here. Qin Feng pressed against the door in terror. Qin Feng, I was wrong. Let us speak amicably. Whatever conditions you have, please state them. If you truly harm me, my family will not let you off lightly. Chapter 30. Do you think you can bribe me? With a resounding slap, Qin Feng sent Qin Feng sprawling to the ground. You dare to negotiate with me while threatening me? What do you mean by I? I'm already furious, and you choose to provoke me. Qin Feng unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks upon Qin Feng. Throw them out. The cleaning lady effortlessly tossed each of the assailants into a nearby trash bin. Hearing a voice, Qin Feng turned to see a middle-aged man standing at the door, his long hair flowing and clad in tattered robes, carrying an old cloth bag. Qin Feng's brow furrowed, a chill running down his spine as he sensed danger. Few could pose a threat to him after years of navigating both domestic and foreign landscapes. Who are you? I am a debt collector. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng stepped forward, clasping his fists. I am Qin Feng, a descendant of the Qin family. The debt collector before him was no ordinary individual. His strength likely surpassed that of the butcher and the old blind man. According to the top-secret archives of the great Xian nation, he was classified as a highly dangerous figure. May I inquire what brings you here? Indeed, I have a matter to request. Please go ahead. In the presence of such a venerable figure, Qin Feng was exceedingly courteous, inviting him inside. After a casual exchange, Qin Feng, with a hint of astonishment, remarked, Senior, your stature is too grand to reside on this humble street of mine. The elder replied, after years of wandering, I am weary and seek a place to rest. As long as you do not feel wronged, I have no objections. Qin Feng called out, Old butcher, come in for a moment. What is the matter, young master? The pig butcher, wiping his hands, entered. Upon seeing the blade borrower, the butcher was taken aback. Butcher, it's been a while, greeted the blade borrower. Cough, I wish it hadn't been, the butcher replied, slightly intimidated. Each of these individuals was listed in classified documents, so their familiarity was entirely expected. Take the senior to find a place to stay. Understood. The blade borrower rose, clasping his hands in gratitude. Thank you for your hospitality. Young master, I shall not be a freeloader. You are too kind, replied Qin Feng. After settling the blade borrower, Qin Feng's frustration grew, prompting a decision to confront Huang Fulong. The Tianyu Chamber of Commerce had recently emerged as a significant black force in Jinghai City. Arriving at a prestigious club, Qin Feng addressed the security guard. Inform Huang Fulong that Qin Feng has arrived. Young man, our president is not someone you can simply meet, retorted the guard. In response, Qin Feng seized the guard's collar, pulling him closer, and stated, Tell him he will meet me. Wait here. The guard hurriedly relayed the message. In less than 5 minutes, he hung up the phone and said, You may proceed. As Qin Feng stepped inside, he was greeted by several men in suits. Mr. Qin, this way please. The leader, a man with a buzz cut and an ear stud, gestured invitingly. Ascending in the elevator, they reached the top floor of the club. Upon exiting, they were immediately met by bodyguards stationed every 5 steps, each armed and watchful. Halt! According to protocol, we must search you, one guard declared. Qin Feng smiled faintly. You may try. As the guards attempted to search him, Qin Feng swiftly twisted their wrists. The surrounding guards promptly drew their weapons. Unfazed, Qin Feng looked at the corridor's surveillance camera and proclaimed, Huang Fulong, do you truly fear me as the president of this establishment? Within seconds, the grand door swung open, and a brawny man emerged. Lower your weapons, he commanded, then turned to Qin Feng. Mr. Qin, our president requests your presence. Qin Feng stepped into an opulent suite, where a robust figure sat behind a desk, Huang Fulong himself. After Qin Feng's treatment with the black dog blood, the bruises on Huang Fulong's face had significantly faded. Puffing on a cigar, he boisterously greeted, Young brother Qin, it's a pleasure to see you. Please take a seat. As Qin Feng settled into a leather sofa, he remarked, It seems President Huang Fu's health has improved quite rapidly. Thanks to you, young brother Qin, Huang Fulong replied. Yet I doubt you think so. Qin Feng responded with a cold smirk. Huang Fulong chuckled heartily. Brother Qin, I understand you harbor grievances regarding my actions, but that truly is a family heirloom passed down from my father. Thus, if you present your terms, I shall comply without hesitation. I seek nothing but the dragon's soul jade. Huang Fulong replied, Brother, let us discuss this at length. He clapped his hands, and 2 women entered, bearing trays of fruits and red wine. The 2 women were dressed quite provocatively, in tight-fitting spaghetti strap dresses that revealed a considerable amount of their bosoms. They walked with a deliberate sway, almost enticingly. You too, Sir Brother Qin Feng, well, one of them said. Yes, they replied, leaning against Qin Feng, almost eager to strip him bare and take their place atop him. Do you think these 2 women can buy my loyalty? Qin Feng scoffed. Do you truly believe I, Qin Feng, am a beggar? Certainly not, replied Huang Fulong, producing a heavy box and placing it on the table. Upon opening it, a dazzling array of golden yellow fish lay inside. I, Huang Fulong, am a connoisseur of talent. This is merely a token of my generosity. There will be more to come. Noticing Qin Feng's disinterest, A flicker of annoyance crossed Huang Fu Long's eyes. Brother, the offer is already exceedingly generous. One must learn to be content. Beware of the insatiable heart that seeks to devour the elephant. I am indifferent to monetary gain. All I desire is the dragon's soul jade, Qin Feng retorted. Don't test my patience. I am aware of your connection with Murong Wanqing. But do you truly think that after decades of navigating the underworld, I would fear the Murong family? Huang Fu Long's patience wore thin, his tone chilling and laced with threat. What do you intend to challenge me with, Qin Feng? In an instant, the two alluring women beside Qin Feng transformed into ruthless assassins, each pressing a sharp dagger against his throat. Don't move, handsome. Be careful not to mar that delicate skin, they purred, whispering enticingly in his ear. Seeing Qin Feng under control, Huang Fu Long rose, a cold smile gracing his lips. Qin Feng, no one has ever dared to threaten me, and you will be no different. Do not force my hand. How absurd, Qin Feng replied. Not only are you a scoundrel, but you are also ungrateful. A true man knows no mercy if you do not recognize your place. Do not blame me for being unkind. With a faint smile, Qin Feng said, I simply prefer to keep a low profile, yet you perceive me as easy prey. If I refuse to comply, you would resort to murder, wouldn't you? I am out of patience. You are the one who is unaware of your own insignificance. Remember, in your next life, do not strive to be a good person, for this world knows only wickedness. With that, one woman's eyes hardened, and she swiftly sliced the dagger across Qin Feng's neck. Chapter 31. Huang Fu Long's deceit. However, Qin Feng's speed was astonishing. He seized the assailant's wrist and, leveraging her force, thrust to the right. The other woman met a similar fate. A sickening sound echoed as the daggers plunged into flesh. Each woman found herself impaled by her own weapon, their throats pierced. Not so. Huang Fu Long gasped, his pupils narrowing as he instinctively rushed to grab a gun from the desk. But Qin Feng had already crossed the coffee table. Just as Huang Fu Long leaned over the desk to reach for the drawer, a dagger pierced through his palm, pinning him to the tabletop. Blood flowed freely, and the pain shot through his hand like a dagger through the heart. The dagger pierced through the palm of Huang Fu Long, pinning his hand firmly to the table, rendering him unable to move. Qin Feng seized a handful of Huang Fu Long's hair, pressing his face down against the surface, inquiring, Huang Fu Long, how does it feel? Qin Feng, I underestimated you, Huang Fu Long replied. That's good to know. Now, hand over the dragon soul jade. In a fit of rage, Huang Fu Long exclaimed, impossible. Who do you think I am? Qin Feng gripped the dagger, beginning to sway it back and forth. The sudden pain interrupted Huang Fu Long's threats, causing him to grimace and sweat profusely. I have no desire to hear idle chatter. Do you understand? Qin Feng, I can give you the jade pendant. Hurry up. Huang Fu Long retorted, the pendant isn't with me. It's in the bank. I'll take you to retrieve it. Then let us proceed, Qin Feng replied. You are ruthless. Huang Fu Long covered his injured hand as he led Qin Feng away. Outside, bystanders furrowed their brows but refrained from opening fire, for Qin Feng stood right behind Huang Fu Long. Everyone, step aside and prepare the vehicle. Huang Fu Long commanded. Inside a storage bank, Qin Feng successfully obtained the dragon soul jade. Huang Fu Long, using his suit jacket to cover his injured hand, appeared considerably paler and said, Qin Feng, I have given you what you wanted. May I leave now? Go ahead, but do not provoke me. Next time, I may not be so accommodating. This was a bank bustling with people. One Huang Fu Long was not enough to warrant Qin Feng committing murder in plain sight. Upon returning to the village, Qin Feng compared the two pieces of dragon soul jade. It seemed that these were merely fragments. Only by locating all the pieces could they be reassembled. The task was monumental, and he wondered if he would ever be able to gather them all in his lifetime. As Qin Feng pondered, someone entered. Why are you here? He asked. Qin Feng, did you incapacitate my father? He was being dishonest, so I taught him a lesson. Is there a problem with that? Huang Fu Yue said, you killed my second uncle. And you call that just a lesson? Hey, don't speak recklessly just because you possess a generous bosom. Why would I kill your second uncle? Isn't that the case? A blood-stained dagger clattered to the ground. It was indeed the same one that had pierced Huang Fu Long's palm. Qin Feng squinted slightly. What more do you wish to say? I truly underestimated you. I misjudged you. However, you have killed my second uncle, and my family will not let this slide. You place too much trust in your father. Qin Feng stated. Huang Fuyue replied, he is my father. If I cannot trust him, should I trust you, a stranger? Enough with your fabrications. I have no time to explain. Return my second uncle's life. Huang Fuyue exclaimed, drawing a gun from her handbag, her mind clouded by vengeance. With a swift motion, a small pistol equipped with a silencer fired a bullet. A clang echoed as something unknown precisely deflected the bullet away. Oh dear, little girl, do temper your wrath. Aunt Hong emerged gracefully in her chi pao, a smile gracing her face. Qin Feng, I will surely kill you. Initially intent on firing, Huang Fuyue felt a sharp pain in several acupoints throughout her body, causing her to lose all strength, even the ability to pull the trigger. Enough, little girl. Your acupoints are sealed by me. You can't move a muscle. Aunt Hong giggled. Huang Fuyue's face instantly paled. Even an unremarkable person by Qin Feng's side possessed such skills. Then how much easier must it have been for Qin Feng himself to kill her uncle? Qin Feng, just kill me. Don't think you can use me to threaten my father. Qin Feng took a drag of his cigarette, stood up, and looked at Huang Fuyue. Though I can't be bothered to explain, I don't like being misunderstood either. Do you know why your father was poisoned and fell into a coma before? Say whatever you want. The fact remains, you killed my uncle. Whether you listen or not, I'll speak. At least this way, I won't have to explain too much when I kill you. Your father wasn't poisoned by someone else. He drank corpse oil himself. Otherwise, a living person wouldn't develop cadaveric spots. Huang Fuyue's eyes widened in disbelief. You're lying. Why will my father do that to himself? Who knows? That's an internal family matter. I won't kill you yet. Wait until you see your father's true face. Qin Feng turned to Aunt Hong. Take her back and lock her up for now. Got it. Night fell. Qin Feng sat in the courtyard. Qin Feng, I'm going home tonight. I want to be back. Darling, that's not right. We didn't fight, and there's no conflict between us. Why are you, beep, 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 before he could finish the call ended abruptly. This woman, when she comes back, I'll have to discipline her properly. But then again, Qin Feng thought her absence might grant him some peace. Gazing at the desolate courtyard, he walked to the gate and called out, Old pal, make extra food tonight. I'll come by later. Understood. Qin Feng headed toward an antique pavilion not far away. Aunt Hong, oh my, what brings you here? To see that woman. Aunt Hong grinned knowingly and led Qin Feng to a rear pavilion. She opened a door. Inside was pitch black, with only faint muffled whimpers audible. Turn on the light. There, suspended from the ceiling, was Huang Fuyue, her feet dangling, her arms bound behind her in an intricate crisscross pattern that accentuated her already voluptuous figure. Her long, slender legs were also tightly bound, even her high heels secured in place, creating an aesthetic yet restrictive display. Qin Feng shot Aunt Hong a sidelong glance. Anyone who didn't know better would think they stumbled onto the set of some Japanese bondage film. Aunt Hong, tying her up like this is practically inviting crime. Uffed. Don't you youngsters enjoy a little thrill? Aunt Hong winked, her expression screaming, I've been around. I know what you like. Clearing his throat, Qin Feng approached Huang Fuyue with a stern demeanor. Sensing his presence, she lifted her head. Her eyes were blindfolded, her lips sealed with black tape. A rounded bulge, suggesting something had been stuffed into her mouth. Young man, this one still needs some training. She is quite the fiery one. Chapter 32, The Takeout Girl. Where's her phone? Over there. Qin Feng approached the table and retrieved a mobile phone for his handbag. Upon activating it, he removed the black cloth that obscured Huang Fuyue's eyes. She blinked momentarily, glaring intensely at Qin Feng, her cheeks flushed with anger. What is the password? I'll call your father, Qin Feng said with a smile. Huang Fuyue turned her face away, refusing to look at him. However, with swift dexterity, Qin Feng swiped the phone to access the facial recognition feature. Upon witnessing her phone unlock, Huang Fuyue began to struggle. This facial recognition on the smartphone is truly effective. Qin Feng chuckled as he located and dialed Huang Fulong's number. Where have you been? Huang Fulong's voice came through. It's me. After a brief silence, his tone turned grim. Qin Feng, it's truly remarkable how far you've gone, even resorting to killing your own brother to ensnare me. TSK, such ruthlessness befits a real man. Aware that his daughter was in Qin Feng's grasp, Huang Fulong refrained from admitting his own culpability and instead furiously declared, "Qin Feng, I will never forget the grudge of my brother's murder. You will pay dearly for this. You enjoy playing games, so let us play together. Your daughter is in my possession. What will you do about it?" Qin Feng retorted, "Return my daughter, and I am willing to pay for her release." "Very well. I demand the entirety of the Tianyu Chamber of Commerce," Qin Feng replied with a smile. "Agreed, I can provide that." Upon hearing this, Huang Fuyue struggled to implore her father not to comply. "I'm at the old street in the urban village. Come tonight to redeem her." Qin Feng ended the call and turned to Huang Fuyue. Noticing she had something to say, he tore off the black tape from her mouth, only to discover that her mouth was stuffed with a wad of stockings. It then dawned on Qin Feng that Huang Fuyue had worn stockings today, yet now her legs were bare. As she moved her stiff jaw, she spoke, "Qin Feng, I understand your intentions, and you've seen that my father would never abandon me. The facade may be painted, but the essence remains. Let us witness the drama unfold tonight. You will come to regret this." To this, Qin Feng merely waved his hand dismissively. Returning to the small courtyard, he encountered a ragged figure known as the debt collector. "Elder, are you here for a drink?" "No, I've come to pay the rent," Qin Feng replied, intrigued. "You're not suggesting you owe me money, are you?" The debt collector tossed a parchment-like object toward him. As Qin Feng caught it, his heart sank. He immediately recognized it as human skin. The silhouette unmistakably resembled Qin Feng. Having dealt with Qin Feng earlier that day, he feared retribution, thinking of sending Li Hu to resolve the matter. To his astonishment, the debt collector had simply gone and killed Qin Feng. "In order to prevent them from troubling you, I eliminated the entire Qin family. 30 souls, the debt collector said flatly. Qin Feng gasped. "All of them? Even the children?" "No exceptions." On this point, Qin Feng had to concede that the debt collector was indeed a formidable character in the realm of the extraordinary. "Elder, I am quite satisfied with your rent. I have a request." Qin Feng cast a human skin before the butcher's door, inquiring with a chuckle, "Mister, might you share your insights?" The butcher, glancing at Aunt Hong's loft, exclaimed in disbelief, "Who is carelessly tossing banana peels on my doorstep? Oh heavens, human skin!" Stepping out, the butcher flung the skin aside, his face etched with annoyance. Upon seeing Qin Feng, he gestured, "Young man, your timing is impeccable." "Old butcher, what on earth is happening?" Qin Feng questioned. The butcher produced 2 discount coupons for a bathing center from his pocket, raising an eyebrow. "The Royal Bathhouse, young man. Care to join me for a foot soak?" Meanwhile, within a nearby villa, a woman clad in a glossy leather catsuit, adorned with a mask, gracefully entered. Her voluptuous, statuesque form was accentuated by the tight-fitting suit, her movements akin to a night enchantress. In the living room sat Huang Fulong, who upon her arrival greeted her with a smile. "Greetings, Miss Xiao." Miss Xiao extended her delicate hand, coolly responding, "Here you are. This card holds a deposit of 5 million. Expect my call tomorrow morning." "Understood," she said, taking the documents and departing. On the other side, Qin Feng sipped his drink while watching a video on trimming cow hooves on his phone. A series of knocks resounded. Setting down his phone, he approached the door, finding a delivery girl waiting. More accurately, it was a delivery maiden, distinguished by her yellow helmet embellished with cat ears. She possessed an enchanting visage, her innocent beauty accentuated by a short-sleeved yellow delivery shirt paired with a black pleated skirt, revealing her long, slender legs. "Hello, your delivery," she chirped. The delivery maiden was strikingly beautiful, her work attire adding to her charm. He had thought such delivery maidens were mere internet fabrications. Yet here was a stunning girl in the flesh. However, he had not ordered any food. "Your wife placed the order, concerned you might not have cooked for yourself," she explained. Qin Feng rolled his eyes in response. Given Murong Wanqing's tendency to return to her family the day after their wedding, it was hard to believe she would remember to order food for her temporary husband out of concern for his hunger. Fine, he conceded, accepting the delivery. The delivery maiden bounced away on her electric scooter, and Qin Feng then realized there were 2 meals. Observing her retreating figure, he found it amusing. Truly, Huang Fulong was swift in his actions. The timing was impeccable. Firstly, the delivery was a means to ascertain Qin Feng's precise location. Secondly, delivering 2 meals was to determine if 2 individuals were present. If so, Qin Feng would inevitably consume the other meal as well, for human nature is inherently greedy. Thus, Qin Feng decided to play along. At 2 in the morning, he opened his eyes, a glint of coldness flashing within. They had arrived. A lithe figure slipped into the courtyard, conducting a brief survey before infiltrating the first floor. With a sharp sound, a flame ignited in the darkened living room. Qin Feng lit a cigarette, gazing at the shadowy intruder with a grin. "Ah, delivery maiden, it seems we meet again." Without uttering a word, the female assassin advanced. A glimmering dagger appeared in her hand, swiftly aimed at Qin Feng's throat. Just as it seemed poised to pierce his skin, the blade faltered, unable to advance even a fraction. The female assassin's pupils contracted in disbelief as Qin Feng effortlessly pinched the dagger between his fingers. With a puff of smoke, he exhaled a ring that enveloped her face. Instinctively, she recoiled, springing back to create distance, reaching for 3 poison needles from her waist. But where was Qin Feng? He had vanished from the sofa. Chapter 33. The Slayer, who slays without hesitation. "You think your reflexes can kill me?" A soft, haunting voice emerged from behind her, chilling the assassin to her core as if it had originated from the depths of hell. She swiftly turned and hurled the 3 poison needles. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The needles flew wide of their mark. How could this be? Qin Feng emerged from the shadows, raising his hand to seize her. The assassin attempted to retreat, but his speed was unmatched. The mask was removed from her face, revealing a visage even more exquisite than when she had masqueraded as a delivery girl. "I will kill you." The assassin prepared to strike again, but Qin Feng had already materialized behind her. The dagger she had lost was now poised against her neck. "Do not move. This dagger is quite sharp," he warned. "Who are you?" "Classified information." "Now tell me, did Huang Fulong send you?" Qin Feng smiled slightly, leaning closer to her delicate features. "Kill or spare. I leave it to your discretion," she retorted defiantly. "Oh, playing coy with me, are we? How dull." Qin Feng's gaze wandered to her pronounced figure, a mischievous smile creeping across his face. "If you refuse to speak, I may be compelled to persuade you otherwise." With that, he began to slowly unzip the front of her outfit. The assassin's face flushed, her eyes filled with indignation. "Goodness, you, a killer, can still feel shy?" This intrigued Qin Feng even more. Just as he contemplated further teasing her, the lights in the living room flickered on. "Qin Feng, what are you doing?" He turned towards the entrance and remarked, "Darling, what brings you back?" Seizing the opportunity, the assassin attempted to slip away. Yet, a swift chop to the back of her neck rendered her unconscious. Moron Wanqing frowned, scrutinizing the fallen assassin. "Who is she?" "Just a female assassin. I was merely engaging with her." "An assassin? And you were so close to her?" "You were practically face to face." Qin Feng, exasperated, replied, "That is not the point. I doubt she is an assassin. She seems more like a lady you summoned for some role play," Moron Wanqing accused. "Don't be absurd. Stop overthinking." "Oomph." With that, she turned to leave. "Where are you going?" "Back to my parents." Soon, the sound of a vehicle starting echoed from outside as Moron Wanqing returned to her family home. That woman, Qin Feng, chose not to pursue her, prioritizing the handling of the female assassin. "Young man, have you had a spat with your lovely wife?" Aunt Hong entered the room, accompanied by Huang Fuyue, clad in a trench coat and mask. "Don't even mention it. She just got married and already returned to her family." "This is unbearable," Qin Feng lamented. "Everything is in order. I have brought her to you," Qin Feng remarked, casting a glance at Huang Fuyue. "Let her in. I wish to see the one your father dispatched to rescue you." Huang Fuyue approached with cautious steps, her gaze falling upon the woman sprawled on the ground. With an expression of confusion, she looked toward Qin Feng. "Aunt Hong, bind this woman securely and awaken her. I have a need to vent my frustrations tonight." "Certainly," Aunt Hong replied, her expertise evident as she swiftly bound the female assassin tightly. "Aunt Hong, your binding technique is one thing, but must it be so suggestive?" Qin Feng exclaimed, exasperated. It was one thing to be firmly restrained. Aunt Hong had even wound several loops around the assassin's chest, accentuating her already ample figure. "Awaken." Qin Feng commanded, giving the assassin's face a gentle slap. Her delicate brows twitched slightly as she opened her eyes wide. Upon seeing Qin Feng, she instinctively sought to retaliate, only to realize she was bound securely. Observing her predicament, with her legs ensnared and even her high heels tethered, anger surged across her features. Qin Feng, you perverse fiend. You even tied my high heels. She fumed. Who is the real pervert here? You donned a form-fitting leather outfit and high heels, causing my wife to misunderstand me. I have yet to voice my grievances, he retorted. The information I received was accurate. You are indeed a deviant, a scourge to innocent maidens, an unrepentant villain. Silence. If you persist, I shall resort to violence, Qin Feng warned, producing his 7 wolves belt from his waist. Little girl, I perceive a spark of goodness within you. Kindly answer our questions, Aunt Hong chimed in cheerfully. Oomph. The first rule of being an assassin is to never divulge any information about the employer. If you choose silence, my dear brother possesses 100 ways to torment you, and you are aware that he is quite the sadist. Given your striking beauty, what methods do you think he would employ to inflict suffering upon you? Qin Feng remarked, suppressing his frustration. However, he chose not to argue with Aunt Hong, who was both a comrade and a senior figure in his life. The assassin appeared somewhat intimidated as she regarded Qin Feng, who wielded the 7 wolves belt. Tell me, how much did your employer pay you to eliminate Qin Feng? 10 million. Qin Feng's expression darkened. When did I become so undervalued? 10 million? Surely not. In the eyes of your employer, I am hardly worth that sum, which suggests your assignment entails more than just eliminating me. Does it not? Upon hearing this, the assassin hesitated. However, Huang Fu Yue, with a furrowed brow, fixed her gaze intently on the assassin. Indeed, in addition to Qin Feng, I am also tasked with eliminating someone named Huang Fu Yue. At this revelation, Huang Fu Yue's pupils contracted, and she emitted a distressed sound. Aunt Hong continued her inquiry. Are you aware that the individual who hired you is named Huang Fu Long, and that Huang Fu Yue is, in fact, his daughter? That is impossible. How could a father wish harm upon his own daughter? The assassin questioned, bewildered. Let her explain it to you herself, Aunt Hong said, removing the tape from Huang Fu Yue's mouth. Did my father truly send you to kill me as well? She asked, her voice trembling. As the assassin's mask was removed, she recognized Huang Fu Yue. If you're indeed Huang Fu Yue, then it is correct. Impossible. How could my father ever wish to harm me? I cannot say. The information I possess does not specify the reasons, and as an assassin, I do not question the motives. After a prolonged silence, the scene hung heavy with uncertainty. Huang Fu Yue's face was ashen as she said, Qin Feng, you might as well kill me. Aunt Hong, the situation is nearly resolved. Take them both back, she added. Understood. Aunt Hong instructed her men to escort the 2 away. Then she turned to Qin Feng and inquired, Young master, what are your plans for the next steps? Huang Fu Long intends to kill me. I cannot stand idly by. A killer must be dealt with, Qin Feng responded. Typically, Qin Feng refrained from taking lives. If it were merely idle threats, a couple of slaps would suffice. However, since Huang Fu Long was genuinely intent on his demise, it had become a life-or-death confrontation. Return and have that woman call Huang Fu Long. Inform him that the mission was accomplished. Then, find an opportunity. I aim to dismantle the Tianyu Chamber of Commerce. But, young master, the Tianyu Chamber of Commerce is the second most powerful force in Jinghai City. Rather than annihilating them, wouldn't it be wiser to have them serve you? Qin Feng lit a cigarette and replied, Aunt Hong, you know my time is limited. There is always a path ahead, and when the boat reaches the bridge, it will straighten out, even if it comes to a dead end. You must ensure a future for our lineage. With our presence, they shall surely thrive. Chapter 34. With you at the helm. Let us observe for now. You should heed Aunt Hong's advice. Preserving the Tianyu Chamber of Commerce may serve a purpose in the future. At this juncture, Qin Feng had adopted a laid-back existence, devoid of desires. Yet, upon reflection, failing to secure a future would be a disservice to his lineage. If he could not accompany their growth, it would also be a betrayal to his descendants. How can one find a way to satisfy both sides, honoring the Buddha while cherishing the beloved? Nevertheless, every matter must have a resolution, mustn't it? 3 days later, Qin Feng arrived at Aunt Hong's loft. Young master, your wife hasn't returned in 3 days. Aren't you worried? Worried about what? She can do as she pleases. An Hong rolled her eyes and changed the subject, saying, tonight, Huang Fulong is hosting a celebration banquet, inviting all members of the Tianyu Chamber of Commerce. Do you wish to make an appearance? Absolutely. I have been waiting for this moment. Footsteps echoed from upstairs as Huang Fuyue descended. Her complexion remained somewhat haggard as she said, Qin Feng, may I have the authority to decide my father's fate? What do you mean? Qin Feng questioned, puzzled. I understand your intentions now, and I finally grasped the significance of my grandfather's last words. If you can help me regain control of the Tianyu Chamber of Commerce, I will follow your lead. Qin Feng glanced at An Hong, realizing that An Hong must have shared his desire for the Tianyu Chamber of Commerce to serve him. Very well. Tonight, we shall proceed. As he observed Huang Fuyue's departing figure, Qin Feng asked, An Hong, why has her demeanor suddenly changed? Wasn't she previously doubtful of her father? According to my intelligence, Huang Fulong is not her biological father. There's another. Who? An Hong smiled mysteriously. You know him. Could it be? Qin Feng recalled the borrowed blade man. That night, the borrowed blade man had requested one thing from him, to refrain from harming Huang Fuyue. If she were indeed the daughter of the borrowed blade man, it would all make sense. There was another member of the Huang Fu family, named Huang Fu Yuan, who was the current borrowed blade man, and he had isolated himself in the Eastern Black Prison, likely emerging for the sake of the Huang Fu family. All right, the internal affairs of these families are indeed chaotic. It is natural. At present, you are akin to a carefree wanderer, but once you have a multitude of descendants and they establish their own families and careers, you shall comprehend the gravity of the situation. Qin Feng waved his hand, unwilling to discuss any future matters. The priority was to find a way to ensure his own survival. Nightfall. A car halted beneath a prestigious clubhouse. Qin Feng turned to Huang Fuyue and inquired, Are you certain? You could easily avoid this. No need. I wish to bring this to a conclusion, she replied resolutely. Huang Fuyue was adorned in a striking red gown. It seemed she had a particular affinity for vivid colors, unlike his wife, Murong Wanqing, who predominantly donned somber black attire, resembling a character from the Matrix. Once they exited the vehicle, the expressions of those at the entrance instantly stiffened. A man and a woman approached, visibly agitated. President, you are alive? They exclaimed. AKA, Ame, what is this about? They exchanged wry smiles and explained. After your father took control of the Tianyu Chamber of Commerce, everyone around you has been assigned to guard the entrance. We have been given a task. No one is permitted to enter. President, what is your intention? The pair were startled, realizing the implication. Huang Fuyue intended to contest her father's control over the Tianyu Chamber of Commerce. Very well, should you succeed, we shall continue to follow you. If you fail, we shall follow you in another sense. I shall prevail, Huang Fuyue asserted. Previously, she had harbored no confidence. But after spending a few days on Qin Feng Street, she understood the essence of subtlety and discretion. Where the small hide in the wilderness and the great conceal themselves within the city. AKA approached the others and instructed. Return and inform Huang Fulong that Miss Huang Fuyue has returned. Expedite the alert and enforce a lockdown. Upon hearing this, the individuals on the first floor turned their gazes toward Huang Fuyue. Qin Feng stood still amidst their scrutiny and remarked, Hey, I am the protagonist here, you know. At the top of the clubhouse, a banquet was underway, with esteemed partners of the Tianyu Chamber of Commerce in attendance, alongside some elder members and various branch leaders. Huang Fulong, attired in a tailored suit and brimming with vigor, was engaged in conviviality with several guests when a person leaned close to whisper in his ear. Instantly, Huang Fulong's expression hardened. She is not dead? Indeed, the young lady had returned and was now ascending in the elevator. Damn it, how dare that Miss Xiao deceive me? Just as Huang Fulong was about to rise, the voice of Huang Fuyue echoed from outside. My esteemed father, are you not inviting your daughter to tonight's banquet? All eyes turned toward the entrance, astonishment etched on their faces. Wasn't Huang Fuyue supposed to be dead? How could she return unscathed? Upon seeing Huang Fuyue and Qin Feng, Huang Fulong's countenance twitched. The highly paid assassin had not only failed to eliminate Huang Fuyue, but had also left Qin Feng unharmed. Everyone ceased their activities. glancing between Huang Fu Yue and Huang Fu Long. The entire hall enveloped in an eerie silence. Huang Fu Long gulped down a glass of wine and solemnly stated, "My dear daughter, why have you returned when you are alive?" "I have indeed returned, because I cannot hand over the Tianyu Chamber of Commerce to you. It was bequeathed to me by grandfather." "But I am your father," he retorted. Huang Fu Yue declared, "It was so before, but now it is not. For your daughter was slain by you 3 days prior. I am now Huang Fu Yue." A gasp echoed around the room, yet no one appeared particularly astonished. After all, the Huangfu family was entrenched in the shadows, rife with internal strife. Huang Fu Long erupted in a raucous laugh, his countenance transforming into a menacing visage. "Are you certain you wish to oppose me? Do I have any choice?" Huang Fu Yue retorted. Subsequently, Huang Fu Long rose, fixing his gaze upon her. Huang Fu Yue produced a dagger and cast it at his feet. "We are both entrenched in this realm. Let us abide by the rules. Let all present bear witness." A duel. She opted for a duel, intent on contesting the control of the Tianyu Chamber of Commerce against Huang Fu Long Li, who was also present, casting a glance at Qin Feng for counsel. However, Qin Feng merely offered him a faint smile, signaling him to refrain from intervening. The moment was not yet ripe. Suddenly, Huang Fu Yue plunged the dagger into her own chest, blood gushing forth. The assembly was taken aback. With a muffled groan, she proclaimed, "Huang Fu Long, though your paternal affection is a fade, I took it to heart. Thus, I return it to you. Let us commence. If you seek death, I shall oblige." Huang Fu Long retorted, brandishing the dagger as he approached her deliberately. The crowd parted. Huang Fu Long's eyes gleamed with murderous intent as he lunged forward. Clang! Huang Fu Yue swiftly parried the blow, then swiftly slashed at Huang Fu Long's wrist. Chapter 35. Let the tides turn. "You shall perish," Huang Fu Long roared in fury, akin to a frenzied lion. Clang, clang, clang. The daggers clashed, producing a cacophony of metallic sounds. Huang Fu Yue clutched her chest, wielding her weapon with one hand as she engaged in combat with Huang Fu Long. With a pained cry from Huang Fu Long, a gash appeared on his back, blood flowing freely. The onlookers were utterly astonished. Despite her youth, Huang Fu Yue's combat prowess far surpassed that of Huang Fu Long. It must be noted that Huang Fu Long and his contemporaries had fought their way through countless perils, yet they were no match for Huang Fu Yue. As the duel progressed, Huang Fu Long accumulated several wounds. Qin Feng observed with keen interest. Truth be told, Huang Fu Yue was undoubtedly a martial prodigy, coupled with her affiliation with the underworld. Her techniques and combat skills were exceptional. Clang! Huang Fu Yue deflected her opponent's dagger and swiftly closed the distance, altering her grip to form a triangle with the blade and her wrist, ensnaring Huang Fu Long by the throat. "Huang Fu Long, you have lost." A collective gasp resonated through the crowd. Huang Fu Yue had triumphed over Huang Fu Long. At that moment, Huang Fu Long's expression was dire, as though contemplating his demise. Yet Huang Fu Yue spared him, stating, "According to the rules, you must vacate Jinghai City. Truly, I am aging. Even you cannot best me. But do not forget, the Tianyu Chamber of Commerce remains under my dominion." Huang Fu Long, however, would not acquiesce easily, clapping his hands with a smirk. Suddenly, more than 20 individuals entered, each armed with their own weapon. "Huang Fu Yue, though you have triumphed in this duel, you remain the loser. Even without the aid of the celestial commerce, I can still establish my foothold in Jinghai City." Huang Fu Yue inquired, "Do you truly believe victory is within your grasp? What else could it be? To ensure your disappearance, I risked consuming corpse oil to fall into a stupor. Once you were dead, no one would suspect the comatose individual behind it. However, you sought out Qin Feng to awaken me." Huang Fu Yue continued, "So your plan was to murder my uncle and frame Qin Feng, thus sever my ties with him. Perhaps if Qin Feng hesitated to kill me, you would take matters into your own hands, which is why you dispatched assassins 3 days ago. Ha ha, indeed. I no longer wish to deceive you. This is the reality. Huang Fu Long, how ruthless you are. Humph, no man is without poison." Observing Huang Fu Long's confident demeanor, Huang Fu Yue found it utterly absurd. "Do you truly believe you have one? I merely engaged in this duel without any expectation of victory. Yet, Your cleverness has backfired. Dragging Qin Feng into your scheme, an unforgivable error. I concede that Qin Feng possesses some skill, but against 20 individuals and their firearms, does he possess bullets faster than theirs? How laughable. You consider yourself formidable and cunning, yet in the presence of Qin Feng, all of this becomes a mere jest. Huang Fulong, filled with rage, bellowed. At this juncture, do you still trust Qin Feng? Is he a deity? At that moment, Qin Feng felt it was time for his entrance. He approached with a smile. Huang Fulong, I'm neither a god nor someone you can provoke. As he spoke, those who had been aiming their guns at Huang Fu Yue swiftly redirected their weapons towards Huang Fulong. The tables had turned. Huang Fulong quickly glanced at Li Hu, demanding, Li Hu, what is the meaning of this? Huang Fulong, I can assist you in dealing with anyone, but regrettably, I am indeed one of Qin Feng's associates. What? Huang Fulong trembled, stepping back involuntarily. He hastily turned to the last 4 individuals. Masters, summon your men immediately. The 4 exchanged glances. They were not fools. And it was evident that Huang Fulong was destined to lose. If they heeded his words, they would be the ones to face imminent peril. One of them spoke. President Huang Fu, we regret to inform you that according to the rules of the duel, you have lost. Furthermore, your actions violate the fundamental principles of the celestial commerce. You traitorous ingrates! Huang Fulong seethed, his teeth gritting furiously. What had once been his dominion had now shifted in an instant. Li Hu, his last bastion of support, was revealed to be aligned with Qin Feng. He had not merely lost to Huang Fu Yue or Qin Feng, but to his own misguided arrogance. In the end, dragging Qin Feng into the mire had been his gravest miscalculation. With a thud, Huang Fulong fell to his knees, pleading, Daughter, spare me. I have learned my lesson. From now on, the celestial commerce shall be yours, and I will not interfere. Bang, 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 bang. For gunshots rang out in succession. Blood erupted from the critical areas of Huang Fulong's limbs, causing him to writhe in agony on the ground. Qin Feng returned the smoking gun to Li Hu and addressed Huang Fu. Huang Fulong, sparing your life is a promise I made to Huang Fu Yue. You ought to express your gratitude to her. Huang Fu Yue approached, observing the convulsing Huang Fulong, and stated, I shall ensure your safe passage abroad, allowing you to enjoy the remainder of your life. You will not have a good end. He screamed as he was taken away. The situation had reached its conclusion. Huang Fu Yue bid farewell to Qin Feng and sought a doctor to attend to her wounds. Brother Qin Feng, do you have any further instructions? Li Hu asked with a smile while offering a cigarette. None. Keep an eye on Su San and notify me immediately of any dubious actions. No problem. At a dock in Jinghai City, Huang Fulong was cursed as he was hoisted onto a boat. The boatman, wearing a conical hat, rowed silently. You scoundrels, I will not let you off easily. I shall return. Despite the pain from his injuries, Huang Fulong continued to curse vehemently, filled with resentment. Do you regret it? The boatman asked hoarsely. Regret what? Once I recover, I will certainly return and dismember them, feeding their remains to the fish. You remain as weak as before. Impulsiveness does not equate to bravery or wisdom. Huang Fulong shot a cold laugh at the boatman. Who do you think you are? Just a filthy boatman. Daring to lecture me? Am I wrong, second brother? At these words, Huang Fulong's mind buzzed. The boatman removed his hat, revealing a weathered face that bore a resemblance to Huang Fulong, yet exuded a fortitude unlike the sinister demeanor of Huang Fulong. Weren't you dead? I am very much alive. This man was none other than the debt collector. Brother, what I said earlier was merely in anger. Defeat is defeat, and I am willing to enjoy the rest of my life. There are no more chances for you. Someone like you does not deserve to be a part of the Huangfu family. The sea breeze howled, mingled with a faint scent of blood. The debt collector watched as Huangfu Long slowly sank beneath the waves, feeling an immense wave of emotion. Chapter 36. Hush! Do not disturb her rest. The debt collector returned to the shore and encountered Qin Feng. Little brother, what brings you here? It was dull back home, so I thought I would join you for a drink. Very well. At a roadside stall, after sipping a drink, Qin Feng inquired, Do you not wish to acknowledge her? From the moment she was born, I entrusted her to my father for upbringing. I have never fulfilled a single day of paternal duty. I am unworthy to be called her father. A sigh escaped Qin Feng's lips as he reflected on his own situation, having been raised by his grandfather without ever knowing what his parents looked like. Indeed, the Huangfu family consisted of 3 brothers. However, the venerable Huangfu patriarch had taken 2 wives during his lifetime. Initially, Huangfu Yuan's mother had perished during childbirth. Soon after, Huangfu Yuan fell gravely ill and was taken away by a debt collector. Since then, apart from a few old acquaintances, few knew that the Huangfu family had another member. Huangfu Yuan, little brother, cherish everything in the present. Do not end up like me, filled with regret. I will. Upon returning to the small courtyard, as Qin Feng prepared to undress, a figure entered. Darling, you're back. Qin Feng observed Mu Ron Wanqing, who remained clad in her uniform skirt. Yet her complexion was alarmingly pale. Before she could finish her words, she collapsed. Qin Feng hurriedly supported her, noticing that her lips had taken on a faint purplish hue, and her exquisite visage was beaded with tiny droplets of sweat. She had been poisoned. He quickly examined her and discovered a poisonous needle embedded in her left shoulder blade. With urgency, he extracted it, revealing a needlehead of dark hue. He carried Mu Ron Wanqing into a room and sealed several acupoints to prevent the toxin from spreading. As he removed her clothing, he observed that the area surrounding the wound had turned completely black and purple, with the blood seeping from the small laceration appearing dark as well. Without hesitation, Qin Feng pressed his mouth to the wound and forcefully inhaled. The toxin was drawn into his mouth and subsequently expelled into a trash bin. He then rushed to a side room, retrieving some herbs to chew and apply to the wound. After taking her pulse again, he noted that her heartbeat had stabilized. He covered her with a blanket and contemplated the silver needle in his hand. Many in the martial world employed poison needles, yet each did so to signify their own identity. Lighting a cigarette, he inhaled slowly. Outside the door, a faint rustling could be heard as 2 individuals clad in black cloaks entered. Qin Feng glanced at them and inquired, "Are you the ones who have harmed my wife?" Upon hearing this, the 2 lowered their hoods. One was male, the other female. The man appeared rather conventional, while the woman possessed an alluring charm. "Well, look at you. Handsome. You must be quite fortunate to have married such a woman," the woman chuckled. "If I am not mistaken, you are the bamboo leaf green, ranked 79th on the Dachau assassination list, correct?" Upon hearing this, bamboo leaf green smile became even more flamboyant. "I didn't expect you to be someone of the same ilk." "Young man," he remarked, "since you are aware of our names, you might as well take your own life. We do not wish to slay a fellow practitioner." The man interjected, 79th bamboo leaf green and 60th iron hand. "How shall we settle this matter?" Qin Feng questioned. The 2 exchanged glances. Regarding Qin Feng as though he were a fool. Why should we concern ourselves with the repercussions of killing? However, since you have recognized our identities, you cannot be spared. Do not resist. The poison of bamboo leaf green will spare you any agony. No sooner had he finished speaking than bamboo leaf green waved his sleeve, launching 2 poison needles. Qin Feng exhaled a smoke ring and flicked the cigarette, but colliding it with the needles mid-air, resulting in a shower of sparks. "Those who harm me shall meet their demise," Qin Feng declared. A realization dawned upon bamboo leaf green. He swiftly drew a soft sword from his waist, advancing towards Qin Feng with lethal intent. The sharp blade of the soft sword was deflected by Qin Feng, producing a resounding clang. With a swift motion, he fractured the soft sword between his fingers and, in a flash, pierced bamboo leaf green's heart. "Ah!" Bamboo leaf green instinctively prepared to scream in agony. But Qin Feng covered her mouth, gesturing for silence. "Do not disturb my wife's slumber." Coughing, bamboo leaf green's eyes were filled with terror. She had not even comprehended Qin Feng's movements before she had fatally turned her own weapon against herself. With her chest pierced, the blood gushed from her lungs, and she continued to spit forth blood. "Perish!" A powerful fist struck forth, revealing a right hand cloaked in obsidian metal, exuding immense strength. With a resounding thud, Qin Feng deftly caught the opponent's punch with one hand. A cold smile graced Qin Feng's lips as he applied force, instantly reducing the metallic arm of the foe to a mere pulp. "Now that is true power," he declared before delivering a single punch that pierced through the iron hand's chest. The adversary's expression grew vacant as he slowly crumpled to the ground. It was only in their final moments that they grasped the disparity between their vaunted strength and Qin Feng's unparalleled might. 10 minutes later, a rather unsightly, diminutive old man entered the scene. "Ah, young sir, conducting business at this late hour?" he inquired. "Clean this place up and accompany me outside." The old man questioned. "Where to?" "To eliminate," came the ominous reply. As thunder rumbled and torrential rain began to pour, within a certain villa, a butler knocked on a door. "Chairman, there's trouble." The door swung open, revealing a middle-aged man who, visibly displeased, asked, "What is going on?" "You'd best see for yourself." Upon reaching the entrance, they were met with 2 bags on the ground. Chairman Hao opened one, his face draining of color as he collapsed onto the floor. "They are, indeed, them." Chairman Hao trembled uncontrollably, for within the bags lay the severed heads of the 2 assassins he had employed. "What shall we do?" "Notify the rest of the family and seek refuge at the nearest police station, quickly." "Understood." Though Chairman Hao was proud, he was not a fool. The ability to dispatch the 2 high-priced assassins he had hired indicated that their adversary was no ordinary foe. As he returned to the living room, Chairman Hao's pupils dilated in shock. Qin Feng had taken a seat on the sofa, casually flicking ash from a cigarette. "Chairman Hao, did you enjoy the little gifts I left outside?" "Qin Feng, let us speak amicably. I will grant you anything you desire. I have already afforded you an opportunity. Frankly, I have no issue with your commercial rivalry against my wife and will not interfere, but your covert machinations are unacceptable." Retreating, Chairman Hao shouted towards the door, "Someone, come here." Yet outside, only the sound of thunder and rain answered his call. In the darkness, a sensuously alluring figure sauntered in, deftly toying with a dagger. "Chairman Hao, where do you think you're going?" Her voice was sweetly seductive, yet to Chairman Hao, she embodied a devil. This was Su Yaolao. She turned to Qin Feng, saying, "Master, those individuals outside are truly unworthy of their lives." Chapter 37. I Am Reality. With a crack of lightning illuminating the villa's courtyard, Chairman Hao's legs weakened, nearly causing him to collapse. Tremors coursed through him, chilled to the bone, for several corpses lay upon the grass, those of his highly paid professional bodyguards. Su Yaolao approached, seizing Chairman Hao by the hair, pressing her dagger against his throat. "Do not kill me, Qin Feng." "Chairman Hao, what do you rely on now?" "Qin Feng, you cannot take my life. If you do, Master Su will not spare you." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng let out a derisive laugh. The sound of footsteps echoed from outside. A man entered through the pouring rain, drenched to the bone, clutching a bag in his hand. "Shaoli, you have arrived. Save me, save me." Chairman Hao cried out in desperation upon seeing Li Hu. However, Li Hu paid him no mind and instead knelt before Qin Feng, saying, "Brother Qin, I have fulfilled your request." With that, he opened the black bag. Chairman Hao's legs went weak, utterly stunned. Inside lay a severed head, none other than the head of Master Su. His greatest reliance was now extinguished. Master Su was dead. "Well done," Qin Feng remarked, gazing at Chairman Hao. "Do you possess any further leverage? I shall ensure you submit completely." At that moment, Chairman Hao's face drained of color, as he realized he would not see the dawn of another day. "Qin Feng, who exactly are you?" "Just an ordinary person," replied Qin Feng. Chairman Hao forced a bitter smile, saying, "No need to elaborate. I am aware of my fate. But you, too, will meet your end. My son will avenge me. And both you and Murong Wanqing shall accompany me in death. I ask you, do you believe in reality?" "I do not," Chairman Hao replied. "After years of struggle, I have come to reject any notion of reality." "Brother Qin, I have arrived." Another person walked in, carrying 2 bags. Chairman Hao recognized him as Akai, one of Tianyu Chamber of Commerce's confidants, close to Huangfu Yue. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Qin Feng had not only gained control over Li Hu, but also over the Tianyu Chamber of Commerce. As Akai tossed the bag aside, 2 severed heads rolled onto the floor. Chairman Hao's eyes widened in horror, and he gasped for breath for several agonizing seconds. My son, indeed. Those heads belonged to Hao Jianbin and Hao Jianren. Qin Feng, you beast. You savage. Chairman Hao, whether you believe in reality or not, Qin Feng shrugged, continuing. I am the embodiment of reality. Qin Feng, I will fight you. Chairman Hao lunged at Qin Feng, but was swiftly subdued by Su Yarui, who pinned him down. Farewell. Chairman Hao. Qin Feng rose and stepped away, while Su Yarui swiftly severed Chairman Hao's neck. Coughing, he clutched his neck, yet continued to spew blood, collapsing to the ground in convulsions. Li Hu and Ah Kai exchanged glances, both engulfed in profound fear. The youth before them was far more ruthless than they had ever been in the underworld. Inside the car, Su Yarui playfully remarked, "Dear brother, what has prompted you to kill tonight? I thought you had turned a new leaf. They sought trouble repeatedly. Why should I spare them? They brought this upon themselves. This is my master, clear about grievances, broad-minded yet unforgiving." Qin Feng rolled his eyes. "Start the car, prepare to leave." However, Su Yarui extended her delicate hand. "What are you doing?" "Master, I am hungry and wish for a late-night snack." As she spoke, Su Yarui seductively licked her vibrant crimson lips, tucking her hair behind her ear before leaning down. Qin Feng felt a surge of blood rush through his veins. On the rain-soaked road, a vehicle crawled along at a sluggish pace of 20 or 30 miles per hour. The following day, droplets of last night's rain clung to the leaves. Murong Wanqing awoke in a daze, discovering she was in Qin Feng's bed. Memories of the previous night flooded back. Feeling a sharp pain in her back, she realized it was wrapped in bandages. Qin Feng? She donned her clothes and descended the stairs. There she found Qin Feng at a table in the courtyard, eating noodles. "Darling, you're awake?" Qin Feng remarked. "Qin Feng, last night, Qin Feng nodded. "You were poisoned, but fortunately I managed to resolve it. Just rest for a few days." "A killer?" she inquired. "Perhaps, but it's all right now." Noticing the woman attempting to leave, Qin Feng said, "Come back. You're still injured. Where do you think you're going?" "To the company." "Enough of that. You can hardly walk. Rest for 2 days." Murong Wanqing gazed at Qin Feng, who continued to eat his noodles. Though his words were somewhat dismissive, they stirred a warmth within her heart. Murong Wanqing turned back, realizing that she had indeed heeded his words. Qin Feng finished his noodles and instructed a neighbor to bring a bowl to Murong Wanqing before seeking out Aunt Hong. "Aunt Hong, have you uncovered anything about that girl?" Aunt Hong smiled and asked, "Young man, are you so eager already? Let me tell you, this girl is still quite innocent." "Aunt Hong, do you harbor a bias against me? Is it not the case that men often think of such matters?" Qin Feng felt a headache coming on and said, "Let us not discuss that. Is this woman usable?" "She is, and she is not one who cannot distinguish right from wrong." "Lin Xiao. Her profile is quite simple. She is merely your admirer, a devoted little fan. Is that so? I'll go take a look." After a short while, Qin Feng arrived on the second floor and found a graceful figure struggling on the bed. "Little girl, it seems you've been rather restless these past few days." Upon seeing Qin Feng enter, Lin Xiao's eyes were filled with a fierce intensity. Qin Feng approached and playfully slapped her on the bottom. Smack! The embarrassment caused Lin Xiao to attempt to kick at Qin Feng, but he caught her, pulling her into his embrace and finding her flushed face from struggling both adorable and enticing. Her entire body was firmly bound by ropes, leaving her writhing like a caterpillar. "Don't shout or make a fuss, and I'll remove the tape from your mouth." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao eagerly nodded. "Very well." Qin Feng peeled away the black tape, revealing a wad of black cloth stuffed in her mouth, which turned out to be a pair of lace panties, already dampened by her saliva. "You scoundrel, when will you release me? I can give you plenty of money," Lin Xiao pleaded. "I have no need for money. How about you become mine instead?" "Never. Even if I were to become a streetwalker, I would never lower myself to your level." Qin Feng was speechless as he pinched her delicate cheek. "Little girl, do not misunderstand. While your figure and face are quite appealing, I am not interested." "Bah, foul scoundrel. Wretched rogue. You bind me thus, and yet claim to harbor no ill intentions? I am a member of the Xie organization. Should you dare to harm me, Lord Xie shall undoubtedly exact his vengeance upon you." Chapter 38. Deceptive Promises. The Xie organization? Indeed, you may not be an assassin, but you are unaware. The Xie organization is the most enigmatic and formidable entity in the world. Even superpowers must tread carefully around it. Intrigued, Qin Feng inquired, "Pray tell, you are not the paramour of the leader of this organization, are you?" "Indeed, I am the beloved of Lord Xie. At this revelation, Qin Feng was rendered speechless, pondering when he had acquired such a woman. Are you frightened? Then release me at once, Lin Xiaoxiao declared, brimming with pride. In truth, I do know Lord Xie, yet I was unaware of your existence. You boast. A person such as you could hardly be acquainted with the powerful and mysterious Lord Xie. Qin Feng summoned someone to procure an item, which turned out to be an ancient and exquisitely crafted coin, inscribed with the character for Xie. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in astonishment. Do you recognize this? Are you truly a member of the Xie organization? Panic surged within her. Each organization possesses its own coin, symbolizing identity and status. The coin in Qin Feng's possession belonged to the upper echelons of the Xie organization. She had long yearned to join this organization, hence adopting Xie as her alias and venerating Lord Xie as her faith. Do you still wish to impersonate the woman of Lord Xie? Qin Feng inquired with a smile. As Lin Xiaoxiao's deceit was laid bare, she became increasingly flustered. Enough. I shall overlook your impersonation of the Xie organization. Instead, if you prove your sincerity and assist me, I could facilitate your introduction into the Xie organization. What say you? Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is that truly so? Does this coin not speak volumes? Furthermore, it will grant you the opportunity to approach Lord Xie and befriend his personal guards as sisters. At this moment, Lin Xiaoxiao was utterly captivated by the enticing vision painted by Qin Feng. Is it true? Why would I deceive you? Lin Xiaoxiao eagerly nodded. Yes. I am willing. To assure you of my intent, I bestow this coin upon you. Yes. Upon freeing Lin Xiaoxiao from her bindings, she regarded the coin as a precious treasure, her eyes brimming with exhilaration. Successfully securing a personal bodyguard for Murong Wanqing, Qin Feng recalled their previous brief encounter, deducing that Lin Xiaoxiao possessed commendable agility and quick reflexes. Upon returning to the entrance, they observed a woman poised to knock. This woman had an appealing figure, donning a mask and oversized sunglasses, clad in a long trench coat, enveloping herself completely as though she were a person shunned by the light. Beautiful lady, whom do you seek? I am in search of the doctor here. My grandfather once operated a small clinic in this location. It was surprising to see that after all these years, someone still remembered that this had once been a medical establishment. I apologize, but this is no longer a clinic. Do you know where the medical personnel have gone? Noting the woman's persistence, it was apparent that she was afflicted by a grave ailment. Qin Feng, possessing a modicum of medical knowledge inherited from his grandfather, did not mind offering assistance. Are you treating yourself or relying on family? I'm treating myself. All right, please come in. He pushed open the door and entered the side room on the right. It contained two spaces, a small sitting area and another for storing various medicinal herbs. Qin Feng had come back with no intention of practicing medicine or saving lives. Do you know the original owner of this place? Yes. Do you recognize this item? Zhao Xini took out her phone and showed Qin Feng a photograph. Goodness. It is indeed the dragon soul jade of the Qin family. How did it end up with you? Yes. Qin Feng sat down and said, The original owner you seek is my grandfather. I can assist you with your ailment without charge, but the condition is that you must give me this dragon soul jade. All right, that is acceptable. Now, please share your situation. The woman hesitated and asked, You want to disclose my information, will you? Why would I disclose your information? That is good to hear. Actually, I'm a major star, Zhao Xini, and I don't quite understand it myself. But I constantly feel the urge to be intimate with men. Qin Feng wanted to remark on the lack of purity among today's stars, but refrained and replied, It is quite normal, simply a natural desire. No, it's not that. Even the most craving woman wouldn't feel like I do at the sight of a man. Most can manage 3 or 4 times a day, while I am at least over 10 times daily. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng secretly gave a thumbs up. Impressive. So, take a look at me. Zhao Xini excitedly leaned closer, startling Qin Feng, who instinctively leaned back. She removed her glasses and sunglasses, revealing a face with a decent appearance but showing signs of malnutrition, gaunt features, and sunken eyes, indicative of severe exhaustion. Can one not feel depleted after 10 times a day? If it were a man, he would surely collapse multiple times a day, let alone 10 times. I can hardly bear it, and both my body and mind are significantly affected, yet I cannot control the impulses within. A strong desire is indeed a good thing, but too much can be detrimental to health. Qin Feng suggested, "Shall I take your pulse?" "Yes." She extended her wrist, and Qin Feng began to examine her pulse. Aside from severe kidney deficiency, other functions were also impaired, but that wasn't the root cause. He then channeled his energy into Zhao Sini's wrist, only to be repelled by a force. Qin Feng's eyes brightened. He had sensed the force that had pushed back his vital energy. It was identical to that of the dragon soul jade. Could it be? Qin Feng looked at Zhao Sini and began to piece together the situation. "Do you often wear the jade from your phone?" "Yes. But isn't jade supposed to nurture a person?" Zhao Sini asked, puzzled. "Indeed it is." Qin Feng now understood the matter. Zhao Sini had been influenced by the energy within the dragon soul jade. The dragon symbolizes auspiciousness and fortune. Yet many forget that dragons also possess duality. This aspect embodies lust and greed. Lust, as one might expect, refers to attraction to the opposite sex, while greed pertains to wealth, especially gold. The essence of dragons is inherently lustful. In mythology, wherever there are dragons, gold is plentiful. Zhao Sini, by wearing the dragon soul jade, had thus been affected by its negative energy. Upon encountering men, desires ignite within. "I have come to understand your situation." Qin Feng ventured inside, returning with 5 packages of traditional Chinese medicine in hand. "Take one each night, and within 3 days, you shall feel invigorated." "Is that true?" "Indeed." "Test the effects first, and if successful, you may present me with the dragon soul jade." Zhao Sini, without hesitation, agreed. Yet, she soon became bashful, asking, "Handsome, is something the matter?" That familiar sensation returned. "Might I accompany you just once?" Qin Feng nearly exhaled his smoke in shock. "Handsome, I feel quite unwell. Please assist me this one time. As a major star, would it be too much to ask for a complimentary night with you?" Chapter 39. Shall I henceforth call you Queen? Zhao Sini, having ascended to stardom, was undeniably stunning in both figure and beauty, though her vitality was diminished, affecting her complexion. Makeup could easily conceal it. Qin Feng's interest was not lacking. After all, his wife resided just next door. Young man, young man." The voice of the butcher resonated from outside as he entered, carrying 2 large, yellow carp, clad only in a leather apron. His impressive physique and bulging muscles would put any gym-goer to shame. Qin Feng distinctly observed the moment Zhao Sini laid eyes on the butcher. Her gaze sparkled with desire. "Butcher, allow me to introduce someone." "Who?" In her eagerness, Zhao Sini could hardly contain herself. For someone like her, the butcher's muscular form appeared as the most delectable feast. After a brief explanation, the butcher's eyes lit up as he handed the 2 carp to Qin Feng. "Young man, for the sake of camaraderie, go ahead." In the next moment, the butcher embraced Zhao Sini and leaped into the neighboring house, his butcher shop situated conveniently next door. Each visit to the bathing center was a chance to secure discounts, and encountering a major star was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. A loud knock on the wooden door echoed, and Qin Feng abhorred such impolite disturbances. The knocking was as urgent as if summoning the dead. "Who is it?" A youth of 18 or 19 stood before him. Clad in luxurious attire, a yellow Ferrari parked outside. "Are you Qin Feng?" he inquired arrogantly. "Indeed, that is I." "Step aside, I wish to enter." Faced with such presumptuousness, Qin Feng leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed. "And who might you be?" "You need not know my identity, for you lack the qualifications." Qin Feng seized Murong Hao by the collar, irritation flaring within him. "Do you believe I won't strike you? Acting all high and mighty before me? Try it, and I shall ensure you suffer a life devoid of a wife." "Ah, you little brat, threatening me?" With a swift motion, Qin Feng delivered a resounding slap to Murong Hao's face. The latter yelped, sounding like a wounded animal. "You dare strike me? You are finished. We shall be enemies henceforth. Come, come, you wish to enter? Enter then." With a swift motion, Qin Feng tossed Murong Hao into the yard as if he were a mere chick. "Qin Feng, do not approach me. How dare you act so brazenly on my territory? From which doghouse did you emerge?" "I am slap." A resounding slap interrupted Murong Hao's words. "Whoa, I came here to smack." Several more slaps followed, leaving Murong Hao in tears. Had he known his formidable brother-in-law was so fierce, he would have thought twice before attempting to assert his dominance over Qin Feng. Murong Hao was lifted and hung from the branch of the phoenix tree. Now tell me, where did you come from? Woo, I'm your little brother-in-law. Qin Feng lit a cigarette and scoffed. I had no idea Wanqing had a younger brother. Woo, I was studying abroad and just returned. Brother-in-law, I was wrong. Do not presume to claim kinship. I'm not your brother-in-law. At that moment, a tall figure entered. Seeing this, Murong Hao, with a woeful expression, cried out, Sister, save me. Qin Feng turned towards the door, where Murong Wanqing entered, cradling a black cat and holding a bag. Xiao Hao, sister, save me. I'm going to be beaten to death. Goodness, he really is Murong Wanqing's brother. Qin Feng hastily lowered Murong Hao and turned to Wanqing, saying, My dear, it was a misunderstanding. I thought some blind rich kid was here to cause trouble. Qin Feng, what have you done to him? It was a misunderstanding. Qin Feng felt embarrassed. Meeting his brother-in-law for the first time, he had inadvertently turned him into a swollen mess. Could you not? Before Wanqing could finish, Qin Feng interjected, Your brother is here. I'll go buy something and return shortly. He sought a quick excuse to escape. Fortunately, Murong Hao did not stay for dinner. To quell Wanqing's anger, Qin Feng even relinquished the room on the second floor to her. Are you satisfied now? Qin Feng, could you refrain from calling me dear? Each time Qin Feng affectionately addressed her, it left Wanqing blushing. Doesn't it imply intimacy? What else should I call you, my wife? That's too cheesy, no way. How about my little lady? Absolutely not. Qin Feng scratched his head. Could you not be so domineering? Do we need to call you queen? Do you dare? Seeing her temper flare, Qin Feng quickly retreated. Outside, he lit a cigarette and noticed the sly butcher lurking nearby. Hey, old butcher, what have you been up to lately? Little brother, do you have that thing? Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. What thing? You know, the kind that helps restore one's vigor. Goodness, old butcher, you're not impotent, are you? The butcher hurriedly clarified. Little brother, keep your voice down. How could I be impotent? You don't know. That woman wanted me 10 times today. You didn't lose, did you? Don't even mention it. Can't you see I'm trembling as I walk? The butcher sighed and continued. Though she's a big star, she's even more skilled than a top-notch technician. TSK. Oh, are you bragging to me? No, I absolutely did not mean that. Qin Feng replied. Hand me your phone. I'll get you some herbs. All right. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Murong Wanqing returned, accompanied by Lin Xiao. The girl was also dressed in a suit, contrasting with Wanqing's fitted dress, as she wore tailored trousers. What are you staring at? Go make us something to eat. I want tea. Aren't you afraid I might poison you? Qin Feng remarked. You little girl, hurry up, or hand over the gold coins to me. He then stepped into the room and inquired, Boang, I thought you had returned to your family home. If you do not welcome me, then I shall take my leave. Very well, you stay here. While I cannot touch you, merely gazing upon you is a delight. He admired Murong Wanqing's strikingly beautiful face. Suddenly, an idea struck Qin Feng. What if he adorned her with the dragon's soul jade? Would this aloof woman transform into someone like Zhao Sini? Yet he thought, that would leave him with a head full of troubles. I will step out tonight. Do not worry about me. I won't. Qin Feng shrugged at the woman's icy demeanor. Zhao Sini had not appeared all day, and he intended to retrieve the dragon soul jade. Old chef, has that woman come looking for you? No, she even deleted me. Qin Feng produced his phone and dialed a number. Hello, who is this? I am Qin Feng. When will you be free to return the dragon soul jade? I'm sorry, you have the wrong number, came the reply, followed by the sound of dial tone. Chapter 40. I want 2 small goals. Damn it. Hanging up on me, what a trick. Qin Feng was exasperated. The previous encounter with Huang Fulong, the deadbeat, was one thing. But now Zhao Sini was also playing the same game, truly infuriating him. Old chef, do you know what this woman has been up to lately? I believe she mentioned something about filming at a villa in Jinghai City. Let's go take a look. Qin Feng's anger was boiling over. Huang Fulong could be excused. After all, he was a powerful and wealthy figure. However, Zhao Sini, merely a performer who had risen through her physical allure, dared to play the deadbeat. They drove to the villa in the eastern suburbs, known as the Celestial Palace, the largest in Jinghai City. The establishment boasted comprehensive facilities, including hotels and clubs. With exorbitant prices, a throng of fans had gathered outside, held back by bodyguards. Clearly, Zhao Sini had not yet departed. Let us go. The two opted not to enter through the main gate, but rather to scale the wall instead. As they approached the crowd, they discovered filming taking place in front of Villa. Zhao Sini was portraying a girl from a poor family who falls in love with a wealthy heir, engaged in a scene of mutual confession. Cut. The director approached, bowing slightly, and asked, "Miss Zhao, could you please cry? Just a single tear, and we can call it a day." "Director, I need time to get into character," she replied. Yes. Zhao Sini was attempting to summon her emotions, yet despite her efforts, not a single tear fell. However, her gaze suddenly widened as she spotted Qin Feng and the butcher standing out among the crowd. "Director, it's getting late. We'll resume filming tomorrow. Everyone, take a break." As soon as the words left his lips, her manager hurried over with a coat to drape over Zhao Sini. Bodyguards, escort Sini back to the hotel for some rest. In the next moment, dozens of security personnel linked arms and surrounded Zhao Sini and her manager, escorting her away. The surrounding fans surged forward, clamoring for autographs and shouting her name. "Zhao Sini, we should talk when you have the time." Qin Feng's voice, calm yet resolute, resonated in Zhao Sini's mind. She cast a glance towards Qin Feng. Her departure hastened. "Goodness, young man, this woman pretends not to recognize you," the old chef remarked in dissatisfaction. "Come now, I've dealt with Huang Fulong. Should I really be concerned about a mere celebrity?" Zhao Sini was staying at the hotel within the resort, which was less than 30 minutes away. Just as Qin Feng was about to make a phone call, a woman in her 30s, still possessing an alluring charm, approached. It turned out to be Zhao Sini's manager. "Excuse me, gentlemen, may I have a word?" Qin Feng assessed the individual and inquired, "What is it?" "I would like to speak on behalf of Miss Zhao," the manager stated. "Please speak plainly." Yet, the manager glanced around and suggested, "Let us move to a more private location." A few minutes later, the trio arrived at a tea house. The manager poured tea for both men and asked, "Have you two eaten?" "There is no need for pleasantries. What does Zhao Sini wish to discuss with us?" "Gentlemen, as Miss Sini has mentioned, to express her apologies, she is willing to offer 2 million as medical compensation." Qin Feng scoffed, but that was not the initial agreement. "I deeply regret that. However, the item in question is no longer in her possession. It has been sold. Not wanting to pay is one thing, but selling it? Absurd." The manager smiled slightly. "Gentlemen, harmony breeds prosperity. Everything has its price, and 2 million is the valuation of that item. Given your income, 2 million is a substantial sum for you. Do you truly believe money can buy everything?" "Not everything, but it does hold its own value, does it not?" Faced with the manager's calm demeanor, Qin Feng decided to escalate the matter. "If it has been sold, so be it, but 2 million is insufficient. I require 2 small targets. 200 million? Frankly, given Sini's current standing, that sum is attainable, but can you truly handle it? This matter does not concern you." The manager replied with a casual smile, "Let us discuss this amicably. Sini's fame is not solely due to her acting skills and beauty. I understand. She plays her part exceedingly well," the old chef interjected, abruptly altering the manager's expression. "Could it be that Zhao Sini has entertained this rugged man before? Without further ado, I will offer an additional 3 million, totaling 5 million. If you agree, I can arrange for Sini to spend an evening with you. Should you remain insatiable, I regret to inform you that we will utilize all means necessary to protect our rights, and you may find yourselves not only deprived of 5 million, but also facing repercussions." The threat in her words was unmistakable. "Old chef, are you pretending to be high and mighty while selling yourself?" Qin Feng questioned. The old chef shook his head. "No pretense here. Who would feign superiority while selling themselves?" "Young man, would you?" "I certainly would not." Which raises the question, is this not a form of self-degradation? The two uttered the phrase in unison directed at the manager. Her face flushed, brimming with rage. She retorted, "Do you truly not understand your own situation? 200 million must be presented tonight. Otherwise, tomorrow morning I will demand 400 million. Convey this to Zhao Sini. We are merely ordinary individuals, while she is a big star. I trust she is a wise woman. Qin Feng rose. Old chef, let's depart. Do you believe you can leave? Several well-dressed men suddenly entered from outside. Oh, are they seeking a confrontation? Gentlemen, the terms have been sufficiently generous. If you are not content, then we must resort to more forceful measures. You two paupers think you can engage in extortion? You have miscalculated. The veteran's temper flared instantly, and he launched a series of punches. In no time, all four burly men lay sprawled on the ground. Pathetic fools, he exclaimed disdainfully. Qin Feng turned his gaze to the pale-faced manager and declared, Now, I demand 400 million. The two rascals were taken aback. With a sharp slap, Qin Feng struck the manager across the face, sending her tumbling to the ground. Please, stop. I was wrong. The manager, being astute, understood that continuing to threaten would lead to her downfall. Do you know what to do now? Qin Feng inquired. Yes, yes. She stammered hesitantly, quickly kneeling before him, attempting to unfasten his trousers with practiced ease. At that moment, Qin Feng's expression darkened. Get away. I'm not that kind of person. Return and inform Zhao Sini. 400 million or the dragon soul jade. After speaking, he glanced at the butcher, who appeared ravenous. The man awkwardly smiled at Qin Feng. The manager, catching on, hastily approached the butcher, engaging in a rather undignified display of submission. Enough of this. Qin Feng cursed inwardly as he exited the villa. Chapter 41. To be precise, it belongs to me. The following day, as dawn broke, Qin Feng was roused from slumber by the incessant ringing of his phone. Upon checking, he discovered numerous messages from Zhao Sini. Could it be that she is wavering? He stepped outside and opened the door. Indeed, Zhao Sini stood at the entrance, clad in a trench coat and mask. Upon seeing him, she excitedly removed her mask, her eyes brimming with tears. Qin Feng, I am so sorry. I was in the wrong. She attempted to embrace him. What are you doing? Don't play these games. Qin Feng, I was mistaken. I should not have harbored such thoughts. I apologize, and to make amends, I am willing to offer you 400 million. Plus, I am prepared to be your lover. To be honest, Qin Feng felt no interest in such an offer. His disinterest stemmed not from any prejudice against Zhao Sini's past, but rather from her flawed character. Step aside, or I shall not hesitate to resort to violence. Qin Feng, I am presenting a rather humiliating proposition. Can you truly remain indifferent? She implored. Qin Feng smirked coldly. Is that your genuine sentiment? What are the camera over there? Cameras? What cameras? Zhao Sini feigned ignorance. As she continued to play dumb, Qin Feng pushed her aside and walked to a shadowy corner across the street, retrieving a camera that had already been set up with precise angles and distances. He was acutely aware of such devices. Zhao Sini's complexion shifted to one of panic as her ruse was exposed. Zhao Sini, if you wish to play such petty tricks that could ruin your future, you might as well fulfill our original agreement and return what is rightfully mine. With that, Qin Feng crushed the camera in his hand, rendering it useless. You ought to be more discerning. I assure you, I have powerful allies. You cannot afford to provoke them. Are you no longer pretending? Have you chosen to confront me directly? Qin Feng retorted. Zhao Sini let out a cold laugh, crossing her arms with an air of arrogance. What is this? You are the most pathetic man I have ever encountered. You wouldn't dare engage, would you? Are you incapable? Provocation? If you are not inept, then why do you not take the opportunity to engage with a renowned star like me? Qin Feng retorted, a pretty face may be commonplace, but a captivating soul is a rarity. However, to be honest, your appearance does not entice me in the slightest. He continued, it is laughable. My status as a top-tier star is well recognized, and my beauty is acknowledged by millions of fans. Before Qin Feng could finish, the voice of Murong Wanning chimed in. Qin Feng, could you refrain from bringing such individuals back next time? Not my doing. This woman sought to entice me, Qin Feng replied. Due to Murong Wanning's dislike for overly sentimental titles and her domineering nature, he simply referred to her as Overlord, a title she accepted without objection. Zhao Sini turned her gaze towards Murong Wanning. Despite Murong Wanning appearing without makeup, her stunning beauty rendered the star speechless. Murong Wanning possessed a beauty that made even women's hearts flutter. Cradling a black cat in her arms, she regarded Zhao Sini with a queenly, frosty gaze. Cold and impervious to disrespect. I believe I recognize you. The recently famous young actress from Jinghai City? Zhao Sini said, tilting her head. Oomph. It is good that you know me, Zhao Sini responded. Murong Wanning smirked slightly. Indeed, you are not without merit. However, your disturbance of my peace warrants a form of punishment. What do you mean? Just a word, and you wish to punish me? Not punishment, rather a termination of contract. Have your agent come to Longting Group to nullify all endorsements. Zhao Sini was taken aback. Longting Group? Are you affiliated with them? To be precise, Longting Group belongs to me. Boom. Zhao Sini's mind buzzed. She finally understood who Murong Wanning was, the ice goddess of Jinghai City, the president of Longting Group. Murong Wanning preferred to remain out of the public eye, hence many had only heard of her without ever seeing her in person. Ms. Mu, I had no idea it was you. Had I known, leave. Murong Wanning's icy response was singular and dismissive. This left Zhao Sini furious, yet she dared not express it. While she was a star, she was also supported by capitalists like Murong Wanning. A single word could transform her from a swan into an ugly duckling. Remember, deliver the dragon soul jade to me, or bear the consequences. Zhao Sini quickened her departure. Shortly thereafter, Qin Feng approached Murong Wanning, saying, Overlord, you are up quite early. Have you stirred up trouble? Not trouble, merely something I can resolve. Indeed, Murong Wanning acknowledged before turning to leave. At 9 o'clock, Qin Feng received a package containing the Dragon Soul Jade. Under the pressure exerted by Murong Wanning, Zhao Sini had relented. Securing 3 pieces of the Dragon Soul Jade brought Qin Feng joy. He made his way to the adjacent tavern, eager for a couple of drinks. Old tavern keeper, Qin Feng called as he entered. The next moment, he froze in place, witnessing the tavern keeper laboring with 2 legs in the living room. Lying comfortably on the table, assisting the chef, was none other than Zhao Sini's agent. Ahem, please continue. Qin Feng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Shortly after, the chef emerged, beaming with delight, and pour tea for Qin Feng. My apologies, young man. Chef, honestly, you ought to manage your trousers a bit better to avoid mishaps. Rest assured, I know my limits. Meanwhile, the blush on the agent's face had yet to fade. She stepped out and greeted Qin Feng like a devoted wife. Xiao Ying, I'll come to see you tonight. You scoundrel. Wan Ying, the agent's name, playfully chided the chef before turning to Qin Feng. Mr. Qin, has Sini given you the Dragon Soul Jade? She has. Well, although I'm unsure of the reasons, you must exercise caution. Zhao Sini harbors a strong sense of vengeance and is unlikely to let you off easily. Curiously, Qin Feng inquired, Why are you telling me this? Didn't you? A glance at Wan Ying, who gazed at the chef with unmistakable affection, made it clear. It appeared the chef had quite charmed the woman. Do elaborate. Zhao Sini's opportunity to star in the previous blockbuster drama was largely due to her connection with an exceptional figure, one who would command respect even from those at the municipal leadership level. Who? Wan Ying replied. The president of the Dragon King Society, the foremost underground gang in Jinghai City. I see. You must remain vigilant. Qin Feng nodded. All right then. Just as he finished speaking, several luxury cars approached the street. Upon seeing the license plates, Wan Ying's complexion turned as pale as a sheet, instinctively grasping the chef's hand. The Dragon King Society is here. Speak of the devil. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes, observing the scene. After the convoy halted, several men in suits exited the vehicles. Young man, are you in trouble? Should I take care of them? Before he could finish, Wan Ying tugged the chef and fled. Know your worth. Do not provoke the Dragon King Society. Let's go. Leaving Qin Feng by himself, as he noticed them knocking on the door, he said, Don't knock. I am Qin Feng. The men approached. Qin Feng, our president wishes to see you. Please come with us. President? Who is that? Are we acquainted? One man scoffed. Our president is the leader of the Dragon King Society. Chao Si-hai. Not familiar. Whether you know him or not, come with us. Avoiding trouble was no longer an option. Fine, let us see what this is about. Half an hour later, the vehicle stopped in front of a high-end club named Shui Yunjian. Qin Feng lit a cigarette and followed them inside, entering an opulent suite. A remarkably handsome man was surrounded by admirers. Surprisingly, although Chao Si-hai was reputed to be in his 40s or 50s, the individual before him appeared to be no more than 25 or 26. You are Qin Feng? Are you Chao Si-hai? Qin Feng expressed skepticism regarding this man's identity. The man smiled and replied, I am not Chao Si-hai. I am Li Yi, the representative of the Dragon King Society. He sent for me. Chao Yi is not someone you can easily meet. Qin Feng sneered, turning to leave. Stop. Have I permitted you to leave? Do you wish for me to stay? Qin Feng furrowed his brows slightly. Are you genuinely unaware, or are you feigning ignorance? Those who come here either kneel and beg for mercy, or are carried out on a stretcher. Qin Feng scoffed, glancing at Li Yi. What a nuisance. Qin Feng, kneel and accept your fate. Kneel to your grandfather. In an instant, Qin Feng darted forward, standing before Li Yi. With a resounding slap, he struck Li Yi's handsome face. You! Li Yi covered his face, weeping in agony. His once handsome visage was now distorted from Qin Feng's blow. Bastard! Li Yi was about to roar in fury when Qin Feng stepped on his face, pinning him to the ground. What a joke! I could sit down and have a civil conversation with Chao Sihai. What are you even worth? Was it Chao Sihai who summoned me? Or did you take it upon yourself to call me here? Qin Feng, you little beast. I will ensure you do not leave alive today. Qin Feng chuckled coldly. I'm quite eager to see how you plan to keep me here. Just then, a man entered from outside, witnessing the scene unfold. Li Yi, the Tianyu Chamber of Commerce is here and wishes to take someone. Can't you see I'm being stepped on? Hurry and call for help. But the Dragon King has decreed that no conflict should arise with the major powers in his absence. The man had already realized that the individual the Tianyu Chamber of Commerce sought was none other than Qin Feng. Qin Feng, is the Tianyu Chamber of Commerce here for you? Are you one of them? I suppose I am. Qin Feng replied with a smile, continuing to stand on Li Yi. Li Yi, don't be like the anxious eunuch when the emperor is calm. Otherwise, your life may not be worth much. You, what about me? You're utterly ridiculous. Get all your men out. This Water Cloud Pavilion is mine now. Who do you think you are? As Qin Feng increased the pressure, Li Yi screamed in pain. Will you leave or not? Qin Feng, you are ruthless. Reluctantly, Li Yi had to retreat, with the Tianyu Chamber of Commerce present. He indeed dared not confront Qin Feng head-on. Who would have thought that someone of Qin Feng's lowly status had ties to the Tianyu Chamber of Commerce? Just as Qin Feng hummed a tune, the members of the Tianyu Chamber of Commerce entered. At the forefront was the recovering Huang Fu Yue, the queen of the underworld. With her resplendent waves of long hair and a captivatingly beautiful face, carried a hint of fierceness in her brows. Her exquisite features were complemented by a form-fitting long dress that swayed gracefully as she walked. The alluring curves of her figure were mesmerizing, an embodiment of sensuality. Qin Feng, are you unharmed? Qin Feng shrugged. Do I appear to be in trouble? Of course not. With your abilities, who would dare to lay a hand on you? Huang Fu Yue smiled enticingly, her charm overwhelming. This woman was a natural seductress, every smile and frown exuding allure. Compared to the icy demeanor of Murong Wanqing, her passionate and fiery nature was undeniably captivating. If one were to compare, Murong Wanqing was the snow lotus on Tian Shan, while Huang Fu Yue was the striking rose. The thorny kind. Unless one had the resilience of Qin Feng, it was hard to handle. What are you sighing about? Shall we find a more suitable place to converse? Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively. I won't go. Are you afraid of a frail woman like me? After a brief pause, he added, Very well, I shall accompany you. Not long after, in a quaint street located in the Western District, Qin Feng sat leisurely in an armchair, sipping tea. It's strange how often I find myself reminiscing about the past, he mused. Huang Fu Yue gracefully approached, clad in a form-fitting black qipao that highlighted her voluptuous figure. The high slit of her dress swayed alluringly with each step, revealing her long, elegant legs clad in luxurious black stockings, exuding an irresistible charm. She settled beside Qin Feng, a smile gracing her lips. Qin Feng remarked, We are all nostalgic for the past. Perhaps so, but I believe at your age, such thoughts should not linger. You ought to indulge in life, eat, drink, and pursue your desires. That's the kind of youthful exuberance you should embrace, she replied, overthinking it. Qin Feng sipped his tea and inquired, What are your plans for the future? Nothing concrete yet. What do you desire? What I desire. Huang Fu Yue echoed, her brow raised. Isn't your intention in keeping me here tied to that very matter? Such nonsense. You fail to comprehend me, Qin Feng retorted. At his words, Huang Fu Yue smiled enchantingly. placing her delicate hand upon his chest. Then perhaps you should open your heart and reveal the secrets you harbor. If you remain silent, misunderstandings are inevitable. Feeling the softness of her hand resting on his chest, Qin Feng sensed an almost magical surge of adrenaline coursing through him. Such a simple gesture from this enchanting woman stirred a restlessness within him. "Do you not realize you are playing with fire?" He coughed awkwardly. "If you say so," she teased. "But come now, I'm aware of your marital status." In response, Huang Fuyue said, "If you and Murong Wanqing truly shared mutual feelings, you wouldn't be here, would you?" Yue, speculating about someone's innermost thoughts can be perilous. "I'm not one to be easily tamed," he warned. "Then act on it. Speak less and do more. Tear my clothes apart, teach me a lesson, and show me that I cannot so easily presume upon you." Faced with such a provocative challenge from the sultry temptress, Qin Feng grasped Huang Fuyue's porcelain neck, drawing her closer to his face as he gazed into her jade-like visage. "Woman, are you daring me?" Chapter 43. I detest those who resort to threats. "What do you think?" Huang Fuyue's sultry lips curled into a smirk as she reached out, swiftly seizing Qin Feng's vulnerability. "Let go," he urged. "Not a chance. Who would have thought that beneath your pristine faade lies a rather beastly nature?" Confronted by Huang Fuyue's audacious demeanor, Qin Feng found it increasingly difficult to restrain himself. There is an undeniable allure in a woman who boldly pursues. Reflecting on his years spent mingling both domestically and abroad, he realized that he had only truly connected with one person, Yi Qinglan, the one who wielded financial power. As for any other encounters, they were merely superficial. Yet, with Huang Fuyue's fiery and uninhibited charm, he yearned for something distinctly different. Huang Fuyue playfully exhaled a breath of fragrance into Qin Feng's ear, her voice dripping with sultry allure. "My dear man, what are you hesitating for? Would you rather return home to a frigid mountain than indulge in the warmth of my tender embrace?" Qin Feng shuddered at her words, instinctively placing his hand over the majestic peaks, yet it only covered half. "Are you certain? Then I shall not hold back," he replied. "What do you say? Come on." Faced with Huang Fuyue's temptation, Qin Feng ultimately succumbed. "Ha ha ha, wow. There's a UFO outside," he exclaimed. At this, Huang Fuyue shot him a bemused glance, yet only deepened her trust in him. If Qin Feng intended for her to exist solely as a vessel for his desires, she would rather relinquish her life than become a mere plaything for a man. Clearly, Qin Feng had passed her test. "Qin Feng, do you not like women?" Huang Fuyue inquired. In terms of beauty, she did not dare claim to rival Murong Wanqing, yet she was confident in her own sensuality and charm. It perplexed her that Qin Feng could still notice the UFO in such a situation. "Nonsense. I said I do not like women," he replied. "Then why are you not interested in me? Or is it that your heart already belongs to someone else, leaving no room for others?" Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively. "That is not the case. Do not jump to conclusions. If they were merely friends seeking to vent their emotions, he would have no qualms about taking things further. However, he did not wish to betray those who had shown him loyalty and affection. He had clearly seen a glimmer of sentiment in Huang Fuyue's eyes, which deterred him from pursuing further. Qin Feng did not want to meet his end with too many regrets and burdens. "Knock, knock, knock. President, Master Su requests an audience," came a voice from outside. Huang Fuyue asked, "What does he want?" "Unclear, but it is said he represents the Dragon King Society," was the response. "Let him in," Qin Feng instructed, perplexed. Who is Master Su? After Master Su San's demise, all his resources and connections have been assumed by this Master Su heir. He is no ordinary figure. He is also affiliated with the Dragon King Society. What is the significance of the Dragon King Society? Qin Feng inquired. To put in perspective, the combined power of Li Hu and myself does not even amount to 1/3 of the Dragon King Society's influence. Most crucially, the Dragon King Society has numerous connections within the political sphere of Jinghai City, even surpassing governmental authority. Qin Feng nodded. "I see. Their weight carries considerable importance. Chao Sihai is quite the legendary figure. He single-handedly established the Dragon King Society and, within a decade, expanded its reach across the coastal regions. Both the underworld and legitimate businesses honorably refer to him as the Dragon King. As Huang Fuyue spoke, she gazed at Qin Feng and asked, "Do you think Qiao Sihai employs any despicable means to maintain such vast power? What is his secret?" "Brotherhood," she declared. "Within his domain, coercion is unheard of, and the notion of betrayal that devastates families is non-existent." This marked Qin Feng's first true understanding of the Dragon King society. He recognized that Qiao Sihai was a quintessential figure of the underworld, strict in his principles yet vengeful against wrongdoings. Qin Feng pondered thoughtfully. A venerable elder, clad in a long gown, entered through the door. He was slightly older than Su San, his complexion rosy, a testament to his vitality. The expression the blade remains sharp is fitting, for behind him stood a woman of striking beauty. Huang Fuyue rose, acknowledging the necessity of etiquette, and said, "Second Master, please take a seat." As the president of the Tianyu Chamber of Commerce, Huang Fu's status commanded respect, and it was indeed a privilege for him to meet in person. Su Eryi appeared to reflect on this, yet his words were laced with sharpened sarcasm. If he did not wish to meet, then why bother? Huang Fuyue, constrained by the decorum of their world, exchanged a few more pleasantries, but Qin Feng would not yield so easily. "Ah, you must be Qin Feng," Su Eryi inquired with a smile. "Indeed, that is I," Qin Feng replied with a chuckle. "I have heard the tales. Although he was my brother, I must thank you for his demise." Qin Feng scoffed. "No, I ended Su San's life because he provoked me. I would prefer that our acquaintance does not conclude in such a manner." "Truly, you are a spirited youth, speaking with such audacity," Su Eryi replied with a hearty laugh before shifting his tone. "However, young man, heed the advice of your elders. One must temper their demeanor. After all, Su San was merely a second-rate figure in Jinghai City, where the waters run deep." "Oh, then you must be a figure of first-rate stature?" Qin Feng retorted. "I dare not claim such, but dealing with you would be akin to an elephant crushing an ant." Impressive confidence. Su Eryi was evidently more self-assured than Su San. "I have come to inform you that tomorrow there will be measures implemented regarding the underground activities in Jinghai City. You both are requested to attend." "We shall not attend," Qin Feng interjected decisively. Su Eryi smirked coldly. "That is not up to you. Should you choose to abstain, we could render the Longting Group completely powerless in Jinghai City." "How dare you threaten me? I detest threats, and those who threaten me will find themselves regretting their actions." "Do not move." The woman accompanying Su Eryi drew a gun. Simultaneously, Huang Fuyue brandished her own weapon, aiming it at Su Eryi. "Put the money down. This is the Tianyu Chamber of Commerce, and you shall not act recklessly here." "Huang Fuyue, do you have the audacity to point a gun at me?" "There is nothing I would not dare. Should you lay a finger on Qin Feng, I will ensure you do not leave this place unscathed." Huang Fuyue's demeanor was unwavering. "Are you challenging the entire underworld of Jinghai City? Are you defying the Dragon King?" With a resounding slap, Qin Feng struck Su Eryi across the face. "You speak of the Dragon King, yet I have never even laid eyes upon him. You think to intimidate me with his name? You insolent brat. You will come to regret this." Su Eryi seethed. Qin Feng sneered. "Then wait for us. We shall be present at tomorrow's meeting." Chapter 44. Have you grown a tail? "I shall remember that slap," Su Eryi said, his face flushed with anger as he stormed out. Huang Fuyue holstered her weapon and inquired, "Qin Feng, that was nothing short of a trap. As long as we do not attend, they will not dare to act openly against us. Fear not. We shall confront any issues that arise. Avoidance is not a solution." As she recalled the fierce characters associated with Qin Feng from that street, Huang Fuyue chose to remain silent. "I will come to pick you up tomorrow." "I shall accompany you," she stated. It was late at night, well past midnight, when Muron Wanqing finally returned. "Were you busy today? Why did you come back so late?" she inquired. Muron Wanqing replied, making her way upstairs. "Finish your noodles." She halted, observing Qin Feng engrossed in his phone. Noticing the bowl of noodles left on the dining table, she reluctantly walked over to take it upstairs. Qin Feng glanced towards the door, where Lin Xiaoxiao stood with a smile. "What are you smiling about?" "Go wash the dishes," he ordered. Just wait." As Qin Feng drifted into a sleepy haze, a gentle knock echoed on the door. Could it be the tyrant? Upon opening the door, he found not Muron Wanqing, but Lin Xiaoxiao. What do you want? He asked. Noting her unusual demeanor, she had made an effort to dress up. Her already exquisite face was adorned with light makeup, enhancing her alluring features. Her eyes sparkling with subtle allure, and her lips radiating a seductive sheen. The sheer lace nightgown she wore accentuated her seductive figure, particularly her curvaceous bosom, stirring Qin Feng's desires. The short hem barely concealed her ample posterior, and her lovely legs were clad in enticing thigh-high stockings, complemented by high heels. This ensemble alone was enough to keep Qin Feng awake all night. One might mistake her for a visiting courtesan. Lin Xiaoxiao gazed at him, her eyes glimmering with a playful smile. Qin Feng, how do you find my outfit tonight? She inquired. It's okay, he replied nonchalantly. Okay, that's rather dismissive, she retorted. With a delicate push of her slender hand, she entered Qin Feng's room, closing the door behind her and sauntering toward him with a sultry stride. Qin Feng retreated. What are you doing? Have you taken something? Oh dear, what do you mean? I know you suffer from sleepless nights. I'm here to keep you company through this dull evening, she purred. As he continued to back away, he found himself sitting on the bed. This enchanting little temptress then playfully placed her high-heeled leg upon his chest, her silky black stockings hugging her curves, exuding a regal air. Do you find my legs beautiful? Lin Xiaoxiao asked sweetly. Qin Feng's eyes darted around, pondering if he could hold his own against Huang Fu Yue, let alone Lin Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, do you want something? He queried. Not at all. I simply wish to keep you company, she replied innocently. Qin Feng chuckled. Well, you said it yourself. Don't regret it later. With that, he grasped her ankle and pulled her closer, flipping her onto the bed. Lin Xiaoxiao's face momentarily flashed with surprise, but she quickly responded, Oh dear, don't be in such a rush. The night is long. We can take our time. That may be true, but you did come here of your own volition. Faced with Qin Feng's devilish grin, Lin Xiaoxiao could not help but blush. She could feel Qin Feng's robust physique and the warmth of his breath igniting a feverish heat within her, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. In the next moment, Lin Xiaoxiao's defenses crumbled completely. Was Qin Feng truly making advances? Please, it was you who lured me in. But honestly, what is the meaning of dressing so provocatively and entering my room clad in such snug safety shorts? Lin Xiaoxiao immediately shoved Qin Feng away. Her cheeks flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anger. Qin Feng, you rogue. I merely came to test you. And yet you get lost. Don't disturb my sleep. This woman was clearly seeking more information about the Xiong organization. Yet, lacking the audacity of Huang Fu Yue, she was no match for Qin Feng. Before Lin Xiaoxiao could react, she found herself unceremoniously thrown into the living room by Qin Feng. Though she longed to curse, she suppressed the urge, opting instead for an angry stomp as she retreated to her own room. Lying in bed, she tossed and turned, unable to find rest after being tempted by two enchanting women in a single day. Her mind was a whirlpool of thoughts, filled with the alluring images of Huang Fu Yue and Lin Xiaoxiao. Time slipped away unnoticed. Gradually, Huang Fu Yue's visage morphed into that of Muron Wanning. No longer was she the aloof beauty. She now appeared tender and alluring. Are you dressed as Catwoman? Indeed, do you like it? Muron Wanning's voice was soft and sweet, utterly captivating. Qin Feng realized she was not only clad in a sensual Catwoman outfit, but also sported a fluffy tail that swayed enticingly. Wow! Qin Feng exclaimed, grasping the cat tail with delight. Your tail is so adorable. Meow. Muron Wanning let out a feline sound, raising her delicate hand, which transformed into sharp claws. Lunging at him. With a sharp pain in his chest, Qin Feng jolted awake. The sun was shining brightly outside, and he found himself clutching a black, fluffy cattail. The black cat, now bristling with fur, bared its teeth, its blue and golden eyes filled with fear as they fixed on Qin Feng. Qin Feng, put down that pot. Muron Wanning stood at the doorway, her expression as cold as frost. Qin Feng released the cat, which promptly darted into Muron Wanning's warm embrace like a startled rabbit. Qin Feng, if you're unwell, seek treatment. Your words are quite perplexing. What do you mean by that? Muron Wanning's face remained stern. You were holding a pot while calling my name. How is that not madness? Qin Feng found himself at a loss for words. In his dreams, Murong Wanning had donned cat ears and a tail. Clearly, his mind had concocted that bizarre imagery. How embarrassing. Meow, meow, meow. If you're unwell, you must seek treatment. Lin Xiao peered in through the window, a playful smile gracing her face as she observed Qin Feng. Get lost. Shaking off the earlier embarrassment, Qin Feng dialed Li Hu's number, as he needed to attend a meeting soon. However, Li Hu did not answer. A sense of foreboding crept over him. Unless there was a danger, Li Hu would not ignore a phone call. I fear something may have happened to Li Hu. You should come now. Understood. After concluding the conversation with Huang Fuyue, Qin Feng attended to his personal grooming before heading out. As he sat in the car, Huang Fuyue expressed her concerns. I am particularly worried that it could be the Dragon King's men. With their capability, they could indeed eradicate a faction without a trace. Chapter 46. Carving a Path. Su Erye's intentions were quite straightforward. They were aware that Qin Feng's advantages stem from his connections with Huang Fuyue and Murong Wanqing. If they could diminish Huang Fuyue's influence, Qin Feng will be rendered powerless. As for Murong Wanqing, her business was merely a fade in order to thrive. She had to heed the wishes of these underground organizations. With a thunderous clap, Huang Fuyue erupted in fury. You are being excessively oppressive. This is a decision made in the meeting, Huang Fuyue. Do you intend to defy it? Are you prepared to stand against the other 9 major factions? These are the rules. If you cannot break the game as constraints, you must abide by them, Li Yi sneered. Qin Feng lit a cigarette and inquired, Where's Li Hu? It was evident that Li Hu, having slain Su Sanyi, had committed a grave transgression and was destined for execution. Upon finishing his statement, Su Erye clapped his hands. 2 men dragged an individual into the room and tossed him onto the ground. Li Hu was battered beyond recognition. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes, a flicker of rage igniting within. Li Hu's right hand had been severed and was gruesomely suspended around his neck by a rope. You should not have come here, Li Hu said, his face smeared with blood. Qin Feng took a drag from his cigarette, remaining silent. He had initially intended to assess the situation. If Li Hu chose to submit to the Dragon King's faction, so be it. Yet, seeing his battered state, it was clear he was unwilling to yield. Li Hu, observing the calmness on Qin Feng's face, suddenly erupted in laughter. Ha ha! He perceived the murderous intent reflected in Qin Feng's tranquil gaze as a glimmer of hope. Perhaps Huang Fuyue was merely aware of the formidable individuals surrounding Qin Feng. However, only Li Hu understood that Qin Feng's confidence and composure emanated from within, rather than reliance on others. Others were perplexed by Li Hu's laughter. Qin Feng turned to him and asked, Can you still stand? I can. Very well, I grant you this opportunity. No sooner had he spoken than Qin Feng flicked the cigarette, but from his hand, striking the forehead of the armed man behind Li Hu with bullet-like precision. Bang! The excruciating pain sent the man toppling backward, inadvertently discharging his weapon. Li Hu rose, utilizing the wrist of his severed hand to ensnare another assailant. And with a swift motion of his left hand, he delivered a brutal blow. Are you rebelling? Su Erye bellowed. Qin Feng stood, declaring, I shall not abide by your rules. With a fierce motion, he overturned the conference table. Seeking death? Guards, kill them. Protect Su Erye's escape. Su Erye's men, armed and poised, immediately opened fire on Qin Feng and his companions. Bang! 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 Huang Fuyue and Li Hu instinctively crouched down. Only Qin Feng vanished from sight. In the next instant, anguished screams and the sound of shattered bones echoed through the air. Upon inspection, all 4 armed bodyguards lay lifeless, the walls splattered with blood. Oh, I thought he was just a pretty face. Turns out he is a master. A burly man rose, grinning menacingly. Another man stood with his arms crossed, his face reflecting an eagerness for combat. Qin Feng, be cautious. They're among the strongest here, Huang Fuyue cautioned. Kid, let's have some fun with you. The burly man charged forward like a human tank. Oomph. Qin Feng retorted with a cold snort, delivering a powerful punch. Bang! A scream erupted as the burly man's fist shattered, blood spraying everywhere. He was sent flying by the might of Qin Feng's blow, crashing into the wall and becoming a mangled heap. Huang Fuyue's eyes widened in astonishment. Qin Feng had reduced the strongest of them to mere pulp with a single strike. Suddenly, a throwing knife hurtled towards the back of Qin Feng's head, aiming to pierce through. Yet, as if his nape possessed a keen sense, Qin Feng swiftly reached back and caught the dagger. "I detest ambushers," he declared. Seeing this, the man who had thrown the knife immediately turned to flee. Whoosh! However, the dagger was hurled back by Qin Feng, embedding itself in the man's body and pinning him to the wall. Both of these individuals possessed ruthless characters, having carved out their power and status through bloodshed. Yet, before Qin Feng, they met their demise with barely a glance. Regaining her composure, Huang Fuyue remarked, "If the remaining factions intend to kill us, there must be no fewer than 100 of them here. How long has it been since you last killed someone?" Qin Feng inquired. Huang Fuyue and Li Hu exchanged glances, realizing that their only option was to carve a path through. "Kill! Kill!" They hastily retrieved their firearms, following Qin Feng into the fray. "Qin Feng, are we really heading out?" "Of course not. We are here to resolve this trouble." "That's Su Air you must die today," Li Hu quickly asserted. "I know which exit he will take. Let us go." Bang, bang, bang. The corridor echoed with gunfire. Qin Feng led the charge while the others kept watch behind them. With his keen perception, Qin Feng struck before their opponents could even fire a shot, causing them to fall victim to their own bullets. One after another, assailants approached to confront the trio, only to meet their end before they could even fully appear. The ground was littered with corpses, soaked in blood. "Qin Feng, you better hold on to your life." Just ahead, Li Yi emerged wielding a submachine gun, sweeping it towards the three. Tot. A barrage of bullets rained down. Qin Feng swiftly kicked Li Hu into a corner while he himself pushed Huang Fuyue to the side. "Qin Feng, you," without responding. Qin Feng raised his weapon and fired several shots. Bang, bang, bang. Li Yi, in the midst of his frenzied shooting, was oblivious to the danger posed by someone daring enough to reveal themselves. He stood brazenly in the middle of the corridor, which provided Qin Feng with an opportunity. Two shots struck Li Yi squarely in the knees. Li Yi cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground, still attempting to fire back. His left wrist was shredded. The submachine gun he held sent flying by the bullets. You bastard, you bastard!" he cursed, the pain excruciating. Yet, far more terrifying than the pain was the approach of Qin Feng. He hurriedly dragged himself backward. Qin Feng, don't come any closer." Bang! Qin Feng approached and fired another shot, piercing through Li Yi's other left hand. Li Yi let out a heart-wrenching scream, collapsing onto the ground. Qin Feng kicked Li Yi over. "Li Yi, did you enjoy the shooting spree just now?" "Qin Feng, I didn't mean to. I was just following orders. Please spare my life." Qin Feng sneered, "Perhaps in the next life." Bang! A bullet shattered Li Yi's skull, his eyes wide open as he lay lifeless on the ground. Before long, the trio had fought their way to the exit. In the open space, two vehicles had just started moving, attempting to flee. Qin Feng commanded, "Hand me the gun." Discarding the empty firearm, Huang Fuyue aimed at the nearby car and fired. Bang! Bang! One shot shattered the window, while another sprayed blood across the driver's seat. Huang Fuyue was speechless. Was this handgun being treated as a sniper rifle? Chapter 47. You want to know? Click. Click. Qin Feng intended to continue, but his gun was also out of ammunition. Damn it, that old geezer got away. We must leave quickly. Others from rival factions are likely attempting to surround us, Huang Fuyue urged. Then let us leave them all behind. Qin Feng took out his phone and sent a text message to Su Yaorao. The rest would be left to her. After all, this woman had an itch for bloodshed if she went a day without it. Let us go. Wait a moment, Qin Feng said, surprised by Huang Fuyue's sudden halt. Did you get shot in the back? Oh, it's nothing. I'll just apply some antiseptic when I get back. Shot and just putting on antiseptic? Huang Fuyue had never encountered someone like Qin Feng. Upon returning to the city, tranquility enveloped the surroundings, with no one aware of the bloody shooting incident that had transpired in a nearby air raid shelter. Brother Qin Feng, I need to check on my comrades. Until we meet again, go ahead, stay safe. Huang Fuyue instructed, return to your residence immediately. In the attic, Qin Feng removed his shirt, revealing his back stained with blood. Lighting a cigarette, He reminisced about the sensation. You've been shot 3 times. Let me have a look. Huang Fuyue assumed it was merely superficial wounds. Yet 3 bloodied holes were indeed visible on Qin Feng's back. It's fine. Just use tweezers to remove the bullets. You wait. I'll call a private doctor. Qin Feng grasped Huang Fuyue's wrist. No need, just you. I believe in your capability. Why not let a doctor come? I don't trust them. Perhaps it's instinct. Deep down, Qin Feng was also grappling with a hint of post-traumatic stress. Once injured, he only entrusted his life to fellow comrades, not to outsiders. With comrades gone, Huang Fuyue was the only one he could rely on, providing a semblance of calm to his heart. All right, Huang Fuyue retrieved the medical kit. She took out anesthetics, but Qin Feng insisted, no need, just go for it. But can you endure it? It's fine, just go ahead. If you're truly worried, why not wear black stockings to distract me from the pain? Huang Fuyue was speechless. You still have the energy to joke at a time like this. 3 ghastly gunshot wounds. Qin Feng remained calm, yet she was genuinely anxious. Come on, just endure it. I will be as gentle as I can. Huang Fuyue possessed experience in treating such injuries and delicately extracted the bullets. As Ode Biao continued his journey along the winding, rugged mountain path, he had initially anticipated that Qin Feng would writhe in agony. However, to Huang Fuyue's astonishment, he was engrossed in watching Ode Biao's short videos. All 3 bullets were successfully removed, and Qin Feng had already viewed several of Ode Biao's clips, tirelessly engaged in the content. Now for disinfection, bear with it. The alcohol swabbed the wounds, yet Qin Feng remained fixated on Ode Biao, showing no reaction whatsoever. All right, let me bandage it for you. Is it still bleeding? No. Hearing this, Qin Feng shivered slightly. Then there's no need for bandaging. You're taking this rather lightly. Fortunately, the bullets were not deeply embedded and did not damage any internal organs. Only Qin Feng understood the true reason. In that situation, how could the bullets possibly fail to penetrate the skin? He was merely a corporeal being, a carbon-based life form, who had at that moment controlled his body to firmly block the bullets within his flesh. Qin Feng, He switched off his phone and smiled. What? Are you so concerned about me that you've developed feelings for me? Upon hearing this, Huang Fuyue felt a mix of anger and exasperation. She truly did not know what to say to this man, ultimately managing only a simple thank you. She was unaware of Qin Feng's physical resilience, but she knew that had he not pushed her aside, she might well be lying in a hospital's emergency room or worse, dead. You're welcome. Qin Feng, could you share your past with me? Huang Fuyue was filled with curiosity about Qin Feng. The more she learned about him, the more intrigued she became. What had this man experienced that allowed him to remain so composed, so unflappable, amid such chaos? He had single-handedly turned the tide of the situation. Huang Fuyue understood that Qin Feng helped her without expecting anything in return. Seeking to uncover a man's past can be perilous. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. That past is rife with blood and tears, life and death. Although I eventually attained supreme honor, in comparison to the loss of those dear to me, I would gladly forego those accolades. I prefer not to dwell on those memories. Huang Fuyue's eyes sparkled with curiosity, but I still wish to know. I won't speak of it to anyone. Qin Feng lit another cigarette, silently smoking until he ignited second, then said, They are all gone. I too shall follow them, and everything will fade away. I apologize. I shall not inquire further. It's all right. Few are aware of it. If you wish to listen, I am willing to share. I hope that, many years hence, someone will still remember the remarkable deeds of certain individuals. For over an hour, Qin Feng spoke, his emotions shifting dramatically, at times brimming with lethal intent, at others steeped in nostalgia. Yet he refrained from mentioning the accolades he had received. The foremost of the 5 war gods, the Dragon Emperor. These titles are of no interest to Qin Feng. He never anticipated enduring such experiences, yet they have passed, and now he can live well, carrying on for his brother. With a bitter smile, Qin Feng remarked, Consider this as a tale. Few would believe it. Every nation harbors its clandestine organizations. Take, for instance, the Black Fire Mercenary Group. When Qin Feng first joined, it was no different. Qin Feng, may I inquire, do you truly harbor feelings for Moron Wanqing? Why do you ask? Are you planning to intervene? Qin Feng inquired with a chuckle. Huang Fu Yue shot him a glance and replied, "If I were willing, would you be? Last time, I was quite proactive, yet you remained indifferent, preoccupied with your UFO observations. Do you wish to know the reason? Could it be that you are genuinely uninterested in women?" Qin Feng laughed. "What nonsense. The truth is my time is limited. I have but 6 months to live." "What?" Huang Fu Yue's eyes widened in disbelief. "This is the reason. When I depart, I wish to leave no burdens behind. To not wrong anyone. You understand my meaning, do you not? But you seem perfectly fine. Why do you have only 6 months left? A terminal illness, beyond remedy." Huang Fu Yue's gaze dimmed. Given Qin Feng's background and accolades, they were of no avail. As for her, being entrenched in the underworld, she felt utterly powerless. Chapter 48. The Deity of Jinghai City. Such is fate. I do not know how to assist you. I can only wish you joy each day, was all Huang Fu Yue could utter. Enough of this. I shall take a nap. I will make arrangements for you. After a brief slumber, Qin Feng departed. Huang Fu Yue watched his retreating figure, her heart heavy with helplessness. Nightfall. In a villa on the outskirts, hundreds gathered, solemnly observing a vehicle's arrival. From the car emerged a portly middle-aged man, standing at a mere 5 feet 5 inches, possessing an unremarkable appearance, accompanied by a captivating woman clad in a qipao. Dragon King. The surrounding crowd bowed deeply. This seemingly ordinary man was none other than the renowned Dragon King of Jinghai City and its neighboring regions, Cao Sihai. At that moment, Cao Sihai's expression was exceedingly grim. As he strode toward the villa, he passed a garden piled high with corpses. There were no fewer than 80, including Li Yi and the leaders of 2 rival gangs. Dragon King, you have finally returned." An elderly man, tears streaming down his face, rushed forward and knelt before Cao Sihai. "How many have perished?" 98, including Li Yi, Chunhu, and Biao. Cao Sihai inquired darkly. 100 lives taken by just 3 individuals? Dragon King, you must understand that young man is no ordinary foe. He commands both the Tianyu Chamber of Commerce and the Tianhu Gang, with ambitions to engulf the entire underworld of Jinghai City, even threatening to sever your head to feed to dogs. Did he truly say that? Or are you fabricating tales? Su Er replied, shivering, "Dragon King, I assure you, this is the absolute truth. It is Qin Feng." Yet Cao Sihai remained silent. Instead, he reached back and seized a cleaver. As he cursed vehemently, he struck Su Er Yi with a blade. 100 men could not match a single individual, yet they still had the audacity to report this. Blood splattered as Su Er Yi lost all vitality. Cao Sihai, drenched in sweat, leaned against his waist, exclaiming, "Alas, my physical stamina has diminished over the years. Even killing a man leaves me breathless." He then took a clean handkerchief to wipe the blood from his face. "Go investigate the entire sequence of events for me. And as for that Qin Feng, he's playing the fool while wreaking havoc in my territory. Damn it." Later that night, amidst flashes of lightning and torrential rain, a woman hurried through the alley, stumbling into the old street of the urban village. She glanced back intermittently, as if someone were in pursuit. Suddenly, she tripped over a brick and fell. As she rose, several silhouettes emerged from the darkness, approaching her. "Take her away." A voice resonated from beneath a sunshade. "Hey, what is the meaning of bullying a woman?" The assailants turned to see a robust man, his face adorned with stubble and a cigarette dangling from his lips. "You're a pig butcher. This doesn't concern you." "Though I am a butcher, I detest being insulted as such." The man revealed the cleaver at his waist, declaring, "Do you see this? Release her and leave, or you shall face dire consequences." He even made a gesture to signify an impending demise. "Shut up. Dispose of him." The group brandished their daggers and charged forward. The butcher, enraged, swiftly dispatched the attackers with ease, rendering them mere monkeys before an experienced chef. With a crunch, he crushed the last assailant. Turning to the woman on the ground, he said, "Miss, it's safe now. You should hurry away. Do you know Qin Feng? What do you seek him for?" The woman grasped the butcher's arm urgently, pleading, "Please, take me to him. Something has happened at the Tianyu Chamber of Commerce." "Very well, accompany me." They arrived at Qin Feng's modest courtyard. "Knock, knock, knock. Qin Feng, you old rascal. What are you doing awake at this hour? Qin Feng, displeased, opened the door and recognized the drenched woman as a Mei, who served beside Huang Fuyue. A Mei, what brings you here? Qin Feng, trouble has arisen. Chao Sihai has returned. Qin Feng furrowed his brow slightly, replying, do not panic. Let us discuss this in detail. Inside the butcher shop, a Mei recounted the events. After Qin Feng's departure, Huang Fuyue had just concluded a meeting and was on her way home when she was ambushed. The attackers, skilled fighters in the service of Long Wang, abducted her and aimed to capture the remaining members of the Tianyu Chamber of Commerce. A Mei managed to escape under Akai's cover and rushed to find Qin Feng. Suddenly, a vehicle sped into the street, swaying and alarming numerous neighbors. Upon their arrival to find the vehicle stationed at Qin Feng's doorstep, they opted to feign ignorance. The car door swung open, and a man, missing his right hand, tumbled out. Qin Feng approached and assisted him. Li Hu, have you also fallen victim to pursuit? Qin Feng, Chao Sihai has returned. I am here to warn you to leave at once, as far as possible, and never return. Chao Sihai is far more terrifying than we ever imagined. Do not mention it. Huang Fuyue has also been captured by them. Li Hu, gritting his teeth against the pain, continued, Qin Feng, you must flee. Huang Fuyue's situation appears dire. The experts surrounding Chao Sihai are formidable. Just a mere 10 of them overpowered my 100 comrades. Let us discuss this further, suggested the butcher. In the meat shop, the situation seemed to escalate. Not only did Chao Sihai possess a multitude of skilled individuals at his side, but his connections also infiltrated every corner, even reaching into the political sphere. Brother, shall we eliminate them all? Inquired the butcher. Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively. This is my affair. There is no need for you to involve yourselves. It would not benefit you. Indeed, the butcher and his companions were ruthless, but once entangled in the local gang's disputes, the higher-ups would intervene. Qin Feng could not allow his troubles to drag others down with him. The critical point was that he was fully capable of resolving this matter himself. Moreover, if he managed to handle it discreetly, those in power would likely turn a blind eye. Brother, you do not intend to rescue her, do you? Li Hu's eyes were filled with trepidation as he added, the Dragon King is immensely powerful with countless followers. Among them, the 108 generals are merciless killers. Perhaps. Yet the fact that Chao Sihai has merely captured you and not taken your life indicates his intentions. In essence, he wishes for me to meet with him. Qin Feng extinguished his cigarette and declared, wait here, I shall investigate. Brother, are you certain you do not require assistance? No need. I will handle my affairs alone. Chapter 49. Step outside, and you prove your worth. Soon after, Qin Feng vanished into the rain-soaked streets. Shortly thereafter, the old blind man arrived at the butcher shop, carrying a couple of bottles of liquor. Old man, are you not going to assist the young master? I shall not. Though he appears carefree, he harbors a tremendous resolve. Regardless of the Dragon King's prowess, he has chosen to confront the young master directly. The old blind man set down the liquor with a grin and inquired, care for a drink? Sure. Li Hu and Mei exchanged glances, perplexed by the unwavering confidence these individuals had in Qin Feng. They were acutely aware that Chao Sihai was, in essence, a godlike figure in Jinghai City. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Qin Feng emerged from a vehicle and entered a sealed building, surrounded by Chao Sihai's men. He took the elevator to the 30th floor. What greeted him was an opulent suite, with numerous individuals standing around. The most conspicuous feature was a table in the living room, upon which lay a naked woman, surrounded by an array of delectable dishes. A middle-aged man, exuding an air of prosperity, savored the food slowly. Behind him stood 10 alluring young women dressed in various styles of qipao. Dragon King, Qin Feng has arrived. Chao Sihai turned to Qin Feng, wiping his hands with a tissue, and said, Brother Qin, please have a seat. No need for that. Feel free to speak your mind. With a hearty laugh, he continued, let me show you 2 individuals. With a sharp clap, 2 large suitcases were brought in. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. Could it be that Huang Fuyue had already? Brother Qin, can you guess who is inside? He asked. I hope they are not my people. Chao Sihai chuckled heartily and instructed the attendants to open the suitcases. As Qin Feng furrowed his brow and beheld the contents, he let out a sigh of relief. The occupants were not Huang Fuyue. One suitcase contained the brutally mutilated body of Su Er-yi, while the other held the lifeless form of the famous star Zhao Sini, her body entirely exposed. In comparison, Zhao Sini had met a far more tragic fate. Her hands, bloodied and torn, were a testament to her desperate struggle, her nails broken from frantic clawing. The lid of the suitcase bore the marks of her frantic attempts to escape, indicating that she had suffocated within. Chao Sihai lit a cigar and remarked, "Su Er-yi, under the guise of my orders, convened a meeting against you, resulting in the deaths of nearly 100 of my brothers. He deserves his fate. As for that wretched woman, she was the instigator, colluding with Li Yi to target you, which led to a cascade of subsequent events. She too deserves her end. Of course, with Li Yi killed by your hand, that matter is settled." Indeed, Chao Sihai was an intriguing character. As Huang Fuyue had said, he adhered strictly to his own codes. Qin Feng settled into a chair and remarked, "As expected of the Dragon King, you possess your own principles. I, Qin Feng, have witnessed them firsthand. Having dealt with their affairs, shall we now address mine?" "Precisely," Chao Sihai replied. "Every matter must have a beginning and an end. As for you, there are still matters to resolve. Otherwise, the rules would be broken." "Very well. Then how do you intend to deal with me?" Qin Feng inquired. Gao Sihai, cigar in mouth, said, "Brother, do not mistake my actions for cruelty. This is simply the way of our world. You have played the role of a pig to deceive the tiger, and that is where your fault lies. Thus, it's quite simple. Either you comply with me and receive terms beyond your imagination, or I shall ensure your wife's conglomerate in Jinghai City receives favorable treatment. What do you say?" Qin Feng pondered for a moment before asking. "And the alternative?" "Equally straightforward," Chao Sihai replied. "Drink this cup of wine and leave here safely. That will be your skill. But what if I refuse to drink?" Chao Sihai sat back and said, "Brother, I know not where you hail from. Yet we are all men of integrity. You would not wish for your woman to be embroiled in this, would you? As a man, I offer you a choice. I do not wish to complicate matters for your woman, whether out of concern for Huang Fuyue's safety or the principles laid out by Chao Sihai." Qin Feng felt compelled to drink. With determination, he raised the cup and consumed its contents. "Very well, brother. Act wisely," Chao Sihai said, and with that, Qin Feng chose this path, prompting Chao Sihai to utter no further words. The individuals surrounding them brandished gleaming knives, and Chao Sihai retreated to the back, pulling a sultry woman into his embrace, preparing for the ensuing spectacle. "Go!" shouted one man as he charged forward with a machete. With a swift kick, Qin Feng struck the opponent's knee, producing a sharp crack. In that instant, he found himself struggling for breath. The wine indeed concealed treachery. Gao Sihai, aware of Qin Feng's martial prowess, had resorted to using drugs to suppress his internal energy, leaving him to rely solely on physical strength to confront the situation. The choice to employ poison directly indicated that Chao Sihai was indeed unlike others. Alas, the two could only be adversaries, never friends. With a swift motion, Qin Feng slashed the man's throat, then delivered 2 more strikes, causing the other 2 to collapse before him. Chao Sihai, his face devoid of emotion, continued to command others to encircle and eliminate Qin Feng. A chaotic battle ensued. As Qin Feng wielded his blade, blood sprayed and flesh flew. Countless bodies fell at his feet, and blood gradually spread across the floor. Yet, more assailants surged through the door, brandishing their weapons. A fierce killing intent enveloped Qin Feng's gaze, his entire being electrified with exhilaration. The figures before him appeared not as humans, but as mere cucumbers, ripe for the chopping. With each stroke, heads soared, blood splattering onto the ceiling, transforming the scene into a hellish battleground. Corpses began to accumulate at the entrance, gradually rising to Qin Feng's waist. After dispatching another foe, the pile of bodies obstructed the doorway. His eyes then fell upon Chao Sihai. The latter instantly comprehended Qin Feng's intentions. Behind him, 10 alluring women brandished daggers, positioning themselves protectively in front of Chao Sihai. As Qin Feng lunged forward, he unleashed a deadly strike. One of the women raised her dagger to defend herself. Clang! However, the force of Qin Feng's blow was beyond her capacity to withstand. The blade sliced through her, severing her in half. Chao Sihai's expression shifted to one of horror. How dare you kill my women? Yet you never forbade me from taking you out of here. Qin Feng retorted. You're simply exploiting loopholes. Despite his words, Chao Sihai understood that with their inability to forge a friendship, they were destined to remain enemies, and thus, no rules would apply. Stop him, Chao Sihai commanded, lacking any combat prowess himself. The remaining women lunged at Qin Feng. The combined effort of 9 presented him with a modicum of pressure. Kill him. Qin Feng cannot utilize his true energy. He will soon be exhausted. In response, Qin Feng grinned. While his lack of true energy made him somewhat outmatched, his physical strength was not something ordinary individuals could resist. With a swift motion, 2 more of the alluring women fell lifelessly to the ground. Enraged, Chao Sihai retrieved a handgun from beneath a chair and fired at Qin Feng. Bang! 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 Qin Feng swiftly retreated, creating distance, and swung his blade before him. Clang! 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 The bullets struck the blade, ricocheting off and injuring 2 of the remaining assailants. You little brat! Chao Sihai attempted to fire again, but Qin Feng suddenly appeared before him, executing a swift downward strike, accompanied by a scream akin to a slaughtered pig. Chao Sihai's right hand, which had held the gun, was severed. Qin Feng turned to Chao Sihai, placing the blade against his throat. Release the boss. The remaining few women were visibly tense and dared not take further action. Outside, individuals pushed aside the pile of bodies and charged in. Let go, Boss Chao. Each face bore genuine concern, a heartfelt sentiment rather than mere pretense. It was evident that Chao Sihai cared for his subordinates, who willingly devoted themselves to his service. All you step back and bring Huang Fuyue to me, quickly, Qin Feng commanded. Chao Sihai, intent on preserving his life, urged his men to act swiftly. Within mere minutes, Huang Fuyue was brought in. Upon seeing Qin Feng, she was momentarily taken aback. He had truly come to rescue her, and from the looks of it, he was alone. A torrent of indescribable emotions surged within her. Qin Feng, release the boss, and we will let her go. A man had taken Huang Fuyue hostage. Qin Feng, don't worry about me. If you hold Chao Sihai, you can leave safely, she urged. Silence. This is not the time for your words. Qin Feng retorted before addressing the man. Let us exchange. Agreed. The 2 men proceeded with the swap. Qin Feng kicked Chao Sihai towards him while pulling Huang Fuyue behind him. Qin Feng, you little brat, I will make sure to kill you tonight. Everyone, attack him and chop him to death. In that moment, Chao Sihai lost his previous composure. The pain in his wrist ignited a murderous rage against Qin Feng. Protect the boss and get him out. Charge. Instantly, a dozen men surged forward. Gritting his teeth, Qin Feng swung his blade once more, reigniting the carnage. Huang Fuyue occasionally kicked out to fend off the attackers, yet the primary burden lay upon Qin Feng's shoulders. Faced with dozens of blades slicing toward him, he managed to slay a few foes, but also sustained several wounds himself. The odds were overwhelming. Even with his inner energy, he could not single-handedly vanquish a multitude. Suddenly, a knife lunged toward Huang Fuyue's face. She recoiled in terror, but there was nowhere to retreat. A hand shielded her, absorbing the blow. Qin Feng retaliated with a swift strike of his own, grasping Huang Fuyue's hand, saying, "Follow me." Having carved a path, they aimed to escape, but 3 armed individuals entered the doorway, their guns equipped with silencers. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Qin Feng swiftly threw Huang Fuyue to the ground. Don't move. After instructing her, he rolled forward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several bullets struck his chest. Yet, in that frenzied moment, he felt no pain. With resolute determination, he brought down his blade, severing 3 heads from their bodies. Qin Feng, you've been shot. It's nothing. Grab a gun and follow me. They finally reached the corridor. Without hesitation, Qin Feng launched into a fierce assault. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Huang Fuyue used her firearm to repel the enemies behind them. Cries of anguish echoed in the air. Huang Fuyue turned around and beheld Qin Feng, who resembled a ferocious beast, rampaging through the crowd with ruthless abandon. A glance revealed a scene drenched in blood, strewn with corpses and severed limbs. After dispatching his foes, Qin Feng rushed toward her. Crouch! Huang Fuyue immediately complied. Qin Feng leaped over her head, his knees striking the chests of two enemies, the force of his assault toppling several others in a cascade. In a nearby room, Chao Sihai was tending to his wrist. Is this lad truly that formidable? He has slain so many without even employing his true energy. The escalating power and terror exhibited by Qin Feng filled Chao Sihai with dread. Notify the 108 generals to converge here. This boy must not escape tonight. At that moment, Qin Feng had already led Huang Fuyue down the staircase. Kill! More adversaries surged forward from below. Qin Feng descended, unleashing a frenzied onslaught. Huang Fuyue was in a daze, staring blankly as Qin Feng dispatched his foes with alarming efficiency. Despite her experience in the underworld and having witnessed considerable bloodshed, she had never encountered such unrestrained ferocity as Qin Feng's. Were it anyone else, they would have likely been reduced to mere pulp by now. The gun in her hand was no match for the swiftness of Qin Feng's blade. Were it not for the sheer numbers of Chao Sihai's men, he might have already met his end. Upon reaching the first floor, they found themselves amidst a throng of over 100 individuals, awaiting the descent of Qin Feng and Huang Fuyue. Seeing this, Qin Feng felt a surge of frustration. He truly wondered if the old butcher had exaggerated. Even if these individuals were as plentiful as cabbages, there would come a time when he would tire from the slaughter. The butcher had claimed to have taken thousands of lives, yet that had required days and nights of relentless effort. The elevator doors opened nearby, revealing Chao Sihai, who stepped out with a chilling smile. Qin Feng, you have certainly exceeded my expectations. You have taken the lives of over 100 of my brothers. I may lack many things, but I'm not short of those willing to die for me. I still have 100 men here. Come and see if you can kill them. Qin Feng was disinclined to engage with these additional 100 adversaries. Yue, fall back. We cannot leave until every last one of these people is dealt with. Just as he finished speaking, several smoke grenades, billowing thick clouds of smoke, came flying in through the window. What is happening? Hissing sounds filled the air, not merely from smoke grenades, but also from several canisters of tear gas. In an instant, the grand hall was engulfed in dense smoke, rendering visibility non-existent. Charge! Do not let Qin Feng escape. Chao Sihai ordered. A throng of individuals surged toward Qin Feng, but amidst the fog, only a handful managed to locate him and Huang Fuyue. Just as danger loomed, a shadow dashed forth, swiftly claiming the lives of those who had approached. Brother Qing, we must hurry. The figure was none other than Su Yaorao. The trio fled the grand hall and boarded a prepared vehicle. Su Yaorao dispatched several pursuers with ease, then, using her long legs, leaped gracefully onto the roof of the car, sliding into the cabin. Observing Qin Feng, drenched in blood, she inquired, Brother Qing, how did you provoke so many people? I have a task for you. Eliminate them. If you do not, with so many foes, even if I were to finish them off, I would still have to explain my actions. This was the unvarnished truth. Do not speak of killing. So many have already worn you down. Are you injured? No worries. A good night's sleep will suffice. Frankly, Qin Feng is utterly exhausted, especially after his nerve have finally relaxed. His entire body feels deflated, akin to a punctured balloon. Chapter 51 emphasizes the virtue of discretion. Qin Feng could not ascertain how long he had slept. Upon waking, he was parched. His throat felt as if it were on fire. He intended to rise, only to discover he was completely incapacitated. It dawned on him that he lay upon a plush mattress in a room, his entire body swathed in bandages. Aside from a few wounds on his head, he was wrapped like a mummy. Qin Feng, you are awake? Quickly fetch me a glass of water. I'm parched to the point of desperation. Huang Fuyue hurriedly poured a glass of warm water. She gently propped him up slightly and brought the cup to his lips. The moment he drank, a wave of relief washed over him. Yue, how long have I been asleep? Not quite 3 days. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Feng asked, You didn't inform Wanking, did you? No. Both Yao Rao and I agreed to keep your situation under wraps for now. You need not worry. We are well prepared on our end. That is reassuring. Qin Feng exhaled deeply, realizing that his true energy was once again at his disposal. This Chao Sihai truly was formidable. possessing the means to suppress a warrior's true energy. He acknowledged his own carelessness. The depths of the Daxia kingdom were profound, and Chao Sihai alone wielded such power. It was unsurprising that the world's elite forces dared not tread upon this land. What is the situation with Chao Sihai? There has been no word. He vanished without a trace that night. Qin Feng nodded. Let him be, as long as everything is well. Qin Feng, are you this kind to everyone? What do you mean? Huang Fu Yue hesitated before saying, I mean you are willing to risk your life for every woman. As someone entrenched in the underworld, she was known for her steely demeanor. Yet, witnessing Qin Feng come alone to save her stirred deep emotions within her, nearly bringing her to tears. Perhaps it is due to losing so much that I now cherish what I possess, he replied. In response, Huang Fu Yue felt uncertain whether to cry or laugh, reflecting on why she had not encountered Qin Feng sooner. Is there a caregiver? No, this place is exceedingly secluded. It is just me and Yao Rao who are aware of it. Qin Feng felt a twinge of embarrassment. I need to use the restroom, but in this condition. Huang Fu Yue chuckled lightly. Such trivial matters, I shall assist you. Feeling quite awkward, he acquiesced. With great care, she helped him to his feet. Upon entering the restroom, an even more embarrassing predicament arose. His hands were immobile. To his astonishment, Huang Fu Yue voluntarily assisted in removing his trousers, resembling a caregiver, but unlike the usual caregivers. Hers was a stunning beauty, a queen of the underworld. Qin Feng was mortified. Yet, an even more awkward moment ensued. Yue, I apologize for the trouble, he said bashfully. Huang Fu Yue rolled her eyes, resigned to fulfill her role as a good Samaritan, gazing upon the delicate and fair visage of Huang Fu Yue. With her elegantly pert features and sensuous ruby lips, one cannot help but notice her attire today. The upper half consists of a short-sleeve blouse, whose size appears to be a deliberate mismatch for her voluptuous figure. The shirt clings tightly, particularly around her ample bosom, causing the fabric to rise precariously, revealing a deep and enticing cleavage that captivates the eye, starkly white and as profound as an abyss. Her curvaceous hips are accentuated by a snug blue pencil skirt, which hugs her shapely dairy-ree, creating a stunning and graceful arc. One cannot help but swallow hard at the sight. At first glance, all seems calm. Yet, upon closer inspection, one can hardly remain composed. As a woman, Huang Fu Yue is acutely aware of the male gaze. She had sensed a pair of eyes roving over her form, and upon raising her head, she caught Qin Feng hastily averting his gaze. Even in such a state, one cannot harbor ill intentions. Coughing slightly, she remarked, I did not mean to draw attention. Let us return to our room. Huang Fu Yue found herself at a loss for words. Yet, how could one conceal what was now so rigidly exposed? Was it not uncomfortable? I suppose it is bearable. It will pass soon enough. However, with a sultry roll of her eyes, she gently tucked her hair behind her ear, reclining on the large bed. Qin Feng could not help but reminisce about the earlier scene. The alluring woman exuded such tenderness and nuance, her eyes filled with affection as they lingered on him, rendering him momentarily spellbound. Brother Qin, are you awake? Su Yaolao sauntered in, striding with feline grace. Her voluptuous figure swayed enticingly, the fullness of her bosom creating a breathtaking spectacle, gently trembling beneath her attire. Her long, shapely legs were sheathed in luxurious, semi-transparent crystal stockings, making her a vision of sensuality. With a charming smile gracing her enchanting face, she settled beside Qin Feng. How did you sleep, Brother Qin? She inquired. What do you mean by that? Qin Feng replied, bemused. Su Yaolao, exasperated, responded, what else could it mean? Did you enjoy yourself? Though there were many people, clearing the space was not beyond your capability. Huh, do you think I wish for that? I merely sought a means to vent my frustrations. In response to Qin Feng's words, Su Yaolao rolled her eyes dramatically. While she felt outmatched against the throngs, Qin Feng was more than capable. Yet, he chose to engage in the fray, indulging his primal instincts for bloodshed. All right then, Brother Qin, I understand your desire for discretion. Just as long as you do, Qin Feng remarked, observing the enchanting Su Yaolao. He pondered whether she was intentionally dressed so provocatively, perpetually conveying the message. I wear this for you. Come, and ravish me. Noticing Qin Feng's gaze, Su Yaolao inquired with a playful smile, Brother Qin, do you find it appealing? Ah well, just say it if you find it beautiful. No need for hesitation. She leaned in closer, allowing Qin Feng a clearer view. The exposed curves of her alabaster skin left him parched and speechless. Would you like to see a bit closer? Su Yaolao teased with a sultry glimmer in her eyes. Intentionally squeezing her two voluptuous assets caused Qin Feng's eyes to widen in astonishment. He quickly averted his gaze. What do you mean by this, dear brother? You say no, yet your body seems quite obedient, Su Yaolao remarked, raising her delicate hand adorned with crimson nail polish. Come on, what beauty wouldn't want to be admired a little longer? Qin Feng replied, utterly unattractive. In any case, you don't need to. Shall I assist you with a little snip? Qin Feng hurriedly retorted, what nonsense. Even if it's not needed, one could still take a leisurely stroll outside. After a brief rustling, Su Yaolao inquired, is there a woman sent on you? She pursed her red lips, looking puzzled. Chapter 52. I'll punish myself with 3 drinks. Qin Feng naturally dared not confess that it was the lingering fragrance from Huangfu Yue from not long ago. He quickly thought on his feet and said, I doubt it. Perhaps it's just the result of sleeping too long without a shower. Not bathing? How filthy. Ugh. Su Yaolao instantly walked away in disdain. This left Qin Feng in a state of panic. No, the flames have been ignited. I must extinguish them. Am I to summon Miss Wu to douse the fire? By the afternoon, Qin Feng was free to roam about. Upon returning to the entrance of the village, Huangfu Yue said, Qin Feng, I must express my gratitude once more. No need for so many thanks. By the way, if possible, I shall surprise you before I leave Jinghai City. Given your current situation, what sort of surprise could you possibly offer? Helping me stabilize the Tianyu Chamber of Commerce is already the greatest surprise of all. Qin Feng scratched his head, saying, we'll discuss it then. Farewell. All right, I'll be waiting. Goodbye. Just as he returned to his doorstep, the butcher greeted him with a smile. Little brother, you've finally decided to return? What do you mean by decided to return? Has anything happened recently? Nothing much, just that your wife hasn't returned for 2 days. Qin Feng frowned. Has this woman truly returned to her family again, causing chaos? Can we even continue living like this? He then called Murong Wanqing, but the call rang a few times before disconnecting. Reluctantly, he dialed Lin Xiao. Xiao, where's Wanqing? At a hotel. What's she doing at a hotel? Isn't she concerned about what others might say about a married woman entering such a place? Lin Xiao responded. It is said that a family from the provincial capital wishes to collaborate with President Murong. They are currently negotiating business. Do you think President Murong is the kind of person you imagine? Who are they? Qin Feng inquired. Apparently, it's the Su family from the provincial capital, and President Murong's parents are also present. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng sensed that the situation was more complicated than it appeared. What trouble could these two possibly bring for Murong Wanqing? Are they male or female? A young man, more handsome than you. Are you feeling a sense of crisis? Lin Xiao teased. Just wait. Qin Feng felt no particular worry. Yet, Murong Wanqing remained deeply attached to her parents. Without his presence, she was bound to face difficulties. In a luxurious hotel suite, a young man and the couple, Murong Wanqing and Murong Gaoyuan, were gathered. Young Master Su, please indulge yourself, the uncle said. No need to be so courteous, replied the young man. He appeared to be in his mid-20s, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses that, combined with his refined countenance, exuded an air of elegance and nobility. Turning to Murong Wanqing, he suggested, Wanqing, let's all share a drink. Indeed, but after this toast, I must attend a meeting at the company, so I cannot stay, she replied. Murong Gaoyuan, sitting nearby, quickly nudged Murong Wanqing, signaling her not to leave at this moment. Very well, we all understand that work takes precedence. We can arrange another meeting for another day. If it pertains to business, I would be delighted and eager to collaborate with the Su family. But if it concerns matters unrelated to the company, then I must decline, as I am now married and have a husband. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Murong Gaoyuan and his wife turned sour. Yet Su Xiaoyang responded with a smile, indeed. What a pity. Allow me to drink in your honor. Murong Wanqing downed her drink in one gulp. Su Xiao, this is just Wanqing's way. So please do not take it to heart, Murong Gaoyuan interjected. I shall take my leave now. Wan Qing. Suddenly, Murong Gyuan's face hardened, his voice tinged with irritation. He placed his glass down and said gravely, "You may disregard our feelings, but you must not disrespect Su Xiao. He has come all the way from the provincial city to see you. Is this how you treat your guests? Uncle, it is quite all right. Wan Qing is simply busy. As we all can see, please sit down and enjoy this meal with Su Xiao." Just as Murong Wan Qing was about to speak, the door to the private room swung open, and Qin Feng's nonchalant voice echoed, "Oh, dear father-in-law, hosting a meal and forgetting your son-in-law. How could you?" Aside from Su Xiaoyang, Murong Gaoyuan and his wife were taken aback by Qin Feng's unexpected arrival. "Qin Feng, what brings you here?" Murong Wan Qing inquired. "Well, without you at home cooking, I had no food to eat, so I followed the delightful scent of your perfume," he replied with a grin, turning to Murong Gaoyuan and adding, "Father-in-law, I hope you don't mind my uninvited presence." "Qin Feng, am I invisible here?" Jia Qianqian exclaimed, visibly irritated as Qin Feng seemed to ignore her entirely upon entering. Qin Feng scratched his head. "Wait until you pass through the door first." Not giving Jia Qianqian a chance to speak, Qin Feng turned his attention back to Su Xiaoyang. "Ah, and who might this distinguished guest be?" "This is Su Xiao from the Su family in the provincial city," Murong Gaoyuan stated solemnly. "He is one of the leading figures in our province's industry and an exceptional financial talent. By elevating Su Xiaoyang's status, he aimed to instill a sense of inferiority in Qin Feng." "Oh my, such a distinguished guest indeed. I am Qin Feng, delighted to make your acquaintance." Qin Feng responded with apparent surprise. "Hello, I am Su Xiaoyang." They exchanged a handshake. Qin Feng promptly turned to Murong Wan Qing and exclaimed, "Wife, as the ancient said, is it not a joy to have friends come from afar? What cannot wait until tomorrow? Why the urgency now?" Murong Wan Qing felt a wave of dizziness. Yet she restrained her frustration, fully aware of Qin Feng's character and likely ulterior motives. "My apologies, it is my fault," she remarked as she returned to her seat. "For reasons unknown, even though my father was present in this private room, I felt utterly devoid of any sense of security. However, with the arrival of Qin Feng, that unsettling sensation vanished entirely." Upon taking his seat, Qin Feng first poured himself 3 cups of liquor as a form of self-punishment, stating, "Young Master Su, I arrived late and failed to provide proper hospitality. Thus, I shall drink these 3 cups myself." With that, he poured 3 cups of the exquisite national liquor worth hundreds of thousands and downed them in one go. The others soon understood. This was not merely a self-imposed penalty, but rather an indulgence in the costly wine. "Young Master Su, would you care for a few drinks?" he inquired. "Not at the moment," came the response. "Very well. I shall not press you. Feel free to enjoy." Qin Feng continued to pour himself more wine while savoring the delicacies laid out on the table. Murong Gaoyuan was utterly bewildered. He had thought Qin Feng's earlier remarks hinted at something more, only to realize that Qin Feng was merely using the guise of entertaining guests to satisfy his own culinary desires. Murong Wan Qing could no longer bear to watch. She had never witnessed such blatant bullying. Thus, she attempted to remind Qin Feng, but he paid her no heed. "Wan Qing, it has been many years. Allow me to toast you," Su Xiaoyang said. Just as Murong Wan Qing reached for her cup, Qin Feng interjected, "My dear, you are with child, and it is not suitable for you to drink. Allow me." Su Xiaoyang furrowed his brow slightly. Murong Gaoyuan and his wife exchanged glances, and even Murong Wan Qing stiffened, slowly unclenching her fist. Internally, she thought, "That scoundrel Qin Feng left me alone in the bridal chamber on our wedding night, and now he dares to speak of my pregnancy." Su Xiaoyang was at a loss for words and finally responded, "Congratulations." The two shared a drink. "Qin Feng, could you not behave like this? You resemble a famished ghost reborn," Jia Qianqian remarked disdainfully. "Food is meant to be consumed. Wasting it is shameful, do you understand?" Qin Feng's retort earned him a scowl from Jia Qianqian. With Qin Feng present, Su Xiaoyang dared not speak too freely with Murong Wan Qing. And as for Murong Gaoyuan and his wife, they had ceased to provoke Qin Feng altogether. After the meal, only Qin Feng appeared satisfied. As he watched Su Xiaoyang depart, Murong Gaoyuan and his wife cast him a furious glare before leaving. Qin Feng, with a toothpick in his mouth, lit a cigarette after the meal. Boss, do you know this Su Xiaoyang? Yes, we met while studying abroad, Qin Feng replied. Such a person has a deep inner world. It would be best to limit your interactions with him. Are you envious of his superiority? Someone jested. Huh. Qin Feng scoffed, adding, that street in the urban village is part of my ancestors' land. In terms of value, my worth surpasses Su Xiaoyang's by a century. What do I have to be envious of? So you take pride in that? Why not? Otherwise, how would I have won you over? Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. Infuriated, Murong Wanqing felt like stamping her foot and said to Lin Xiao, let us go. Boss, trust my judgment. Understood. Murong Wanqing got into the car and departed. Taking a leisurely puff of his cigarette, Qin Feng surveyed his surroundings. Damn it, I haven't even gotten into the car yet. Buzz. At this moment, a McLaren came to a halt. Inside sat a young man, sporting sunglasses, the quintessential rich air. Ah, isn't that my rather unrefined brother-in-law? What do you mean by that? Do you believe I could deliver a punch that would send your head into your rectum? Murong Hao chuckled and said, brother-in-law, hop in. Let me take you out for some fun. Where to? To a splendid place. Are you coming or not? Qin Feng opened the door and got in. Let's take a look. The two arrived at the largest antique market in Jinghai City. Brother-in-law. Qin Feng playfully slapped Murong Hao on the back of his head. Ouch. Brother-in-law, why did you hit me? At your age, instead of learning something worthwhile, you're indulging in antiques like an old man? Murong Hao replied, I'm not into that. I just have an appointment with a friend today. What does that mean? My friend happens to be the grandson of the antique king of Jinghai City. He is quite impressive. My grandfather has awakened, and I'm planning to bring him something later. After walking for a while, they arrived in front of an antique shop. A young man emerged. Howsy, you finally made it. This young man, Dong Xiaohao, was around 18 or 19 years old, the heir of the antique shop. Accompanying him were two young ladies. Smiling as they said, we've been waiting for you for ages. Hurry, my grandfather will be back soon, and good items will be hard to come by. All right, let us go in quickly. Qin Feng grasped Murong Hao's arm and inquired, what are you two up to? The antiques inside are all from the collection of the Master Wang. Since his grandfather is not present, he has planned to sell me a few pieces at a low price. Businessmen are quite cunning, especially in antique shops. Don't let yourself be duped. Don't worry. I won tea. Xiaohao and I are like brothers. To this, Qin Feng could only shake his head and chuckle. Murong Hao was still too naive and young, oblivious to the treachery of human nature. The antique shop was expansive, filled with artifacts from various eras. Who is this? Dong Xiaohao inquired, glancing at Qin Feng. This is my brother-in-law. Upon hearing this, Dong Xiaohao examined Qin Feng from head to toe, his expression turning to one of disdain. Your sister is the most beautiful woman in Jinghai City. How come her husband is so unimpressive? If you can't speak properly, then don't say anything. Qin Feng was speechless, feeling belittled. Was it necessary to adorn oneself in gold and silver to signify one's worth? Murong Hao also felt a bit awkward. My brother-in-law is simply modest. Let us not dwell on that. I'll take you to choose some antiques. Dong Xiaohao, mimicking the elderly, began to introduce the items. This blue and white porcelain was purchased by my grandfather for 5 million. It was unearthed from. After detailing its history and price, he continued, Howsy, you might consider this. Its market price starts at 2 million. I can offer you a discount. 2 million? Never mind. Although Murong Hao was a rich heir, he didn't possess an endless supply of money. No worries. Let us look at the next one. They soon arrived at a Western oil painting. This piece is by a renowned Italian artist, bought by my grandfather for 10 million. I can let you have it for 8 million. Let me take a look at the foreign oil painting, Qin Feng remarked. Let us not rush into a decision. I remember your name is Qin Feng. Do you have some understanding of these antiques? I know a thing or two. Dong Xiaohai chuckled, saying, who doesn't have a little knowledge? If you're not the one purchasing, then perhaps you should remain silent. These are all cherished collectibles from my grandfather. Selling them at a low price is already a favor. In response, Qin Feng remarked, since you mention it, I must say that this oil painting titled Dusk is attributed to the renowned Italian artist Andrew, who, in truth, was Danish. There are 3 versions of this painting, of which 2 are forgeries. Lighting a cigarette, Qin Feng continued, one is housed in a museum in Paris. while the other resides within a royal family. It is now confirmed that both are indeed fakes, yet for the sake of reputation. Neither the museum nor the royal family dares to admit this. The only authentic piece has been acquired by a mysterious buyer. Dong Xiaohai proudly declared, "You seem to know quite a lot. That mysterious seller is my grandfather. Whether he is your grandfather or not, I won't dispute. But the painting in your possession is undoubtedly a forgery," Qin Feng scoffed. "Nonsense," Dong Xiaohai retorted. Qin Feng smirked. "Believe it or not, let us continue our examination." After this exchange, Murong Hao felt a twinge of uncertainty. "Xiaohai, let's take another look." He then leaned closer to Qin Feng and whispered, "Brother-in-law, how do you know? Do you think my marrying your sister was mere luck?" Qin Feng replied with a grin. "Well then, where's the genuine piece?" "It was me," Qin Feng chuckled. "I used it as toilet paper when I had an upset stomach." "Puffed. Brother-in-law, do you always boast without a script?" Murong Hao teased. "What if I claim that all of these are forgeries? Would you believe me?" Their hushed conversation caught Dong Xiaohai's attention, prompting him to halt abruptly. "I'm not selling anymore. You may seek elsewhere." Qin Feng scoffed at this. As long as Dong Xiaohai respected others, he would refrain from such remarks. Chapter 54. Grandfather's Old Friend. "Brother-in-law, let's depart." Qin Feng had no intention of lingering, turning to leave just as two elderly gentlemen entered. "Grandfather, you're back." Dong Xiaohai rushed forward. The elder on the left, clutching two prayer beads, was indeed Dong Xiaohai's grandfather, Dong Shun. "Xiaohai, this is your great-grandfather Wan." "Grandfather? This person claims that all your collectibles are forgeries," Dong Xiaohai accused, disregarding the other elder. "Oh," Dong Shun exclaimed, scrutinizing Qin Feng from head to toe. "Since when does a mere boy dare to critique my collection?" Qin Feng chuckled derisively. "I thought this was merely a gimmick for your business. Turns out you were just a swindler exploiting your own kind." Xiaohai, in the future, avoid associating with such people." "Understood, grandfather," Dong Xiaohai replied with a smile. "Howsy, you should not have brought this person here today. Depart at once." "Howsy, let's go. You must steer clear of such deceptive places in the future." With hands clasped behind his back, Qin Feng began to walk away. The other elder, after observing Qin Feng, suddenly brightened with intrigue. "Young friend, please wait." "Elder, what is your intention?" Qin Feng inquired. The elder clasped his hands together, stating, "I am a martial artist named Wan Zonghua. May I ask if your surname is Qin?" "Indeed." Wan Zonghua nodded, visibly excited. "And your grandfather?" "Missing without a trace." After many years apart, the outcome was unexpected. At this moment, Dong Shun inquired old Wan. "Who is he?" "He is the grandson of an old friend. Let's postpone this matter for now. I shall return to bother you another day." "Old Wan, do not say that. Even if he is the descendant of a dear friend, this young man does not merit your concern." Dong Shun unabashedly belittled Qin Feng. "Senior, I trust my grandfather's friends were discerning individuals. If you truly consider associating with such a fraud, I would question whether you are indeed my grandfather's friend," Qin Feng retorted. Wan Zonghua laughed heartily. "Huh? You are indeed the grandson of old Qin. Your temperament is identical. You claim everything here is counterfeit. What is your basis for that?" Dong Shun scowled. "Howsy, go buy a bottle of cola." Although Murong Hao was perplexed, he hurried off to comply. With a can of cola in hand, Qin Feng approached a piece of blue and white porcelain. He opened the can and poured the cola over it. "What are you doing?" Dong Xiaohai's expression tightened, but it was too late to intervene as the cola cascaded over the porcelain. Dong Shun's face darkened. Within moments, the cola-soaked porcelain began to fizz and bubble, its exquisite patterns starting to peel away. "You scoundrel! This is an antique, a national treasure. You are destroying cultural relics." Dong Xiaohai fumed. "Oh, but you are in the business of selling antiques," retorted Murong Hao, unable to tolerate Dong Xiaohai's repeated arrogance. Qin Feng addressed Dong Shun. "The forgery techniques are quite skillful, but the acidic nature of cola can dissolve them. If this were genuine, would it fear cola? Would it, Dong Wang? The authenticity of the items here can be revealed with just a little cola. Dare you?" Dong Shun's face turned ashen, and he remained silent. "Qin Feng, regardless of your tricks, you are maliciously destroying my grandfather's collection. You shall not leave without 50 million, Dong Xiaohai commanded, signaling two security guards to approach. "Stop!" Dong Shun interjected, turning to his grandson, apologize. Qin Feng, did you hear that? Dong Xiaohai began, but then sensed something amiss. Confused, he looked to his grandfather and asked, Grandfather, shouldn't it be Qin Feng who apologizes? Enough with the nonsense. Apologize. I refuse. Why should I apologize to Qin Feng? Dong Shun approached and delivered 2 resounding slaps. Fuming silence. Step aside. Turning to Qin Feng, he said, My apologies. It is my failure to discipline my grandson. Enough pretense. You are only worried I will expose the truth, Qin Feng replied. Dong Shun chuckled awkwardly. If you do not mind, stay for a feast. I would like to befriend you. That is unnecessary. In the antique trade, where truth and falsehood intertwine, an absence of authenticity is unacceptable. I, Qin Feng, lack the fortune to befriend you, Dong Xian. With that, Qin Feng departed without looking back. Brother-in-law, you are heading in the wrong direction, Murong Hao advised. Damn it! Qin Feng cursed inwardly as he turned the other way. Farewell. Wan Zonghua also cupped his fists in a gesture of respect as he approached Qin Feng at the intersection. Young friend, might you come visit me? Invited Wan Zonghua. Qin Feng gazed at the elderly man before him and nodded. Then I shall impose. His grandfather, known as the old demon Qin, had few friends, yet those he did have were sincere companions. Thus, Qin Feng felt no need to stand on ceremony. Not far from the antique street lay the largest martial arts market in Jinghai City, surrounded by various sections. Styles such as Bagua, Hongchuan, and Hunyuan Qingyi flourished. However, the most significant gathering of martial arts practitioners in the entirety of the Great Xia Kingdom was undoubtedly in Tianjin. Arriving at a martial arts school named Taiji, Murong Hao's eyelids fluttered. Wan Zonghua chuckled, Alas, in my old age, I have opened this school merely to earn a living. Please come in. Upon entering, they found a courtyard unusually tranquil, devoid of the usual sounds of practice one would expect from a martial arts school. Elder, do you not have any apprentices? Qin Feng inquired. Business is tough. The youth today are too restless. Taiji emphasizes a calm state of mind, yet few are inclined to learn. Typically, only the elderly come here, Wan Zonghua replied, a truth that Qin Feng understood well. The Taiji style, while not particularly lethal, required a stable mind, which was scarce among the youth. Under the grapevine, as they settled down, Wan Zonghua began to brew tea. Have you lifted the curse upon you? Qin Feng furrowed his brow and said to Murong Hao, Haozi, go outside and buy me a pack of cigarettes. I have some here, Murong Hao replied. I can't get used to yours. Hurry and go. Murong Hao left, dejected. Qin Feng then asked, Elder, are you aware? Show me your hand, Wan Zonghua requested. At his words, Qin Feng rolled up his sleeve and extended his arm. Along the inner side of his forearm, a dark red, vein-like pattern had emerged. Now, reaching his wrist, Wan Zonghua sighed, Indeed, your life is but half a year at most. Once the curse spreads to your palm, Elder, do you know of a remedy? Qin Feng was desperate to avoid death, but he felt hopeless. I have studied this with your grandfather. It relates to your bloodline. What do you mean? Wan Zonghua inquired. Do you know what your bloodline is? Chapter 55. Then let us play together. I do not know. I have wandered with my grandfather since childhood, then joined the military. I know nothing of the Qin family's history, nor have I heard of any bloodline. Your bloodline is, just as Wan Zonghua was about to reveal the truth, a shriek from the entrance interrupted them. Murong Hao stumbled in, his face marked with 5-finger imprints, rolling on the ground in distress. Following him were several individuals clad in traditional Japanese attire, 5 in total. Wan Zonghua's expression darkened. These ruffians have come to cause trouble again. Brother-in-law, save me. Murong Hao cried as he crawled over, looking pitiable. Who struck you? Them. I merely went out to buy cigarettes, and they attacked me. Wan Zonghua approached, his eyes narrowing slightly as he spoke in a low voice. Yoshimura, I have made it clear that I do not wish to engage in conflict with you. Do you still not understand? Mr. Wan, I merely wish to witness the martial arts of the Great Xia Kingdom. The leader of the Japanese men, around 40 years of age, stated deliberately, In our Great Xia, we practice martial arts not for the sake of boasting or brawling. With a disdainful hum, he declared, If you refuse to yield, I shall have no choice but to affix this plaque upon the entrance of your dojo. Lu Sheng gestured subtly, and immediately, an individual entered bearing a plaque. which was unceremoniously cast upon the ground. The 4 characters inscribed upon it pierced the hearts of all present. This was an affront. Curse your lineage. You are the true invalids. The words ignited a flame of indignation even within the heart of Murong Hao, the debauched heir. Wan Zonghua retorted fiercely, "Do not overstep your bounds. Mr. Wan, I have bested every dojo in this vicinity, and now you stand alone. Allow me to witness the true martial arts of the great Xia." Lu Sheng challenged, his gaze narrowing slightly. He continued, "If such words do not stir you, then it is only fitting that I present you with this plaque, for you are indeed the ones who cower from battle. How dare you bully an elder? If you possess any courage, let's engage in a contest. I shall summon my brothers, each wielding a cleaver, and we could reduce you to mere pulp." Murong Hao exclaimed, rolling up his sleeves, ready to charge. The 2 Japanese men prepared to strike. "Halt!" Wan Zonghua commanded in a deep voice. "If a fight is your desire, then let it commence, but let us agree to hold back." At his words, Lu Sheng smirked and stepped into the courtyard. "Young friend, allow me to handle this matter first." Just then, a throng of martial artists from various dojos on the street entered, their faces aflame with righteous fury. "Master Wan, let's put this scoundrel in his place. They have pushed us too far. We must restore the dignity of our people today." Each one was filled with righteous indignation. Although Wan Zonghua had the fewest apprentices, he was widely recognized for his superior martial prowess. "Brother-in-law, what is your take on this?" Murong Hao inquired. "That Japanese man is no match for Master Wan. Just wait and see." Indeed, Wan Zonghua was reluctant to engage in conflict, particularly with the Japanese. Once he struck, defeating Lu Sheng would only invite countless others like him to challenge. Typically, seasoned masters of martial ethics would refrain from fighting unless absolutely necessary. Yet, Lu Sheng's provocations had struck a nerve, inflicting a deep wound upon every patriotic heart present. The term invalid encapsulated one of the darkest and most humiliating chapters in the history of martial arts in the Great Xia. Lu Sheng sneered, stretching his limbs. He stepped forward with his left foot, extending his left hand while his right fist rested against his side, adopting the stance of karate. Wan Zonghua returned the gesture with a bow. Assuming the familiar stance of Tai Chi with a fierce shout, Lu Sheng lunged forward, unleashing a series of rapid whip-like kicks. Wan Zonghua remained composed, using Lu Sheng's momentum against him, deftly neutralizing the force of the attack. "What an astute assault," Murong Hao remarked. "Karate is a form of practical combat, where speed and ferocity are paramount in training. Brother-in-law, do you possess knowledge of martial arts?" Qin Feng inquired, setting down his teacup. "I have a rudimentary understanding," he replied. As Wan Zonghua faced the swift and precise attacks, his stance remained steady, his expression unperturbed as he countered each blow. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged dozens of moves, neither gaining the upper hand. However, Qin Feng's keen observation detected a subtle clue amidst the exchange. Wan Zonghua experienced a disruption in his breathing. Despite his efforts to conceal it, the deficiency of his vital energy was evident, indicating a pre-existing internal injury. As he engaged in combat, this internal affliction became increasingly apparent. After several exchanges, Wan Zonghua's complexion tightened, his face paled, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Time is indeed merciless. This was all Qin Feng could say. As the two resumed their duel, Lu Sheng's attacks grew ever sharper. Wan Zonghua found himself struggling to fend off the onslaught, yet his footwork and agility remained undiminished. Seizing an opportune moment, he executed a Tai Chi step forward, pressing both palms against Lu Sheng's chest. "You have lost," declared Wan Zonghua. This strike appeared merely to brush against Lu Sheng's chest. But those well-versed in martial arts understood that if Wan Zonghua so desired, a surge of internal energy could shatter Lu Sheng's organs, leading to a catastrophic and fatal outcome. "Victory! Victory!" The observing martial artists erupted in cheers. Lu Sheng, brows furrowed and voice dark, retorted, "Mr. Wan, the outcome of a duel is determined by the opponent's fall." With that, he suddenly threw a punch towards Wan Zonghua's chest. "Master Wan!" The crowd shouted in alarm. Wan Zonghua swiftly crossed his arms defensively over his chest. Bang! Uft! Lu Sheng's punch, infused with hidden energy, struck Wan Zonghua fiercely. Although Wan Zonghua managed to block much of the force with his arms, He still felt a searing pain in his chest and was forced to stagger back several steps. Lu Sheng sought to capitalize on this opportunity. Qin Feng slammed his hand onto the table, causing a teacup to shoot straight across the room. Lu Sheng raised his hand to intercept it, grasping the teacup firmly and turning his gaze towards Qin Feng. "Are you going to interfere?" Qin Feng stood, a cold smile gracing his lips. "You have already lost. Had Mr. Wan not retracted his hidden energy just now, you would be a lifeless body. Do not overstep your bounds. Then I shall insist." Lu Sheng sneered, crushing the teacup with his bare hands. "Let's play." Qin Feng smirked and approached Lu Sheng. "Who is he? So young. Can he truly contend? Surely he is but a reckless youth. He will be the one to embarrass us." Several martial artists doubted Qin Feng's capability as Lu Sheng's equal. For Qin Feng appeared exceedingly youthful in his early 20s. Even if he had begun training in the womb, he could not match Lu Sheng's more than 30 years of martial arts experience. "Brother-in-law, do not act foolishly. This could be fatal," admonished Morong Hao. Qin Feng paid him no heed, focusing solely on Lu Sheng. He raised one hand and stated with one hand, "If you can force me to move a single step, I shall concede." Such arrogance. "However, I, Lu Sheng, do not slay nameless specters. Consider me merely Mr. Wan's disciple." Lu Sheng's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he scrutinized Qin Feng, rapidly predicting that Qin Feng might make a move. Yet, he sensed no hint of wariness from Qin Feng, who appeared as ordinary as any unremarkable individual standing before him. Chapter 56. The primary cause of a short life. Lu Sheng charged forward with a ferocious whip kick aimed at the head, accompanied by a howling gale. Bang! A dull thud resonated. The onlookers felt a tempest approaching. The force of this kick was tremendous. Any person struck by it would undoubtedly suffer broken bones and torn sinews. Yet, they were entirely mistaken. Qin Feng remained steadfastly in place, raising a hand to the left side of his face, resolutely blocking Lu Sheng's ferocious whip kick. "If your strength is merely this, perhaps it is best you return to the land of the rising sun," Qin Feng remarked with a hint of indifference. "Baka!" Lu Sheng, undeterred, launched a relentless barrage of attacks. Be it left or right kicks, high or low strikes, all were effortlessly deflected by Qin Feng with a single hand, as if that hand had forged an impenetrable wall of defense. Lu Sheng's speed was astonishing, too swift for the naked eye to capture. To the onlookers, it felt as though a tempest was sweeping towards their faces, leaving them stinging. Yet, no matter how Lu Sheng attacked, Qin Feng stood unwavering, like a solitary pine tree against the wind. "Impossible!" Lu Sheng roared, swiftly maneuvering behind Qin Feng. Just as he leapt into the air to deliver a kick aimed at the back of Qin Feng's head, a sudden chill enveloped him, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. Instinct screamed at him. Should he dare to strike from behind, it would spell his doom. Overcome by dread, Lu Sheng retreated once more, directing another whip kick toward Qin Feng's face. Bang! Another resounding thud echoed as Qin Feng seized Lu Sheng's ankle. Impossible! Lu Sheng's face drained of color. Qin Feng grinned. "You are far too weak." With that, he grasped Lu Sheng's ankle and, akin to discarding a tattered garment, slammed him forcefully into the ground. Bang! Dust billowed as Lu Sheng coughed up blood. "This is for Mr. Wan," Qin Feng declared before lifting him again and slamming him down once more. "This is for the offense against my uncle." Another strike followed, "And this is for the disgrace you brought upon my great nation." Finally, he tossed Lu Sheng out the entrance, leaving him a crumpled figure on the ground. Dazed and disoriented, the remaining onlookers, filled with trepidation, gazed at Qin Feng in awe. "Begone!" With a commanding shout, Qin Feng sent several of Lu Sheng's companions scurrying to carry him away. Morong Hao rushed over, brandishing the plaque, intent on breaking it. However, lacking the finesse for a graceful kick, he resorted to leveraging it to snap the plaque. Discarding the remnants, he spat, "Next time you dare come, I shall break your legs." Subsequently, one Zonghua approached, clasping his hands in gratitude. "Young friend, thank you. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. May I inquire where you hail from? Would you care to join our martial arts society? Indeed, with your talents, it would be a pity not to develop within our ranks." Previously, those who had doubted Qin Feng now showered him with praises. Qin Feng waved dismissively. It was merely my duty. As he sent the fickle-minded away, Wan Zonghua sighed, I truly feel aged. Senior, you are indeed suppressing your true capabilities, are you not? Indeed. Do you have any idea how old I am? Furrowing his brow, Qin Feng tentatively replied, 80? 130. Upon hearing this staggering age, Qin Feng was not surprised. It was only natural for warriors and extraordinary beings to possess lifespans far exceeding that of ordinary folk. To contemplate the legendary Zhang Sanfeng, who purportedly lived for 3 centuries at the pinnacle of martial arts, one cannot help but feel a sense of awe. Have you encountered setback? He asked. Indeed, it has been 50 years, yet I have made no progress, Wan Zonghua replied with a wry smile. Qin Feng nodded in understanding. I can attempt to use the 13 needles of soul pursuit from my family to address the hidden injuries within you. Whether you can advance further depends upon your fortune. Did your grandfather pass down the 13 needles of soul pursuit to you? Yes, Wan Zonghua sighed. The old demon Qin had few true friends throughout his life, and his only son is a libertine. It is only natural that he would entrust the lineage to you. Alas, Qin Feng was reluctant to delve into his own heritage, feeling that his future was bleak and preferring not to dwell on it. Young friend, if you would trust me, could you show me the upper clarity scroll from the 3 purity scroll? Your grandfather and I only studied the jade clarity scroll in the past. If possible, advancing further may even prolong your life. Without much hesitation, Qin Feng responded, Certainly, I have only mastered the upper clarity scroll, and there is still 1 step remaining. The 3 purity scroll, excavated from ancient ruins, is indeed a supreme treasure. Esteemed elder, are you aware of the Dragon Soul Jade? Wan Zonghua exhaled deeply, as if reminiscing about the past. The Dragon Soul Jade is a family heirloom of the Qin clan, shattered a century ago into 10 fragments, each containing the bloodline power of your family and serving as the key to unlocking your ancestral ruins, entwined with countless secrets. After a moment of silence, Wan Zonghua continued, If you succeed in extending your life, you may then unravel these mysteries. You are the last hope of the Qin clan. He then inquired, Do you know the reason for your short life? Are you aware of why your lineage has dwindled? I do not know. My grandfather never spoke of it. Your grandfather naturally refrained from sharing, as knowing would do you no good. All of this stems from the blood coursing through your veins. Whether it be the 3 purity scroll or the Taodai beast seal upon you, they exist to suppress your bloodline. Qin Feng's eyelids fluttered as he regarded the elderly man, astonished that he possessed knowledge of his most profound secret. Various factors have contributed to your current predicament. In your grandfather's words, although you are destined for greatness, this mere brevity of life disqualifies you from being the sole heir of the Qin clan. Qin Feng was left speechless. It was easy for him to say, but he had prepared for this reality. Had he remained ignorant, he might not have known when his time would come to an end. One could only conclude that his grandfather was overly ambitious, unconcerned about the possibility of extinction. Please refrain from discussing this with me. My current priority is survival. I shall assist you in your research, and I will inform you of any findings. After a leisurely conversation, Qin Feng gleaned some insights. However, the pressing issue at hand was to extend his life. Otherwise, even 100 beautiful women would be of no consequence. As evening approached, Morong Hao remarked, Brother-in-law, I will ask grandfather to arrange a grand villa for you and my sister. Living here is rather shabby. What do you know? Just hurry along. After sending Morong Hao away, Qin Feng returned to his small abode, where he encountered a familiar figure, dressed impeccably in a suit and exuding elegance. It was none other than Su Xiaoyang. Su Xiaoyang rose and greeted him with a smile. Qin brother, do you have something to discuss? Indeed, there were matters to deliberate. Qin Feng glanced around and said, Come inside with me. In the courtyard, Su Xiaoyang remarked, Brother Qin, you truly possess a refined taste. Residing in such a tranquil place amidst the bustling city offers a unique sensation. Please, make yourself comfortable and speak candidly. At that moment, a bodyguard entered, placing a suitcase upon the table. Upon opening it, it revealed an abundance of brand new US dollars. Qin Feng inquired, What does this signify? Chapter 57. This secretary is lacking in dedication. Brother Qin, let us be straightforward, as we are both men. Su Xiaoyang gazed at Qin Feng with unwavering confidence and stated, "You are unworthy of Wanqing. You should divorce her and grant her freedom. This $200,000 is merely a portion of the earnest money." "On what grounds?" Qin Feng challenged. "On no grounds. Simply because you are unfit to be Wanqing's man. She is an exceptional woman, and, as we have investigated, aside from your years in the military, what else can you offer?" Su Xiaoyang continued. "To speak bluntly, soldiers are often regarded as gems at the societal bottom, merely gatekeepers in the eyes of the upper echelons. Do you even know Wanqing? Are you aware of her desires? Setting aside your military background, I ask you, do you truly understand Wanqing? Where were you when the Hao family bullied her, and when Su Sanyi oppressed her?" Su Xiaoyang fell silent, unwilling to respond to these inquiries. If you genuinely care for Wanqing and wish to protect her, you would not wait until the storm is settled to emerge. Qin Feng exhaled a puff of smoke and added, "You are incapable of doing what you claim. On what basis do you assert your suitability for Wanqing and your understanding of her? Qin Feng, you do not belong to our realm. There are matters you simply do not comprehend." "Ah, what an intriguing notion of ignorance." Qin Feng scoffed, continuing, "Enough. Take your money and leave. Let me warn you. Wanqing is now my wife. You would do well to keep your distance. This is your first and final warning." "Qin Feng, what do you think you are?" "I am Muron Wanqing's man, and that should suffice." Su Xiaoyang's expression darkened, his voice cold. "Just wait. I assure you, I am not the only one coveting Wanqing. I shall see what means you employ to protect her. That will be far superior to your efforts. Mark my words, opposing my Su family will be the gravest mistake of your life." With that, Su Xiaoyang stormed out with his entourage. Subsequently, Qin Feng visited Aunt Hong's loft to inquire about Chao Sihai's situation. Aunt Hong, whose real name was Shengwan Hong, was affiliated with an intelligence agency. It turned out that Chao Sihai had left the country immediately after that night. Never mind, Qin Feng thought, purchasing meat to take home. Upon his return, he found Muron Wanqing had come back, though her countenance was not pleasant. Qin Feng glanced at Lin Xiao, who shrugged, indicating her ignorance of the situation. "Boss, what troubles you?" "Qin Feng, did Su Xiaoyang approach you?" "Indeed, he attempted to bribe me to divorce you." "Did you agree?" Confronted with Muron Wanqing's piercing gaze, Qin Feng felt a twinge of guilt. "Of course not. Would I, Qin Feng, abandon you for a mere pittance? That would strip me of my humanity. And what of the money beneath your bed?" Muron Wanqing produced a suitcase and set it down upon the stone table. Qin Feng absent-mindedly rubbed his nose, gazing at Muron Wanqing, and inquired, "Do you trust me?" "I trust you," Muron Wanqing replied without the slightest hesitation. "Then that's all that matters." I hadn't anticipated Su Xiaoyang would resort to such despicable tactics. "Fortunately, you possess sufficient faith in me." Qin Feng continued, "The Su family hails from the provincial capital. To put it plainly, they seek to seize a share of the pie now that Master Su is no longer around. I shall handle their affairs, and you should avoid any encounters with them." Muron Wanqing was acutely aware of the Su family's formidable background, which far surpassed that of Su San. Should a direct confrontation arise between Qin Feng and the Su family, it would likely lead to a fatal outcome. "I want to engage in any underhanded schemes. I am unfamiliar with the intricacies of your professional disputes and will not interfere." "Understood." Qin Feng tossed a piece of meat to Lin Xiao, saying, "What are you staring at? Go prepare dinner. Don't boss me around." He watched Muron Wanqing retreat to her room, surprised that she had placed such unwavering trust in him. After dinner, Qin Feng wandered onto the street and spotted a Rolls-Royce. He tapped on the window and saw Huang Fuyue seated inside. "Yue, did you forget that I have a wife, summoning me out at this late hour?" Huang Fuyue rolled her eyes. "Your marital status is your concern. It has nothing to do with me. Yet, here you are, readily coming out. I suppose that's true. Where are we headed?" "The Tianyu Chamber of Commerce is at your service. Let me show you around, lest my duties as your secretary be deemed unprofessional," Huang Fuyue replied. Qin Feng remained speechless as he entered the vehicle. Their destination was an upscale establishment named Paradise. "President." The surrounding patrons bowed in unison. Huang Fuyue nodded lightly, and led Qin Feng to the 8th floor via the elevator. Please take a seat. Aren't you supposed to be showing me around? Why are we heading directly into a room? Qin Feng asked. Do you wish to have my child? He was taken aback, recalling how Huang Fuyue had previously astonished him with her boldness. If you are willing, I wouldn't mind, she replied, deliberately licking her luscious, alluring lips. This woman was indeed enchanting. When she chose to be provocative, she could rival Su Yaolao. Both possessed an innate charm that could ensnare even the most resolute of hearts. Akin to the captivating female demons in martial arts novels, capable of draining the vitality of strapping young men. Huang Fuyue shed her blazer, revealing a fitted blouse that accentuated her voluptuous figure. Her bosom, ample and enticing, strained against the fabric, teetering on the edge of bursting forth, gently swaying with her movements. An exquisite sight to behold. An expert once conducted a study on what women wore that was deemed most alluring to men. Surprisingly, it was neither a form-fitting pencil skirt nor provocative attire, but rather a white shirt. The shirt conferred an air of elegance and intellect to women, while simultaneously creating an alluring contrast that kindled men's interest. Especially when a naturally sensual woman donned a white shirt, she became an exceptional predator in the realm of romance. Huang Fuyue before him embodied this alluring ideal. The oval face is inherently enchanting, adorned with a lustrous, delicate charm. Her captivating phoenix eyes ensnare the soul, while her elegant and high-bridged nose complements her alluringly sensual crimson lips, causing Qin Feng's heart to race uncontrollably. Ahem, what are you looking at? Huang Fuyue gracefully approached Qin Feng, leaning against his sturdy chest. Dressed in heels that elevated her stature by nearly 10 centimeters, she appeared scarcely shorter than him. Whispering a breath of floral fragrance into his ear, she seductively inquired, Qin Feng, what do you think? Why are you so nervous? Does your domineering partner not permit you to touch her? Qin Feng retorted, nonsense, as long as I desire it. She wouldn't dare utter a single word against it. Qin Feng, with your exceptional qualities, why must you restrain yourself? A mere 6 months comprises 180 days. Subtracting day and night leaves less than 100 days. If you calculate carefully, how many of those days truly belong to you? Each word was laced with allure, particularly Huang Fuyue's intoxicating scent, which left Qin Feng's mind in a whirl, his blood coursing rapidly. His senses sharpened. He inhaled the essence of the queen of the underworld, feeling her soft, ample form pressed against his chest. Huang Fuyue's eyes sparkled with deep affection as she gazed at Qin Feng's mature yet slightly innocent visage, softly murmuring, Qin Feng, regardless of the outcome, if you do not mind, I can offer you happiness. Her slender arms gently wrapped around his waist. Whether intentional or not, Huang Fuyue's breath was heavy, and her lips emitted a sound that could stir one's very blood. Like a beautiful serpent, she ensnared Qin Feng tightly. Qin Feng lowered his head, only to have her tender, sensual lips press against his. After a few seconds, she whispered in his ear, Qin Feng, I cannot repay your kindness, but regardless of the ending, I am deeply grateful to you. In my next life, I hope to encounter you sooner. The implication was unmistakable. Should Qin Feng desire, Huang Fuyue was willing to oblige. After all, the debt of saving a life outweighs mountains, and with only half a year left to live, Qin Feng pondered what Huang Fuyue could do for him during this time. If she chose to do nothing, he would forever bear the guilt of being someone who failed to save her. Qin Feng's previously muddled thoughts began to clarify. He evaded Huang Fuyue's lips. What is wrong? Can't I do anything for you? Yet, I do not wish to live with regret, nor stand idly by as you drift away, unable to act. Qin Feng continued, please, give me some time. If there truly is a way to extend my life, everything can be discussed. If not, I also wish to avoid regret. If Huang Fuyue merely intended to repay her debt with her body, Qin Feng would have readily complied. However, her demeanor mirrored the affections of Yi Qinglan and Su Yaolao, prompting Qin Feng to reconsider. We are both adults. I'm here of my own volition. No, this cannot be. Lighting a cigarette, Qin Feng sought to quell the turmoil within. Give me a little time. If I succeed in extending my life, I will not disappoint anyone who has shown me affection and loyalty. The inner barrier remains insurmountable. Otherwise, I would not have married Muron Wanqing. Tap, tap, tap. Qin Feng found a place to sit. The door swung open, and several individuals entered, evidently the management of the Tianyu Chamber of Commerce. What brings you here? Huang Fuyue inquired in surprise. President, we have matters to discuss. Our brothers are struggling to make ends meet, and this situation must be addressed, they replied. Huang Fuyue gestured for them to sit down and speak in detail. These men were all quite aged, most in their early 50s. One bald man spoke up, President, are you aware that many of our subordinates have left recently? I am, she replied. Then you must understand the reasons why, he continued. Huang Fuyue furrowed her brow slightly. Speak plainly. We are a criminal organization. Our pursuit is profit, yet the reality is that our finances are dwindling. As one of the three major factions, our brothers are living more frugally than those in second-rate gangs. How can this be justified? Another added, Indeed, we can tighten our belts, but our younger brethren are unwilling. They, too, need to support themselves. The oldest among them, sporting a beard, chimed in, President, if this continues, we will eventually exhaust our resources. Perhaps we should venture into illicit businesses like gambling or smuggling. You may leave the Tianyu Chamber of Commerce and join those smaller gangs if that is your desire. Huang Fuyue retorted sharply. The elder responded, That is not our intention. But as a criminal organization, how can we sustain the entire chamber without engaging in illicit activities? You must propose a solution. Very well, I have my own considerations and plans. Gambling is permissible, but only for the elite. I have no objections to legitimate services like spas or clubs, but anyone who dares suggest returning to legitimate businesses will face dire consequences. The other three remained silent. Yet the elder remarked, Legitimate businesses yield the greatest profits. If we do not engage in them, we must at least compensate from other ventures. Of course, I have decided to leverage our control over several docks for export trade, in addition to establishing a film production company. The elder chuckled. If this export trade is not illicit, where will the profits come from? The legitimate elite would be devoured by bureaucratic leeches before it reaches us. And as for the film industry, it is worse still. These ventures are not unfeasible. Rather, it is your unwillingness to pursue them that is the issue. President, the film industry is currently struggling. We need actors, but truthfully, if you were to star in some risque films, I believe many would be drawn to it. The bald man suggested with a grin. Huang Fuyue scoffed, looking at him, Would you dare to watch me? Instantly, the bald man fell silent. Gentlemen, you are veterans of this realm, having witnessed the fates of many powers. Those who engage in this life will inevitably pay their dues. Chao Sihai, who abstains from legitimate business, still ascended to become the Dragon King. Why must we tread a path of darkness? The elder queried, What gives you the confidence to surpass the Dragon King? You need not know, simply follow my commands. Anyone who dares to defy my orders will meet a violent end. The expressions of the group turned sour. This is undoubtedly a gamble. If the Tianyu Chamber of Commerce successfully transforms, all will be well. However, should it fail, it shall face annihilation. Huang Fuyue remarked, The Tianyu Chamber of Commerce was established by my grandfather with the intention of conducting legitimate business. Unfortunately, it devolved into a criminal enterprise under my father's management. I care far more about the fate of the Tianyu Chamber than any of you. Having concluded her statement, she inquired, Who among you dares to oppose? Qin Feng spoke up, and upon turning to him, their pupils constricted. This face was all too familiar to them. Wasn't he the young man who accompanied Huang Fuyue to the celebration banquet? They had assumed he was merely Yue's aide. But he was, in fact, the true mastermind behind the Tianyu gang. So it is you, Brother Qin. My apologies for the oversight. They had failed to notice him sitting by the floor-to-ceiling window, smoking. As Qin Feng approached, they hastily rose to greet him with smiles. Set aside your ulterior motives. If anyone harbors resentment towards Yue's presidency, feel free to voice it. I do not resort to violence. But if you choose to conspire behind her back, the consequences could be dire. A shiver ran down their spines. They were veterans of the underworld and aware of recent events. Qin Feng had single-handedly rescued Huang Fuyue from the clutches of the Dragon King, Chao Sihai. Chapter 59. The Means of Survival. We dare not. That is good. You shall follow Yue's directives. As elders, even if the Tianyu chamber were to collapse, she will ensure your livelihoods are secure. Exhaling a smoke ring, Qin Feng inquired, "Do you have anything further to say?" "No, nothing at all." "Then you may leave. Do not impose your age upon the younger generation." "Yes, yes." They dared not oppose. Huangfu Yue was their junior, and they could raise a few unreasonable requests, but they would not dare provoke Qin Feng. His wrath was lethal. The four of them swiftly exited, tails between their legs. Huangfu Yue said, "Qin Feng, please do not take it to heart. They are merely rough men, and I shall keep them in line. Indeed, you have managed this matter well. Should you require funds, seek Yi Qinglan at the Black Gold Group." "Is the Black Gold Group your enterprise?" "One could say so." Huangfu Yue slapped her forehead, exclaiming, "Qin Feng, you are far too low-key. Are you pretending to be a simpleton? If others do not provoke me, why should I flaunt myself before them?" Boldly, Huangfu Yue sat beside Qin Feng, leaning against him, and coyly said, "Qin Feng, you truly captivate me more and more. My curiosity grows." Qin Feng grasped Huangfu Yue's delicate chin and stated, "Woman, did I not warn you that being curious about a man is a perilous affair? Is it? I wonder just how perilous it is." In the face of Qin Feng's feigned dominance, Huangfu Yue expertly seized the reins of his vulnerability. "Still employing this tactic? What else can I do? I cannot match you in strength, so I must resort to bullying your brothers." The next day, Qin Feng brought the butcher to the martial arts academy. "Young friend, what brings you here today?" Wan Zonghua asked with a smile. His complexion was now rosy, and he appeared youthful. Under the effects of Qin Feng's 13 needles of soul pursuit, he had regained some vitality. "Isn't this an opportunity to converse with you?" "Indeed, there exists a conjecture. Let us delve into it." Upon hearing that there might be results, Qin Feng's eyes immediately sparkled with hope. As long as one can continue to live, how could one not feel joy? Under the pavilion, Wan Zonghua poured tea and remarked, "I have conducted some research, but it requires empirical testing to ascertain its veracity." "Please elaborate." "It is quite simple. You must take the final step beyond the upper clear scroll. Currently, you have merely cultivated your strength, yet your mindset remains unrefined." Qin Feng scratched his head. "That won't do. I cannot seem to grasp that bottleneck. Having tried every conceivable method, then it necessitates a breakthrough, crossing that threshold. As martial artists, we understand the import of Wan Zhonghua's words." The butcher interjected, "Elder, unless we bombard this young man with artillery, it will be quite challenging to break through, wouldn't it? Get lost. I am also flesh and blood, a carbon-based life form." "Mind you, bombarding him with artillery? How could you even conceive such a notion?" Qin Feng was left speechless. "My young friend, what is your perspective on your cultivation? If I must say, I suppose it would be postnatal." At that moment, both Wan Zonghua and the butcher fixed their gaze on Qin Feng with an interrogative intensity. Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively. "Perhaps it is the pinnacle of innate perfection." "Wow, you are impressive, young man, achieving innate perfection at just 23. How much exactly?" Wan Zonghua pressed on. The butcher gaped in disbelief. Was innate perfection not the limit for Qin Feng? "Elder, I truly do not know. Is there a standard?" After some contemplation, Qin Feng replied, "Approximately half a year ago, I defeated 2 individuals abroad equivalent to the innate perfection of the great Xia with a single punch." Puffed. Wan Zonghua coughed out his tea. The butcher, overwhelmed, collapsed to his knees. Both stared at Qin Feng as if he were a monster. 23? Defeating 2 with 1 punch? One must understand that in great Xia, and even abroad, innate perfection is a pinnacle existence. Wan Zonghua sighed. If the century-old monsters do not emerge, and the prodigies of the lineage remain hidden, who can rival them? Let be as it is. Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively. If that is the case, it is a different matter. Wan Zonghua observed Qin Feng, shaking his head and sighing once more. "Elder, what troubles you? Is there truly no way?" "Perhaps not. My initial thought was to leverage the female's primordial yin to shatter your shackles. Yet given your character, you surely have not maintained your virginity until now, have you?" At this juncture, the butcher quipped, "Elder, if this young man is still a virgin, I shall live-stream myself consuming excrement." "Ah, cough, cough. What if I said that I have indeed never been with a maiden?" Qin Feng's face flushed crimson. What? Are you jesting? Coughing lightly, Qin Feng responded, Indeed, I have not. My previous pursuits have all been of a noble platonic nature. Yet you boast of having battled queens and princesses in the European courts? And of firing rockets from the tallest skyscraper in Dubai? Goodness, is it a crime to boast? Qin Feng endeavored to maintain his composure. Elder, there is indeed a relationship, albeit not with a maiden. Does that suffice? Absolutely. To speak frankly, Qin Feng has a connection with the fiery fox, Yi Qingluan. Thus, it is quite well, though I remain uncertain of my success, which shall only be revealed upon verification. Senior, please speak promptly. Wan Zonghua nodded and remarked, Young friend, simply find a maiden to spend the night with. But how am I to find one? I cannot just inquire on the streets, can I? The butcher interjected, Brother, your wife must still be available. If not, the queen of the underworld would suffice. No. The senior has already indicated that this method may not be viable. I cannot experiment with those close to me. The butcher's eyes twinkled. How about we purchase one instead? This notion also holds merit. It is a matter of mutual consent, and there would be no psychological burden post-encounter. Wan Zonghua concurred with the butcher's suggestion. For now, this was the only viable option, and Qin Feng, despite his reluctance, had no choice but to proceed. Old butcher, I entrust this matter to you. Very well, I shall do my utmost. The butcher often ventured out, thus had ample resources. He planned to lie low in the small courtyard for a day. Qin Feng felt a tinge of anticipation, for this was a matter of life and death. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Murong Wanqing continued to pet her cat while seated on the sofa, engrossed in financial news. Suddenly, a code was heard from outside the door. Upon exiting, Qin Feng was met by the smiling butcher. Did you find her? I did, though she is rather unattractive. The butcher produced a yellow pill. Brother, I understand your concerns, but worry not. After consuming this pill, even a less appealing male will be appealing to you. Damn! Qin Feng scowled, snatching the pink pill. Let us go. For the sake of survival, he could not afford to be concerned with appearances. Chapter 60. For the sake of survival, I shall risk it all. During their journey, it was revealed that this woman had been located by Wan Ying. Out of fear, had not dared to show herself. Thus, Qin Feng was required to go to her workplace, a rather discreet establishment. The butcher, familiar with the surroundings, willingly surrendered his phone and even encouraged a search. Brother, let us cooperate. Indeed, subsequently, their phones and clothing were placed in a secure locker. They donned garments akin to those worn in a bathhouse. As the staff opened the door, they were greeted by a riotous world of color. Qin Feng quickly understood the reason for the confiscation of their phones and the body search. Inside, everyone was unclothed. It was a veritable melee. Upon seeing Qin Feng and the butcher enter, several voluptuous women approached, swaying provocatively. Handsome, care to join us? Feeling lonely? Away with you. The butcher shooed them off and led them to the upper level via the elevator. This area boasted an expansive indoor swimming pool, a sight of pure whiteness as far as the eye could see. Old butcher, where is the person you mentioned? Do not rush. The young lady is merely shy on her first visit. She will need a drink to bolster her courage. Will she not? Indeed, Qin Feng was not in a hurry. He entered a private room. Soon after, several more ladies entered, and the butcher seemed to revel in it. Qin Feng held little interest in these women. He merely planned to enjoy a drink and perhaps numb himself in the process. On the top floor of a club, within a particular office, a woman with a bob hairstyle is rummaging through a safe. She retrieves a document and hastily extracts a miniature camera from her bra to take a photograph. A smirk forms at the corner of her mouth. Just as she stands up, the lights of the office illuminate. The woman's face pales as she gazes at several individuals blocking the doorway. The young man leading the group smiles indifferently and inquires, What are you doing here? I got lost, she replies. Ah, Officer Xia, you really know how to hide. This individual is none other than the alluring police officer, Xia Bing, who previously apprehended Qin Feng under the mistaken belief that he was a lecherous public transport predator. Upon realizing her exposure, Xia Bing contemplates a counterattack. But her adversary swiftly draws a gun, aiming it at her. Officer Xia, it would be wise not to move. The sound of gunfire will not reach the outside. Chen Bin, the police have already gathered evidence of your crimes. It would be in your best interest to surrender now. You may still receive leniency. With a chuckle, Chunbin gestures, and two burly men seize Xiaobing. Chunbin tilts her chin up with a smirk, saying, "They say Officer Xia is a flower in the police force of Jinghai City, and it appears to be true. Tonight, I shall indulge myself." "How dare you let go of me?" Xiaobing exclaims as Chunbin pinches her delicate jaw and forces a vial into her mouth. "What have you made me consume?" Xiaobing grits her teeth, her eyes blazing with fury. "Just a trivial substance. Take her to the room." "Understood." Xiaobing is swiftly bound and taken away. "Keep a close watch on the police movements. I wish to have some fun with that woman." "Yes." Just as Chunbin reaches the doorway, a hurried individual enters, exclaiming, "Brother Chun, it's bad news. The Tianyu Chamber of Commerce wants to negotiate with you. They seek to reclaim this territory." "Damn it." With Long Wang absent, has Huang Fuyue become so ambitious? Chunbin storms out in anger. Inside the private room, the butcher produces a key, grinning as he says, "Young man, it's on the 5th floor. Off you go." "All right." Then, under the influence of alcohol, Qin Feng exits the private room. Upon stepping out of the elevator, he unexpectedly encounters Chunbin and collides with one of his companions. They both take a step back, dropping their keys onto the floor. "My apologies." The other man does not pursue the matter further, picks up his keys, and departs. Qin Feng retrieves his keys, glancing at the room number before unlocking the door, revealing a luxurious suite, complete with glasses and other amenities on the table. Unable to contain his thoughts, Qin Feng mutters, "This old butcher is truly stingy, assigning me a room that someone else has already occupied and not cleaned." With matters as they are, Qin Feng decides not to dwell on it. He opens the bedroom door to find a woman concealed beneath the covers. Not wanting to make her uncomfortable, he pours himself a glass of water and swallows the pill given by the butcher. In less than 2 minutes, Qin Feng feels an intense heat coursing through his body, brimming with newfound strength. For the sake of survival, he resolves to take action. He quickly dives into the bed, embracing the woman nestled beneath the covers. However, he immediately senses that something is amiss. The woman's figure was breathtaking, yet her hands were bound behind her back, the rough texture of the ropes palpable against her skin. She emitted muffled whimpers, her delicate frame trembling. Qin Feng realized with a start she was tied up. Damn it! Could it be that the butcher, still holding a grudge from last time, suspected he had a taste for this kind of play? Qin Feng scrutinized the scene. Indeed, there she was, a woman of exquisite proportions. Bound tightly, the curves of her chest felt vaguely familiar, though her face remained obscured by a blindfold. A black plastic ball gagged her lips, the sight undeniably alluring. Lust and excitement surged through him. Qin Feng double-checked the room number. No mistake. Might as well get to it. By morning, we'll be strangers again. The butcher had warned him her face wasn't too much to look at, but her body was otherworldly. Passion ignited, unstoppable. The next morning, "What the hell are you doing?" Still half asleep, Qin Feng felt hands clamp around his throat. His eyes flew open, and what he saw left him stunned. A face twisted with fury, eyes bloodshot with rage. Yet, despite the fury, he recognized her instantly. That face, those striking curves, that devilish figure, belonged to none other than Xiaobing, the policewoman known for her formidable presence. Did last night? A horrifying realization dawned. Had he spent the night with Xiaobing? But why Xiaobing? Officer Xia, Officer Xia. Snap out of it. It's me, Qin Feng. We know each other. Xiaobing's crimson eyes flickered. The fury in them gradually dimmed, replaced by confusion. Her grip loosened slightly. Qin Feng? Why is it you? Qin Feng shoved her away. I should be asking you that. Xiaobing had woken to a body racked with pain, especially one particular, searing agony. The truth crashed over her. She had been violated. And by a criminal, no less. Blind rage consumed her. She had longed to strangle the man who defiled her, Chunbin. Except it wasn't Chunbin. It was Qin Feng. Silence fell between them. Qin Feng took in Xiaobing's dazed expression, the traces at the corners of her lips, the rope marks on her skin, and the unmistakable evidence of his own passion. Chapter 61. A Twisted Fate. A misunderstanding beyond repair. One thing was certain. The butcher wouldn't have dared to deliver Xiaobing to him, which meant last night he had entered the wrong room. and by some cruel twist of fate, he had taken Xia Bing. As Qin Feng cautiously gathered his clothes, his eyes landed on the bedsheet. A single crimson blossom. Faint. Scattered stains of red. Not only had he slept with Xia Bing, by mistake it had been her first time. Officer Xia, if there's nothing else, I'll just go. Go. Like a tigress, Xia Bing pounced again, pinning him down. Talk. Why were you here? What is your connection to Qin Bin? Misunderstanding. I came with a friend last night, but I ended up in the wrong room. I swear it wasn't intentional. Xia Bing's brows furrowed slightly. Somewhere deep down, she felt a sliver of relief. At least it was Qin Feng who had taken her, not Qin Bin. However, it is imperative to ascertain the reason for Qin Feng's presence here. Is it connected to Qin Bin? If so, it bears a resemblance to the nature of my own defilement by Qin Bin. Officer Xia, could you possibly, what are you doing? Qin Feng averted his gaze and gestured toward the two ample and firm forms before him, which were strikingly provocative, saying, please put on your clothes. They're nearly touching my face. You scoundrel. Xia Bing swiftly turned away, seizing the garments on the bed to cover her chest. To be frank, Qin Feng believed that among all the women he had encountered, Su Yaolao was the most astonishing, yet he had not anticipated that Xia Bing would surpass her in allure. Moreover, her impressive figure showed no signs of sagging. Hurry and get dressed. We must leave this place. Oh, okay. The two began to clothe themselves. But Xia Bing's seductive attire from the previous night had been torn to shreds. Qin Feng, lend me your shirt. All right. Although the men's shirt hung loosely on her, Xia Bing's voluptuous bosom still managed to present an imposing silhouette. Goodness, he thought, how could that woman from last night not suffocate? Just then, a faint noise came from outside the door, and it swung open abruptly. Qin Bin entered, bloodied and cursing, only to find Qin Feng and Xia Bing in a compromising situation. Who the hell are you? Qin Bin bellowed, glaring at Qin Feng. Xia Bing was understandable as she had been brought in last night, but Qin Feng was a complete stranger. Upon surveying the chaotic scene in the room, Qin Bin quickly grasped what had transpired. He had aimed to savor the company of such an exquisite female officer, only to find that someone else had taken the lead in his absence. Qin Bin. Xia Bing instinctively moved to confront him, but the sound alerted others outside, who then entered with firearms, dissuading her from attacking. Brother Qin, what is going on? Smack! Qin Bin struck his subordinate, cursing, you didn't secure the door properly last night, and now my prey has been snatched away. The man who had been struck was the very one who had collided with Qin Feng the night before. Recognizing Qin Feng, he exclaimed, it's you, the one I bumped into right after exiting the elevator. Qin Feng shrugged awkwardly. Yes, our keys got mixed up. Silence. Qin Bin's fury was palpable as he pointed at Xia Bing. Bind her. As for this man, chop him into pieces and feed him to the dogs. Qin Feng, run. At this moment, Xia Bing realized that Qin Feng was innocent, driven by a sense of duty to protect the innocent. She urged him to flee while she stood her ground against the assailants. They were on the 5th floor, and jumping down would surely lead to death. Though Qin Feng could survive a fall from such a height, he could not abandon Xia Bing. In an instant, Xia Bing was restrained. Qin Bin, if you have the courage, come at me. Do not harm the innocent. She shouted defiantly. Shut your mouth. You are my prey. Yet you allowed this brat to bed you. I will kill him. Qin Bin approached Qin Feng, raising his arm to strike. However, Qin Feng caught Qin Bin's fist and twisted it in a countermove. Ah! Qin Bin let out a cry of despair as he knelt on the ground. You scoundrels. Release Brother Qin at once. Qin Feng grasped Qin Bin's chin and retorted, why don't you test it? Which is quicker, your guns or my ability to snap Brother Qin's neck in an instant? The group stirred restlessly, yet only Qin Bin comprehended the immense strength Qin Feng possessed. Not to mention breaking a neck, even crushing a skull was merely a fleeting thought for him. Stop everything. Lower your weapons. Qin Bin urgently commanded his men. Release Officer Xia. Qin Feng insisted. Let them go, let them go. Xia Bing approached Qin Feng, and the two gradually retreated towards the window. Qin Feng, what shall we do? What else can we do? We jump. Qin Feng kicked Qin Bin away to shield them from view, then turned and embraced Xia Bing's slender waist before leaping outwards. Upon seeing the height of the 5th floor, Xia Bing instinctively clung tightly to Qin Feng. Qin Feng landed deftly on his knees. We must leave, or else they'll catch up and we'll be riddled with bullets. Xiao Bing, still shaken, followed Qin Feng as they departed. At last, they reached a populated area. They didn't pursue US, did they? No. Xiao Bing looked at Qin Feng and said, "Thank you. That was a narrow escape. It's nothing. You should head back and bring your team." "Sure." As Xiao Bing departed, Qin Feng added, "Oh, Officer Xia, there are cameras in that room. Remember to delete the footage. I have no desire to become a star on various obscure websites." This was something Qin Feng had discovered that morning. As for the previous night, after consuming the butcher's pills, he had lost consciousness. Understood. Observing Xia Bing's hurried demeanor, Qin Feng scratched his head, realizing she was yet another workaholic. When it came to work, she disregarded everything else and did not hold Qin Feng accountable for the events of the previous night. In an alley of the urban village, Qin Feng was getting dressed when the butcher inquired, "Young man, what happened last night? That woman called Xiaoying, saying you didn't show up all night? Don't mention it. We need to visit Master Wan." An hour later, at Wan Zhonghua's martial arts school. "Young friend, congratulations. My suspicions were correct, but I don't feel any different," Qin Feng replied in astonishment. Wan Zhonghua pointed to the crimson markings on the inner side of Qin Feng's arm, saying, "Look, it has retreated to the middle of your wrist. It had previously extended to your wrist joint. If we assess it this way, it is indeed true. Then to prolong my life, I must seek out a maiden?" Incorrect. This time is an exception. It requires borrowing a woman's primordial yin to break the shackles. The rest relies on your own cultivation. To fundamentally resolve this, you must uncover the secrets of your Qin family's ancient ruins, specifically concerning your bloodline. Do you understand? Qin Feng was a loss for words, so now I have merely gained an additional month or two of life. Indeed, receiving this answer, Qin Feng felt troubled but chose to remain silent. Chapter 62. Give him a good thrashing. Yet at the very least, he had discovered a glimmer of hope for survival. "Thank you, Senior. I merely do what I am capable of." After leaving the martial arts school, Qin Feng's heart felt neither disappointment nor joy as he returned to the urban village. Upon encountering a luxurious 3 million yuan Mercedes parked in front of his door, Qin Feng couldn't help but wonder which wealthy individual had come seek him out. Approaching the vehicle, he caught sight of the driver and immediately felt a wave of trepidation wash over him, prompting him to turn and flee. Qin Feng, halt. A striking woman with a sharp bob haircut and an impressive physique emerged from the car, her gaze piercing into him. Stopping in his tracks, Qin Feng awkwardly turned to face Officer Xia Bing. "Officer Xia, I truly did not intend any offense. Please let me go." "Silence. If you dare mention that incident again, I shall tear your mouth apart," Xia Bing replied, her demeanor fierce as she strode toward him. In contrast to her appearance in the morning, she now radiated vitality. Clad in a leather jacket over a fitted tank top that accentuated her ample figure, paired with jeans and canvas shoes. "Come, we need to discuss a few matters." "What is there to discuss? Aren't you all busy trying to apprehend that Qin Bin? He has fled." Qin Feng scratched his head, perplexed. "Then what exactly do you want from me?" "Return to the police station for questioning, quickly. Please, you know this is all a misunderstanding. Why must you persist?" A sly smile crept across Xia Bing's face. "I was merely teasing you. I have come to inquire about certain details, and look at how frightened you are." "All right." In truth, Xia Bing was indeed there to gather information. Her priority remained the capture of Qin Bin. She departed shortly thereafter, leaving Qin Feng relieved that she did not pursue him further. However, he pondered the possibility that if Qin Bin had truly escaped, Xia Bing would undoubtedly seek him out again. With that thought in mind, Qin Feng dialed Huangfu Yue. "Yue, it's me. What's up? Have you come to a realization? What style of stockings do you prefer to see your sister in? What time will you be over?" Huangfu Yue's sultry voice sent a ripple of excitement through Qin Feng. "Let us be serious for a moment. I need to ask you something." "Boss, go ahead. Do you know a man named Qin Bin who runs a high-end club?" "Indeed. That fellow was previously a minor player in the Dragon King Society. I had a run-in with him last night, and now he is my subordinate. If he has offended you, I can have him personally kneel and apologize." "Wait, how about this? Capture Qin Bin and give him a good thrashing. Then send him to the police station to meet Officer Xia Bing, anonymously." On the other end, Huangfu Yue emitted a knowing sound. "Oh, so you don't fancy the fierce underworld femme fatale, nor the icy goddess Muron Wanqing. Instead, You prefer the fiery temperament of a policewoman. Enough of your nonsense. I'm hanging up. Ending the call, Qin Feng noticed a Maybach come to a halt. A well-dressed man, exuding refinement, stepped out. Adjusting his glasses, he smiled and addressed him. Son-in-law, from the Morone family? Indeed. This evening, Chairman Morone wishes to invite you to dinner. May I inquire if you are available? Upon hearing that Morone Gaoyuan sought to treat him to a meal, Qin Feng's interest was piqued. Oh, what is the occasion? The chairman expressed that he was in the wrong regarding previous matters. He feels he was overly rigid and wishes to apologize over dinner. An invitation from my father-in-law? I must accept, let us go. The prospect of dining with Morone Gaoyuan was indeed a most unexpected turn of events. Qin Feng was curious to see what tricks the other party had up their sleeve. He arrived at the entrance of a five-star hotel. Please come in, sir. As he stepped inside, he was greeted by the smiling Morone Gaoyuan. Xiao Feng, you have finally arrived. How could I refuse an invitation to dinner from you? Morone Gaoyuan laughed heartily, placing a hand on Qin Feng's shoulder. I admit I was wrong before. Tonight, I shall treat you to dinner. Shall we? Certainly. The two took their seats, and the hotel staff began to serve an array of exquisite dishes, a veritable feast of culinary delights. The waiters poured wine for both. Morone Gaoyuan raised his glass. Xiao Feng, I acknowledge my previous missteps. This toast is for you. No need for such formalities. It is not customary for a father-in-law to toast his son-in-law without reciprocation, Qin Feng replied. Cheers. After downing a glass, Qin Feng subtly smirked. Tonight, let's indulge freely. Do not hold back in the slightest. That is indeed the way. Qin Feng seized the moment and continued to drink, following Morone Gaoyuan's lead. The latter was no novice when it came to alcohol, and soon enough, each had consumed a considerable amount. Xiao Feng, you truly have a remarkable capacity for liquor. It's merely a matter of practice. With a clap of his hands, Morone Gaoyuan signaled for someone to enter, and a woman in a form-fitting dress, stunningly beautiful and wearing a captivating smile, walked in. Father-in-law, what is the meaning of this? Xiao Feng, we are men, and I understand my daughter well. Given her temperament, being her husband must be quite challenging for you. Rest assured, Morone Gaoyuan raised an eyebrow and said mysteriously, I will keep this to myself. Really? Absolutely. Qin Feng embraced the woman in the tight dress and continued to indulge in drink with Morone Gaoyuan. However, they soon underestimated Qin Feng's tolerance. Even with Morone Gaoyuan and the woman combining their efforts, they were no match for him. Sir, it is about time. Perhaps we should retire early? Retire? Let us drink more. The woman placed Qin Feng's glass down and took his hand, placing it on her bosom, playfully saying, Sir, I feel uncomfortable. Qin Feng began to tease her. Oh, you are pinching me too hard. Be gentle. Hearing this, Qin Feng inwardly scoffed. How absurd, filled with artificial enhancements. Yet you claim to be in pain. Noticing Qin Feng's reluctance to leave, the woman continued to pour him more drinks. 1 glass, 2 glasses, another hour passed. Suddenly, she collapsed onto the table. Qin Feng loosened his collar, disdainfully saying, You think you can outdrink me? Ha! He then glanced at Morone Gaoyuan before turning his attention to the woman before him, a cunning smile crossing his face. Even if he was a father-in-law, if he sought to ensnare him, there would be a price to pay. Qin Feng called over a waiter and instructed, Please escort them back to their room. Of course. Sir. He then walked over to a nearby private room and pushed the door open. Inside, Su Xiaoyang was drinking with 2 women, embracing them, both clad in uniform skirts. Presumably his secretaries. Leave. I have something to discuss with young Master Su. Qin Feng? Su Xiaoyang, inebriated and dazed, gazed at Qin Feng. Once the two departed, Qin Feng approached and forcefully stepped upon Su Xiaoyang's handsome face. Chapter 63. To kill is to also assassinate the heart. Ah! Su Xiaoyang lay on the ground, covering his face, seething, You scoundrel! How dare you strike me? Young Master Su, your methods are truly despicable, hiding money beneath my bed. I do not comprehend what you are saying, Qin Feng. Feigning ignorance, are we? Qin Feng once again threw Su Xiaoyang to the ground. You bastard! I will not let this go. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Su Xiaoyang's striking visage was met with another stomp, rendering him instantly unconscious. Qin Feng lit a cigarette. Knock, knock, knock! At that moment, someone rapped upon the door. Qin Feng approached to open it, revealing two burly men adorned with thick beards. "Who do you seek? Handsome, did you not summon us here?" The voice nearly made Qin Feng retch. One of the bearded men spoke in an absurdly high-pitched tone. The contrast was revolting. Ugh! Qin Feng felt his stomach churn. This is indeed the right place. Did you not call for us to accompany a charming young man to bed? Should you wish to retract your invitation, compensation is still required. Stop, stop, stop! Listening to their high-pitched voices, Qin Feng truly felt ill. If Su Xiaoyang had such tastes, he wouldn't be frolicking with two female secretaries. The two men were likely arranged for him by Su Xiaoyang. Realizing this, Qin Feng's anger surged. He had been provoked by the woman in the fitted dress to entice him, while Murong Wanqing was pushed away. Now, these two hulking figures arrived, utterly shattering his composure. It must be said, the little tricks of Su Xiaoyang and Murong Gaiyuan were indeed ruthless, to kill while also tormenting the heart. "I summoned you, come in," Qin Feng stated, gesturing to the unconscious Su Xiaoyang on the floor. "You two ensure he has a comfortable evening. What a charming young man. We are utterly enamored." The two men tenderly lifted Su Xiaoyang. Before departing, they exchanged a glance with Qin Feng, startling him. Ugh! Qin Feng dashed into the restroom. Meanwhile, at the police station, Xia Bing was still scrutinizing the character connections on the whiteboard. Just as she pondered where Chun Bin might be hiding, an officer rushed in, exclaiming, "Captain Xia, there has been an incident outside." "What happened?" "A car just passed by the entrance and discarded a large burlap sack with the inscription, 'A little gift for you.' Upon inspection, we discovered it contained a person, and that person is Chun Bin." Upon hearing this, Xia Bing anxiously inquired, "Is he dead?" "He is not dead, merely unconscious." The two proceeded outside, where Xia Bing found Chun Bin lying on the ground, bruised and battered. "Take him to the hospital for examination and ensure he is well." "Understood." Xia Bing surveyed the surroundings, perplexed as to who had delivered Chun Bin and why they referred to it as a gift for her. After some investigation, it was revealed that the vehicle was a cloned license plate, leaving no trace to pursue. Xia Bing returned to the police station from the hospital at 3 in the morning. A timid young female officer approached her, hesitantly saying, "Captain Xia, what's the matter? Please review this footage. I have already examined it and found it lacking in value, but it may hold significance for you." It was then that Xia Bing recalled Qin Feng's earlier mention of the surveillance camera in that room, which had recorded the entire absurdity of their night together. Noticing the change in Xia Bing's expression, the young officer quickly reassured her. "Rest assured, Captain, I've viewed the footage alone. No one else has seen it." "All right," Xia Bing replied. "It's late. You should get some rest." Afterward, she took the disc, intending to dispose of it, but reconsidered. This was her first experience, and given her lack of memory regarding that night, her curiosity about what transpired was piqued. Driving home, she found the house eerily quiet. She turned on a dim light and drew the curtains. Stripping off her clothes, she indulged in a comforting bath, gazing at her devilishly attractive figure in the mirror. She should have felt satisfied with her physique. However, in her chosen profession, such a figure was merely a burden. Dressing in a semi-transparent silk nightgown, she retrieved her notebook. After a moment's hesitation, she resolved to discover what had truly happened that night. She inserted the disc and opened the video. As a criminal investigator, she had witnessed countless scenes, yet her heart raced with a nervous excitement. Upon opening the video, the image revealed the bed, with a long shape that was undoubtedly her own, as Qin Feng entered the frame. Watching him dive under the covers, Xia Bing felt a shiver run through her body, as if he were embracing her once again. The video was lengthy, exceeding 3 hours. Having watched half of it, her face flushed crimson, as if she could bleed from the embarrassment. "Damn you, Qin Feng," she thought, the clarity of the footage allowing her to see her own expressions from that night. Suddenly, she slammed her notebook shut, tossing it aside. Her entire being fell to flame, and she cocooned herself in the blanket, acutely aware of her rapid heartbeat. A strange sensation washed over her. "You will pay for this, Qin Feng," she vowed. That night, Xia Bing struggled to find sleep, while Qin Feng, by contrast, returned home and slept soundly until dawn. The following morning, 2 rooms, not far apart, erupted with screams. Murong Gaiyuan, though unsettled, could only acknowledge the plan's failure. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoyang tumbled out of bed, retching uncontrollably. "Oh, handsome boy, you were so forward last night, and now you seem to disdain us," one brawny man lamented. Pouting in exaggerated hurt, Su Xiaoyang was in a state of utter turmoil. As the scion of the Su family, he found it deeply humiliating to have been seduced by two burly men. This was a profound blow to his pride. The pressing question remained, at this very moment, what was the extent of Su Xiaoyang's psychological trauma? "I will make you pay for this," he howled, eyes blazing like a wild beast. Such matters must never be disclosed to a fourth party. Oh my, how frightful. "Do not be afraid, dear one. We shall cherish you well." Su Xiaoyang retrieved his phone and summoned his men. "Ah, so the young man enjoys team battles? Eliminate them, dismember them, and feed them to the dogs." After a considerable time, 2 large pieces of luggage lay in the living room, exuding a faint metallic scent. 5 suited bodyguards stood by, awaiting Su Xiaoyang's orders. At that moment, Su Xiaoyang trembled intermittently, his handsome visage flickering with a distorted expression. Chapter 64. Is this it? Do you still wish to kill me? Then, a man entered, appearing to be in his 40s, a scar marking his face, his gaze as frigid as ice. "Young master, you called for me? Kill them." Su Xiaoyang replied coldly and mercilessly. Upon hearing this, the 5 bodyguards were utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend why Su Xiaoyang had ordered their demise. Understood. The middle-aged man drew a dagger from his sleeve and struck with precision. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Each slash was as swift as lightning, accurately severing the vital points of the bodyguards. The 5 men collapsed, convulsing until their last breath. What transpired? The middle-aged man inquired again. "I have a task for you. Bring me a man named Qin Feng. I want him to suffer immensely." "Very well, leave it to me." In Shangwan Hong's exquisite loft, Qin Feng was engrossed in viewing images of women in black stockings. "Young man, what pleasure do you derive from fixating on these legs daily? It is devoid of substance." Shangwan Hong remarked, exasperated. "Aunt Hong, you do not comprehend. Observing black stockings brings me joy," Qin Feng retorted. "Merely looking without action is futile," he continued. "Aunt Hong, how can you assume I lack the courage to act? Huh, I have heard that our charming and dashing young man, who dares to challenge the powerful and tread upon the ruffians, has yet to experience the embrace of a maiden." Shangwan Hong laughed, her body shaking with mirth. At this, Qin Feng's expression darkened. It was undoubtedly that loquacious butcher who had spoken. "Young man, there is a saying, when flowers bloom, pluck them. Do not wait until there are none to enjoy. Who can predict the future? Rather than endure alone, why not live joyfully? Besides, have you not already discovered a means to prolong your life?" Qin Feng took a sip of tea and replied, "Nonsense. How is that nonsense? I may not grasp the intricacies of your mindset, but I understand that without immersing oneself in the world, one cannot sever ties with it. Your current thoughts, fearing to disappoint others and shunning acceptance, are but shackles you impose upon yourself." 2 questions left Qin Feng speechless. Without engaging with the world, how can one truly sever ties with it? To shy away from accepting love from others and remain self-enclosed is also a form of bondage to the heart. Huh. And Hong, do not think I am unaware. You merely wish to persuade me to father children. That shall not happen, Qin Feng declared with a grand gesture, departing in style. Though he professed his disapproval, Shangwan Hong found his words lingering in her mind for quite some time. The affections expressed by Yi Qinglan and Su Yaorao, which he could not accept due to his own reasons, were also a disservice to them and a confinement of his own heart, trapping him in a vicious cycle. Because happiness is not a constant state, it is precisely the fleeting moments of joy that are worthy of reminiscence and pursuit. Life is already fraught with difficulties. If one cannot find joy within it, then this existence will yield no beautiful memories whatsoever. Qin Feng took a deep drag from a cigarette. Gazing at the smoke curling from the cigarette in his hand, it seemed to possess an even richer flavor than before. Qin Feng. He halted his steps and turned to confront a middle-aged man clad in a suit. "Who are you?" "I am the one sent to take your life." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng surveyed his surroundings. "Let us move to another location." In less than a few minutes, The middle-aged man's face had swollen grotesquely, resembling that of a pig's head. His visage battered and bruised. He found himself at the mercy of Qin Feng, who had him pinned against a trash bin. You think you can take my life in such a state? Impossible. Your dossier did not indicate you possessed such strength. The middle-aged man was utterly dumbfounded. He had just entered the alley intending to strike, only to find himself swiftly subdued by Qin Feng. Now, tell me, who sent you to kill me? Huh, as a hired assassin, do you truly believe I would divulge that information? The man sneered. Qin Feng offered a dispassionate smile. I am merely affording you an opportunity. I do not have many enemies, and those who have crossed paths with me would not send someone of your caliber to eliminate me. Hence, you must be sent by Su Xiaoyang. Guess as you please. Do as you will, the man retorted defiantly. How bold! Qin Feng applied pressure with his foot, instantly crushing the man's chest and his internal organs. Subsequently, he retrieved his phone. Yao Rao, have you been feeling restless lately? Not at all. I am simply in need of my master to alleviate this itch. I have a task for you. Eliminate Su Xiaoyang, who has come to Jinghai City. Make it clean. No, I have washed my hands of this life. To Qin Feng's surprise, Yao Rao flatly rejected the request. He pondered for a moment. All right. Will you accompany me for one evening instead? Honestly, a gentleman's word is his bond. Rest assured, even 8 horses could not chase after it. Among the women he knew, Yi Qinglan and Su Yao Rao were the closest to him, having cultivated a deep bond since their acquaintance. Upon returning to the entrance of his residence, Qin Feng was tempted to turn and leave, sensing trouble was brewing. Several vehicles were parked outside. A burly man was confronting an elderly blind man at the steps, demanding, "Old man, hurry up and tell me where Qin Feng is. If the young man is not home, you threatening this old man is futile." The sight of the elderly blind man, one eye resembling a panda's and blood streaming from his nose, was pitiful to behold. Feigning. The onlookers were aware that the old man was merely putting on an act. Qin Feng turned to walk away. These individuals were clearly not here with good intentions, and they had specifically named him. "Young man, save me." The old blind man shouted toward Qin Feng. The urge to strike boiled within Qin Feng. The burly man caught sight of him, gestured, and soon several others surrounded Qin Feng. He approached, first delivering a kick to the old blind man. "Are you truly blind? Or is this a ruse?" Then he turned to the burly man and inquired, "You are looking for me? You are indeed Qin Feng. Come with us." "Who are you all? You come here demanding my assistance with such arrogance. I refuse to entertain this and suggest you leave immediately," Qin Feng said, visibly displeased. "Are you opposing the Ji family?" The burly man sneered, mocking, "Naturally, a country bumpkin like you would know. Just follow us, or I shall break your legs first." "Old butcher, come out and clear the scene," Qin Feng shouted towards the meat shop. However, the old butcher did not rush out with his cleaver as before. Instead, he stumbled out, disheveled and inebriated, clutching a bottle of strong liquor, only to trip over the threshold and fall to the ground, immediately producing loud, snoring sounds. "Damn it!" Qin Feng turned to the burly man. "I am not leaving." "Humph, obstinate fool," the man retorted as they were about to strike. Qin Feng swiftly kicked 2 of them away, forcing them to retreat. "You little brat, how dare you slap?" Qin Feng retaliated with a resounding slap, sending the burly man crashing to the ground, blood and 2 teeth spilling from his mouth. "You scoundrel!" The burly man attempted to rise, but Qin Feng pressed his foot against his face, forcing the other side to make intimate contact with the dirt. Chapter 65. Ladies, grab your weapons. Everyone, take action. Otherwise, your rent will double this month. Qin Feng called out to the onlookers. Immediately, a stout woman with a voice like a duck's quacked, sisters from the village's information station. "Arm yourselves. If you dare to bully this young man, we shall beat you senseless." A man charged out wielding a rolling pin, shouting, "I'll make you forget your own mother." The neighbors surged forth, armed and ready. Though there were about a dozen of them, do not forget, none who resided on Qin Feng Street were virtuous individuals. Dust flew and chaos erupted in the streets. The suited thugs were no match for them. In no time, they were all left battered and bruised, begging for mercy. Qin Feng grinned with satisfaction. "Neighbors, put them all in the pig cages." The butcher's shop had several large cages for pigs, and they unceremoniously tossed the thugs inside. You are finished. We hail from the provincial G family, and we are under the jurisdiction of the provincial magistrate, the burly man said, exasperated. They were indeed from the G family, and not only were they beaten, but they were also humiliated by being locked in cages. Shut up. I do not care who you are. Here, you must abide by my rules. Now, call your masters and have them come redeem you. With that, Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively to the fierce neighbors, signaling them to disperse. As Qin Feng sat down, the old blind man remarked, "Young man, they are not to be trifled with. Are you afraid?" "I just wish to avoid unnecessary trouble," Qin Feng replied, glancing at the burly man and inquired, "So what business brings you here?" "The provincial magistrate is gravely ill. We came to summon you for treatment, but your actions are utterly outrageous. Release us or silence." Qin Feng interrupted, "When I ask you to respond, do so. What barking is this? Treatment? Do you possess the attitude of seeking assistance in healing? Look at how spoiled you have become." The burly man fell silent and hastily made a phone call. Approximately an hour later, a vehicle arrived. A middle-aged man, carrying a briefcase, stepped out. Upon seeing the individual inside the pig pen, he frowned slightly and approached Qin Feng. With one leg crossed over the other and a cigarette dangling from his lips, Qin Feng inquired, "Where's the money?" 1 million per person. "I have no money. I am here on behalf of the provincial magistrate to speak with you." "Oh, how impressive, representing someone." Qin Feng scoffed at the lofty tone, continuing, "All right, hurry back to gather the funds. Otherwise, there will be no further discussion. When seeking assistance, one must adopt the proper demeanor. Qin Feng, please correct your attitude. I'm speaking on behalf of the provincial magistrate." With a swift kick, Qin Feng shattered the middle-aged man's kneecap, causing him to collapse in agony. Grabbing the man's collar, he declared, "Let me make it clear. Not even the provincial magistrate can dictate terms here. You are utterly ignorant. How dare you offend the provincial magistrate? To hell with it. You speak of the provincial magistrate as if I know him. Should you utter another word, I might just break your other leg." At that moment, another door of the vehicle swung open. A young man emerged, his face adorned with disdain as he approached. With white-dyed hair and a flamboyant suit, he seemed incapable of making eye contact, tilting his head slightly. "I presume you are Qin Feng. Release them, and I shall overlook your previous transgressions." "And who might you be?" Qin Feng inquired. With a dismissive smile, the young man adjusted his suit and stated, "I am Ji Tian. My grandfather is Ji Haoran. Who do you think I am?" With a contemptuous smile, he added, "Now, let us be clear. My grandfather's health is paramount. If you cure him, I shall overlook this incident. If not, I will have you chopped into pieces and fed to the dogs." Qin Feng furrowed his brow and turned to the old blind man, asking, "Old blind man, have you ever encountered someone so arrogant?" "Never." "Then what is our principle in dealing with the arrogant?" The old blind man slammed the table. "We must beat them until they kneel and sing conquered. Do you want me to take action?" Qin Feng's eyes widened. "I shall do it." The old blind man stood up and delivered a resounding slap to Ji Tian's face. With a loud crack, Ji Tian staggered back, caught off guard. "What the hell?" The old blind man seized Ji Tian by the collar, delivering another heavy slap. "Who do you think you are? How dare you act so arrogantly before my brother? You're asking for a beating. It wouldn't matter if you were the crown prince." With each utterance, the old blind man unleashed a fierce slap. Those confined within the pig pen, including the self-proclaimed representative, were utterly astonished. In Jinghai City, the provincial magistrate was akin to an emperor. Yet here was the esteemed crown prince being subjected to such humiliation. Ji Tian, once so full of bravado, now lay crumpled on the ground, his expression vacant, his face swollen and unrecognizable, drool streaming from his mouth. Completely oblivious to his plight, the young man, seemingly dazed, could no longer sing conquer. "Toss him into the pig cage." The male agent trembled, stammering, "Qin Feng. Though you have connections, Ji Tian is the sole heir of the Ji family. Your actions will invite retribution. What are you barking about?" Qin Feng furrowed his brow, instantly silencing the agent. "Quickly fetch someone who can negotiate a ransom. I will contact them now." Qin Feng, smoking a cigarette, continued to wait. Unexpectedly, the vehicles that arrived were not luxury cars, but 3 police cars. The individual was none other than Captain Huang, whom Qin Feng recognized. Qin Feng sees him. Captain Huang, having recognized Qin Feng, seized the opportunity, determined not to let it slip away. Isn't this Captain Huang from last time? What brings you here? Qin Feng asked, reclining with an air of nonchalance. Qin Feng, we receive a report that the provincial governor's associate has been kidnapped, and to our surprise, it's your doing. Now, be compliant and come with us for questioning. As he spoke, he brandished handcuffs. You do realize that once those cuffs are on, they won't be easily removed. Qin Feng retorted, you've offended the provincial governor. With both witnesses and evidence at hand, no matter how powerful your backing may be, it will bear no weight. Captain Huang was filled with self-satisfaction. Qin Feng scratched his head, disliking dealings with bureaucrats, but trouble had found him nonetheless. Just then, a Mercedes-Benz pulled up. Officer Xia Bing emerged from the vehicle, frowning as she called out, Huang Yong, stop this. Captain Xia, what is the meaning of this? This is my case. Captain Huang replied. Xia Bing shot a glare at Qin Feng before addressing Captain Huang. Call the governor yourself. He will clarify matters. Are you defying Governor Zhang's orders? Do not forget your position. Captain Huang was momentarily taken aback, but eventually made the call to Governor Zhang. Captain Huang, do not interfere with Qin Feng's affairs. Withdraw your men, ordered Governor Zhang. But this is a case personally reported by the provincial governor. Captain Huang protested. Silence. Let me remind you, you are under my command. If you wish to advance, you require my signature, not the governor's. Governor Zhang's voice was filled with fury. Captain Huang, begrudgingly, had no retort and was compelled to comply. Return at once. If you meddle in Qin Feng S and the Ji family's matters, I will be the first to dismiss you. Yes. Captain Huang's face contorted with displeasure, casting a venomous glance at Qin Feng as he shouted, all units, withdraw. Xia Bing observed the situation, feeling somewhat exasperated. Qin Feng, what are you doing? Is this how you treat the provincial governor's people? If they hadn't been so unreasonable from the beginning, I would not have had to respond in kind, he replied. Indeed, sister, how can they claim to represent the provincial governor when their behavior resembles that of thugs? Not only did they assault an elder, but they also threatened to break the young man's legs and feed him to the dogs, the old blind man exclaimed indignantly. Upon hearing this, Xia Bing chose not to comment further. As an insider, she felt immense disappointment towards these representatives of the provincial governor. From a personal standpoint, receiving such treatment is indeed deserved. Meanwhile, Mayor Li Hong was pacing back and forth. Old Zhang, what do you propose we do about this? We cannot afford to offend either side. Zhang Zhihui, smoking a cigarette, replied, let us mediate. This provincial official is truly something else, creating such a situation. Offending Qin Feng is no trivial matter. Should we consider revealing Qin Feng's situation to the provincial government? No, we have signed a confidentiality agreement with the highest military authorities. We cannot disclose any information regarding Qin Feng. I believe it is best for us to refrain from interfering. Let this provincial official face the consequences and learn from his mistakes. Zhang Zhihui extinguished a cigarette with force, stating, Old Li, your contributions and actions here are more than sufficient for you to ascend. The only reason you haven't is that this provincial official is obstructing you. To speak candidly, without him, this provincial capital would be better off. You seem to revel in chaos, don't you? Enough already. Those above have long desired to deal with him. They simply lack the evidence. Now, having offended Qin Feng, should they provoke him further, not even the highest authorities could protect him. Li Honghua's demeanor also turned serious. Perhaps this could be a course of action. Let us not intervene. Let them handle their affairs as they wish. Why provoke anyone, especially Qin Feng? Zhang Zhihui then summoned his assistant, instructing, if the provincial official calls, inform him I am currently orchestrating a significant terrorist attack. Understood? Understood. Li Hongwa, bemused, decided to withdraw from the situation. In a hotel villa, a middle-aged man in a suit paced angrily, exclaiming, these two individuals are entirely evading this matter. What shall we do? The situation is indeed difficult to navigate. If they refuse to act, I shall take matters into my own hands. Does a soldier not possess any privileges? Shortly thereafter, vehicles entered a township. We have arrived. Middle-aged man Ji Haifeng exited the car. exuding an air of authority despite his fury. Upon seeing his men confined in a cage and his son, battered and hung like a piece of meat, his anger surged. "Provincial official, you have finally arrived," an agent promptly said. "Useless fools." Ji Feng turned to Qin Feng, saying, "Qin Feng, you have quite the audacity. Release my men, and I may consider leniency." "You are the provincial official?" "Indeed, I am Ji Feng." Qin Feng took a draw from his cigarette and replied, "Ji Feng, do you not comprehend the art of negotiation now that you occupy this position? Or do you believe that everyone should bow before you?" "Certainly not. My men may be a bit extreme and employ harsh methods, yet they have their reasons. I shall command them to amend their behavior. But your assault on them is an entirely different issue. Do not lecture me. Securing your men is straightforward. Initially, I intended to demand 1 million for each. But now it is 2 million per individual, 5 million for the others, and for your son I require 20 million. Is that unreasonable?" Ji Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. "You are resorting to extortion, negotiating a ransom? Do not misunderstand. It is merely a form of punishment. Spare me the flattery. Is there not a difference in nature?" Qin Feng chuckled derisively. "Do not engage me in verbal gymnastics. Simply state whether you will provide the funds or not. If not, we shall begin to tally their meal and sponsorship expenses from tonight. What qualifications do you possess to converse with me?" retorted Ji Feng. "You are merely a commoner. Nothing more." A smirk graced Ji Feng's lips. "I can indeed provide you with money, but can you stomach it? Money is a fine commodity. Who among the foolish would refuse it? Very well, I shall grant you the funds, and I hope you adhere to your word." Ji Feng signaled for the money to be transferred, aiming to settle this matter before devising a strategy against Qin Feng. Yet, Qin Feng felt no trepidation. Upon sharing his account details, the funds arrived within moments. One could only conclude that he was quite affluent, and all his wealth appeared to be legitimate. "Enough." Qin Feng waved his hand. "You may take your people and leave." "Qin Feng, you think you can simply take the money and depart? We sought you for. Stop." Qin Feng interrupted. "I have no interest. My practice is driven by mood, and your presence severely dampens it. For medical matters, I suggest you seek expertise elsewhere." Qin Feng, "Halt. There is more to discuss." Ji Feng continued. "As long as you are willing to treat my father, I can arrange anything you desire." "Not interested," Qin Feng replied, striding into the courtyard and shutting the door. Yet he soon reopened it, stating, "Ji Feng, know when to cease. I would prefer our next encounter not to be drenched in blood. I trust you comprehend my meaning." "Oof." Ji Feng turned and departed. The reason for Qin Feng's warning was simple. He sought to grant himself justification for violence. Such influential figures do not tolerate defiance. Qin Feng dialed Zhang Zhihui. "Uncle Zhang, I hope to remain undisturbed in the coming days. Should any issues arise, please inform your team to ensure the area is clear. Am I to be regarded as your janitor? That remains contingent upon whether the other party knows when to relent, regardless of who they might be. I cannot afford to offend them. Is that understood?" Chapter 67. Pray tell, to whom do you belong? As events unfolded, Ji Feng summoned his trusted confidant, Biao. "How fares the investigation into Qin Feng's background?" "Nothing substantial can be found. It appears he has some connections within the military." "Excellent. Now, investigate those around him. Locate someone vulnerable enough to target. I want him begging on his knees, do you comprehend?" "Of course. I shall reach out to the Blood Wolf squad immediately." Later that night, Qin Feng arrived at a mountain villa. Upon entering the living room, the door abruptly slammed shut behind him. A delicate hand, poised like a gun, pressed against his temple. "Do not move. Surrender your weapon or perish." "Oh, should the weapon leave my grasp, it becomes but a useless object," Qin Feng replied. Su Yarue chuckled softly, inquiring, "Then tell me, to whom do you belong? What brings you here?" Qin Feng seized her wrist, pivoting to draw the captivating enchantress into his embrace, inhaling her intoxicating fragrance. "No, to be precise, you are mine. How dare you pretend otherwise? How vexing." As Su Yaorao turned away, she slipped from Qin Feng's embrace like an elusive loach. It was then that Qin Feng noticed her attire, a form-fitting, low-cut gown that perfectly accentuated her voluptuous and graceful figure. Her delicate features exuded charm, while her alluring demeanor captivated all who gazed upon her. Her smooth shoulders and evenly defined collarbone, paired with her slender waist and generous hips, created a breathtaking silhouette. Her long, shapely legs rivaled those of a model, and her enchanting eyes sparkled with a teasing glint, evoking a sense of insatiable desire. Dear brother, why does a married man seek the company of a mere girl? Shouldn't you be with your wife? She playfully chided. Should I take my leave then? Dare to leave and see what happens. You promised to keep me company tonight. Qin Feng replied, scratching his head. Let's not jest. How did you resolve the situation? With a dismissive wave, she responded, do not underestimate me. Dealing with this one person is as easy as pie. That is splendid. Su Yaorao entered the kitchen and returned with a bottle of red wine. Shall we indulge in a couple of glasses to set the mood? Absolutely. A toast? With a sip of wine, Qin Feng regarded her with a knowing smile. Su Yaorao giggled. Dear brother, my wine is not so easily savored. Do you not sense something different? Indeed, it feels somewhat unique. Then, may I ask if you've come to a realization? Qin Feng took another sip and replied, what realization? After years of following me, even if there are obstacles, I must accompany you. Well then, tonight, I'll grant you this favor. Qin Feng took hold of Su Yaorao's wrist, a mischievous grin playing on his lips. No, we must savor our meal slowly, so there's no rush. He gulped down the wine and, captivated by her luscious lips, leaned in for a kiss. As they relished the exquisite wine, they savored the beauty of their kiss. In that moment, Qin Feng cast aside all distractions, indulging in the exquisite allure of her stunning body. Though Su Yaorao was typically exuberant, being in the embrace of someone she adored softened her gaze, which gradually became misty, fluctuating between clarity and enchantment. After a prolonged moment, they found themselves reclining on the luxurious mattress of the room. A rosy hue adorned Su Yaorao's cheeks, her eyes sparkling with bliss, as her delicate fingers traced circles on Qin Feng's chest. Dear brother, you have truly exceeded my expectations. You are extraordinary. Naturally, Yaorao. I never anticipated you would. Qin Feng's eyes drifted to the crimson blossoms on the sheets. What do you think? I reserved this for you. She chuckled. Suddenly, the phone buzzed. Qin Feng gestured for Su Yaorao to continue while he answered the call. It was Lin Xiao. Hello, it's me. Where have you been? Qin Feng. There was trouble just now. What kind of trouble? Lin Xiao explained. 2 men in black attempted to harm President Mu, but I managed to scare them off. Have you stirred up trouble again? You both should stay indoors tonight. I will return shortly. As the call ended, Qin Feng's expression turned serious. Su Yaorao inquired. What is the matter? As such, after recounting today's events, Su Yaorao remarked, with just a word from you, I could procure the head of Ji Haifeng right now. No need for that. This pertains to political matters, and I shall resolve it myself. Very well, are you leaving now? Su Yaorao's voice carried a hint of melancholy. Rest assured, I will accompany you for 2 days this weekend. Is that not sufficient? You must keep your promise, she insisted. Indeed, with no alternatives. Qin Feng had no choice but to return. Had he not made a commitment to Su Yaorao, he would not have come here tonight. Before departing, Qin Feng embraced Su Yaorao, kissing her passionately for several minutes, reluctant to part. Once in his car, he called Huang Fuyue. Hello, have you missed me? Be careful these next few days, otherwise come stay with Sister Su. I worry about your safety. Huang Fuyue chuckled. What danger could I possibly face? I'll remember, and I'll move in with Sister Su tomorrow. All right. Upon returning to the urban village, Qin Feng found Lin Xiao at the entrance, her expression revealing displeasure. You finally returned? You did well, but did you discern who they were? They're likely assassins from the east. At the mention of the east, Qin Feng's brow furrowed in concern. Lin Xiao sniffed the air and exclaimed, Qin Feng, you carry a scent. Chapter 68, The Nangong Family. Qin Feng was taken aback and quickly covered Lin Xiao's mouth. What nonsense are you spouting? What could possibly be on me? Muffled, Lin Xiao managed. The scent of a woman's perfume. Nonsense. His clothes bore the fragrance from an intimate encounter with Su Yaorao. Tell me about those 2 assassins. Qin Feng. I need to step out. At that moment, Moron Wanqing emerged. Qin Feng shot Lin Xiao a warning glance and asked, You just faced danger. Where do you think you're going? It's nothing. Just then, a car approached, and a well-dressed woman in a uniform stepped out, smiling softly. Wan Qing. Qin Feng's brow knitted as he scrutinized the elegant woman and the two bodyguards accompanying her. Others, whether they were ancient martial artists or those with supernatural abilities, individuals with powers far exceeding the ordinary, were collectively known as others. The two men exchanged glances with Qin Feng, their expressions betraying a slight frown. As fellow others, they possessed an instinct akin to that of beasts when it came to sensing threats, and they could feel the danger emanating from Qin Feng. Qin Feng, Xiao, it's all right. Those two intruders were searching for me, not here to harm me. Wan Qing, are you concealing something from me? Qin Feng inquired. Muron Wan Qing did not respond directly. I'll explain when I return. As the vehicle departed, Qin Feng and Lin Xiao exchanged puzzled glances, their minds swirling with questions. Why are you still standing there? Hurry and chase after her to clarify. Lin Xiao urged. No, this woman is shrewd. If she chooses not to speak, you shall not uncover anything. Qin Feng waved dismissively, unwilling to pursue the matter. Muron Wan Qing did not return until midnight. Outside, Lin Xiao's voice called out, Manager Mu, are you truly unscathed? I'm fine. Get some rest. Came a reply. All right. Qin Feng turned over, switched off his phone, and fell asleep. In the early morning, Muron Wan Qing and Lin Xiao went to the company as usual, as if nothing had transpired the night before. Qin Feng, clad in a tank top, entered the pig butcher's house next door and knocked on the door. A twinge of surprise struck him. Perhaps he wasn't home. He knocked again, listening intently for sounds within, and decisively pushed the door open. Instantly, a potent aroma of alcohol wafted towards him. The floor was strewn with bottles, and there, on the tattered sofa, lay the pig butcher, his eye sockets sunken and eyes devoid of life, languidly sprawled as if life held no meaning. His chapped lips were wrapped around a plastic tube meant for an intravenous drip, his throat convulsing. The other end of the tube was inserted into a 5-liter barrel of ergwota liquor. Despite having consumed so much, he continued to drink, seemingly intent on drinking himself to death. Old butcher, what on earth are you doing? Qin Feng asked, but the butcher merely cast a vacant glance in his direction and resumed his indulgence. You idiot. Qin Feng approached and noticed a letter on the table littered with bottles. Picking it up, he saw that the butcher showed no objection, so he took a glance. What on earth? Have you fallen apart just because of this? Wan Ying left, and you spiraled down? The envelope was left by Wan Ying, indicating her breakup with the butcher, citing that she was unworthy of him. It made sense. Wan Ying was a shrewd woman, and from the series of events, it was apparent that both Qin Feng and the butcher were capable of contending with the likes of the Dragon King, Cao Sihai. For her, this circle was an inaccessible realm. Choosing to depart was her wisest decision. Bro, I've lost all feelings, the butcher muttered. Get lost. There were no feelings to begin with. Pull yourself together, you understand? Qin Feng, uninterested, stepped outside, only to be captivated by a graceful silhouette. It was her. She too noticed Qin Feng. A dignified and radiant smile graced her features as she said, Mr. Qin, hello. You were the one from last night, weren't you? Indeed. I am Nangong Wan, from the southern Nangong family. Qin Feng nodded, taking a moment to appraise the poised woman before him. Do you seek me for something, or are you here to find my family as tyrant? I'm here to see you. May I inquire if you have some time? Yes, please come in. Qin Feng was curious to learn what connection Muron Wan Qing had with the Nangong family. The Nangong family was a formidable entity, one of the 10 most prominent families in the Daxia Kingdom. Under the parasol tree, Nangong Wan sat elegantly, and, as Qin Feng poured tea, she said, Thank you. Let's get straight to the point. I dislike beating around the bush. Before we proceed, may I ask you a question, Mr. Qin? Are you aware of Wan Qing's true lineage? Holding the teacup, Qin Feng furrowed his brow slightly. Isn't she's simply from the Muron family in Jinghai City? That is only partially correct. Speak plainly. Nangong Wan smiled gently and explained, In truth, Wan Qing hails from the Nangong family. So you are Wan Qing's aunt? It can be said, or it can be denied, for I am not a member of the Nangong family. I was merely taken in by them at a young age. Hence I bear their surname. Presently, I serve as the steward of the outer branch of the Nangong clan. Qin Feng remarked, That position is not insignificant. Initially, he had harbored doubts, pondering how someone like Murong Gaoyuan could possibly beget a person as remarkable as Murong Wanqing. It seems there is indeed an intricacy at play here. One can only remark on the bewildering nature of familial affairs. In those tumultuous times, as various clans were in disarray and internal conflicts escalated, Wanqing was compelled to leave the Nangong family to ensure her survival. You, hailing from the once mighty Qin clan, must understand the severity of internal discord when it intensifies, correct? Perhaps, Qin Feng conceded. The Qin family was once formidable. Had it not been for the internal strife, who would dare claim to subdue them? Now that Wanqing has matured, her grandfather is one of the current elders. Thus there is a desire for her to acknowledge her roots and return to the Nangong family. Qin Feng nodded. As long as Wanqing bears no objections, neither do I. No, you have yet to grasp the implication of my words. If Wanqing returns to the Nangong family, then the matter of your union must be reconsidered. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng exclaimed in surprise, "Are you suggesting that I, Qin Feng, am unworthy to be Wanqing's partner?" He chuckled. If the Qin family were still as it once was, such a statement could be entertained. But now the true direct lineage of the Qin family consists solely of you. The former Qin family is irretrievable. Indeed, had the Qin family still existed as it once did, the Nangong family would have no grounds to speak to me on equal terms. Qin Feng replied with displeasure. Nangong Wan smiled faintly. Please forgive my words. They may be harsh, yet they are the truth. I ask you, Mr. Qin, to contemplate this matter and not make it difficult for us. Difficult? Qin Feng retorted. Do you presume the Qin family is easily bullied? That is not my intention. With a cold smile, Qin Feng declared, regardless, your presence will only stoke the flames. Therefore, until I have unraveled all the intricacies, you shall remain here with me for the time being. Chapter 69. Have you truly considered this? Qin Feng, how dare you? Nangong Wan's expression changed dramatically as she sensed the murderous intent emanating from him, a sensation that filled her with dread. Two shadowy figures rushed in from outside, intending to seize Qin Feng without uttering a word. Qin Feng, gripping his wineglass, gazed at them and said, Nangong Wan, it appears you have no intention of engaging in a civil discussion. Qin Feng, enough. Though you are of the Qin lineage, I hail from the Nangong family, one of the four great clans, she retorted. Qin Feng sneered, but I am precisely targeting members of the great clans. Do you truly believe the Qin family is weak? Faced with the palpable murderous aura radiating from Qin Feng, Nangong Wan felt a profound trepidation. It was overwhelming. This was not merely a cold, chilling presence. The murderous intent was thick with the scent of blood, as if a mountain of corpses lay behind him. This aura could only be forged through the taking of many lives. Take action. Subdue him. Nangong Wan retreated. The two elite warriors of the Nangong family then sprang into action. Their speed was remarkable, yet they inexplicably passed through Qin Feng's form. Impossible, an afterimage? The realization dawned on them. Indeed, upon a closer glance, Qin Feng had already approached Nangong Wan's presence. With a charming smile, he exhaled a ring of smoke towards her mature and alluring visage, declaring, though the rest of my family is absent, I stand as the embodiment of the entire Qin clan. What have you truly experienced, Qin Feng? Even members of illustrious families cannot emanate such a palpable aura of menace. She inquired. That is a secret, replied Qin Feng, as the two adversaries turned back, intent on eliminating him. Yet, like a specter, Qin Feng retreated again, leaving them to grasp at air. Before they could pivot, they felt a fierce pain in their chests, blood splattering across Nangong Wan's face. With merciless precision, Qin Feng pierced through the chests of the two assassins, extracting their still-beating hearts with ease. Qin Feng, you are undoubtedly more than just a scion of the Qin family. Are you not? Who exactly are you? To be classified as a high-level dossier by the state? What say you? In response, Qin Feng posed a counter-question. Upon hearing this, Nangong Wan rapidly rifled through the information in her mind and soon grasped a troubling realization. Qin Feng might be the very individual who had been declared deceased and honored with a grand state funeral. She had made a grave miscalculation, failing to connect Qin Feng with that esteemed figure. He summoned Shang Wanhong. instructing her to take Nangong Wan to reside for a few days. Qin Feng felt a throbbing pain in his head. The fact that Murong Wanqing was actually from the Nangong family complicated matters significantly. Half an hour later, at the Murong family's ancestral home, he arrived at a lakeside where the elder Murong was fishing. Upon hearing footsteps, the elder sighed, "Ah, you have arrived. Old man, why is it that you indulge in such frivolities?" Qin Feng asked. "Ah, this is a matter long buried. I believed it would never resurface, yet just days ago, the Nangong family approached, reminding me that the matter is far from over. It is merely beginning," the elder replied. Qin Feng seated himself and lit a cigarette. "One for me as well," he requested. "Very well." The elder lit a cigarette and recounted the hidden matters he had kept locked within. "Child, I no longer possess the means to protect her. Only you can safeguard her now. A woman intertwined with a powerful family may be deemed fortunate. It is also a tragic plight." Qin Feng remained silent. After a prolonged pause, he extinguished his cigarette, stating, "As long as Wanqing is unwilling, she remains my wife, and I shall fulfill my duties as her husband. However, if she consents to return to the Nangong family, I shall be powerless to intervene." "Thank you," he added, waving his hand as he departed. The situation was far more intricate than he had anticipated, entangling not only the Nangong family, but also a royal lineage from a neighboring nation. Qin Feng glanced at his phone. Later that night, Murong Wanqing returned home quite late. "Qin Feng, I wish to discuss something with you." "Speak," he replied, feeling an ominous premonition. Murong Wanqing produced an agreement and handed it to him, stating, "For various reasons I cannot articulate, I hope you will sign this." Qin Feng cast a glance at the document, where 5 bold characters read, "Divorce Agreement." "Have you considered this carefully?" he inquired. Murong Wanqing, her expression serene, nodded, "Yes. I am aware of certain matters concerning you, and have spoken with your grandfather. I am not a frivolous person, yet circumstances have arisen that exceed my control. Divorce would be beneficial for both you and me." Qin Feng furrowed his brow slightly, choosing to remain silent. An inexplicable sensation of frustration bubbled within him, accompanied by a tinge of suffocation. However, he had already mentioned to old Master Murong that if Murong Wanqing were to propose it herself, then Qin Feng would be powerless to intervene. "Very well, I shall consider it. Yes, as soon as possible, tomorrow." After Murong Wanqing spoke, she cast a glance at Qin Feng before ascending the stairs. Immediately, Lin Xiaoxiao hesitated, then said, "Qin Feng, please do not blame General Murong. She is acting for your benefit. The matters at hand are indeed beyond our grasp. Who did you meet today?" "Kenichi Sato, from one of the 2 great royal families of the land of the rising sun." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng offered a faint smile, rising to take a puff of his cigarette. "Qin Feng, will you sign or not? Let us see." At that moment, Qin Feng was deeply troubled and stepped out of the courtyard. Just as he exited, he noticed a vehicle parked on the street. "Mr. Qin, please hold on." A fluent voice called out, albeit with a hint of awkwardness recognizable to any Chinese ear. As the car door opened, a man in a suit emerged. Qin Feng squinted slightly and inquired, "You must be Sato?" "Indeed," replied the man. "Mr. Qin, I wish to discuss something with you." "There is nothing to discuss. I shall not see you off." "Mr. Qin, there is an ancient saying in the Great Xia. Those who recognize the times are the true talents." However, Qin Feng paid him no mind and retreated into the loft of Shangwanhong. Sato's expression soured as he returned to the vehicle. "Your Highness, this man is insufferable. Perhaps we should just... Of course, isn't Fox Mask in Jinghai City? Go find her." "Yes." Shortly thereafter, Sato and his companions arrived at a traditional kabuki hall, distinctive of the land of the rising sun. After waiting for a while, a captivating woman adorned in traditional attire, revealing her graceful shoulders, emerged. Her figure was voluptuous and alluring, especially as her deep neckline exposed ample curves, swaying gently with each step. Yet, she wore a fox mask, and a charming voice emerged from beneath it. "Fox Mask has met the prince." Sato nodded, his gaze fixated on the ample bosom partially revealed by the mask. Regardless of who it was, encountering such a paragon would leave anyone breathless. "Fox Mask, the prince has something to discuss with you." "I see, please." Chapter 70. Do you think I have changed? Third update. In the urban village, at the entrance of an alley, Qin Feng and the butcher were inebriated, competing to see who could urinate the farthest. Old butcher, I'm getting a divorce. What? Little brother, why are you getting divorced? Qin Feng replied, if it doesn't feel right, then divorce is the answer. What is the big deal? The butcher said nothing further, draping his arm over Qin Feng's shoulder. Cool, mate. Let's drink a few more at my place. At that moment, a chilling wind swept through, causing both men to shiver. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of high heels echoed, followed by a sultry voice. Gentlemen, please wait a moment. Little brother, did you call a lady tonight? The butcher rubbed his eyes, finally discerning the figure emerging from the darkness. It was a captivating woman clad in a night cloak, adorned with a fox mask, wielding a katana. She had arrived with remarkable speed. This individual is none other than the elusive fox mask that Sato had sought not long ago, Qin Feng remarked. The butcher shook his head in anger, exclaiming, how dare you come and trouble my brother? Watch as I cleave you into 8 pieces. With that, he charged forward. The fox mask swiftly evaded, appearing before the butcher, her long, elegant leg sweeping across his face. Bam! The butcher was propelled like a cannonball into the surrounding wall, followed by the resounding sound of his crashing impact. Qin Feng, slightly intoxicated, lit a cigarette and mused, it has been quite a while since I've encountered a top-tier assassin. Qin Feng, you ought not to offend those you shouldn't, the fox mask warned. Rest assured, my blade strikes swiftly. With a deep sigh, Qin Feng acknowledged her words. Upon looking again, the fox mask was already before him, her sharp katana gleaming ominously. A mere flick of her wrist would send his head rolling. Yet, Qin Feng remained utterly unfazed. The fox mask felt no pressure in her intent to kill him. Had it not been for Prince Sato's insistence for her to act personally, she would not have engaged at all. At that moment, the pupils beneath the fox mask's visage constricted, and she abandoned her intention to slay Qin Feng, instead raising her blade in defense. A second dagger, glimmering with lethal light, surged towards her. It grazed Qin Feng's face and collided with the fox mask's katana. Clang! Sparks flew, and the fox mask was forced back several meters by the sheer force. Steadying herself, she demanded, who goes there? From the darkness behind Qin Feng emerged another equally alluring figure. With delicate hands playing with a dagger, her face adorned with a charming smile, she addressed the fox mask. Fox mask, have you forgotten me after just a few years? It was Su Yaolao. Concerned about potential upheavals in the coming days, Qin Feng had invited her to stay. And you are? The fox mask inquired, still perplexed. In response, Su Yaolao produced a black fox mask from behind her, instantly enveloping the air with a chilling, murderous aura. It is you, Black Fox. How could you be here? Both were peak-level masters, having crossed paths before. After all, every assassin possessed a unique mask that symbolized their identity and standing. I shall entertain you, but as for him, you lack the qualifications, Su Yaolao declared. The fox mask's expression grew grave, utterly astonished that the black fox of equal rank was present. Master, allow me to play with her. You take a rest. Another voice interjected. Another figure approached, clad in a black robe and wearing a red fox mask. Black Fox, Firefox, could it be that you? The fox mask's gaze shot towards Qin Feng, her breath quickening. Once, the Black Fox and Firefox had been free agents in the assassin world until they chose to pledge allegiance to a singular figure. A formidable being who had risen to prominence in just a few short years. Shao? Impossible. You are Shao? The fox mask exclaimed, incredulity etched on her face. You have the audacity to stand against me. Why not kneel and beg for mercy? Su Yaolao smiled, her figure akin to a specter, wielding her dagger with an artistry that rendered it lethally potent. Clang, clang, clang. Su Yaolao's assault was frenzied, relentlessly targeting the vulnerabilities of the fox mask. However, as a formidable adversary, the fox mask was not easily vanquished. Qin Feng, disinterested in their skirmish, turned his gaze toward Yi Qinglan and inquired, what brings you here? I am well aware of your connection with Yaolao. You are clearly showing favoritism, Yi Qinglan replied, her tone laced with a playful pout and mild reproach. Qin Feng scratched his head, hastily shifting the subject. Have you brought the person? I have. Just say the word. Yi Qinglong gestured, and a figure emerged silently from the eaves, resembling a ghost. These were members of the Hawk organization, surrounding Yi Qinglong as her combat prowess was limited, necessitating the presence of 10 elite operatives. Goodness, are we to be denied sleep at this hour? Grumbled a voice from a nearby establishment. A burly man stepped out, visibly irritated, but upon seeing Qin Feng, he instantly wilted, forcing a laugh. Oh, I was merely stepping out for a moment. Yi Qinglong pinched Qin Feng's waist, remarking, Master, your surroundings are truly teeming with hidden talents. Even the raw aura of this rough man surpasses that of my 10 companions. Just unfortunate souls, he replied. Previously, the butcher had been no match for the Fox Mask, having succumbed to inebriation. The battle between Su Yaolao and the Fox Mask had escalated to a fever pitch. It was evident that the Fox Mask had no desire for prolonged conflict, as she understood that should Qin Feng intervene, her demise would be imminent. Yet, Su Yaolao would not relent, unleashing a torrent of daggers in a dazzling display, rendering the Fox Mask unable to defend herself. Having engaged in combat thus far, the Fox Mask bore numerous wounds. She created distance, panting heavily. Impossible. How have you progressed in strength so swiftly? A secret, Su Yaolao retorted with a cold smirk. Launching forward once more. Clang! The Fox Mask katana was deflected. By the time she reacted, Su Yaolao had pressed a dagger against her alabaster neck. I concede. Do as you will, the Fox Mask admitted. Qin Feng approached, questioning, Sato sent you, did he not? Qin Feng, are you truly a hawk? Consider it so. The Fox Mask replied, though you are a hawk, you are no match for the royal family. That is of no concern to you. I shall spare your life. Return and inform Sato not to provoke me. With that, Qin Feng turned it apart. Qin Feng, you indeed fear the royal family. It seems your past renown was but an illusion, she taunted. Qin Feng, disinterested in her retort, continued on. Once the Fox Mask had left, Yi Qinglong and Su Yaolao exchanged glances, puzzled yet hesitant to inquire further. Qin Feng paused, glancing back at them with a faint smile. Do you think I've changed? That I have grown soft-hearted, fearful of this and that? The two women exchanged a knowing look. Yi Qinglong suddenly grasped Qin Feng's intent and smiled alluringly. No. We merely misunderstood. With a smirk, Su Yaolao turned and immediately pursued the Fox Mask. Let us proceed. Given the circumstances, we must see this through to its conclusion. Chapter 71. Eliminate the ones who call for the dog. Fourth update. Shortly thereafter, within the Kabuki Hall, Prince Sato was enjoying a jovial evening, sharing laughter and drinks with his companions. Just as the atmosphere reached its zenith, the door was abruptly thrust open, and a disheveled figure stumbled in. The revelry was immediately disrupted as all eyes turned to the wounded Fox Mask. Your Highness, I have something to discuss with you, she began. Miss Fox Mask, please wait. Take a seat, Sato interrupted, his intoxication clouding his judgment. However, one of Sato's close associates, irked by the interruption, retorted, Miss Fox Mask, do you dare to disrupt the prince's merriment at such a moment? The Fox Mask, though of high status, dared not offend the Sato family and complied, taking a seat. Pouring herself a glass of wine, she pushed aside her mask, revealing her exquisitely sculpted chin and luscious, crimson lips. She drank deeply to soothe her aching wounds. Observing her, the others exchanged knowing smiles, clearly having tampered with her drink while she was absent. The Fox Mask, still shaken, felt her senses dulled compared to usual. As she watched the others reveling in their gaiety, she pondered whether revealing Qin Feng's identity would startle them from their drunken stupor. Once the dancers concluded their performance, Sato inquired, Miss Fox Mask, did you kill Qin Feng? Your Highness, I did not manage to kill him. What? Sato's displeasure was palpable. Just as the Fox Mask was about to clarify, one of Sato's companions erupted in anger. Fox Mask, how dare you fail the prince's command? Do you wish to rebel? This provoked her ire. You know nothing of the circumstances. What gives you the right to chastise me? Baka. One stood seething. Are you suggesting you cannot eliminate a mere commoner from the Great Xia? I believe it is not a matter of ability, but rather a deliberate choice not to kill. With a resounding clap, the Fox Mask rose, retorting, Are you implying I betrayed His Highness? Is it not so? The three laughed mockingly. The fox mask's brow furrowed, her breath quickening, as she, a formidable warrior, realized that her rapid breathing was not merely from indignation, but a sign of her body faltering. Miss Fox Mask, why have you fallen silent? Are you now feeling unwell? Your temperature rising? One taunted. Baka, you dare to. The fox mask turned to Sato. But her heart sank upon meeting his gaze, filled with avarice. Your Highness, I acted under your orders, and yet you. She had underestimated the treachery laid before her, never suspecting Sato would turn against her. Miss Fox Mask, if your mission has failed, then perhaps you can compensate for this failure with your body. The group erupted in lewd laughter. With clenched teeth, the Fox Mask resolved that she would rather perish at Qin Feng's hands than allow these men to defile her. She attempted to rise and depart, but her body betrayed her, leaving her powerless. Prince Sato approached her, his intentions clear, when suddenly the door swung open. A man exclaimed in haste, Your Highness the Prince, something terrible has happened. Before he could finish his sentence, he collapsed onto the ground. The others were startled, for a dagger was lodged in his back. Upon seeing the dagger, Foxface comprehended why Qin Feng had spared her life. Qin Feng was indeed playing a long game, while she had naively believed she could evade pursuit and return safely. Nevertheless, this was for the best. The likes of Prince Sato and his companions deserved their fate. Who the hell are you? One individual shouted as he rushed to the door, only to be kicked back inside, crashing heavily onto the floor. Moments later, Qin Feng and his two companions entered. Yi Qinglan and Su Yaorao swiftly closed the door behind them. Qin Feng regarded Sato with a detached smile. Sato, we meet again. How did you find this place? Sato asked, appearing somewhat unsettled. An individual directed an angry retort at Foxface. Damn you, Foxface. You truly are a traitor for bringing the enemy here. Qin Feng, visibly irritated, commanded, Yaorao, take care of these barking dogs. Yes, Su Yaorao responded, and 3 daggers flew from her hand, embedding themselves in the throats of the 3 men. They stared wide-eyed, clutching their bleeding throats, collapsing onto the ground in convulsions. Soon, the room was permeated with the stench of blood. Sato's complexion turned ashen, his facade of composure crumbling. The fact that Qin Feng could enter and commit murder so openly indicated that all his bodyguards had perished outside. Now, only Foxface remained, and they had tampered with her drink. Qin Feng settled into a small chair, lit a cigarette, and inquired Sato, Do you believe that being a member of the royal family makes you invincible? Do you think you can soar alongside the sun? Sato, I acknowledge my faults. As a prince of the royal family, I hold significant power, and you wouldn't dare kill me, right? Furthermore, if you were to kill me, my family would pursue you relentlessly. The fact that I am here means I can kill you without anyone knowing. Do you think I need to worry about such matters? Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Sato's expression grew increasingly grim, revealing signs of anxiety and panic. I can offer you wealth beyond measure, and I no longer desire Moron Wanqing. How's that sound? What not vet? Qin Feng found himself at a loss for words in response to such foolishness. With a swift motion, Su Yaorao sent a dagger into Sato's forehead, and he fell backward onto the ground. Master, shall we dispose of her as well? Su Yaorao inquired, glancing at the prostrate Foxface. No, I have no desire to confront the Sato royal family head-on. Their lives may hold little value, but mine are precious. I shall keep this woman for now, as she may prove useful. Qin Feng was unafraid of confronting the Sato royal family, yet a direct clash would inevitably lead to casualties within the Hawk organization, a scenario he wished to avoid. He cast a curious glance at Foxface and remarked, What is wrong with this woman? Why is she whining? Master, it appears she has been poisoned, perhaps with a seduction toxin. If she remains without a man, she may very well claw herself to death. Qin Feng, rendered speechless, remarked, How outrageous! The little devils are playing their tricks, even turning against their own. Just then, he turned to the 2 women. What kind of gaze is this you both are casting? Su Yaolao replied, Master, the fox mask is renowned as a beauty from the east, and I believe this glorious mission should rightfully fall upon you to bring honor to our nation. You are the most suitable for this task. Without the fox mask to navigate the situation, a confrontation with the Sato royal family is inevitable. Thus, for the sake of giving us ample time to prepare. You must make this sacrifice for the greater good. Chapter 72. The little brother has been disposed of. First update. Master, we cannot simply choose anyone for this. The fox mask is a formidable force, and any ordinary man would be torn apart by her. Just as Qin Feng was about to decline, the poison from the fox mask had already infiltrated his brain, as if it had caught a whiff of his intensely masculine aura, slithering towards him like an enchanting water serpent. The red and white fox mask slipped away, revealing a face that rivaled Yi Qinglan and Su Yaolao in beauty. Her eyes hazy, cheeks flushed, and her alluring lips exhaling warm breaths. Taking a deep breath, Qin Feng lifted the fox mask into his arms and sternly instructed the two women, "Handle the situation well. This is entirely a sacrifice I make for the benefit of our organization. Indeed, I express gratitude on behalf of the entire organization for Lord Zhao's sacrifice." Su Yaolao remarked with a smile, "There's an adage, better to benefit oneself than to benefit others." Moreover, only Qin Feng possesses the capability to dispel the poison from the fox mask. Perhaps it was the physiology of Eastern women, but the fox mask was exceedingly proactive and adept at pleasing men. The only flaw was that her performance was overly rushed, causing Qin Feng to draw in sharp breaths. Several hours later, the effects of the poison had completely dissipated. Qin Feng instructed Su Yaolao to escort the fox mask away. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. As dusk fell, Qin Feng returned home, carrying a bundle of pig intestines. He was surprised to find Murong Wanqing had returned early and questioned Boang, "Why are you home so soon today?" Qin Feng, "Prince Sado and Nangong have both gone missing." "Ah." Qin Feng scratched his head, bewildered. Murong Wanqing's starry eyes fixed on him as she inquired, "Do you mean to say you know nothing about this?" "What do I know? I hardly know them. I could even say I don't recognize them." Murong Wanqing withdrew her gaze and said, "Forget it. Wait, regarding your previous marriage, let me ask you again. Are you certain about divorcing me?" Qin Feng hurriedly asked. This time, Murong Wanqing did not provide a direct answer. Deep within her, she felt a sense that the sudden disappearance of both Prince Sado and Nangong was likely tied to Qin Feng. Among all the people she knew, he was the one she could not fathom. Yet, from Qin Feng's demeanor, there were no clues to be discerned. "I'm hungry. I want to eat stir-fried pork," she finally remarked after a long pause. Yet Qin Feng beamed brightly. "No problem. I'll arrange it." If it weren't for the fact that Murong Wanqing chose to divorce to avoid burdening Qin Feng, he would have signed the papers upon returning 3 days prior. Lin Xiaoxiao cast a sidelong glance at Qin Feng and remarked, "Oh, you proclaim your desire for freedom and reluctance to marry. Yet I see you and President Mu living increasingly delightful lives. Scram, what nonsense are you spouting? If you dare to mention divorce again, I will sign the papers without a second thought." Once Lin Xiaoxiao finished preparing the meal, Qin Feng handed her a number and said, "I have a social engagement tonight. Could you please attend on my behalf?" "What? I haven't even eaten, and you want to send me away? Will you go or not?" Flustered, Lin Xiaoxiao set down her chopsticks, noted the number, and departed. The so-called social engagement was merely a dinner with her two idols, Yi Qinglan and Su Yaorao. She had promised the naive girl that she would dine alongside the two trusted confidants of the esteemed Xie. This could be deemed a fulfillment of that promise. For Qin Feng was not one to deceive. Murong Wanqing remained seated, engrossed in financial news on television. "So, you are indeed a member of the Nangong family? Is that truly surprising?" Qin Feng shook his head. "Not at all. It is within reason. From the very beginning, I speculated how someone as illustrious as you could possibly be the daughter of Murong Gaoyuan. Are you flattering me, or are you belittling me?" Murong Wanqing's eyes narrowed slightly. "I am jesting, of course. It is a compliment." The two fell silent. Murong Wanqing glanced at Qin Feng in exasperation. This fellow, instead of watching television, was engrossed in his phone, emitting bursts of laughter. "Qin Feng, what are you looking at? You ought to avoid those unsavory online distractions." "Not at all. I am merely watching your cousin, Ode Biao." "Get lost." Murong Wanqing was speechless. She took out her phone. "It's me." The next moment, she stood up. "All right, I will be right there." Qin Feng, bewildered, asked, "What is wrong?" "My brother is in trouble. He has been hospitalized after being assaulted." "That rascal." I always told him to keep a low profile, and now look what has happened. Mu Rong Wanqing had no time for Qin Feng's sarcastic remarks. Grabbing her handbag, she rushed out. Although she was not a direct member of the Mu Rong family, she had grown up there, and her ties were far more profound than those to the Nangong family. Wait for me. At the municipal hospital, in the intensive care unit, Mu Rong Hao lay bandaged on the bed, one leg severely injured, flesh mangled. Son, please don't scare me. Mu Rong Gaoyuan exclaimed anxiously, calling out repeatedly. Though Mu Rong Wanqing was not his biological daughter, it was understandable, but Mu Rong Hao was his own flesh and blood. Meanwhile, the elder Mu Rong sat grim-faced, his eyes filled with fury. A doctor entered urgently, stating, Chairman Mu Rong, you must sign this document quickly so we can proceed with the amputation. Otherwise, we cannot guarantee your son's survival. Is there truly no other option? The elder Mu Rong was heartbroken. His grandson was merely 19 years old. How could he face a life as a disabled person? Grandfather, how is Xiao Hao? Mu Rong Wanqing entered, followed closely by Qin Feng. Child, it seems your brother may lose a leg, he said gravely. How could this happen? The words startled Mu Rong Wanqing. Grandfather, I refuse to have an amputation. If that is the case, I do not wish to live. Mu Rong Hao, upon hearing his family's voices, struggled to open his eyes and weakly uttered those words. Silence. The situation is dire. What will happen to Grandpa and Dad if something goes wrong? Mu Rong Wanqing exclaimed, turning her gaze towards the doctor. Is there truly no other option? There is a possibility, but even with the implantation of a prosthetic bone, complications may arise later, the doctor replied solemnly. At that moment, Qin Feng approached with a cheerful demeanor, gazing at Mu Rong Hao. Little brother-in-law, I came to see you. How did you end up like this? He remarked, only to feel a sharp pain in his waist and turn to see Mu Rong Wanqing glaring at him. Doctor, he is still too young. Is there any way to alleviate his current condition? I can immediately send him abroad for treatment, Mu Rong Wanqing implored. If you are willing, we can certainly attempt it. But I cannot guarantee that there won't be any unforeseen incidents along the way. Please consider this carefully, the doctor cautioned, causing the Mu Rong family to sink into despair once more. Qin Feng, scratching his nose, interjected, could I possibly give it a try? All eyes turned toward him. Mu Rong Wanqing expressed disbelief. Qin Feng, this is not the time for jokes. Do you actually know how to perform surgery? While she was aware that he possessed some knowledge of traditional medicine, she had never seen him undertake a surgical procedure. Chapter 73. Or should I give it a try? Second update. It should be feasible, Qin Feng replied. Enough, Qin Feng. My son does not require your interference. Mu Rong Gaoyuan retorted angrily, believing that Qin Feng was merely jesting. Qin Feng shrugged. Fine, then just wait for the amputation. Qin Feng, what are the chances of success? About 80%. The remaining 20% depends on whether the hospital will allow me to use the equipment and if you all agree. Before Mu Rong Wanqing could respond, the esteemed elder of the Mu Rong family spoke with authority. I trust you. Doctor, please arrange for it. That is not permissible. The hospital has strict regulations, and we cannot bear the consequences if anything goes awry. Have your hospital director come to speak with me, the elder insisted. His stature and connections in Jinghai City were not to be underestimated, and the director of a hospital would certainly show him respect. Indeed, the hospital director acquiesced, primarily out of respect for the elder's reputation. Prepare a set of silver needles for me, Qin Feng instructed. As he lit a cigarette, the doctor immediately objected. You cannot smoke here. Smoking calms my nerves and steadies my hands, Qin Feng responded. The Mediterranean director waved his hand, signaling the doctor to remain silent. Several doctors exchanged incredulous glances, witnessing a seemingly incongruous young man preparing to perform a complex surgery for a comminuted fracture. Dressed in surgical attire and gloves, Qin Feng entered the operating room with a cigarette still in his mouth. By this time, Mu Rong Hao had been anesthetized from the waist down. Brother-in-law, are you sure you are not here to send me off? Silence. I would not harm you. Speak again, and I may seal your mouth shut. Mu Rong Hao continued, brother-in-law. Just be sure not to let any ash fall into my wound. After the nurses completed their preparations, Qin Feng, cigarette in mouth, utilized the disinfected silver needles to puncture acupuncture points, methodically beginning to slice into Mu Rong Hao's leg with a sharp scalpel. The operation proceeded with a deliberate and orderly pace. How peculiar. This is the first time I've seen silver needles used in Western surgical procedures. What purpose do they serve? Someone inquired, perplexed. An elderly gentleman, having crossed the threshold of 60, adjusted his reading glasses and remarked, observing the silver needle pierce the acupoints. It appears to be aimed at invigorating the circulation of meridians and blood vessels. However, considering that this procedure necessitates the incision of the damaged blood vessels, it is akin to turning the faucet to its fullest while attempting to cut the pipe. I fail to comprehend, truly. Several esteemed doctors at the hospital expressed their bewilderment as well. A nearby nurse stood ready with an ashtray. Qin Feng flicked the ash from his cigarette and continued with the intricate surgery. Time trickled by, and before long, Qin Feng had consumed 5 or 6 cigarettes. The senior physician observed, merely judging by this individual's adept and steady technique, he undeniably qualifies as an exceptional surgeon. Moreover, the patient has exhibited no adverse reactions thus far. How extraordinary! The surgical process was complex, requiring the meticulous reassembly and stabilization of shattered bones. The challenge lay in the fact that some fragments were reduced to mere debris, testing the surgeon's keen observational skills. Once the bones were rejoined, the next step involved suturing the severed blood vessels, culminating with the closure of the wound. The operating room was enveloped in an eerie silence. Qin Feng proceeded at a measured pace, occasionally tapping the ash from a cigarette before resuming the operation. Spectators felt their hearts lodged in their throats. From 9 o'clock until 3 in the morning, a full 6 hours elapsed. Qin Feng's hands were the only parts of him in motion, while his legs remained virtually still, resembling a robot that could only maneuver its arms. As the final hour drew to a close, onlookers beheld Qin Feng completing the last suture, discarding the scissors with a decisive flick into the tray. When he took a moment to flick the ash from his cigarette, the witnesses exchanged glances, their expressions devoid of dissent. A single individual had independently executed a 7-hour surgery, characterized by peculiar techniques and an inexplicable smoking habit. Yet the patient had experienced no adverse effects throughout. Moron Gaoyuan inquired, "Father, is this considered complete?" "It is complete. We now await Xiaohai's recovery." The group gathered at the surgical door to greet the patient. Although Moron Hao had only been under local anesthesia, fatigue had claimed him, and he had drifted off to sleep. Shortly thereafter, Qin Feng emerged with calm composure, stretching his limbs lazily. "I am utterly exhausted. Time to return to rest." "Xiaofeng, you've truly labored," remarked the elder Moron. "Let him be hospitalized for a week for observation. Then we will coordinate with the hospital to shift to traditional Chinese medicine. I will prepare a prescription shortly. Within a month, I assure you he will be lively and vibrant." The elder Moron smiled, saying, "Child, you and Xiaofeng should head home. Your brother is in your father's care. There is nothing to worry about. Let's depart." Qin Feng naturally wrapped an arm around Moron Wanqing as they prepared to leave. It was then that the previously silent Moron Gaoyuan spoke up. "Dear father-in-law, is there something you wish to discuss?" Moron Gaoyuan appeared somewhat embarrassed, hesitating before finally making a momentous decision. "Previously, I was blind to the truth. If Xiaohai recovers this time, I shall refrain from meddling in the affairs of the company." "Father, actually," Moron Wanqing began, but was interrupted by Moron Gaoyuan. "Wanqing, cherish Qin Feng well. He is a man worthy of your trust." This statement brought immense comfort to Qin Feng, leaving him feeling elated, as if his toes were poised to touch the sky. However, the delicate and fair visage of Moron Wanqing was tinged with a subtle blush. She felt Qin Feng's grip on her wrist tighten. With a swift elbow to his abdomen, she turned to leave. After this incident, Moron Gaoyuan was compelled to acknowledge Qin Feng's capabilities. Upon returning to the village in the stillness of the night, Moron Wanqing entered her room and turned off the light. Qin Feng scratched his head, casting a glance towards the door, his brow slightly furrowed. The inevitable had come to pass. Stepping outside, he encountered a woman donning a red and white fox mask, brandishing a katana. "Fox mask? I would want your woman to be aware of your affairs. Come with me." Qin Feng's interest was piqued, and he replied with a smile. "Are you attempting to threaten me? You'll find out soon enough." "Very well." The two ascended to the top floor of a building. The fox-masked woman wore a form-fitting, deep-hued gown, her enticing figure on full display, curvaceous and alluring, her hips swaying gracefully as she walked. That night, her tiny waist had been captivating. The fox-masked woman stated, "I am already aware of your intentions. I can assist you in restraining the Sato family, but you must comprehend one thing. Even if I can help you, the Sato family will still seek to trouble you." Why is that? Muron Wanqing's mother hailed from the Edo family, one of the four great families of the East, second only to the two imperial families, and at the top among the four. The fox mask continued. The Edo family wishes to engage in a marriage alliance with the Sato royal family, and the Nangon family also desires the same. Do you grasp my meaning? All right, just help me deal with Sato Kenichi's affairs. Regardless of whether it be the Sato royal family, the Edo family, or your own Nangon family of the Great Xia, they're all prominent families. Can the Shao organization truly contend with them? Chapter 74. Fei Yangyang calls it expertise. Who knows? But one cannot simply concede upon realizing the adversary is formidable. Qin Feng shrugged helplessly. This is the impression I have of the Shao. Upon finishing her words, the fox-masked woman drew her gleaming katana, preparing for combat. What do you mean by this? Qin Feng inquired, his brow slightly furrowing. I wish to discover my limits. The fox mask was a killer, straightforwardly revealing her intent. With lightning speed, she lunged forward. Qin Feng chuckled, raising a finger to block her assault. Clang, clang, clang. The fox-masked woman, undeterred, continued her relentless attacks, exerting her full strength. Yet, Qin Feng's solitary finger established an impenetrable defense. Clang, clang, clang. Ultimately, the katana was pinched between Qin Feng's two fingers, instantly severed into two pieces. The fox-masked woman frowned, deep in thought, murmuring, I have indeed stepped into a new realm. Yet I'm still no match for you. Ridiculous. You were indeed stronger than I once. Qin Feng's words were abruptly pronounced, as he came to a realization. Seemingly sensing the confusion on Qin Feng's face, the fox mask remarked, Indeed, after awakening that night, I took a new step. Impossible. You're not flawless. Even if you can progress, it cannot equate to stepping into a new realm. The fox-masked woman smiled and queried, Then do you know why my trusted confidant is both an enemy and a friend to you? What? Because like the black fox, I do not deceive others with my body to kill. I was cast into the family training camp from a young age, in order to ensure our absolute obedience. We were compelled to share beds with men. I killed that beast and pierced my own membrane. Now, do you understand? Qin Feng nodded, comprehending the gravity of the situation. The training for assassins is merciless, particularly for women. To strip them of their sense of shame, they endure various humiliations before officially becoming killers. This is why Qin Feng was so shocked to discover that Su Yaorao was still a virgin. In today's society, among 100 girls, there may not be one with a flawless physique. Yet in the brutal and dark world, women who maintain a perfect body are exceedingly rare, akin to a phoenix among a herd of cattle. With her arms crossed, Foxface said, Qin Feng, promise me one condition, and I can assist you in entangling the Sato family. What is it? He inquired. I hope you can help me assume the position of head of the Fujiwara family. Qin Feng asked in astonishment. Foxface is merely your alias. What is your real name? Fujiwara Chiyoko, though I also have a name in the Great Xia, Su Qian. No problem, he replied with a grin, stepping closer to Su Qian and lifting her chin. As she removed her mask, an exquisitely beautiful face emerged before him. What do you want? Su Qian asked. Qin Feng smirked. What else could it be? The sun is about to rise. I would like you to accompany me to enjoy the sunrise. Su Qian, about to refuse, found herself forcibly kissed by Qin Feng. Her delicate form was held tightly in his embrace, rendering her unable to move. Within seconds, she surrendered to the kiss, thinking, after all, we are on the same side. Why not indulge? Holding back can be detrimental. Su Qian's cheeks flushed, and her eyes glazed over with a misty sheen, her entire being clinging to Qin Feng. How annoying, she exclaimed. Annoying? The sunrise will be here soon, he teased. Oomph. Su Qian shot him a glance, rolling her eyes. After enjoying the sunrise, she shot Qin Feng a fierce glare before departing from the rooftop. Qin Feng lit a cigarette, basking in the warmth of the sunlight. Qin Feng, would you like to accompany me to the hospital? Let us go. Though he had not slept all night, Qin Feng was invigorated and refreshed. In the hospital, Murong Hao had already awakened and was overjoyed to learn that he would not need an amputation. Little Hao, Qin Feng and Murong Wanqing entered the room. Sister, brother-in-law. His overwhelming joy caused him to inadvertently pull at his wounds, grimacing in pain. Stop moving around. Just lie still, she instructed. Murong Wanqing sat down and continued. What exactly happened? Who was responsible for this? Don't mention it. We cannot provoke that person, he replied. It's all right. Tell my sister, and I will help you find a solution. After all, he was her brother. She felt compelled to seek justice for him. With a sigh, Murong Hao recounted. It was Ji Tian from the Ji family in the provincial city. I had finally managed to pursue a girl, and that night, after going out for drinks, he recounted the events that led to his predicament. Both Qin Feng and Murong Wanqing were rendered speechless. Murong Hao, despite being a scion of wealth, found himself in the humiliating position of fervently pursuing a girl. From his recounting of the courtship, even Fei Yangyang couldn't help but exclaim at the absurdity. In the end, Xiaoyan chose to follow Ji Tian, and in a fit of frustration, I approached them, only to be met with a brutal beating from Ji Tian's entourage. Before departing, Ji Tian deliberately ran his car over my leg. Huh! Qin Feng couldn't suppress his laughter. Leaning against the window with a cigarette in hand, he chuckled. You have quite the audacity, my friend. What kind of decent girl could Xiaoyan possibly be, mingling in such circles? You spent millions to win her over, and yet Fei Yangyang and Black Little Tiger haven't even come close to your level of sycophancy. Little Hao, Qin Feng continued, he speaks wisely. In the future, steer clear of such girls. I shall discuss with Dad about adjusting your allowance. You won't be receiving as much henceforth. Sister, please don't. I've learned my lesson. Just then, the hospital room door creaked open. A young couple sauntered in, the man clad in a flamboyant suit with dyed white hair, wrapping his arm around a provocatively dressed girl, a basket of fruit in hand. Upon seeing them, Murong Hao's anger surged. Ji Tian, Xiaoyan, how dare you show your faces here? Don't move. Murong Wanqing commanded, which quelled Murong Hao's impulsive urge to leap out of bed. Oh, Murong Hao, you've awakened rather quickly, Ji Tian remarked, his gaze shifting to Murong Wanqing, instantly captivated. Compared to the girl beside him, Xiaoyan, Wanqing's beauty was unparalleled. Her figure was incomparable to Xiaoyan's modest form. Murong Hao, who is this? This is my sister, he replied through gritted teeth. What do you want, Ji Tian? Ji Tian's eyes gleamed with intrigue. I never expected your sister to be so stunning. TSK, 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 young Master Ji, have you forgotten the pain after healing your wounds? At the sound of the voice, Ji Tian turned to face Qin Feng, who had been standing by the window. The sunlight had obscured his view, preventing Ji Tian from recognizing Qin Feng initially. Chapter 75. Don't be foolish. I do not strike women. Fourth update. Upon finally seeing Qin Feng's face, Ji Tian instinctively took a step back, pointing incredulously. Qin Feng, what are you doing here? You ask why I am here. You assaulted my brother-in-law and cast a disrespectful gaze upon my wife. How could I not be present? Ji Tian gulped, contemplating that perhaps he had no reason to fear Qin Feng after all. With a dismissive wave, he retorted, Qin Feng, don't get too cocky. My family simply hasn't had the opportunity to deal with you yet. Your good days are numbered. As Qin Feng approached, Ji Tian trembled in fear, the memory of their last encounter still fresh in his mind. In a panic, Ji Tian turned to flee, only to crash into the door with a resounding thud. Ouch! He yelped, clutching his nose as he staggered back, colliding with Qin Feng's chest. Their earlier intent had been to humiliate Murong Hao, deliberately closing the door behind them. Now trapping Ji Tian inside. Ji Tian, I'll give you a taste of your own medicine. A resounding slap echoed as Qin Feng struck Ji Tian across the face. Momentarily dazed, Ji Tian crumpled to the floor in a state of utter disarray. Immediately, Qin Feng dealt with Ji Tian harshly. Murong Hao was filled with excitement, exclaiming, brother-in-law, splendid work. Give it to him. However, he was silenced by a glare from Murong Wanqing. She approached Qin Feng and said, enough if you continue. You might just kill him. Qin Feng seized Ji Tian by the collar and lifted him up. Stop, please don't hit me. Ji Tian pleaded. Regarding such a spoiled rich heir, Qin Feng simply opened the door and tossed him out. He then turned to the trembling Xiao Yun, who was already terrified. Don't hit me, I know nothing. Don't be foolish, I don't strike women. Let us go. Xiao Yun nodded in fear and made her way outside. But Qin Feng raised his leg and kicked her. Xiao Yun was sent crashing into Ji Tian, eliciting another round of curses from him. Bang! Qin Feng shut the door and looked at Murong Wanqing. What are you staring at, tyrant? Didn't you say you wouldn't hit women? Well, I merely stated I wouldn't hit, but I never mentioned anything about kicking. Having just dealt with Ji Tian and Xiao Yun, Qin Feng felt a sense of satisfaction, which Murong Hao greatly appreciated. Qin Feng, do you have a grudge against the Ji family? A significant one. Last time they sought my help, they acted as if I were the one begging them. So, I gave them a good thrashing. In the end, it was that Ji Haifeng who came to redeem them. Qin Feng spoke nonchalantly, yet Murong Wanqing was left speechless. She was unaware of who Ji Tian was. But Ji Haifeng was none other than the provincial governor of the capital. No worries. If they dared to cause trouble, I wouldn't hesitate to deal with them. Brother-in-law, you're magnificent. Murong Hao chimed in. Murong Wanqing raised her hand as if to strike, causing Murong Hao to shrink back in fear. The door swung open, and Lin Xiaoxiao entered. Upon seeing this, Qin Feng remarked, Tyrant, I shall take my leave. Lin Xiaoxiao glared at Qin Feng, evidently displeased with him for making her socialize the previous night. She hummed a tune as she exited the ward. As she turned a corner, she collided with someone dressed as a nurse. I'm so sorry. Qin Feng stepped back to steady himself, while the other person fell to the ground, scattering a tray of medicinal herbs. I sincerely apologize. It's all right. The nurse hurriedly gathered the herbs from the floor. Qin Feng rushed to assist, noticing that the woman appeared to be in her late 20s, possessing a strikingly voluptuous figure, seemingly more ample than the fiery Officer Xiaobing. The city hospital was private, featuring its own nurse uniforms. The pink-fitted uniform skirt was somewhat short, revealing her curvaceous legs clad in alluring white stockings. As she crouched, Qin Feng couldn't help but glance. The nurse, while picking up the scattered herbs, accidentally cut her finger on a sharp shard, blood flowing freely. Let me help. After collecting all the herbs, Qin Feng again expressed his apologies. I am truly sorry for causing you injury. It's nothing. I was careless myself. This nurse had an elegant appearance, with mature and exquisite features. Standing around 7 meters tall, her figure was voluptuous and graceful, especially her well-rounded bosom, which one might liken to a watermelon. Her name tag read, Intensive Care Unit, Head Nurse, Yang Yushan. Qin Feng could unmistakably discern that this was an elegant and mature, peerless beauty of a young matron. Your hand is injured. Let me carry that for you. Where's your office? Thank you. Yang Yushan pressed her wounded finger and hurried ahead. From behind, the sight was utterly breathtaking. Was this what they called voluptuous curves? A pear-shaped silhouette that stirred something restless within Qin Feng. She opened an office door. Yang Yushan went to fetch alcohol to treat her wound. Thank you. You could just leave the things here. All right. But seeing her struggle to dress the wound single-handedly, Qin Feng approached and said, Let me help bandage it for you. Thank you. Qin Feng carefully tended to the injury. Being so close, he could catch the faint, intoxicating fragrance unique to this exquisite woman, a scent distinct from Su Yaorao and the others, indescribable yet unmistakable, perhaps the special allure of a mother's presence. Are you a doctor? Yang Yushan asked curiously. No, I'm not, but your bandaging technique is quite skilled. Qin Feng scratched his head. Well, it's not worth going to the hospital for a cut finger. After dressing it a few times yourself, you learn. I'm really sorry about earlier. It's all right. I was in too much of a hurry myself. A sensible woman was truly different, so understanding. Had it been anyone else, they might still be exchanging harsh words in the hallway. Done. Thank you. Qin Feng rubbed his neck. Mind if I use your restroom? Over there. Just as Qin Feng was relieving himself, the office door creaked open. A man in gold-rimmed glasses slipped inside quietly. Yang Yushan stood, brows furrowing. Director Jia, what are you doing here? Yushan, You've been working so hard these days. I came to check on you." Director Jia rubbed his hands together and locked the door behind him. The action sent a jolt of alarm through Yang Yushan. She instinctively stepped back. "Director Jia, please leave, or I'll call for help." Director Jia smirked and pulled out his phone. He opened a video and handed it to her. "Take a look for yourself." Yang Yushan hesitated before glancing at the screen. Her face instantly drained of color. "You monster! You installed cameras in my home. Huh? Still planning to scream? Yushan? I guarantee this video will be all over the hospital forum by tomorrow." With a lewd chuckle, Director Jia lunged forward, seizing the alluring head nurse and pinning her onto the lounge sofa, tearing at the fabric stretched taut over her curves. Chapter 76. Better off a eunuch, the stunning young matron Yang Yushan fought desperately, struggling to push the beast away. But how could she overpower a man? "Animal, let go." Her voice trembled with tears, yet she feared that shoving Director Jia away would mean her privacy being exposed to the entire hospital. "Nurse Yang, you really are exquisite. Doesn't it ache to keep such treasures hidden every day? Let me free them." Director Jia, now utterly emboldened, grew unrestrained in his violation. Qin Feng, midstream, heard the commotion and the depraved threats outside. He hastily zipped up and burst out, just in time to witness Director Jia tearing at Yang Yushan's clothes. As he forcefully yanked, the buttons of his shirt burst open, revealing a delicate, snowy expanse and the final line of defense. Qin Feng approached and patted Director Jia on the shoulder. "You." Director Jia instinctively turned, only to receive a powerful punch from Qin Feng. With a cry of anguish, Director Jia's glasses were knocked off, crashing violently into the corner. "You bastard, how could it be you?" Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with recognition. "Ah, it is you, Dr. Jia." This Dr. Jia was the very man who, during the critical illness of the elder Morong, had made unreasonable demands of Morong Wanqing, only to be soundly thrashed by Qin Feng. Moreover, he was the nephew of Jia Qianqian. Qin Feng then picked up a cool blanket from the resting bed to cover Yang Yushan's body and turned his gaze back to Director Jia. "Qin Feng, what do you intend to do? This woman has nothing to do with you. Do not meddle." "Umph. How could I stand idly by in the face of your monstrous behavior?" He had just heard Yang Yushan call out for Director Jia. It was shocking that this beast had not only avoided dismissal in such a short time, but had even been promoted to director. One could only wonder how many young women had suffered at his hands due to this position. "What do you want?" "Ah." Qin Feng seized his collar and lifted him, delivering a barrage of slaps to Dr. Jia's face. "Slap, slap, slap." "Dr. Jia, you would be better off as a eunuch," Qin Feng remarked, raising his foot to deliver a kick. "Ah." Dr. Jia's eyes bulged as he clutched his groin, writhing like a dying fish in Qin Feng's grasp. Tossing him to the ground, Qin Feng picked up his phone and glanced at it. The screen was dim. He saw Yang Yushan leaning against the headboard, attempting to comfort herself. However, her face and body were indistinct, visible only to those familiar with her silhouette and form. Qin Feng then formatted the phone and crushed it to smithereens. "Nurse Yang, it's all right. The video will not be leaked." "Whoa." Yang Yushan's face turned pale, tears streaming down her cheeks. Unable to speak, she directly embraced Qin Feng, burying her head on his shoulder and weeping bitterly. It's okay. Hearing the sounds of the scuffle, security rushed in. "What is happening here?" "Director Jia, what has occurred?" Two security guards hurried to assist him. "Doctor." Jia's face contorted in agony. He pointed at Qin Feng. "Seize him." The two guards immediately moved to act. Qin Feng sneered, "Feel free to try. I assure you, you will end up like him. Hurry and call for backup." At that moment, Yang Yushan tugged at Qin Feng's hand. From her perspective, Dr. Jia held the video of her. She could not fathom the thought of it leaking and the courage to continue living being stripped away. Qin Feng reassured her. "Do not worry. I will exercise discretion." Soon, a man in his 50s entered the room. He first glanced at Qin Feng and Yang Yushan, then at Dr. Jia, who lay on the ground like a dead dog. "Director, Dr. Jia has been incapacitated." "What?" The director glared at Qin Feng. "Who are you to inflict such serious injury upon a renowned doctor in my hospital?" "Ha! Then let us see what your esteemed doctor has done that is so monstrous. Hurry and call the police. Have him arrested." As soon as the words fell, a Mediterranean gentleman entered. "Mr. Qin, what brings you here?" This dean was the same one that Qin Feng had met last night. "Dean Zhang, what is going on?" the Mediterranean dean inquired. "Old Su. He has completely ruined Director Jia's future happiness. Do you know that?" The Mediterranean dean was momentarily taken aback and whispered a few words to Dean Zhang. "What is the Morong family compared to the Ji family from the provincial city?" Upon hearing this, Qin Feng seemed to grasp the situation. This Dean Zhang must be affiliated with the Ji family, and it was he who had elevated the despicable Dr. Jia to his position. The Mediterranean dean, upon receiving this information, found himself in a predicament. How could the Morong family of Jinghai City compare to the Ji family of the provincial capital? Unfortunately, everyone present feared the Ji family. Only Qin Feng remained unperturbed. He scoffed. What a grand display of power. Does having the Ji family as a backing grant one the audacity to act recklessly and mistreat nurses in the hospital? Nonsense. Our hospital maintains a commendable reputation. How could we engage in such behavior? Dean Zhang retorted angrily. "Enough. Call the Ji family right now. I wish to inquire." Without further ado, Dean Zhang made the call. Upon learning that Qin Feng was the son-in-law of the Morong family, he found himself unable to suppress Qin Feng and could only invite someone from the Ji family over. Before long, a gentleman, appearing refined yet dressed in a hospital gown, entered, leaning on a cane. Qin Feng recognized him. It was the agent whose leg he had broken. "Agent Pang, this is the person who has slandered our hospital." Agent Pang was about to assume an authoritative demeanor, but upon seeing Qin Feng's face, he nearly faltered, his glasses nearly slipping off as he stammered, "Qin Feng, why will you? How can it be you? I am equally curious as to why your Ji family is seeking medical attention in Jinghai City while meddling in local affairs." Qin Feng replied. Agent Pang, well aware of Qin Feng's ruthlessness, recalled that Ji Haifeng had cautioned against further offending him, especially after hearing that Ji Tian had recently been beaten by Qin Feng. Knowing he could not challenge Qin Feng, he chose to tread carefully. "Are you implying that you wish to act as this public notary?" Qin Feng asked. "Indeed, I also serve as an agent for the provincial magistrate and bear this responsibility." Aware of the other's trepidation, Qin Feng recounted the events, omitting the details regarding Yang Yushan's video. After listening, Agent Pang furiously exclaimed, "Such a despicable creature deserves this fate. Dean Zhang, quickly call the police and have him taken to the station. What are you hesitating for? Let justice prevail. Shall we leave this to the police? Do you have any objections?" "No objections, none at all." Dean Zhang, not being foolish, understood that even Agent Pang dared not provoke Qin Feng. Why would he invite trouble upon himself? "Dean Zhang, come here," Qin Feng commanded. Dean Zhang, submissively nodding and bowing, approached Qin Feng, bending over backwards as he said, "Mr. Qin, please speak your mind." Chapter 77. Just as you have your weapons, so do I. With a resounding slap, Qin Feng struck Dean Zhang across the face, following it up with a kick. Dean Zhang fell to the ground, clutching his abdomen in pain. "If I strike you, do you have any objections?" "No objections. It is I who am blind to the truth, deserving of such punishment," Dean Zhang replied, his face contorted in agony. Even the Mediterranean seemed to find this utterly satisfying. Dean Zhang was, after all, the most arrogant among the several deans at the hospital, wielding his power with disdain. Yet, out of respect for his position, no one dared to speak out against him. "All right, all of you, leave at once." With this command from Qin Feng, Agent Peng was the first to flee, nearly abandoning his cane in his haste, fearful that Qin Feng might call him back. The others quickly dispersed, while Dr. Jia rushed to provide aid. Qin Feng was acutely aware that, given his level of force, it was a miracle that Dr. Jia was still alive. "Qin Feng, thank you." Having overheard everyone calling his name, Yang Yushan now knew it. Qin Feng scratched his head. "Nurse Yang, you should take a leave for this. Let me escort you home, and then I will connect to Dr. Jia's computer to help you permanently delete the video." Upon hearing that Qin Feng was willing to assist her in deleting the video, Yang Yushan promptly requested leave and led Qin Feng to her home. This was a modest residential building, the surroundings quite pleasant. Upon entering, the space was approximately 100 square meters, with a layout of 2 bedrooms and a living room. A virtuous woman is indeed diligent. The house was spotless, and everything was neatly arranged. The space was modest, and Yang Yushan misinterpreted Qin Feng's intentions, believing that someone who could intimidate even the provincial deputy would reside in a lavish villa. No worries, I still live in an urban village. An urban village? Indeed. Yang Yushan snapped back to reality. Please, have a seat. I will fetch you a glass of water. First, take me to your room and provide me with a computer. All right. After reviewing the video footage, Qin Feng pried a miniature camera from the crevice of the wardrobe. This was connected to Yang Yushan's home network, and Qin Feng employed his hacking skills to access Dr. Jia's computer directly via the camera's network line, erasing all the videos. In truth, these videos held little intrigue. Appearing pitch black, only someone familiar could discern the outlines of those captured within. He discarded the miniature camera into the trash and returned the laptop to Yang Yushan. Nurse Yang, it's all done. It would be best to change the door lock. Yes, yes. At that moment, Qin Feng noticed that the beautiful nurse's face was as red as an apple, her gaze drifting, unable to meet his eyes. Honestly, I did not see anything. After all, it is a natural human need. Yet, the more Qin Feng tried to explain, the more Yang Yushan's cheeks flushed. However, being a woman of experience, she quickly added, "Thank you. Please sit for a moment while I get you some water." All right. In the living room, Qin Feng contemplated having a smoke, but reconsidered, given that he was in a woman's space. Ultimately, he decided against it, but Yang Yushan's voice interjected, "You can smoke, I don't mind." Very well. Yang Yushan approached with 2 glasses of water. Uncertain whether it was due to her high heels or her ample bosom obscuring her view, she stumbled, twisting her ankle and falling into Qin Feng's arms with a gasp. Instinctively, Qin Feng reached out to catch her. The individual had indeed caught the object, but rather fortuitously. It was positioned precariously atop the ample curves of Yang Yushan. At that moment, only 2 words occupied Qin Feng's mind. Grand and round. His hands, though spread wide, could barely cover half of the expanse. Forgive me, Yang Yushan exclaimed, collapsing against Qin Feng while simultaneously spilling both cups of water all over him. She hurriedly grabbed several tissues to wipe the moisture from his attire. However, dressed lightly for summer, his clothing offered no protection against the deluge. The water soaked through, leaving his shirt and pants damp. "It's quite all right. The water isn't hot," he reassured her. "I was careless." Yang Yushan, feeling quite apologetic, glanced around and suggested, "Perhaps you should remove your shirt. I can wash it for you and hang in the sun. It will dry quickly." "All right." Qin Feng began to disrobe, but then recalled the presence of the beautiful head nurse. "Nurse Yang, do you have any guest clothes I could wear?" "I don't have any here, but it's no trouble," she replied. With that, Qin Feng decided to remove his shirt entirely, leaving only his last line of modesty, the briefs. "I'll help you wash your shirt," Yang Yushan said, her cheeks flushing slightly. Though he remained clad in his boxers, the elegant contours of his physique made her heart race. The outline of his underwear added an unexpected thrill, leaving her astonished at the extraordinary physique before her. As Qin Feng sat down and lit a cigarette, he noticed signs that others had previously occupied the space, indicating that Yang Yushan lived alone. Yet, she was clearly a mother. He pondered where her husband and child might be. Just then, as he contemplated, the door swung open, and a weary woman rushed in, exclaiming, "Sister Yushan, I'm back." "Goodness. Officer Xia," Qin Feng blurted out. Xia Bing turned toward him, her eyes widening in shock. Here was Qin Feng, standing in the living room clad only in his boxers. This was indeed her sister Yushan's home. Confronted with Xia Bing's stunned expression, Qin Feng awkwardly shielded himself, stammering, "There was a little incident earlier, and my clothes are drying. You should have knocked before entering." "You rogue, Qin Feng. At last, I have something to hold against you." Xia Bing lunged at him like a furious dinosaur. Startled, he quickly fled. Once this voluptuous woman unleashed her fury, she became an unreasonable force. "Stop. If you run, I'll shoot." Faced with the agile Qin Feng, Xia Bing grew frantic. "Do you think you're the only one with a gun? If you draw yours, I will too." In a moment of mischief, Qin Feng reached into his boxers, feigning to draw out an illicit item. "Qin Feng, you scoundrel." Xia Bing instinctively turned away, her face a mixture of embarrassment and indignation. "If you dare to reveal that, I'll twist it into a pretzel." At that moment, Yang Yushan emerged from the room with a set of Qin Feng's clothes, her gaze landing on the scene unfolding in the living room. As she cast a fleeting glance at Qin Feng, a hint of shyness flickered in her large eyes. Qin Feng hastily withdrew his hand. Initially intending to startle the policewoman Xiaobing, he was unexpectedly caught in the act by Yang Yushan. "Sister Yushan, I heard you face some injustice?" Yang Yushan inquired with genuine concern. "I'm fine, all thanks to Brother Qin," came the reply. "Just him?" Xiaobing turned to look, only to quickly twist her face away, exclaiming, "Qin Feng, go over to that guest room and fetch a bath towel from the bedside table, now." Chapter 78. I usually avoid trouble. What's the big deal? Nurse Yang didn't say anything. It's just you making a fuss. So melodramatic. What did you say? Xiaobing, irate, stomped her foot, her small fist clenched, glaring at Qin Feng. "I said nothing. Just a little indiscretion earlier." Qin Feng opted for the noble path of avoiding conflict with the woman. He entered the guest room and found a towel to wrap around his waist. Upon emerging, he happened to see the two women engaged in conversation. Xiaobing directed her gaze at Qin Feng, pointing towards the room. "Qin Feng, who permitted you to come out? Go back inside." "Bing Bing, you've truly misunderstood Brother Qin. If it weren't for him, I might have already fallen victim to that beast." "Officer Xia, you heard what I said. Please don't hold such a bias against me," Qin Feng interjected. Xiaobing huffed softly, offering comfort to Yang Yushan. "Damn it," Qin Feng inwardly cursed, overwhelmed by the striking visual impact of these two extraordinary women seated together. To an outsider, they might easily be mistaken for sisters, both possessing voluptuous figures at such a young age. Yang Yushan was notably older than Xiaobing, particularly with her alluring curves, breathtakingly stunning. Before long, the beautiful nurse chief composed herself and announced, "It's all settled now. I'll go prepare dinner since it's nearly mealtime." "Qin Feng, thank you. No need for gratitude. Acting with valor is simply part of my character." Xiaobing rolled her eyes. Initially, upon learning the truth, she felt a genuine appreciation for Qin Feng. However, his boastful remark instantly extinguished that sentiment. Qin Feng took a seat and initiated a casual conversation with Xiaobing, which naturally led to discussing Yang Yushan's situation. After lunch, Xiaobing pulled Qin Feng away. Inside the car, she remarked, "Qin Feng, haven't you resolved matters with the Ji family in the provincial city yet?" "Why do you ask?" "I received several reports concerning you. Although those individuals aren't directly related to the Ji family, they must have been orchestrated by them." Qin Feng began to piece it together. The Ji family had likely refrained from addressing their own issues, and it seemed that Li Honghua and Zhang Zhihui had chosen to muddy the waters, leaving the Ji family no choice but to file more reports. Consequently, while Zhang Zhihui remained inactive, the Ji family would then have justification to investigate Li Honghua and Zhang Zhihui. One must admit, the machinations of politics are indeed rife with hypocrisy. "If you need assistance, just let me know," Xiaobing offered. "Please, my affairs do not require outside intervention." "Then take care of yourself." With a swift press of the accelerator, Xiaobing arrived at the police station. "Hey, why have you brought me to the police station?" Qin Feng queried. "I'm on duty. You should go where you need to go." With that, Xiaobing walked away without a backward glance. "Stop him. Prevent him from stepping foot into the police station." Qin Feng desired to enter, but was halted by the guard. A Volkswagen approached. "Qin, what brings you here?" The man was none other than Zhang Zhihui. "Uncle Zhang, I came to have a chat with you." "Get in the car. I have matters to discuss with you as well." Once inside, they drove to the innermost office building. As they passed by Xiaobing, Qin Feng deliberately rolled down the window, smiling, "Officer Xia, I'm leaving now." "Qin Feng, how could you?" Xiaobing remained silent, but noticed Zhang Zhihui seated within the car and quickly understood the situation, casting an angry glare at Qin Feng's smug demeanor. In the office, after taking a seat, Zhang Zhihui regarded Qin Feng and inquired, "Brother Qin, how do you intend to resolve the issue with the Ji family? What resolution is needed? Aren't you all waiting for my hand to eliminate the Ji family?" Qin Feng scoffed, lighting a cigarette and tossing one to Zhang Zhihui. "Nonsense. We have no such intention." Zhang Zhihui denied, while lighting his own cigarette. "If that were the case, the Ji family would have long ceased their troubles with me. Do you really think I, Qin Feng, am merely a young fool whose position in the military was obtained through brute force?" Zhang Zhihui smiled wryly at this. Despite Qin Feng's youth, he had experienced more than many in their 40s or 50s. Hence, when Zhang Zhihui asked how to address the Ji family's predicament, Qin Feng grasped Zhang Zhihui's and Li Hong's intentions. After all, they had no desire to eliminate the Ji family. They could simply leak Qin Feng's true identity to the Ji family without excessive measures. Zhang Zhihui flicked the ash off his cigarette. You can't hide anything from this kid. Are you going to pressure the Ji family directly or play with him slowly? In response, Qin Feng propped his legs on the coffee table and stretched lazily. If I hadn't encountered Ji Tian at the hospital today, I would have forgotten all about the Ji family. If they wish to trouble me further, then so be it. I'll ensure they vanish from the provincial city. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Zhang Zhihui's eyes, reveling in the thought. Are you going to use your standing up there? No need for that. It would be too mundane. If they were to discover my identity, they would resign themselves to their fate. If it ever comes to that, I want them to regret it to their last breath. Zhang Zhihui remarked, You're quite ruthless. I suppose it's fair. I generally avoid trouble. Qin Feng flicked the ash from his cigarette, changing the subject. Enough of this. Do you still have any Longjing tea from last time? I'd like another 7 or 8 pounds. None left. That was exquisite Longjing. Do you think it grows on trees? You want 7 or 8 pounds in one go. I can give you a pound now. I still need a pound for myself. By the way, I heard the Ji family has invited a divine doctor from Yaoang Pavilion. If he truly manages to heal the old Master Ji, they will likely have the energy to deal with you. Understood. Qin Feng waved his hand, taking a deep drag on his cigarette. His phone vibrated in his pocket. Hello. Who is this? Qin Feng, it's Shun Qingshan. Oh, what is the matter? It's like this. My senior brother from Yaoang Pavilion has arrived. And I'd like to introduce you. Let us have tea and chat about pharmacology together. Qin Feng glanced at Zhang Zhihui, indicating his intention to leave. He exited the office and ended the call. Zhang Zhihui had just mentioned a divine doctor from Yaoang Pavilion, and it seemed that he had indeed arrived. Arriving at an ancient courtyard, a youth of merely 16 or 17 approached and inquired, Are you Mr. Qin Feng? Qin Feng, taken aback, responded, And you are? I am Shun Qingshan's newly accepted apprentice, sent to await your arrival, the boy explained. Understanding the situation, Qin Feng nodded and said, Very well. Let us proceed. Observing the courtyard, he noted the presence of an apprentice, indicating Shun Qingshan's intention to reside in Jinghai City for an extended period. As they entered the courtyard, the fragrant aroma of traditional Chinese herbs enveloped them, with various herbal remedies laid out to dry. In the living room, Shun Qingshan was engaged in leisurely conversation over tea with an elder gentleman. The young apprentice announced, Master, Uncle, Mr. Qin Feng has arrived. Upon hearing this, Shun Qingshan rose to greet him, clasping his hands in welcome. Young brother Qin Feng, welcome. Qin Feng returned the gesture with a casual fist salute and replied, You are too kind, Master Shun. Upon reaching the living room, Shun Qingshan introduced Qin Feng to the elder, saying, Brother, this is the young man I mentioned, whose medical prowess is truly remarkable and commands my admiration. Chapter 79. What constitutes orthodoxy? With a subtle smile, Qin Feng replied, I am Qin Feng. May I inquire about your esteemed title? I am Wu Tong, the second elder of the Medicine King Pavilion, the elder stated, scrutinizing Qin Feng. You appear to be in your early 20s. What mastery in medicine could possibly earn my junior's respect? From whom have you studied? Merely 2.5 years with my grandfather, and I have only scratched the surface, Qin Feng humbly replied. Is your grandfather from the Hu family of the northern region, or the Zhang family of the southern region? Wu Tong pressed on, showing no signs of relenting. Beside them, Shun Qingshan interjected, Brother, medicine is a unified discipline, whether from our Medicine King Pavilion or the two great medical families of the north and south. We are all part of the same lineage. Is it necessary to delve into such specifics? Nonsense, Wu Tong retorted. There exists a distinction between orthodox and unorthodox practices. Shun Qingshan's expression shifted, clearly displeased. At this moment, Qin Feng, with his hands clasped behind him, declared, Such assertions are misguided. Both medicine and weaponry possess dual natures. It ultimately depends on the intent of the practitioner. In simpler terms, whether a cat is black or white, if it catches mice, it is a good cat. Are you implying that your medical expertise is not orthodox? Wu Tong questioned. Whether orthodox or unorthodox, the aim remains the same: to heal and save lives, does it not? Wu Tong scoffed. Do not speak so grandly. A rogue is still a rogue. Regardless, my medical skills, even if not deemed orthodox in your eyes, suffice to heal. The founding principle of the Medicine King Pavilion was to disrupt the monopoly of the two great families over traditional medicine in the Great Xia. It appears that in recent years, you two have succumbed to greed. With a forceful slap against the armrest, Wu Tong exclaimed in anger, "You speak nonsense. You slander the Medicine King Pavilion. Have I spoken incorrectly? In recent years, your pavilion has charged exorbitant tuition fees, yielding nothing but failures. Coincidentally, today I just rendered one such student from your pavilion ineffective." Qin Feng's words flushed Wu Tong's face with rage, his temples throbbing. Meanwhile, Shen Qingshan remained silent, sipping his tea, reflecting on his own departure from the Medicine King Pavilion, which had strayed from its original mission. In contemporary Deixia, traditional Chinese medicine has fallen into decline while Western medicine prevails. If it were not for the divisive stance of individuals like you, who differentiate between orthodox and unorthodox practices and suppress non-orthodox practitioners, the transmission of traditional healing arts among the populace would not have been severed, and Western medicine would hold no significance today. Qin Feng fixed his gaze upon Wu Tong and inquired, "Isn't the apothecary pavilion now merely the third family to monopolize the practice of traditional Chinese medicine? Without rules, nothing could be established. Allowing those individuals to practice freely among the people without discernment would surely lead to chaos." Huh, what a grand accusation. In our Deixia, we also speak of fate. Does one from the orthodox lineage necessarily possess the capability to alleviate suffering and support the common people? After speaking, Qin Feng lit a cigarette and remarked, "There is no point in continuing this discussion. If you stubborn old-timers could truly be swayed, we would not find ourselves in this predicament." He then turned to Shen Qingshan and said, "Esteemed elder, I shall trouble you again another day." Just as he contemplated leaving, a young apprentice accompanied by several individuals entered. Upon seeing them, Qin Feng felt the urge to depart. Yet where could he go? The road was narrow for adversaries. Those individuals were none other than members of the Ji family. The refined, bespectacled middle-aged man, exuding an air of authority, was none other than Ji Haifeng. Accompanying them were doctors and nurses wheeling in a hospital bed, upon which lay an elderly man covered in age spots, wearing an oxygen mask, and as pale as death. "Dad, Qin Feng, Qin Feng." Ji Tian's face appeared somewhat swollen as he pointed at Qin Feng. "Silence," Ji Haifeng barked, casting a glance at Qin Feng as he entered the living room. "Divine Physician, Lord Provincial," Wu Tong greeted warmly. "Divine Physician, you have finally arrived. My father's condition cannot afford any delay. No need to worry, I shall examine him at once." Wu Tong replied courteously as he hurried to feel the pulse of the elder Ji. However, as his brow furrowed in concern, the tension in the room escalated. "Your father is gravely ill. His pulse is faint, and he is hanging on by a thread. The exact cause requires further observation." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng chuckled softly. "You claim to be free from greed, yet it is evident from his appearance. Why inflict a heavy blow on the family while offering a glimmer of hope? The apothecary pavilion is truly playing a game." Wu Tong frowned. "What do you mean? Can you discern the specific cause of illness? What is paramount in traditional Chinese medicine? Observation, listening, inquiry, and pulse-taking." Qin Feng took a drag from his cigarette and continued, "You cannot even glean any clues from the first step of observation. Your status as the second elder is rather inflated. Then why don't you enlighten us?" Wu Tong scoffed. "Very well." Qin Feng turned to Ji Haifeng and asked, "Ji Haifeng, how old is your father this year?" 85. "Then it is as I suspected. The elder hails from an era built on struggle. Reaching 85 is indeed a blessing. However, the primary cause of his condition is the accumulation of hidden injuries from his youth resurfacing in old age. What you ought to do is fulfill his last wishes, rather than scurrying about and ultimately failing to help him achieve his final desires. Lord Provincial, Qin Feng's insights are indeed worthy of consideration. You might truly contemplate taking a few days to rest, listen to your father's wishes, and fulfill his desires, Shun Qingshan remarked. At this moment, Wu Tong scoffed. If the patient could still be conscious, why would they need to run around? Are you not speaking nonsense? Qin Feng countered, oh, do you have a method to forcibly awaken the patient? At this retort, Wu Tong was rendered speechless. Even if the patient could not awaken or speak, simply hearing the cries and hopes of their descendants as they departed quietly could provide a final sense of fulfillment, Qin Feng remarked. Ji Haifeng hesitated momentarily. Is there truly no way to bring my father back to consciousness? There is, but you are incapable of achieving it, Qin Feng replied. You must articulate your thoughts. How can we know if we can accomplish it otherwise? Yitian interjected. With a faint smile, Qin Feng stated, the only approach is to venture into the depths of the southwest region, the 10,000 great mountains, to seek out the Miao sorcerers, allowing them to extract the life-giving goo, using it to awaken the patient for a few days. Such deceptive sorcery. What sorcerers? They are but charlatans. Not to be trusted, Wu Tong dismissed Qin Feng's assertions with a wave of his hand. Turning to Ji Haifeng, he added, do not listen to this lad's wild claims. An elder will arrive shortly, and if we are powerless, he will surely possess the means. Qin Feng chose not to engage further. At that moment, a long-haired, somewhat disheveled elderly man entered the room. Master? Shun Qingshan's eyelids flickered. Indeed, I believe my master was dead, but I learned he resides in Jinghai City, Wu Tong proclaimed with pride. Chapter 80. I will break his 2 legs. Qin Feng was unperturbed, yet Ji Haifeng and his son were taken aback. Both Wu Tong and Shun Qingshan were over 75 years old, yet they referred to this elderly man as master. Surely, this meant that despite his age, the rosy-faced old man must be over 100 years old. They both stepped forward to pay their respects. Master, master, the lecherous old man chuckled. Little Wu and little Shun, when I departed, you were merely in your 30s. How is it you now appear older than I? The two were left in an awkward silence, but Shun Qingshan felt a surge of excitement. Master, you truly live. Of course, I am very much alive. Shall we compare who can urinate farther? Shun Qingshan gave a wry smile. Master, the provincial governor's father is gravely ill. Surely you have a remedy, do you not? Let's go see. Though they offered to assist, their master walked with a steadiness that surpassed theirs. However, after taking just a few steps, the old man halted, staring blankly at Qin Feng. Simultaneously, Qin Feng narrowed his eyes, regarding the old man with a knowing smile. Goodness, little brother, what brings you here? The old man exclaimed, hastily approaching and producing a packet of cigarettes from his pocket, respectfully offering them. Here, little brother, smoke up. Qin Feng smiled and replied, old ghost, are you out here for side jobs? I am merely seeking work to earn enough for rent, the old man responded. At this moment, Wu Tong and Shun Qingshan exchanged bewildered glances. Their master, who had lived for over 150 years, was acquainted with Qin Feng and referred to him as little brother, while also being his tenant. Meanwhile, Ji Haifeng and his son were equally perplexed, their minds swirling with questions. Wu Tong hurriedly approached and inquired, Master, do you know Qin Feng? Slap. The old man swiftly struck the back of Wu Tong's head and replied, How dare you be disrespectful? This is Brother Qin, my landlord. What? You old fool. Have you forgotten the manners I taught you years ago? The old ghost scolded. Wu Tong felt like crying. How could he, a man over 80, pay respects to someone merely in their 20s? Brother, please do not take offense. This is my rebellious disciple whom I have failed to educate for far too long. He hasn't offended you, has he? If he has, I shall break his legs right now. Upon hearing his master's words, Wu Tong nearly wept. Qin Feng exhaled a puff of smoke and said, Old ghost, don't you have many medicinal goo insects at home? Indeed, I have been researching shamanic medicine these past years. Shamanic medicine is akin to the goo medicine, which Wu Tong disparagingly refers to as heretical. Hearing this, Qin Feng turned to Wu Tong with a smile and remarked, Didn't you say that shamanic medicine is a misguided path? Now your master is half a shaman himself. What do you say to that? Wu Tong stuttered, I. What do you mean? Why is shamanic medicine considered a misguided path? Have you forgotten my past admonitions? Indeed, The Medicine King Pavilion was established by this lecherous old man. Master, that's not what I meant. Why choose to learn something so hypocritical? Today, I shall break your legs. Master, please spare me. Despite being over 150 years old, the old ghost was as nimble as a middle-aged man. After giving Wu Tong a good thrashing, he tossed him in front of Qin Feng and commanded, "Apologize to Brother Qin, quickly." Wu Tong, devoid of any anger, hastily apologized. "Brother Qin, I am sorry. It was my mistake to speak recklessly and be blinded by greed. I sincerely seek your forgiveness." To recognize one's mistakes and amend them is a great virtue, Qin Feng said, patting Wu Tong on the shoulder like an elder. The matter was thus resolved, and with the old ghost present, Wu Tong dared not stir any trouble. "Go kneel in the courtyard, Roll." Wu Tong knelt in the courtyard, scorched by the blazing sun, yet dared not utter a single complaint. Ji Haifeng approached and cupped his hands, saying, "Esteemed elder, I am Ji Haifeng from the provincial city. I humbly request you to examine my father's condition. I shall offer ample reward." However, the old ghost paid him no heed, but instead asked Qin Feng, "Brother, I heard that someone recently came seeking medical aid, and their arrogance led to your intervention. Is this the same group? What do you think?" Qin Feng replied. The old ghost stood, gazed at Ji Haifeng, and waved his hand dismissively. "You overestimate me. I am merely a quack and cannot cure illnesses. Seek someone more capable." Ji Haifeng clearly understood that in order for the old ghost to act, Qin Feng's consent was necessary. He could not fathom what merit Qin Feng possessed to command such respect from this venerable elder. "Qin Feng, if you grant the esteemed elder permission to treat my father, all previous grievances will be forgiven. How does that sound? Is that true?" Ji Haifeng responded, "I am a person of standing and would not speak falsely. Whether true or not, I know that even if the old ghost intervenes, it would only be to awaken your father for a few days at most. That will suffice. As long as I implore the esteemed elder to intervene, whatever the outcome, my family will accept it. Old ghost, the remaining matters are yours to decide. I shall take my leave now." Rising, Qin Feng departed, leaving the old ghost to make his own choices. Buzzing, he retrieved his phone, revealing an unfamiliar number. Qin Feng recognized the voice. It was Nurse Yang. "Is there something you need?" "Yes, I have taken a day off and would like to invite you to dinner." "There is no need for such formality." Yang Yushan replied, "I insist. I am already out shopping for groceries. You must come tonight." "Very well. I appreciate the invitation." It was unexpected for the beautiful head nurse to treat him to dinner, leaving him with no opportunity to decline. He decided to enjoy a meal on her account. As night gradually descended, Qin Feng knocked on Yang Yushan's door. "Knock, knock, knock." As the door swung open, the enchanting nurse presented herself. Her lustrous black hair was elegantly pinned back, with two strands framing her forehead, a visage as smooth as jade, and features that were both dignified and alluring. She wore a fitted white house dress adorned with a pink apron, accentuating her ample bosom, which was undeniably captivating. This attire was emblematic of a devoted housewife, exuding warmth and grace, akin to a wife welcoming her husband home. Yang Yushan beamed with delight, exclaiming, "Qin Feng, coming quickly." "Nurse Yang, I apologize for the intrusion. There is no need for such courtesy." As Qin Feng stepped inside, Yang Yushan crouched down to retrieve a pair of brand-new slippers from a nearby cabinet, clearly just purchased, and fitting for man-s size. This made Qin Feng feel somewhat awkward, yet he slipped on the slippers. She stood, brushing her hair behind her ear, and said, "Please hold on a moment. I only have 2 dishes left to prepare." "No problem. Do you need any assistance? But you are the guest. It would be improper to ask you for help." Chapter 81. I am quite afraid of thunder. Feeling somewhat bored in the living room, Qin Feng decided to make his way to the kitchen doorway. Leaning against the frame, he admired the graceful figure of the beautiful nurse while inquiring, "Nurse Yang, where is Xiaobing? She is a police officer and rarely has any free time." "I see. Xiaobing is a friend whom Yang Yushan met at the hospital, and they have since maintained a close relationship, akin to sisters or best friends." At that moment, Qin Feng's phone buzzed with a message. He picked it up to find a picture sent by the enchanting Su Yaorao. Upon opening it, he discovered a stunning pair of long legs clad in luxurious black stockings, complemented by Valentino high heels. These are the new black stockings I just purchased. Do you like them? Qin Feng chuckled and replied, they're nice. I wonder if there are more? Within seconds, another photo arrived. Upon viewing it, Qin Feng felt as though his heart was being tightly grasped. The image depicted Su Yaorao crouched on the floor, one leg extended in black stockings, wearing a seductive fitted dress, posing in front of a full-length mirror. Is there anything even cooler? Qin Feng hurriedly messaged back. Do you truly wish to see? Absolutely. Another photo came through. Ahem. Qin Feng nearly choked on his own saliva. Qin Feng, are you all right? Yang Yushan inquired. I'm fine. The photograph must have been taken just after Su Yaorao had bathed. Captured before the mirror. She was devoid of clothing, revealing her delicate skin adorned with glistening droplets of water. One hand held a mobile phone while the other rested across her chest, strategically concealing the two prominent features of her ample bosom, underscoring the undeniable allure of her figure. Her eyes were not visible. Only her nose downwards was captured, her ruby lips slightly parted, with a crimson tongue playfully licking her lips, reaching the pinnacle of temptation. At that moment, as Qin Feng was engrossed in admiration, Yang Yushan happened to walk by and caught a glimpse. Instantly, a rush of crimson flooded his cheeks as he hurriedly tucked away his phone, attempting to explain, Nurse Yang, please don't misunderstand. It's merely an edgy photo of an internet celebrity. Yet, Qin Feng had misconstrued the situation. Yang Yushan set down her dish and remarked, what's the harm? At your age, it's quite natural to be curious about such images. Just be cautious not to be misled by the information online. Nurse Yang was indeed different, displaying a remarkable understanding. With a slight blush gracing her cheeks, Yang Yushan shot him a playful glare, evidently misinterpreting his words. She mistook his empathetic nature for something else entirely. You must be hungry. Let us have dinner, she said, removing her apron and beginning to serve 2 plates of food. The sight of the delectable home-cooked dishes made Qin Feng's appetite surge. I usually don't dine out and am unaware of good places, so I thought I'd invite you over. I hope the food meets your standards. How could not? Just looking at these dishes makes my mouth water, she replied. That is a relief. Just as they settled down, a sudden brightness illuminated the outside. A thunderclap followed, resonating with a deafening roar that made the house tremble. Yang Yushan flinched, instinctively covering her ears, nearly causing the bowls of rice to tumble to the ground. Quick as a flash, Qin Feng caught both bowls. Nurse Yang, are you all right? I'm fine, just startled by the thunder, she responded, her lovely face pale as she gazed out the window, momentarily forgetting to sit down. Qin Feng grasped her hand reassuringly, saying, it's all right, it's just thunder. He infused her with a calming energy to soothe her startled emotions. This allowed Qin Feng to deduce that Yang Yushan's relationship with her husband was likely troubled, possibly leaving her with psychological scars. As she took a seat, she confessed, I am quite afraid of thunder. Please don't take offense. It's perfectly fine. Many women share that fear. To divert her attention, Qin Feng initiated a conversation. Outside, a torrential downpour began to cascade. Yang Yushan inquired, Xiao Feng, would you like to have a drink? If Sister Yushan is drinking, then I shall partake as well. As the saying goes, food is paramount and drink is essential. Do you prefer red wine or white? I'm easygoing. Shortly thereafter, Yang Yushan produced a bottle of Wuliangye. Sister Yushan, you had this hidden away? Ah, life in society brings its share of pressures. While men may smoke to relieve stress, women too must find their own means of unwinding. Indeed, Qin Feng acknowledged this truth. The nursing profession is often underestimated by outsiders. Every industry has its own burdens, and earning a substantial income often comes with greater toil. Many envy the ease with which corporate magnates accumulate wealth, yet who truly comprehends the exhaustion linked to financial matters? Moron Wanqing, who toils from dawn till dusk, is a prime example. Money is hard to earn, and there are challenges to face. As the saying goes, one's cup is half full. Xiao Feng, though somewhat verbose, I must express my gratitude. Allow me to initiate a toast. After Yang Yushan finished speaking, she raised her glass and drank it all in one go. Perhaps due to her hasty consumption, she was choked by the liquor, coughing violently. Her delicate face contorted in discomfort. Qin Feng quickly set down his glass and went to pat her back. Sister Yushan, take your time. There's no need to rush. I'm fine. It's just that I haven't drunk in a long while and underestimated the potency of this liquor. Yang Yushan's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and tears welled in her beautiful eyes as she dabbed at them with a tissue. I'm all right. You can sit down now. All right. With the first drink easing her throat, Yang Yushan found it much smoother to drink the second cup. The conversation began to flow more freely, especially when she learned about Qin Feng's experiences in military. It seems that most women have a fondness for soldiers. Encouraged by the alcohol, Qin Feng recounted some of the tasks he had undertaken. Whether Yang Yushan believed him or not was inconsequential. She could simply regard it as a tale spun by him. They consumed nearly a kilogram of wuliangya, finishing 2 bottles, which amounted to just over half a kilogram each. Xiaofeng, would you like to hear my story? Yang Yushan's eyes glimmered, her face flushed with the hue of wine, adding an alluring charm to her previously dignified demeanor as she propped her chin on her hand. Do share. It was evident that Yang Yushan harbored many thoughts within. Perhaps she trusted Qin Feng and yearned to reveal her past to him. You should know that I was once married. Yes. And I presume you have a child as well? Qin Feng inquired. Yang Yushan nodded, unsteadily rising to fetch a photograph from the room. The picture, incomplete, originally depicted a family of 3, with a male figure torn away. In the image, Yang Yushan appeared youthful, around 23 or 24, cradling an adorable infant of about 4 or 5 months. This is me. Suddenly, 2 loud knocks echoed, followed by a voice from outside. Yang Yushan, open the door. Let me in. Chapter 82. Everyone has their unpleasant past. Yang Yushan stood up, anxiously glancing towards the door. Qin Feng, you must hide. He asked back. Your husband? Yes. Please hide. Otherwise, he may harm you. Qin Feng furrowed his brow, downing the remaining liquor in his glass. It's all right, I'll take a look. With that, he approached and opened the door. Standing outside was a scruffy-faced man in his 30s, reeking of alcohol and drenched from the rain, clutching a bottle in his hand. Who are you? Where's my wife? He demanded, pushing past Qin Feng to enter. This was Yang Yushan's husband, and given the circumstances, Qin Feng knew that physical confrontation was not an option. He could only attempt to mediate. Li Su, you're back? Yang Yushan's voice trembled with unease. Nonsense. You truly have audacity, locking me up with a female officer. How ruthless of you! Li Su exclaimed, striding forward with the intent to confront Yang Yushan. However, Qin Feng grasped his shoulder and said in a low voice, let us discuss this calmly. Should you resort to violence, I shall not hold back. Who do you think you are, you pretty boy? Li Su retorted, shaking off Qin Feng's hand and glaring at him threateningly. Let me tell you, I'm involved in the underworld. If you wish to live, you better get lost. As Li Su attempted to expel Qin Feng, Yang Yushan mustered her courage and declared, Li Su, it is you who should leave. The court has already ruled our divorce, and you are unwelcome here. To hell with that. As long as I refuse to sign, you remain mine. At this, Qin Feng chuckled and remarked, Sister Yushan, had I known you were divorced, I would have assumed you were still blissfully together. So, you divorced me for this pretty boy? What a shameless woman you are. Li Su seethed. Hey, look at me. Qin Feng commanded. Li Su turned around and was met with a solid punch from Qin Feng. Bang! Ah, you dare hit me. As Li Su staggered to his feet, he was swiftly kicked out by Qin Feng. Subsequently, Qin Feng approached and effortlessly lifted Li Su, who weighed over 150 pounds. You realize you and Sister Yushan are divorced. Right. With a punch to Li Su's abdomen, he gasped, nearly retching. Today, Sister Yushan is here. I'll spare you this time. Should you dare to harass her again, I will render you incapacitated. With that, he hurled Li Su outside and shouted, Get lost. Understanding he was no match for Qin Feng, Li Su clutched his stomach and spat out a threat. Just wait. I will make you pay double. He slammed the door shut behind him. Yang Yushan collapsed on the floor, weeping. Oh, Sister Yushan, now that you are divorced, there is no need to harbor any feelings for such a person. I'll help you to the sofa. Qin Feng offered a tissue, but Yang Yushan did not take it. Instead, she embraced him. For a moment, Qin Feng was at a loss for how to react. Let her tears dampen my shirt. After a time, Yang Yushan gradually calmed down, her tear-filled eyes gazing at Qin Feng as she said, "Xiao Feng, do you think I am foolish for marrying such a man? It's all in the past now." Once she had settled, the beautiful head nurse leaned against Qin Feng and recounted her past. She and Li Su had entered into an arranged marriage, both hailing from rural backgrounds. They had a child, and it seemed manageable until Li Su came to the city and developed a gambling addiction. He neglected his family, frequently staying out all night. The child was solely cared for by Yang Yushan, who tragically lost her while commuting to work, struck by a drunk driver. Though she survived the severe injuries, her womb was damaged, leaving her unable to bear children again, while the infant perished in the accident. What devastated Yang Yushan most was that Li Su blamed her for not caring for their child, shifting all responsibility onto her. His parents further criticized her, and upon learning of her infertility, they encouraged the couple to divorce. Yang Yushan's parents were inherently influenced by a patriarchal mindset, displaying indifference towards her plight, offering not a single word of consolation, allowing her to fend for herself. Eventually, the couple contemplated divorce, yet Li Su, enticed by the newfound vitality and beauty that blossomed in Yushan after childbirth, resolutely refused to part ways. Ultimately, the court decreed their separation. However, Li Hu persisted in his harassment. Just half a month prior, Li Su had a chance encounter with Xia Bing and attempted to resort to violence, only to find himself incarcerated for half a month for assaulting a law enforcement officer. This brings us to the scene unfolding tonight. Qin Feng gently patted Yang Yushan's back, offering words of comfort. "Rest assured, while Xia Bing's capacity as a law enforcement officer is limited, I can assist you in resolving this matter completely. It's futile. Li Su has lost face and will relentlessly pursue me. Even if he is apprehended, he will only be confined for a few days. He fears neither law nor consequence. Then I shall ensure he vanishes from this world." At these words, Yang Yushan's delicate form trembled slightly as she gazed at Qin Feng in astonishment. "I misspoke. I meant for him to completely disappear from your life, never to intrude upon your existence again." In response, Yang Yushan offered no further words, merely harboring silent gratitude within her heart. The rain outside had ceased, and it was time for her to return. "Xiao Feng, could you possibly stay a little longer?" Qin Feng scratched his head, saying, "Please, being embraced by you is already quite overwhelming. If I linger any longer, I fear I may lose control of my instincts." "It's all right. I will call someone to handle the situation with Li Su." Yet, upon seeing the pallor of Yang Yushan's face, Qin Feng was filled with concern. "All right, I shall remain with you a while longer." "Thank you." This time, there was no embrace as they settled on the sofa. Both were at a loss for words. The atmosphere grew awkward in the presence of a lone man and woman. "Sister Yushan, where's the air conditioning remote? It feels a bit warm." "Right here." Yang Yushan retrieved the remote from the drawer of the coffee table. Qin Feng adjusted the temperature slightly lower, though his discomfort was not due to the heat, but rather the tension within. "Cough, cough. Shall we watch some television?" Yes." Upon turning on the television, an embarrassing scene unfolded before them, as the lead characters engaged in a passionate kiss. "Xiao Feng, why does your complexion appear odd?" she inquired. "It's just too warm. The rain is quite heavy outside. Why don't you stay here tonight?" "Absolutely." Qin Feng responded almost instinctively. Evidently, Yang Yushan had not anticipated such a prompt agreement from him. "I'll prepare the guest room for you." Qin Feng furrowed his brow, regretting his swift consent, leaving him unable to retract his words. His earlier response had not been a product of rational thought, but rather a reaction of desire. As he walked to the guest room, he observed Yang Yushan smoothing the sheets, her graceful form captivating as she bent to eradicate the creases. The alluring nurse exuded an enchanting femininity, her curvaceous figure and long, smooth legs drew his gaze, while she occasionally tucked her flowing hair behind her ear. Each movement inadvertently tugged at Qin Feng's heartstrings. Chapter 83. The Unknown Peril Gulp. Since Qin Feng had unleashed his true self, he found himself increasingly tantalized by Su Yaorui's allure. Long harboring a tempest of pent-up rage, the striking head nurse before him exuded an air of grace and warmth, her sensual allure seemingly awakening the demon within Qin Feng. He stood transfixed, as a diminutive devil appeared to his left and a cherubic figure to his right. The devilish sprite urged him, "Why do you hesitate? You have saved her twice. She would never refuse you. We are all adults here. Surely, you comprehend the reason she wishes for your company tonight. Go forth, young man, and tear her garments asunder. Conquer her." Meanwhile, the angelic figure, imbued with serenity and compassion, chimed in, "Indeed. What are you waiting for? Proceed." With a stiffened gait, Qin Feng approached, his eyes beginning to glisten with a burgeoning fervor. Like a predator stealthily closing in on its prey, he drew nearer to Yang Yushan, who had just smoothed the bed linens and wiped the sheen of perspiration from her brow. As she rose, her back collided with a solid form. Instinctively, she turned to find Qin Feng standing there. "Oh, you startled me. I prepared the sheets for you," she stammered. However, upon meeting his gaze, a shiver ran through her, as though she had become the prey. "Xiao Feng." With a gasp from Yang Yushan, Qin Feng pressed her onto the bed. Their faces were but a foot apart, each gazing into the other's eyes, their breaths quickening involuntarily. Yang Yushan's gaze flickered over Qin Feng's sharply defined features, his striking visage resembling a chiseled sculpture, with piercing eyes that seemed to draw her in like an abyss. At that moment, Qin Feng beheld Yang Yushan's refined and elegant countenance, her radiant eyes shimmering with a blend of panic and uncertainty, her fair complexion flushed with a hint of allure, and her luscious lips, naturally tinted, glistening enticingly. The unique charm of this alluring woman caused Qin Feng's breath to quicken once more. "Qin Feng, please." Yang Yushan averted her gaze, wishing to escape. Yet, this action severed the last thread of Qin Feng's restraint. He assertively grasped her delicate jaw, claiming her lips with a fervent kiss. Seizing the moment as she attempted to speak, Qin Feng's tongue swiftly intruded. In response to this unexpected visitor, Yang Yushan struggled, but with one hand propped on the bed and the other cradling her head, she found herself immobilized. With no alternative, she crossed her arms defensively over her chest, while Qin Feng's strong hands captured her wrists, lifting them above her head. Not a novice in the art of kissing, Qin Feng alternated between dominance and tenderness. Gradually, Yang Yushan's eyes glazed over with mist, her body relaxing as she began to reciprocate his advances. Their breaths grew heavier, and the room's temperature soared. Just as they were about to take the next step, an unexpected ringtone pierced the air as jarring as cold water splashed upon them. Qin Feng snapped back to reality, turning his face away in regret. "Yushan, I'm sorry. I should have acted so impulsively." "It's all right. I too lost control," she replied. "I'll step out to take the call." Qin Feng moved to the living room, swiping to answer the call, and said, "Hello, it's me. Brother Qin Feng. It is I, Li Hu. I have located the person you seek. Shall we eliminate him?" "Xiao Feng, I implore you, do not take his life," Yang Yushan interjected, beseeching him. "Very well, Li Hu, frame him with a charge and let him serve a few years in prison." "No problem." Yang Yushan expressed her gratitude. "Thank you. Yushan, some ties must be severed. I understand. Sparing him once will be my final act of goodwill." "Indeed." Qin Feng glanced out the window and remarked, "The rain has ceased. Rest well. I shall take my leave." However, just as Qin Feng was about to open the door, Yang Yushan called out, "Xiao Feng, I have nothing to repay you with. If you do not disdain my body, in truth, Yushan, do not belittle yourself in such a manner. The past is behind us. You are a good woman, while I dare not even guarantee a future." With that, Qin Feng pushed the door open and exited. The post-rain breeze was cool. He lit a cigarette, having known her for less than a day. Yet, Yang Yushan was indeed a commendable woman. Had it been a transaction akin to that with Su Qian, Qin Feng would not have halted midway. He hailed a cab and departed the community. However, the fire within him needed release, so he directly sought out Su Yarou. The impulse that had led him to embrace Yang Yushan was largely ignited by the alluring photographs sent by that enchantress, Su Yarou. The vehicle traversed the outskirts, and the rain began to fall once more, compelling Qin Feng to close the window and rest his eyes. At that moment, a van sped past them. The driver cursed. "What the hell? Driving so fast in the rain. Are you seeking death?" Hearing this, a smirk formed on Qin Feng's lips, yet he paid it no mind. But in the next instant, An icy chill ran down his spine, and he opened his eyes to see the van's rear door swing open. Good heavens, a cannon! The driver shouted in alarm. Qin Feng's scalp prickled. That was a Barrett, aimed directly at the taxi in which he sat, intent on dispatching both him and the driver. Bang! The assassin, lying in wait within the vehicle, pulled the trigger. A deafening roar erupted as a bullet, as thick as an adult's thumb, hurtled forth. It struck the taxi's engine hood with a resounding thud. Boom! The entire taxi exploded in an instant, engulfed in flames, rolling several times along the road before finally coming to a halt. Simultaneously, the van came to a stop. Let's see if the man is dead. Be cautious. Two assassins, clad in masks designed for bandits, revealing only their mouths and eyes, emerged. They loaded their pistols and approached the van. The rain poured heavily, extinguishing the taxi's flames in mere moments. One assassin peered into the vehicle and immediately became alert. This is bad. No one is inside. Where's the driver? He is missing as well. An ominous premonition surged within them. He is over there. They turned toward the direction from which they had come. In the rain-soaked night, Qin Feng approached, dragging the unconscious driver behind him. He then tossed the driver aside and coldly addressed the two men. Tell me, who is the organization that hired you? The dead do not need an answer. One assassin raised his weapon and began firing. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, the assassin's pupils contracted as he fired 3 shots, all of which missed Qin Feng, who remained unscathed and standing resolutely. Impossible, I cannot have missed 3 shots, he thought. Dread creeping in. Tonight, we may have offended an adversary we should not have provoked. They were elite among elites. It was inconceivable for Qin Feng to stand there untouched by 3 bullets. It was not as though a human body could shield against bullets. The only plausible explanation was that this individual evaded their attacks with such swift agility that they had not even perceived the slightest movement of evasion. Chapter 84. A small gift for you. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the two men retrieved knives from their combat boots, preparing to engage Qin Feng in close combat, complementing their firearms. As he moved, Qin Feng inquired, "Who is your organization? Your employer?" No comment. They replied, and with synchronized precision, they launched their assault. Qin Feng took a step back, his eyes gleaming with an overwhelming aura of menace. Suddenly, he advanced fiercely, executing a sweeping kick. The two men were sent flying like rag dolls, skidding across the ground for several meters. Coughing, one assassin spat blood, acutely aware of his injuries. His cervical vertebrae were shattered, leaving him clinging to life. His companion, however, had already been reduced to a mangled heap, as Qin Feng's kick had first struck him before sending both of them sprawling. Yet, he too had sustained grievous, irreparable wounds. One could only imagine the sheer force behind Qin Feng's kick. Qin Feng approached him, towering over him. The assassin gasped for air, blood spilling from his lips. What manner of being have we provoked? He murmured to himself before his eyes, wide with disbelief, dimmed in death. Qin Feng squinted at the pitch-black night sky, hoping for a peaceful evening ahead. In less than 30 minutes, a vehicle arrived, and from it emerged a figure clad in a raincoat. "Ache. Brother Qin," he called out, "dispose of the bodies, and keep a close watch on any foreign forces." Understood. It was evident that their adversaries were no local assassins, but rather mercenaries from abroad. The ability to smuggle in a Barrett rifle indicated a significant network, and the individual who had hired them was undoubtedly formidable. After this incident, Qin Feng chose not to visit Suyaorao, but instead returned to the urban village. Soon after, atop a 10-meter-high building in the village, several figures stood. A woman clad in a tight-fitting bodysuit and wearing a fox mask balanced on the edge, her body supported by one leg while wielding a katana. Watanabe-kun, that individual now resides within that compound. Are you certain you wish to forcibly take them? In proximity to the fox-masked woman stood a middle-aged man, unremarkable in appearance, yet possessing eyes as sharp as a hawk's. With his arms crossed, he stated, "The purpose of this mission is to uncover the reason behind Prince Sato's assassination. Her involvement is secondary. Regarding Prince Sato's death, I can only express my regrets. Yet, to be frank, as a royal heir, he should not have infiltrated the great Xian nation, a land where our enmity runs deep." Turning to the fox-masked lady, he continued, Having spent so much time in the Great Xian nation, who do you believe could be responsible for the assassination of Prince Sato? In response to Watanabe's inquiry, the fox mask scoffed, if I knew who killed Prince Sato, I would have reported it to the royal family long ago to take credit for it. Why would it be your place to personally investigate in the Great Summer Kingdom? Watanabe remained silent, gazing at the small courtyard belonging to Qin Feng. Regardless of whether Prince Sato was still alive, the alliance with the Nangong family was imperative, as it was the emperor's will. Therefore, in my absence, keep an eye on this person's movements. No problem. It is my honor to serve the royal family, replied the fox mask. However, beneath the mask, her crimson lips curled into a cold smirk. Hey, why are you standing so high? If you want to die, don't jump here. A voice shouted. The group turned to see a man in the alley shouting at them. The fox mask recognized him as Qin Feng. Watanabe and his companions quietly retreated, for they had secretly infiltrated the Great Summer Kingdom and could not afford to reveal any hints of their presence. Qin Feng entered the street and immediately knocked on Old Ghost's door. Oh, young man, what brings you here? Old Ghost greeted. I need to ask you something. Did you treat the patriarch of the Ji family? Qin Feng inquired. Upon hearing this, Old Ghost chuckled and quickly pulled Qin Feng inside, saying mysteriously, young man, could it be that you mean something else? What do you mean by that? You let me choose. Doesn't that imply I should treat him? Qin Feng realized something and asked, what are the conditions? They offer me a staggering 300 million, Old Ghost replied. If I can cure the Ji family patriarch, I can settle my grievances with them. But if they remain ungrateful, that would be another matter. Rest assured, with me around, whether the Ji family patriarch awakens or remains unconscious, it is still up to me, Old Ghost said with another mysterious smile. Young man, I've just imported something good. Let me fetch it for you. With that, he entered the inner room, and soon, the sound of a pump could be heard. Before long, Old Ghost emerged carrying a person, or more accurately, an inflatable figure. Upon seeing its visage, Qin Feng was speechless. This was none other than Mr. San, the butcher's teacher. Old Ghost tossed it to Qin Feng, saying, young man, this is a gift for you. I haven't had a chance to play with it yet. Qin Feng's face darkened. Get lost. Do I need this? Scram. He slammed the door shut and left. Now, Qin Feng could not help but suspect whether the attack on him had been orchestrated by the Ji family. As he passed by Shangwan Hong's loft, she stood at the second-floor window, smiling as she called out, young man, I have some information for you. Would you like to hear it? Aunt Hong, I was just about to find you. I know. Let me tell you, according to my intel, 3 external forces have infiltrated Jinghai City. As for who they are and who they target, I cannot say, she replied. Qin Feng remarked, I'm keeping a low profile. They shouldn't be here for me. That is uncertain, but I do know that one group is looking for you. Tomorrow, you should meet with the Fox Mask. She knows more, she advised. All right. Qin Feng acknowledged, trusting Shangwan Hong's intel. Yet, he pondered which of the 3 external forces was responsible for the ambush against him. Moron Wonking resided here, and as long as she did not leave unbidden, she would be safe. As for Yi Qinglan, there was no need to mention her safety. The following day, in the early hours of the morning, Qin Feng arrived at the abode of Hu Mian. Within the pavilion at the heart of the lake, Su Qian, exuding an air of languor, donned a sensuous silk nightgown. Her eyes, still shrouded in the remnants of sleep, held a hint of melancholy as she remarked, Shao, your visit at this hour is hardly a judicious choice. I come and go as I please. Who can dictate my actions? Qin Feng settled himself down and inquired, were those individuals from the Sato royal family last night? Indeed, she replied, you were rather audacious, weren't you? Knowing their identity, and yet you chose to provoke them. Unafraid they might silence you. That was merely a reminder to avoid trouble, as I saw it rest last night. What were their intentions? Rest assured, they were merely here to see your wife, without any suspicion towards you. They have since moved on to investigate elsewhere. Qin Feng pondered this while preparing to light a cigarette, only for Su Qian to seize it away, playfully questioning, what do you intend to smoke? Did you come here merely to inquire about this? Shall I be your morning exercise partner as well? Chapter 85. Lu Yan's Little Scheme. With a charming smile, Su Qian's enchanting gaze sparkled, her eyes brimming with affection, and her alluring silk nightgown made it apparent that she was not wearing undergarments, radiating sensuality. As dawn broke, The mist still lingered over the lake surrounding the pavilion. Qin Feng, intrigued, asked, "Are you certain? Otherwise, this place only opens at night. During the day, I am the sole occupant." "Ah, I see," he mused, recalling the previous night's events, almost forgotten amidst the chaos of an assassination attempt. The embers of desire were reignited by Su Qian. "Do not rush. You have awakened me at dawn, and I have yet to have breakfast. I am invincible. Do as you wish." Qin Feng shrugged, eliciting a fit of delicate laughter from Su Qian. In contrast to their previous encounter marred by poison, this time Su Qian was exceedingly gentle, her big, sparkling eyes gazing at Qin Feng, inquiring if he was well cared for. She truly embodied a mischievous sprite. Once Su Qian had finished her meal and rinsed her mouth with fragrant tea, Qin Feng asked, "Are all women from the East as forward as you?" "Not at all. I have come to realize something. Perhaps you have yet to discover it yourself." "I acknowledge my uniqueness," she replied, rolling her eyes with a smirk. "This secret cannot be divulged, but should you desire it, you are welcome to seek me any time." "Teasing me with riddles, are you?" Qin Feng exclaimed, as he endeavored to serve his country with valor. When he departed, it was nearly noon. Qin Feng felt invigorated, and Su Qian, too, appeared quite satisfied. As he prepared to head home, his phone buzzed in his pocket. Upon checking, he discovered it was the long-lost Lu Yan. "Secretary Lu, it's been ages," he greeted. "Qin Feng, where are you?" she inquired. Qin Feng surveyed his surroundings. "I am uncertain of my location. Today, I am moving. Could you assist me? Isn't there a moving company? Do you expect me to be your free labor?" "Absolutely not," Lu Yan retorted with indignation. "Will you come or not? If you refuse, I shall inform President Mu, ensuring you never have the chance to see her again." "Very well, you are quite ruthless." Half an hour later, Qin Feng arrived at the base of an upscale apartment building, spotting Lu Yan waiting for him from a distance. It is not that Qin Feng possesses exceptional eyesight. Rather, the young woman before him is strikingly beautiful, with a figure that is quite alluring, reminiscent of his own formidable partner, albeit lacking the aloofness of Muron Wanqing. Qin Feng mused that the heat of the day seemed somewhat diminished. How curious that this young lady chose such revealing attire today. Her hair was elegantly styled, framing her fair face and exposing her alabaster neck. Her shoulders were smooth, and she wore nothing but a delicate camisole that barely concealed her ample bosom, while her enticing waist was fully on display. The voluptuous curves of her hips were accentuated by an exceedingly short skirt, measuring less than 30 centimeters, drawing attention to her long, graceful legs, which were smooth and fair. "Over here, Qin Feng," called Lu Yan, waving at him. "Secretary Lu, you seem to be in fine spirits today," he replied. "Come on, help me tidy up my clothes," she said, seemingly unaware of her actions as she linked her arm with his. Qin Feng was rendered speechless, feeling an overwhelming sense of happiness as his arm was enveloped by her soft curves, prompting a protest from his lower self. Besides her cool attire, the fragrance she wore was peculiar, reminiscent of the perfumes favored by high-class hostesses, capable of quickening a man's pulse. A sense of intrigue wafted through the air. Upon entering the duplex, which spanned roughly 100 square meters, Qin Feng noted the stark contrast between Lu Yan's chaotic living space and the composed elegance of Nurse Yang Yushan's abode. Lu Yan's sofa was strewn with various garments, while her shoe rack overflowed with an array of designer heels. "Would you like some water?" she inquired. "No need. Let us just get your things sorted," he replied. Lu Yan pointed to the second floor. "My room is upstairs. Please help me organize it." "Is that really appropriate? Are you certain?" He hesitated. "Can't you trust me?" "Go on, go," she insisted. "All right then." He relented, and with her approval, he ascended the staircase. Lu Yan smirked slyly, retrieving her phone to access the surveillance footage. As he opened the door to her room, Qin Feng was immediately drawn to the pile of women's clothing scattered across the bed. Most were various seductive dresses, off the shoulder, spaghetti straps, strapless, and one-shoulder styles. Upon opening the adjacent wardrobe, he was nearly overwhelmed. Inside hung an assortment of never-worn stockings. Each style represented pantyhose, sultry thigh-highs, knee-highs, in black, white, and nude tones. Meanwhile, Lu Yan observed through the monitor as Qin Feng began to explore her wardrobe, a cunning smile spreading across her face. She had intentionally hung those stockings, convinced that he would have thoughts about them if he were to engage in unsavory activities with her stockings. Her plan would be a resounding success. However, the next moment left Lu Yin speechless. Qin Feng displayed no interest in her stockings whatsoever. He methodically removed each item, placing them neatly on the bed, then opened his suitcase, arranging them with care inside. Could it be that this fellow is truly devoid of desire? Lu Yin was taken aback. Yet, she felt reassured. There was still a trump card hidden in the bathroom. Though Qin Feng was not without feelings. The events of the morning spent with Su Qian had drained him. At present, he lacked the interest, as his energy reserves had not yet replenished, leaving him devoid of any inclination to indulge in carnal pursuits. After tidying up his room, Qin Feng stepped into the bathroom. In the next moment, he seemed to grasp Lu Yan's intentions. His keen gaze inadvertently caught sight of a small black object in the bathroom, and he understood at once. This woman was deliberately setting a trap with these alluring items, testing whether he was a true gentleman. Amused by this thought, Qin Feng chuckled inwardly. While these fabrics were undeniably captivating, they held their allure only when adorning a woman. Qin Feng possessed a normal psyche, wholly devoid of any twisted proclivities. He would never engage in any inappropriate behavior merely inspired by a sexy dress or stockings. After a brief survey, he exited, leaving Lu Yin, who was monitoring the surveillance. Greatly disappointed, it appeared that Qin Feng truly held no interest in women. Strange, Secretary Lu, I've tidied up. The items in the bathroom are your personal belongings and can only be organized by you, he stated. Oh, Lu Yin stood up, instinctively concealing her phone behind her. Thank you. Is there anything else you need help with? None at all. Once you've finished tidying up, could you please help me take a few things to the car? Qin Feng gestured with a finger. Observing Lu Yan's flustered demeanor, he couldn't help but smile. You think you can outsmart me with this? Lighting a cigarette, Qin Feng noticed the laptop on the coffee table and decided to take a look. If she intended to scheme against him, it was only fair that he explored her computer. Indeed, it was not unreasonable at all. He had no interest in the documents on the computer. His curiosity was piqued by the encrypted files within the folders. To his surprise, Qin Feng discovered the encrypted files hidden deep within the folders. Had they not been encrypted, he wouldn't have bothered, but their encryption aroused his intrigue. You think this encryption can thwart me? If I can't solve the problem, I shall eradicate its source. He deleted the password-protected file, rendering the encrypted contents accessible. Upon opening the files, a series of videos with English titles appeared. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes, glancing towards the second floor. He hadn't anticipated that Lu Yin had a penchant for Western films. However, he was not interested in those. Instead, he clicked on the photos at the bottom. As the images flooded the screen, Qin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, Lu Yin had taken photographs of herself. Some depicted her in uniform, while others showcased her in alluring lingerie and swimwear. As he viewed them, he found himself admiring the beauty of the secretary in her self-portraits. Though they were selfies, the effect was heightened, stirring something within Qin Feng. There were also pictures of her drenched in the bathroom. Qin Feng was thoroughly captivated. Unfortunately, Lu Yin had been rather modest in her photography. The images were merely suggestive without crossing into indecency. After all, she was simply fond of taking pictures. As he continued to scroll through, he reached the final set of photographs, and his pulse quickened. In the images, Lu Yin was clad in a tailored uniform skirt, her delicate figure ensnared by red ropes, her shirt slightly parted, revealing the enticing outline of a sexy bra. Her delicate face flushed, and her bright eyes were veiled by a mist of emotion. She bit down on a black plastic ball with 2 strings tied at the back of her head, creating a striking contrast between grace and allure. It was unexpected for Lu Yin, the Secretary General, to dare to pose for such a style of photography. Although nothing was explicitly revealed, the sight of Lu Yin bound in various poses by the ropes was enough to ignite the veins of Qin Feng. What are you looking at? Qin Feng. Startled, Qin Feng quickly retreated silently. Nothing, just bored, listening to some music on your computer. My computer holds many confidential company documents. Be careful, or I might suspect you of theft, Lu Yin teased, attempting to frighten Qin Feng. I have no interest in your company's affairs, he replied as he walked over to help her with her suitcase. Your car is in the underground parking lot. You know that, right? Of course. Qin Feng exited the house. Lu Yin, not giving it much thought, trusted her computer's robust security. She believed it was impossible for Qin Feng to decrypt it. In the underground parking lot, Qin Feng smoked a cigarette, trying to calm his restless heart. He regretted not saving the photos earlier. They would have made a fine addition to his collection. After waiting for 30 minutes, Lu Yin arrived, dragging a suitcase behind her. You drive, she instructed. All right, just give me the location. The BMW departed from the community, heading towards a new residential area. Meanwhile, a car was parked on the road. A scar man was smoking, and upon seeing Qin Feng and Lu Yin emerge, he hurriedly informed his companion, Boss, that kid is out. Qin Feng is not easy to deal with. After he leaves, take care of that woman. Once we handle Qin Feng, we will return abroad as soon as possible. Understood. Prepare the new house. Lu Yin treated Qin Feng to another meal, and by 4 in the afternoon, she lay on her bed, pulling out her phone to dial Murong Wanqing's number. Wanqing, it seems our guesses were correct. Qin Feng may indeed only see you as a brother rather than a woman. I set a trap under the guise of moving today. But Qin Feng showed no interest in those pitfalls at all. Did you really test Qin Feng? Yes. Murong Wanqing chuckled. Well then, let's not dwell on this. Take a couple of days to rest in your new home. I'll come by the day after tomorrow. Sure, I'm going to take a shower and rest. Please thank Qin Feng for me. All right. Lu Yin went to take a shower, and perhaps due to the new environment, she opened her notebook to prepare for a movie. However, she suddenly sat up, realizing that the safety lock on her desktop was missing. Where's my safety lock? Lu Yin hurriedly opened her private folder, only to find it accessible without a password, revealing all the films and photos within. Damn Qin Feng. Lu Yin huffed, slamming her notebook shut. She picked up her phone, intending to call Qin Feng to confront him. Ding dong. Lu Yin glanced towards the door and approached the peephole cautiously. Who is it? Is there something you need? Hello, we are from the property management. Since you have just moved in, I'm here to assist with the inspection and any repairs needed. We should report any issues. Seeing the person outside was dressed in the property management uniform, she thought little of it and opened the door. In the next instant, as the door swung open, a man swiftly retrieved a drug-soaked towel from his toolkit and forcefully pressed it against Lu Yin's face. The potent substance rendered her unconscious, her mind succumbing to a foggy oblivion. Unbeknownst to her, night fell. After dinner, Lin Xiaoxiao approached Qin Feng, who was relaxing in the cool evening air. Qin Feng, there is something I must discuss with you. What is it? Today, I have been plagued by a sense of unease, as if someone is shadowing President Mu. Despite my counter-surveillance efforts revealing no suspicious figures, I trust my instincts. Someone is undoubtedly targeting him. The instincts of a hired assassin are remarkably acute. Qin Feng, believing her words, took a drag from his cigarette. Starting tomorrow, exercise caution. Later, head to the toy store at the end of the street and retrieve a firearm. He then gazed at the distant storm clouds flickering with lightning, murmuring, there may be fatalities in the coming days. Understood. I will ensure President Mu's safety. Indeed. Subsequently, Qin Feng dialed Su Yao's number, instructing her to accompany Murong Wanqing for the next couple of days. Lin Xiaoxiao's abilities were limited. Should their adversary possess higher skills, it would pose a significant challenge. He agreed to spend a day with Su Yao this weekend. Nearby, the ominous clouds drifted closer, enveloping the entirety of Jinghai City. Thunder rumbled, and torrential rain fell. Suddenly, a notification chimed from his pocket. Upon checking, Qin Feng's face darkened. A situation has arisen. The intended target was not Murong Wanqing nor Huang Fuyue. Rather, it was Lu Yin, a person with whom he had little association. The photograph revealed Lu Yin bound to a chair, still unconscious. Tonight at 11, at the cement factory 25 kilometers south of the city. Let us not miss each other. The message was sent, revealing their blatant disregard for any potential police involvement. Qin Feng had no intention of alerting the authorities. Lighting a cigarette, he contemplated. Qin Feng, sister Yin has been kidnapped, Murong Wanqing approached. Frowning, Qin Feng inquired, did they send you a message as well? You received it too? It seems Secretary Lu was simply unfortunate today. While helping her move, she caught someone's attention. mistakenly believed to be affiliated with me, thus becoming leverage against me. Chapter 87. It's not that difficult to kill, is it? Muron Wanqing maintained a semblance of composure, though anxiety gnawed at her. She felt it should have been her in that predicament. Yet with Lin Xiaoxiao by her side, their adversaries would hesitate to act. Qin Feng, is this person targeting you or me? They are targeting me. The message they sent was merely a ploy to disrupt my focus. After some contemplation, Qin Feng replied, I will ensure Secretary Lu's safe return. Isn't it necessary to involve the police? It's unnecessary. You know as well as I do that reporting such matters only exacerbates the situation. Moreover, they openly disclosed their location, showing no fear of our involvement with law enforcement. Taking another drag from a cigarette, he continued, Rest assured, this place is secure. When the time comes, I will go. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. Dangerous or not, I must go. I intend to unearth the mastermind behind this and eliminate them. Besides, Secretary Lu has become a target because of my presence. Muron Wanqing felt an internal struggle. Yet, as a mere businesswoman, she felt powerless in the face of such circumstances. The adversary is targeting Qin Feng, rather than pursuing monetary gain. Qin Feng gazed at Muron Wanqing, a smile gracing his lips as he reassured her, Fear not, we have only just wed. I cannot allow you to become a widow. At such a time, jesting is unwarranted. This is merely to alleviate your excessive worry. Qin Feng requested Lin Xiaoxiao to keep Muron Wanqing company while he dialed Huang Fuyue. Qin Feng, trouble is brewing, for reasons unknown. Several of my businesses have been sealed by the police tonight, and they are searching for me. Do not attempt to find me now. Huang Fuyue's anxious voice resonated as soon as the call connected. Qin Feng spoke solemnly. Instruct everyone you know to hide. Avoid any confrontation. I will resolve the matter once I ascertain the facts. I cannot assist you at present. Exercise caution. Understood. After ending the call, he was met with another incoming call from Li Hu. Qin Feng, I'm in a predicament. I am currently fleeing. Li Hu's breathless voice indicated he was in flight, accompanied by the sounds of gunfire. Ensure your safety. Now, both Huang Fuyue and Li Hu's factions faced dire situations, and the opposition was heavily armed, not merely ordinary troops. It was evident they had thoroughly investigated Qin Feng's background, aiming to undermine his foundation. Qin Feng dialed Yi Qingluan's number, instructing, Dispatch 4 individuals each to support Huang Fuyue and Li Hu. There are significant maneuvers against you tonight. I am aware of their intentions. I shall ensure they do not see the light of day tomorrow. Afterward, Qin Feng, smoking a cigarette, reclined in a chair, closing his eyes to rejuvenate. He awaited the passage of time. If he were to act now, any covert observation by the opposition could lead to undesirable consequences, which he wished to avoid for Lu Yan's absolute safety. Thus, he could only move according to the timeline imposed by the adversary. At around 10 o'clock, Qin Feng set out. After approximately an hour, he arrived at the designated territory. The relentless rain continued to pour, shrouding visibility, accompanied by deafening thunder. Finishing his cigarette, he opened the car door and stepped out, trudging through the downpour towards the cement factory. Inside, the darkness was suffocating, rendering visibility nil. Hello, I have arrived. Where is everyone? As the lights flickered on, Qin Feng noticed a covered object on the second floor draped in black cloth. No one else appeared, but he could not afford to wait. He had to ensure Lu Yan's safety. He sprinted forward, using a pile of cement as leverage to leap to the second floor. Lifting the black cloth revealed not Lu Yan, but a plastic mannequin. Upon seeing the remote-controlled bomb affixed to the mannequin, Qin Feng cursed, Damn it. Boom! The bomb detonated instantaneously. The entire cement factory erupted in flames, engulfed in a sea of fire. Concurrently, in a distant black van, bang, 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 wails echoed as Lu Yan, tears streaming down her face, frantically pounded against the car window. The men inside erupted in laughter. Trapped and bound, Lu Yan could only use her forehead to strike the glass, tears cascading down. Having just witnessed through the surveillance footage how Qin Feng was ensnared while attempting to rescue her, she realized the scale of the explosion meant his certain demise. She harbored no feelings for Qin Feng, Yet upon witnessing him bravely venture into the inferno to rescue her, tears inevitably welled in her eyes. Captain, it's quite simple. Isn't Qin Feng not as formidable as he claims? A disdainful man remarked. A scarred middle-aged man gazed distantly at the cement factory and mused, perhaps, just perhaps, Qin Feng possesses strength, but when he becomes attached and emotional, that becomes his greatest vulnerability. Captain, should we keep this woman? One of the men inquired. We shouldn't. It's been a long time since we indulged ourselves. To be honest, this woman is quite remarkable. Forget it. Young Master Ji has taken a liking to her. You'll have to wait until he tires of her. The scarred-faced man instructed, you two, retrieve Qin Feng's body. We need at least a token. Understood. As the two men exited the vehicle, the others drove away. The cement factory, engulfed in flames, had succumbed to darkness. The pair searched the chaotic ground for remnants of Qin Feng, limbs, or any trace of him. Strange. Could this fellow have been reduced to mere ash? There is not a single fragment left. Neither do I see anything, but the explosion's power was insufficient to vaporize a person. Let us search again. Perhaps he was ejected into a corner. Are you looking for me? The two men, startled by the voice, turned towards the exit. There stood Qin Feng, his clothes singed with several holes, hair scorched in places, and his face blackened from smoke, casually smoking as he approached. One of the men, akin to encountering a ghost, incredulously exclaimed, "Impossible! At such close range to the explosion, you cannot possibly be unharmed. That is because you know nothing of the protective energy of the great Xia." The two exchanged glances and began to draw their weapons. However, in a flash, Qin Feng appeared before one of the men. What? D. A punch was thrown. Bang! The assassin barely had time to draw his gun before Qin Feng's fist shattered him into a mist of blood. The other man was paralyzed with fear, his face a mask of terror, completely immobilized as if encased in cement. Qin Feng approached him and demanded, "Tell me, who is your organization's employer?" You suddenly. The man knelt, trembling uncontrollably, sweat pouring down his face. He was not kneeling in fear for his life, but rather overwhelmed by Qin Feng's terrifying presence that rendered him breathless and unable to move. Speak. Sir, we are from the Blood Wolf Mercenary Team, an organization cultivated by the Ji family overseas to perform various tasks for them. Where is Lu Yan? Where is Ji Haifeng now? The man dared not conceal anything, for the pressure from Qin Feng was enough to send shivers through his very soul. At the Yunding Tiangong Villa, upon hearing this, Qin Feng granted the man a swift end. Chapter 88. Leave it to me. Qin Feng gazed out into the pitch-black rainy night, murmuring to himself, Ji family, this is of your own making. Just as he finished speaking, Qin Feng's complexion turned pale, and he coughed up blood. Although he had harnessed his energy to shield his body and absorbed most of the blast's impact, a bomb is still a bomb. Though he survived, the internal injuries inflicted upon him were significant. The power of high technology could not be underestimated. Wiping the blood from the corners of his mouth, he drove through the rain towards the Celestial Palace. Meanwhile, the Celestial Palace lay shrouded in darkness, save for a single villa that flickered with light. Inside the villa, Ji Haifeng was drinking with several portly men. "Three of you, I truly appreciate your company. Allow me to propose this toast on behalf of Ji," he exclaimed cheerfully. "Ha ha, Brother Haifeng, you must not forget us this time," one of them laughed. "Indeed, we will be relying on you in the future," another chimed in. Ji Haifeng grinned broadly. "Of course, no problem." Shortly thereafter, Blood Wolf entered with a few others. "Blood Wolf, how did the task go?" Ji Haifeng inquired, setting down his glass. "The task is completed. I will bring you Qin Feng's body shortly," Blood Wolf replied. "Well done." Ji Tian, who had been drinking, noticed Lu Yan being carried over the shoulder, and a lewd smile crept across his face as he impatiently said, "Take this woman to my room, quickly." Then, Ji Tian stood up and said, "Father, uncles, please continue your drinking. I, a young man, shall take my leave." "Go ahead." A middle-aged man asked Brother Haifeng, "Killing Qin Feng won't lead to any repercussions, will it? I've heard many formidable figures appeared at his wedding last time." Mere bluster. Besides, who could possibly trace this back to us? Let it be known that this fool brought his demise upon himself. They nodded in agreement. At this point, words were futile. Qin Feng was already dead. They resumed their revelry. Blood Wolf also sat down to drink a few cups, contemplating an exit. Since returning, he had felt an unsettling dread. Accompanying a tiger is akin to courting danger. Blood Wolf feared that if he lingered, Ji Feng might eliminate him as well. After all, with Qin Feng deceased, the only source of his anxiety was his employer, Ji Feng. Suddenly, a thunderous boom echoed outside. Blood Wolf sprang to his feet, his expression grave as he gazed out the window. Ji Feng and the others were startled by his sudden movement. Blood Wolf, sit down, do not be paranoid. This place is secure. Yet, Blood Wolf remained on guard, his heart racing. Bang! A muffled sound erupted from the second floor. A door shattered, and a naked figure was hurled into the living room, crashing down heavily. Xiao Tian. The figure was none other than Ji Tian, who had been out gallivanting. Ji Tian's bloodshot eyes bulged, his chest caved in, and his abdomen had been reduced to a grotesque mess. He lay motionless, lifeless. Xiao Tian. Ji Feng cried out. Ji Feng, we meet again, came a voice from within the room as Qin Feng emerged, followed by pale Lu Yan. Qin Feng? Ji Feng exclaimed, turning to Blood Wolf, his eyes burning with fury. You said Qin Feng was dead. Ji Feng, there is no need for your shouting. Think instead about how to survive, Blood Wolf replied, unnervingly calm, fully aware that panic would serve no purpose. Qin Feng, you have killed my son. I will have you torn to shreds. Words are futile. Have you contemplated how you will meet your end? Ji Feng roared as he stood up, seething with rage. Qin Feng, dare to move against me and see what happens. I am the head of the Ji family in the provincial city, and you are nothing but an ant, a lowly commoner. What a bold claim. Old Qin, my brother has arrived. A man barely over 6 meters tall strode into the room, his fierce countenance casting a palpable aura of menace throughout the entire living room. Dragon Commander, what brings you here? Ji Feng exclaimed, his face blanching in shock. The man before him was none other than Long Zhantian, one of the 5 war gods. Ji Feng, you truly are a fool. There's no need for further words. How do you wish to meet your demise? Long Zhantian inquired. What on earth are you, Qin Feng? Dead men need not know. Qin Feng replied flatly, turning his gaze towards Long Zhantian. Old Qin, leave this to me. I assure you, you will be satisfied. Very well, Qin Feng said as he took Lu Yan's hand and departed, leaving behind Long Zhantian and Ji Feng's group. Dragon Commander, silence, Ji Feng. Let me clarify your fate. Qin Feng is none other than the Dragon Emperor, the foremost among the 5 war gods who recently received a state funeral. Upon hearing this revelation, Ji Feng and his companions turned as pale as sheets. Petty squabbles are beneath Qin Feng. Given his stature, you are no more than children to him. However, you gravely erred in threatening him, and now it is too late for regrets. Long Zhantian regarded them sternly before continuing. Do not entertain thoughts of pleading for mercy. My presence here is by directive from the higher echelons. You shall face annihilation. With that, several figures clad in black entered the room. Ji Feng was rendered utterly speechless. These individuals belonged to a specialized department established specifically to target people like him. Once deployed, capture was tantamount to death. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire erupted within the villa. Shortly thereafter, Long Zhantian emerged and sought out Qin Feng. The two of them shared a cigarette beneath a pavilion, and Long Zhantian spoke. Old Qin, what are your plans moving forward? I have found a way to prolong my life, albeit with considerable difficulty. Finding a solution is preferable to awaiting death. Without further ado, here, take this. It was given to me by Elder Tang. He presented a black token inscribed with the character for dragon. Interesting, Qin Feng mused. Elder Tang is reluctant to see you retire. He hopes you can extend your life and fulfill your purpose. Everyone is awaiting your return. At least, I am. By the way, during your absence, various organizations have begun to stir restlessly. The Great Xia Empire needs you. The dragon. We await your comeback. With that, Long Zhantian departed, braving the rain. This token was no ordinary emblem. Within the Great Xia Empire, aside from the major military branches, there existed 3 clandestine organizations. The one associated with this token was the Dark Dragon Guard. The rules governing it were intricate and perilous. Elder Tang had exerted himself to achieve this. In truth, Long Zhantian's visit was a direct order to eliminate Qin Feng. The higher-ups were concerned that Qin Feng might escalate matters. Those individuals were nothing short of cunning old foxes. Qin Feng, you are indeed the Dragon Emperor? Lu Yin asked timidly. Qin Feng nodded. Yes, but that is all in the past. No wonder no ordinary individuals attended your wedding. I assumed it was solely because you invited Elder Tang. What are you thinking? Let us go. I shall escort you home. On the way back, Qin Feng sent a message to Murong Wanqing, informing her that both he and Lu Yin were safe. Chapter 89. I wonder if this is sufficient. However, Murong Wanqing insisted on coming over. Naturally, Qin Feng had no other matters to attend to, watching as the two beautiful women entered the apartment together. It seemed that Murong Wanqing intended to accompany Lu Yin for the night. Thank you, Qin Feng. Lu Yin paused and expressed her gratitude earnestly. In response, Qin Feng waved his hand, signaling her to rest well. He then settled back into his car and returned to the urban village. Meanwhile, at an upscale club, Chao Sihai rubbed his head, his expression filled with confusion as he exclaimed, Damn it, this Qin Feng is truly enigmatic. Even the Ji family in the provincial capital could not eliminate him. Dragon King, it seems Qin Feng possesses some abilities. What should we do next? What can we do? 2 assassins even employed Barrett rifles but failed to eliminate him. What more can I say? Chao Sihai felt a headache coming on. After a moment of contemplation, he ordered, Instruct the subordinates to remember not to provoke Qin Feng. This fellow is not to be trifled with. He is somewhat formidable. He downed a glass of liquor in one gulp, lost in thought. The following day, Qin Feng awoke to discover that he had slept until 10 o'clock. Stretching lazily, he noticed a bowl of porridge and milk left for him in the living room. Ah, someone is still thinking of me. Qin Feng felt quite pleased to have breakfast prepared for him. After finishing his meal, he made his way to Shangwan Hong's loft. Aunt Hong, do you have any good news lately? No, young sir, have you forgotten something? Shangwan Hong replied somewhat irritably. What could I possibly forget? You can't have forgotten that you've had someone here for several days. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng suddenly realized he had indeed forgotten about that individual, the steward of the Nangong family, Nangong Wan. Aunt Hong, is she still here? Of course. But if you wish to see her, you'll need to pay meal expenses, detention fees, room charges, and so forth. Qin Feng chuckled. Talking about money hurts feelings. This month, I shall exempt you from rent. I knew you were stingy. Fine, no rent, as you say. Shangwan Hong shot him a glare and directed him towards the backyard, saying, The first floor of the backyard. Go on. Nangong Wan is the head of both the inner and outer gates of the Nangong family, possessing first-hand intelligence. It would be difficult for you to confront the Nangong family directly. She can assist you in restraining them. If she can be of use, then utilize her. If not, eliminate her. You've been quite bloodthirsty lately. Tone it down. Qin Feng replied with a smile. Perhaps. I shall head over now. Very well. Upon reaching the designated location on the first floor of the backyard, Qin Feng pushed the door open to find Nangong Wan. She appeared somewhat anxious and haggard, and upon seeing Qin Feng, she furrowed her brows and said, Qin Feng, how long do you intend to keep me imprisoned? If the Nangong family loses contact with me, the consequences are unimaginable. That depends on you, not me. Qin Feng, if you have any demands, just speak. Lighting a cigarette, Qin Feng stated, It's quite simple. You just need to inform them that Wanqing is unavailable. As for the Eastern royal family, I have severed all ties. Do you truly believe that a humble background can obstruct the union of 2 prominent families? Such naivety is astonishing. Not naive at all. So how will you choose? Nangong Wan's expression grew somber, her eyes flickering with a scrutinizing gaze as she contemplated Qin Feng's words. Your marriage to Wanqing was merely a facade. Now that she is out of danger, there is no need for you to persist in this union. Qin Feng shrugged. There is no choice. The matter is that I need to divorce. Wanqing's side is unyielding. How can I proceed with the separation? Unilaterally breaching the contract would be an act of dishonor. Very well, I shall not press you further. Return to the Nangong family and inform them that Murong Wanqing is now under my protection, Qin Feng. Let them proceed as they wish. For me to visit them would be utterly perilous. How audacious of you to utter such words. Qin Feng replied, "Is my identity as a hawk insufficient? Or perhaps my status as the Dragon Emperor? Are you still doubting my position as a hawk? What else could it be? A double assurance. I despise constraints. Thus, I have established my own influence abroad. Your Nangong family is indeed formidable. Yet should I mobilize all my connections, I could reduce the Nangong family from the top 10 to the bottom ranks." Nangong Wan regarded Qin Feng with a penetrating gaze. For his mention of the hawk identity was indeed a formidable revelation. The title of Dragon Emperor could command the loyalty of numerous military factions domestically, while the hawk could rally foreign legions and families. Should Qin Feng desire it, he could easily amass these forces to establish a nation. Moreover, Qin Feng continued, "Although my Qin family has fallen from grace, we still possess allies. If I were to reveal my lineage, I am confident that even the reclusive old monsters would rally to my cause. Qin Feng, it appears I have underestimated you. It is good that you recognize it. I have always maintained a low profile." Nangong Wan remarked, "I could convey this message, but the success rate remains low, for a humble background is a humble background, and a prestigious one is a prestigious one. Inform them that should any matters arise, they may seek me out. Should I discover anyone threatening Wanqing, I will not hesitate to eliminate every member of the Nangong family I encounter." "Very well. May I take my leave now?" "Go ahead." Qin Feng waved his hand, watching as Nangong Wan departed. Shortly after, Shang Wanhong entered with a cheerful laugh. "Little brother, does it truly merit your involvement in the affairs of the Nangong family over someone you have been married to for merely 6 months? I don't know. Let it be. However, I cannot stand idly by while these people bully my wife, albeit temporarily. That would be utterly disrespectful. Well, the only capable member of the Sato royal family has passed, leaving behind only those unworthy of alliance. Thus the necessity for a union with the Nangong family is diminished. They would not permit Murong Wanqing to marry someone so flawed." Shang Wanhong sipped her tea and continued, "Your true challenge lies with the Sato family. Should they catch even a whiff of suspicion, they will act without the need for solid evidence. It matters not. I have taken many lives recently, and would not mind taking a few more. Indeed, none of the Qin family are ever at peace. Your grandfather was restless. Your father too, and you are no exception. I believe I have come to understand this. And Hong, I must ask you to continue your inquiries regarding the whereabouts of the Dragon Soul Jade." "No problem. Go ahead. Regardless, remember to preserve the bloodline of the old Qin family. Let's speak of this further." After leaving the attic, Qin Feng received a call from Li Honghua. Following the deaths of the Ji family father and son, the elder Ji chose to retire and no longer concern himself with any matters. He asked Li Honghua to extend his apologies to Qin Feng. The elder Ji was unaware of the circumstances surrounding the Ji family's demise, which had been orchestrated solely by the father and son in their attempt to eliminate Qin Feng. His failure to eradicate them entirely could be deemed a gesture of mercy. Upon returning to the entrance, Qin Feng encountered a somewhat portly middle-aged man who was vociferously berating someone. This man was none other than Chao Sihai. "What do you mean by this, President Chao? Have you come to confront me?" Qin Feng strolled over leisurely, a smile gracing his lips. It was then that he noticed Chao Sihai had replaced his severed hand with a metallic prosthetic. "Qin Feng, it appears you have been enjoying a rather comfortable life lately." "You have certainly been in the spotlight," Chao Sihai remarked. "Things are satisfactory. Is there a reason you sought me out? Perhaps regarding our previous encounter?" Lighting a cigar, Chao Sihai replied, "I, Chao, am a man of my word. I said that if you could depart unscathed, all would be forgiven. Today, I am here to inquire about your intentions. Do you wish to encroach upon my territory? Please, we can coexist peacefully. Why would I seek to trouble you?" "Very well. You are quite forthright," Chao Sihai said, surveying his surroundings. "Let us dispense with the pleasantries. You may conduct your affairs in Jinghai City, but I advise you to maintain a low profile." "I have always been discreet," Qin Feng replied. "Huh." Chao Sihai waved dismissively before entering his vehicle and driving away. It seemed he had merely come to gauge the situation and ascertain Qin Feng's demeanor. However, witnessing Qin Feng's composure only deepened Chao Sihai's apprehension. The Ji family had failed to eliminate Qin Feng, and curiously, he had emerged unscathed. "What do you think of this fellow?" inquired a woman seated in the passenger seat. "Boss, he strikes me as an ordinary man, Yet my instincts warn me that probing further would be perilous. This man is a formidable adversary. Qin Feng opened the small gate to the courtyard. "Brother," a hearty voice called out, halting him. Turning in surprise, Qin Feng beheld a tall, robust man with a buzz cut, sporting a somewhat simple expression, dressed in worn camouflage attire. "Are you looking for me?" "Yes, I heard this is a medicinal establishment, and I wish to procure some herbs." Qin Feng regarded the man with curiosity. "What kind of herbs do you require?" Upon hearing this, the burly man produced a note from his pocket and handed it over. "These are the ones. Do you have them?" After glancing at the list of herbs and then back at the man, Qin Feng replied, "I do have them, but you appear to be in good health. What do you need the medicine for?" My sister is ill, so I require the herbs." "Very well, come inside with me." Qin Feng retrieved the herbs. Yet the man did not take them and instead appeared quite troubled. "What seems to be the issue? Are you not interested anymore?" "Not at all. It's just that I lack the funds. Would it be possible to have them on credit? I promise to pay you back once I have the means." Qin Feng chuckled softly. "Take them. I have no use for these herbs, and leaving them unused would be wasteful. But this." Qin Feng then fetched a piece of paper and a pen from the tea table, swiftly writing down a few characters. "Fold it neatly and hand it to the burly man. Here, take this. If you encounter a situation that deeply troubles you and goes against your conscience, open it." "All right. Thank you. When I have money, I will surely repay you, working tirelessly for you." In response, Qin Feng waved his hand, dismissing the other man. Observing the destitute demeanor of the man, Qin Feng sighed. A man of wealth is a man of strength. A man without wealth finds life arduous. Even heroes must bow for mere grains of rice. How tragic. Before he could settle down, another figure stealthily entered, despite the sunglasses and mask concealing his face. Qin Feng recognized him as Murong Gaoyuan. After saving Murong Haoshan last time, this fellow had altered his prejudice against Qin Feng. Upon seeing Qin Feng, he hastily closed the door. "Father-in-law, what brings you here today?" "Sigh, Qin Feng, can you treat some delicate ailments?" Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's interest was piqued. "Is it impotence? Or perhaps premature ejaculation?" "Neither. I am ill." "By heavens, did Jia Qianqian pass this on to you?" Murong Gaoyuan wished for a hole to hide in, only able to nod in shame. "Such retribution. Xiao Feng, please, no more. I just found out today, after an examination. I know this condition is beyond remedy, and I have come to seek your help." It could be said that Qin Feng was now his last glimmer of hope. Qin Feng inquired, "So what about you and Jia Qianqian?" "We separated long ago." "Oh, your ailment seems quite challenging, requiring prolonged treatment." Upon hearing that there was a possibility of healing, Murong Gaoyuan nearly wept with joy. Qin Feng interrupted, "Stop. I shall not dwell on the past. I know you are an intelligent man who understands what to do." "Understood, understood. All right, I will go inside and fetch the medicine. Take it regularly." Murong Gaoyuan felt an overwhelming desire to kneel before Qin Feng. Should Qin Feng demand it, he would undoubtedly comply. Buzzing. Both Qin Feng and Murong Gaoyuan's phones rang almost simultaneously. They instinctively glanced at each other before answering their calls. "Calm her down. I'm coming right away." Qin Feng hurriedly asked, "Haven't you resolved the matter with Jia Qianqian?" "I don't know. I gave her money. In fact, I was too lazy to confront her, even after realizing I was infected. I never expected that shameless woman would take Wan Xing hostage. Let us go." Qin Feng immediately drove off. Lonting Building. The first floor was crowded with onlookers pointing at the sky. The police had already arrived to cordon off the area, and numerous air mattresses were laid out below. Lonting Building stood over 300 meters tall. A fall from such a height would leave the air mattresses with little more than the ability to preserve a corpse. "Sir, you cannot enter. That is my daughter. We must go in." Murong Gaoyuan forcibly pushed past the officer. Qin Feng quickly followed suit. The building's staff had been completely evacuated. The two men took the elevator directly to the top floor. Upon exiting the lift, they found Lin Xiaoxiao, Lu Yin, along with Xia Bing and several police officers, as well as a negotiation expert, attempting to communicate with the already deranged Jia Qianqian. On the edge of the rooftop, Jia Qianqian, with her disheveled hair, possessed a face that could be deemed beautiful, yet now it bore a ghastly expression. She held Murong Wonking hostage. tightening a data cable around her neck and pulling her back, while in her right hand she clutched a remote control. The most daunting aspect for Qin Feng was the explosive strapped to Jia Qianqian's abdomen. At that moment, the cable was constricting Murong Wangqing's throat, making it difficult for her to breathe, her complexion pale, and the remote in Jia Qianqian's grasp rendered her hesitant to make any attempts to struggle. Jia Qianqian had already pressed the remote. The consequences of releasing her thumb were too dire to contemplate. Murong Gaoyuan, you beast, you have finally arrived, Jia Qianqian hissed menacingly. Murong Gaoyuan hurriedly stepped forward, his voice laced with urgency. Qianqian, let us discuss this calmly. Whatever you desire, I will do my utmost to provide it. Please, do not act foolishly, do not harm Wangqing. Let us resolve our issues amicably, shall we? Murong Gaoyuan, you owe me my youth. You took me to bed only to cast me aside. What more do you want? I offered you 10 million plus a house abroad. Chapter 91, Go to Hell. Truly, this was not an insignificant offer. Not only Jia Qianqian, but even younger and more beautiful women often found themselves discarded after such arrangements. Yet Murong Gaoyuan had, in the aftermath, bestowed a substantial sum along with a foreign property, something Jia Qianqian could never hope to achieve through her own efforts. It could only be said that her insatiable greed led her astray. It was precisely Murong Gaoyuan's actions that made Jia Qianqian perceive him as easily manipulated. His error lay in having developed genuine feelings. Qin Feng, what shall we do now? If we do not resolve this, President Murong may asphyxiate. She holds the remote. And I have no confidence. Qin Feng suggested, could you dismantle a computer and assemble a small shield? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes brightened, and she hurried back. All right, I promise you. Now release Wangqing, and I will become your hostage. Jia Qianqian retorted angrily, Stop, do not approach me. She then turned her gaze to Qin Feng, declaring, You caused my nephew to become disabled and imprisoned. I will settle this score with you. Agreed, as long as you release Wangqing. You may deal with me as you wish. But now, you must kneel before me. Qin Feng frowned slightly. Qin Feng, you are a man. If you kneel, I will despise you. Murong Wangqing, enduring the sensation of suffocation, managed to utter those words. Silence. Wangqing, can you hold her hand for 2 seconds? The others looked at Qin Feng, puzzled by his request. However, his words were in Korean, a language none present could comprehend. Murong Wangqing clearly understood. Closing her eyes in affirmation. What are you saying? Jia Qianqian inquired. Nothing, I simply have not practiced my speaking for a while and felt an urge to do so. Qin Feng replied. You bastard, now you. Before Jia Qianqian could finish her sentence, Murong Wangqing suddenly turned, grasping Jia Qianqian's hand and seizing the remote control. As Jia Qianqian was leaning against the railing, Murong Wangqing had to push forward to gain control over her. In a moment of desperation, Jia Qianqian, wearing high heels, leaned back and, along with Murong Wangqing, tumbled over the railing. Both emitted piercing screams. In the nick of time, Qin Feng vaulted over the railing with remarkable speed, gripping it with his left hand while his right arm enveloped Murong Wangqing. Ah, Qin Feng, save me, save me. Jia Qianqian cried in terror. Had it not been for Murong Wangqing, who clutched her hand to steady the remote control, Jia Qianqian would have plummeted. Let go, you tyrant! Qin Feng exclaimed. Murong Wangqing held tightly onto Jia Qianqian's hand. No, you should die. Qin Feng retaliated with a swift kick to Jia Qianqian's face. With a chilling scream, she fell. In the chaos, the remote control also slipped from their grasp, landing several meters away. Beep, beep, bang. The explosion dismembered Jia Qianqian, along with the glass from several floors of the building. A wave of heat washed over Murong Wangqing, leaving her pale and shaken. Wangqing! Murong Gaoyuan and others rushed over to pull them up. Meanwhile, Jia Qianqian had been reduced to mere fragments, landing on an air cushion. Had it not been for Qin Feng's intervention, which accelerated her fall, the aftermath of the explosion could have harmed them as well. Wangqing, are you all right? I'm fine. A red mark appeared on Murong Wangqing's once pristine neck. Wangqing, you should really see a doctor, Lu Yan urged with concern. Let's go to the hospital. They all proceeded to the hospital, while Murong Gaoyuan went to the police station to provide a statement. President Murong, are you all right? Xiao Bing inquired. I'm fine. Xiao Bing nodded, deliberately bumping into Qin Feng as she left. Tyrant, you should rest. I'm going out for a cigarette. Before Murong Wanqing could respond, Lu Yin interjected, Smoke. Smoke, smoke. You'll end up with lung cancer. Outside, Xiao Bing crossed her arms and asked, Qin Feng, do you know this Jia Qianqian? Not well. The investigation is nearly complete. Jia Qianqian acquired a makeshift remote control bomb through the black market, intending to extort more money from Murong Gaoyuan. Do you have anything to add? Qin Feng shrugged. What is there to add? You all have it figured out. This indifferent response infuriated Xiao Bing, who felt like stomping her feet. I ask you, can you follow police directives next time? What if Murong Wanqing hadn't held the remote? What if you hadn't caught her hand in time? And did you not fear for your life when you leaped over? The situation was urgent. I didn't think it through. Xiao Bing was at a loss for words, saying, I'm not blaming you, but please don't act so impulsively next time. Okay. Bing Bing, Xiao Feng, what are you doing here? A stunning nurse in a uniform approached gracefully. The gentle and charming face radiated a smile, adorned with a nurse's cap, as she gracefully held a tray of medications. Her figure was simply unparalleled. Even Xiao Bing found herself leaning back slightly. The voluptuous and alluring silhouette swayed naturally as she walked, her ample bosom proudly accentuating her curves. Yet, Yang Yushan's waist was remarkably slender, her rounded hips full and enticing, while her long, smooth legs, elegantly clad in high-quality white stockings, exuded an exceptional allure. Qin Feng found himself momentarily entranced, a fact that did not escape the keen eyes of Xiao Bing, who, acting as the diligent officer she was, promptly nudged him with her elbow. What are you doing? Xiao Bing glared at him before turning to Yang Yushan. Sister Yushan, I just ran into Qin Feng. I just returned from a ward when I encountered you both. Yang Yushan chuckled softly, casting a glance at Qin Feng. For some inexplicable reason, Qin Feng felt an unusual sensation. During their first meeting with the stunning head nurse, he hadn't felt such a strange pull. This time, however, he sensed that Yang Yushan regarded him with an assertive gaze that suggested an interest beyond mere acquaintance. Qin Feng, what are you up to? At that moment, Lu Yin emerged from the ward and approached them. Xiao Feng, is this your girlfriend? Yang Yushan was blissfully unaware of the connection between Qin Feng and Murong Wanqing. And no, she's just a friend. Qin Feng stammered. Who is she? Lu Yin scrutinized Yang Yushan with palpable suspicion, especially upon noticing the head nurse's strikingly ample figure, which made her self-conscious about her own physique. Comparing a grapefruit to a watermelon seemed futile. She's also my friend, working here as the head nurse, Qin Feng explained, scratching his nose in mild embarrassment. Hello, I am Lu Yin, secretary of Longting Group. Chapter 92, The Sound of Sobbing in the Corridor. Fourth update. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. Lu Yin's introduction was undoubtedly an attempt to assert her identity in front of Yang Yushan. Consequently, Qin Feng could only offer a sheepish smile to Yang Yushan. Yang Yushan remarked, Your sister is quite astute. I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave for now. We can chat more another time. I must go as well. I still have tasks to complete. Once the two departed, Qin Feng addressed Lu Yin. Secretary Lu, was that really necessary? She is merely a friend, whether she is a friend or not. I can tell that with a figure like that nurse, even a man would struggle to maintain composure, Lu Yin retorted, her expression momentarily frozen before she quickly corrected herself. What are you thinking? I was merely making a metaphor. If you keep this up, I'll inform Wanqing that you've been flirting with two busta women behind her back. All right. The trio confirmed that there were no significant issues and that hospitalization was unnecessary. They left the hospital together and returned to the urban village. Lu Yin stood in the courtyard and said, Qin Feng, if I were you, I'd deconsider relocating. Isn't a seaside villa appealing? Aren't spacious apartments enticing? You don't understand. This is the last untouched land in Jinghai City. Just ask Wanqing if you don't believe me. Murong Wanqing stepped out, adorned in a fresh uniform skirt suit, embodying the quintessential businesswoman. It was not her alluring appearance that captivated, but rather her exquisite figure that lent an air of seduction even to a modest outfit. In contrast to her previous attire, Her porcelain neck was elegantly adorned with a luxurious silk scarf, concealing the marks of tension. Yinjia, let us head back to the office. You should take the day to rest, she urged. At times, Lu Yin felt intimidated by Murong Wanqing's unwavering dedication to her work. She seldom allowed herself any respite. Following recent events, a normal individual would likely require weeks to recuperate from the shadows of such experiences. Yet Murong Wanqing, after merely changing her attire, resumed her professional duties. Resistance was futile. It's fine. Resting only leads to more chaotic thoughts. Let us go, Murong Wanqing replied. Very well then. Lu Yin signaled persistently with her eyes. Oh dear, is it really that difficult? There's nothing pressing today, anyway. Qin Feng, somewhat dejected, finished his cigarette and joined her in the car, heading towards the company. Within Longting Group, aside from a few floors impacted by recent events, operations continued as usual, with everyone diligently attending to their responsibilities. Qin Feng, we have a meeting. Could you open a window? We wouldn't want this place to become stifling, someone remarked. The expansive office felt eerily empty. Approaching Murong Wanqing's desk, Qin Feng noticed her identification badge. He picked it up and proceeded outside, realizing he had yet to explore the company premises. As the highest-ranking executive, his identification allowed him access to any area he desired. As Qin Feng meandered through various office spaces, he marveled at the sight of female employees in uniform. Deeply engrossed in their tasks, a truly delightful experience. Just as he was about to enter the next office, he heard muffled sobs emanating from the stairwell. Pushing the door open, he beheld a delicate figure weeping on the steps. Upon noticing him, she hastily stood and wiped her tears, fearful that Qin Feng might witness her distress. Don't be alarmed. What troubles you? He inquired. It's nothing. The girl, seemingly around 20, radiated youthful charm and vitality, likely a recent graduate. Are you a member of the board? You seem so young, she asked. The board? Qin Feng responded in surprise, realizing she was fixated on his identification badge. It dawned on him that Murong Wanqing's badge was red, while hers was white, indicating that board members possessed red identification. Are you not a board member? He questioned. Of course. I'm part of the chairman's inspection team, just conducting a routine check of the company. He fabricated an excuse. However, this revelation only heightened her anxiety. Her face drained of color as she bowed her head and removed her identification badge, handing it to Qin Feng. I understand now. I will pack my things and go to the HR department to resign. Resign? I never said you were dismissed. Please, tell me what is going on. Why would you leave under such circumstances? The girl shook her head, too afraid to speak. It's all right. Just talk to me. Be gentle. You, mischief maker. Are you still going to work or not? Hurry up and come out. A voice called from outside. The girl hurriedly stepped outside upon hearing the commotion. Addressing a woman in her 40s. Team leader, I'm here. Is there something you need? The team leader surveyed the surroundings and gently remarked. I asked you to accompany Deputy Minister Xiao for drinks last night, yet you left midway. How do you think this reflects on Deputy Minister Xiao and myself? Team leader, but it was supposed to be just drinks, and then that Deputy Minister made those advances toward me. You foolish girl. Do you not understand the ways of the world? The Deputy Minister is our superior in the entire marketing department. What is wrong with him touching you? Do you genuinely believe you can establish a foothold in this company solely on your talents? Feeling quite troubled, she replied, but if that's the case, wouldn't I be no different from those other women? Who knows? If you don't speak of it, and I don't speak of it, and neither does Deputy Minister Xiao. Just moments ago, I managed to placate him. Now hurry to his office and apologize. Additionally, join him for dinner tonight. You must not run away this time. Do not even think of refusing, even if he asks you to sleep with him. I refuse. The team leader immediately adopted a stern expression, her patience wearing thin. Then go submit your resignation to the HR department. I do not tolerate idlers here. Idlers? Since when has Longting Group become the domain of a deputy minister and a female team leader? Qin Feng, hiding in the escape passage, grasped the situation. He was astonished to learn of such unspoken rules, that one must accompany their superior to bed or face resignation. The team leader assessed Qin Feng, realizing she did not recognize him, and said with displeasure, You heard everything just now. If you wish to continue working here, keep your mouth shut. Are you threatening me? Qin Feng, unfazed, met her gaze. The team leader, sensing his composure, swiftly assumed an authoritative stance, demanding, "Which department are you from? Who is your team leader? Speak up." Team leader, he is from the board's inspection team. At this revelation, the team leader was taken aback. Nonsense. I have worked at Longting for over a decade and have never heard of the chairman establishing an inspection team. Which department do you belong to? If you don't clarify, I will consider you a spy attempting to steal our commercial secrets. I am indeed not from the inspection team. I was brought in by Murong Wanqing. What? The team leader nearly lost her balance, her expression turning frantic. I ask you, are employees here to work or to serve your so-called Deputy Minister Xiao? Chapter 93. Security. Where are the security personnel? That is not the case. You have misunderstood. The team leader attempted to explain. Then I shall inquire about it myself, Qin Feng asserted. Wait, sir, you must have misheard. What I meant was, as part of the marketing department, we are essentially a segment of public relations. It is perfectly normal to accompany clients for drinks to promote products. At this, Qin Feng snorted coldly. Turning to the submissive girl, he said, "Ron Gru, is it? Today, I shall intervene in your affairs and help you seek justice." Qin Feng then directed his gaze back to the team leader. "Take me to see your so-called deputy minister at once. Should we go or not?" The team leader glanced around, then reluctantly nodded. She led Qin Feng towards Deputy Minister Zhao's office, located on this very floor. Knock, knock, knock. After receiving permission, the female team leader pushed open the door and entered. The office was modest in size, roughly 30 square meters, furnished with office chairs and a set of sofas accompanied by tea utensils. A middle-aged man with a shiny bald head sat on the sofa, clad in a shirt, holding in his arms a woman dressed in a form-fitting, provocative dress, while another woman knelt on the floor preparing tea. The two women were likely employees of the company, chosen for their beauty and figure and brought here by Deputy Minister Xiao to serve as secretaries. Deputy Minister Xiao was preoccupied, but the female team leader's words were interrupted by Xiao Jian, who inquired, "Who is he? Are you unaware that you should not bring other men into my office without my permission? Bring him here." Xiao Jian's irritation was palpable. The team leader approached timidly, only to be pulled into Xiao Jian's embrace. Before she could react, his greasy hand slipped into her collar. He then turned to Qin Feng. "Kid, are you here to seek retribution? Is that girl behind you your girlfriend?" "Yes, I am aware of your matters. So how do you intend to resolve this?" "Explain? Why should I, Xiao Jian, need to explain anything? If you wish to dine at Longting Group, you must heed my wishes. You asked for an explanation?" A mocking smirk graced Xiao Jian's face. "Are you implying that you no longer wish to discuss this?" Qin Feng retorted, "What are you, to demand an explanation from me? Get lost." Feeling a headache, Qin Feng shook his hand dismissively. "Fine, I will ensure you have a proper discussion with me." He strode forward, meeting Xiao Jian's hefty figure with a resounding slap. The three women gasped in shock. "What are you doing? Let me change my approach to converse with you properly." Qin Feng delivered a series of slaps, leaving Xiao Jian's nose bloodied and his cheeks swelling visibly. Ultimately, he seized Xiao Jian by the throat and hurled him to the ground. "Fool! Where are the security guards?" Xiao Jian shouted. "You call for security?" Qin Feng approached, delivering a flurry of kicks that left Xiao Jian clutching his abdomen in pain, eventually losing consciousness. The remaining individuals watched in terrified disbelief, astonished that this unfamiliar youth had incapacitated Xiao Jian. Qin Feng turned to the others, recognizing that their choice to be Xiao Jian's companions was their own. Let's depart. Wenro, coming to her senses, followed Qin Feng out. In the corridor, she expressed her gratitude. "Mr. Qin, thank you." He reassured her. "Do not worry about retaliation from Xiao Jian. I will have him removed shortly." Wenro shook her head, but I recall the team leader mentioning that Deputy Minister Xiao has connections within the board. It would be impossible to oust him. That is of no concern. The board is merely a formality that I do not take to heart. After glancing at the time, Qin Feng inquired, "Is there a cafeteria here? Do you offer dining options?" "Yes. Would you like to have some juice?" "It's my treat." Longting Group had an entire floor dedicated to dining, offering meals, desserts, and beverages. Wenro insisted on treating him, and Qin Feng chose not to argue further. After surveying the surroundings, he began to understand why Longting Group was regarded as a paradise for female workers. The working conditions here are quite favorable, albeit the regulations are rather stringent. Nevertheless, as long as one's interests are not compromised, the compensation and work schedule are essentially akin to those found in foreign companies. There is no exploitation whatsoever. Apart from work hours, one has ample time to indulge in personal interests, unlike other companies where the majority of time is consumed by the struggle for survival. This has led to numerous companies issuing joint warnings against the Longting Group. However, the formidable woman, Murong Wanqing, has shouldered all these pressures. Soon, Wenru approached with 2 beverages in hand. Here, thank you. Qin Feng took a sip and inquired, how long have you been working here? I just started my internship half a month ago. I can still sense the innocence of campus life about you. My guess was correct. Wenru replied, you can tell that? It's just that after being in society for a while, one tends to lose that simplicity. Work is truly challenging. Everyone praises Longting Group, but there are still dark corners here. Naturally, there will always be places where the sun doesn't shine. But rest assured, once I discover such matters, I shall not allow them to persist. Thank you. At that moment, a girl approached, saying, Wenru, there you are. The team leader wants you to find him in the office. Wenru frowned slightly and glanced at Qin Feng. It's probably that helper Xiao Jian was waiting for. Let us go meet him. Qin Feng, holding his juice, proceeded to re-enter the office. Xiao Jian was using ointment to soothe the swelling on his face. Upon seeing Qin Feng, he exclaimed in frustration, you little rascal. His agitation inadvertently aggravated his wound, causing him to grimace in pain and quickly fall silent. Young Master Zhou, that scoundrel who hit me is here. You must stand up for me, Xiao Jian implored, glancing toward the swiveling office chair. The chair soon turned to reveal a young man, around 24-25, who initially wore an air of disdain and superiority. However, upon recognizing Qin Feng, he nearly slipped from his chair in shock. Qin Feng, oh, it is young Master Zhou. How is your injury from our last encounter? Qin Feng teased. Zhou Qinghui's expression shifted to one of distress, feeling as if he had been force-fed a spicy delicacy. Young Master Zhou, shut your mouth. Do you know who Qin Feng is? Zhou Qinghui had initially intended to provoke Qin Feng, but his father had strictly forbidden him from offending Qin Feng again. Qingge, have a smoke. It's as if the floodwaters have overwhelmed the Dragon King's temple. Zhou Qinghui ingratiated himself as he approached, producing a pack of cigarettes worth over 100 yuan. In the company, he could afford to argue with Murong Wanqing due to his father's position as chairman. But he dared not do so with Qin Feng. If he were to offend him again, his father had threatened to break his legs. Qin Feng, savoring his cigarette, remarked, have you turned over a new leaf? Qingge, last time I was blind to your stature and offended you. Please, be magnanimous and overlook that minor incident. What about him? Will you stand up for him? Zhou Qinghui kicked Xiao Jian several times, cursing, do you even know who Qingge is? He is the husband of our company's president. How could a mere junior manager like you dare to offend him? Xiao Jian trembled at the revelation, while Wenru's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Qin Feng was, in fact, the husband of her idol. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and kneel to apologize to Qingge. Zhou Qinghui scolded. Thud. Without hesitation, Zhou Qinghui knelt down. Do not utter a word. Go to the HR department and resign immediately. Do not wait for me to dismiss you. Such a person has no place in this company, lest they misuse their power to harm the new interns. Qingge, please give me a chance, I beg you. You wish for a chance? Quickly get out of here. I've long found you displeasing. Leave at once. To demonstrate his resolve for a fresh start, Zhou Qinghui unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon Xiao Jian, driving him away. Qin Feng turned his gaze towards the female team leader, startling her. Qingge, I will submit my resignation report shortly. There is no need for you to chase me away. I'll leave on my own. The team leader hastily departed, feeling shameful. If Qin Feng were merely a member of the board, he could rely on connections to resolve this matter. However, the pivotal truth was that Qin Feng was Murong Wanqing's partner, capable of achieving what the board could not, whispering sweet nothings into Murong Wanqing's ear. Qingge, why didn't you inform me of your arrival at the company? Tonight, I shall host, and we can go out for drinks. No need. Just focus on your duties. I do not wish for Wanqing's company to be embroiled in such disorder and underhanded dealings. Yes, it's my fault. Waving his hand, Qin Feng departed with Wenru. Mr. Qin, thank you. Previously uncertain about retaining her job, she now realized she need not leave the company at all. She expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Qin Feng. It's nothing, just minor matters. Work diligently, and I believe your talent will elevate you further here. Yes, thank you. The two bid farewell. And Qin Feng hummed a tune as he returned to the president's office. Sir, welcome back. The sudden voice startled Qin Feng as he found the office empty. Sir, I am the artificial intelligence developed by President Mu, named Iris. Please do not be alarmed. Artificial intelligence. Indeed, Qin Feng then noticed the sound emanating from the ceiling. I see. Why did you not appear earlier? He inquired. Previously, when President Mu was present, it was imperative not to disturb during working hours. I detected your return, so I restarted. How may I assist you? Would you like to watch a movie or listen to music? However, Qin Feng regarded this artificial intelligence as merely a form of digital assistant and paid it little mind. The president's meeting is at least an hour long. Would you bring me some coffee? Is that so? Then I will have a cup of coffee. No sugar. Please hold on. Shortly after, Qin Feng heard the sound of coffee brewing from the leisure area. A robot approached, carrying a cup of coffee. This was the first time Qin Feng had encountered such advanced technology in civilian life. Enjoy your drink. Upon witnessing this, Qin Feng proceeded to inquire. Please retrieve the specific information regarding Murong Wanqing. I apologize, sir, but that falls under President Mu's privacy, and I lack the necessary authorization, came the reply. Then, let's examine my own information. Qin Feng, 22 years of age, parents missing, raised by his grandfather from a young age, and subsequently conscripted into the Central Military at the age of 16. Qin Feng squinted. This artificial intelligence was indeed remarkable, capable of retrieving such personal information. Elise, please look up details on Qin Shou and my parents. Sir, after your grandfather sent you to serve, he ventured into Kunlun Mountain and has not been heard from since. As for your parents, I have not received any information. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes and asked, are you unaware or simply lacking authorization? I was created when President Mu was 20. Thus, much information is still being gathered, but it requires President Mu's consent. What business does Murong Wanqing possess beyond her simple enterprises? I'm afraid I cannot provide that without authorization. Qin Feng did not intend to press further. After all, it was merely artificial intelligence, not omniscient. A week swiftly passed. That night, Murong Wanqing called Qin Feng. Qin Feng, please represent me at the Tianyu Group. I have a meeting and cannot leave. Qin Feng glanced at Su Qian, who was performing a melodious tune. Upon hearing Murong Wanqing's name, the Japanese girl feigned an exaggerated gasp. Qin Feng's body trembled as he took a deep breath. Qin Feng, are you listening? What are you doing? Nothing much. Just drinking water. It's too cold and my teeth hurt. As he spoke, he shot a warning glance at Su Qian to refrain from mischief. Regarding what we discussed earlier. Will you go? I will. Great. End a call. Su Qian's lips curled into a subtle smile. Exciting. Isn't it? Murong Wanqing truly does not appreciate what she possesses. Qin Feng seized her ample form with a firm grip, rising to dress. Oh, are you leaving? Su Qian asked coyly, her body draped in a thin, cool blanket, revealing her voluptuous figure in tantalizing glimpses. I hold shares in the Tianyu Group. How could I not attend? The Huangfu Group was a newly established enterprise founded by Huangfu Yue and Li Hu, encompassing the entertainment industry and import-export trade. Thus, even if Murong Wanqing had not mentioned it, Qin Feng would still make an appearance. Observing the woman on the bed, who was provocatively posing, he delivered a playful slap to her fair and ample backside, eliciting a charming protest from Su Qian. Next time, let me dress myself, and I'll surely unlock your back door. Oof. Dreaming of dressing me? How delightful, she teased. After a final check, Qin Feng departed from Su Qian's abode. Over the past half-month, he had become deeply entangled. Once Su Qian became passionate, she was even more adventurous than Su Yaolao. Her allure was ingrained in her very being, while Su Yaolao's was more a form of self-preservation. At the glorious hotel, which was entirely reserved by Huangfu Yue for the evening, cars arrived in succession, each carrying affluent individuals from Jinghai City. Qin Feng, welcome. Liu jogged over. Congratulations. All credit goes to you, please. Chapter 95. Time never fails a beauty. Who will be invited tonight? Some notable figures from Jinghai City. Qin Feng nodded and then inquired. What about the Dragon King? Not at all. He is too dangerous. No matter, how could we establish a group without the Dragon King? Send him an invitation in my name. All right. With Qin Feng's assurance, Li Hu felt at ease. Perhaps in the entire Jinghai City and its neighboring locales. Only Qin Feng could keep the Dragon King in check. All right, go greet the guests. I shall sit inside for a while. Sure, President Huangfu is in a room. You can find her. Before departing, Liu gave Qin Feng a knowing glance. Surrounded by elegantly dressed individuals engaged in lively conversation, Qin Feng felt a sense of disconnection. Thus, he opted to take the elevator to seek out Huangfu Yue. It was rather disheartening to be alone and reluctant to seek company. Just then, a sweet and melodious voice pierced through the air. Qin Feng turned to see Yi Qinglan approaching. Instantly captivated, he noted her stunning appearance that evening. She was adorned in a sky-blue evening gown, her hair elegantly styled in an updo, revealing her fair and delicate visage, enhanced by a touch of makeup that accentuated her allure. Her enchanting phoenix-like eyes sparkled with emotion and depth, captivating all who beheld them. Her graceful neck and smooth shoulders displayed perfectly proportioned collarbones, while her slim waist swayed gently as she walked, the form-fitting dress accentuating her curvaceous figure. Her long, shapely legs, clad in high-end nude stockings, were completed by around 10-centimeter stiletto heels, rendering her utterly graceful, beautiful, dignified, yet undeniably sensual. In Qin Feng's presence, Yi Qinglan felt no need to conceal her affections. Noticing his somewhat dazed expression, she chuckled playfully, causing her enchanting figure to quiver enticingly. What kind of gaze is that? It's as if you're seeing me for the first time. Indeed, it feels somewhat like that. Each encounter never grows tiresome. Delighted by Qin Feng's praise, Yi Qinglan suggested, shall we find another place to chat? Or do you prefer it here? Of course. With his consent, Yi Qinglan boldly linked her arm with Qin Feng's. The sensation was beyond words. Excuse me, beautiful lady, please hold on. A suave gentleman obstructed their path. His intentions were clearly directed towards Yi Qinglan rather than Qin Feng. With a polite smile, she replied, I'm sorry, but this gentleman beside me is my partner. No need for concern. I hail from Jiangnan, and you must be familiar with the Jiang family. I would like to befriend you. Thank you, but that is unnecessary. Yet the man remained persistent. Qin Feng, growing increasingly impatient, interjected, Hey, we've already declined. Please refrain from further pursuit. Thank you. I wasn't speaking to you, the man retorted, completely dismissing Qin Feng. Unwilling to tolerate such disrespect, Qin Feng seized the man's collar and led him towards the restroom. In less than 2 minutes, Qin Feng emerged. Hee, being near you brings a sense of security, Yi Qinglan remarked with a charming smile. Qin Feng shrugged. He brought this upon himself. I bear no responsibility. The two individuals arrived at a secluded location and stepped onto the balcony. How refreshing. Yi Qinglan reveled in the cool breeze caressing her skin. Turning around, her slender, snow-white arms draped over Qin Feng's shoulders. What are you staring at? Xiao Feng, how long have we known each other? It seems like 2 years, doesn't it? At 16, Qin Feng had joined the military, and after attaining honor and freedom at 20, he ventured abroad. It was during that period that he met Yi Qinglan. At this, a hint of melancholy flickered in Yi Qinglan's eyes. Indeed, you are in your youth while I am nearing 30. What nonsense! Time never diminishes beauty, she continued. Men always say such things. When I grow old and my skin becomes wrinkled, will you still utter those words? Qin Feng chuckled softly, but said nothing further. Therefore, I shall not wait any longer. I want to bear your children. Yi Qinglan leaned in, her crimson lips pressing against Qin Feng's. He did not resist. He could refuse Muron Wonking and those he had only recently met, yet he found it impossible to turn away Yi Qinglan and Su Yaorao, who had been patiently awaiting him with their youth. Even if he could not extend his life, Qin Feng would accompany them until the very end of his existence. Nevertheless, he was determined to live on. After 4 or 5 minutes of kissing, Yi Qinglan pushed Qin Feng away, a charming blush gracing her cheeks. Xiao Feng, your kissing skills are becoming quite adept. I can hardly compete. Has Yara taught you? Whether or not she has, my first teacher has always been you. Qin Feng replied with a mischievous smile, wrapping his arms around Yi Qinglan's waist and pulling her close once more, claiming her lips with a fervent kiss, savoring the delightful taste they shared. Don't move too much. What if someone sees us out here on the balcony? Yi Qinglan playfully scolded. Fear not. No one will see us, Qin Feng insisted. Oh dear, this evening gown is difficult to wear. Don't mess it up. After indulging in the moment, Qin Feng finally withdrew his thoughts. Had he not exchanged a few favors with Su Qian beforehand, upon witnessing Yi Qinglan's stunning and alluring presence, he would have taken her straight to the room. The two departed the balcony together. Just then, a door swung open, and Huang Fuyue emerged. Her gaze lost as she stared at the elevator doors. She had witnessed the scene on the balcony. Logically, she should not feel anything since her relationship with Qin Feng was non-existent, yet a profound discomfort lodged in her heart. Huang Fuyue's eyes gradually hardened. She resolved to take action, realizing she had developed feelings for Qin Feng. After all, she was aware of his sham marriage with Muron Walking. The living room was filled with guests, primarily prominent figures and business leaders from Jinghai City. The Tianyu Chamber of Commerce was a notorious underground force, and these enterprises had varying degrees of cooperation with it. The two founders of Tianyu Group were invited to the stage. A thunderous applause erupted throughout the hall. Qin Feng spotted Huang Fuyue, who was also elegantly dressed, rivaling Yi Qinglan beside her. Suddenly, Qin Feng felt a sharp pain at his waist and turned to look at Yi Qinglan. Just moments ago, you were utterly enamored with me, captivated by my figure. And now you have changed? Not at all. I merely appreciate beauty, so let us not jest. I shall treat you to your favorite delicacies upon our return. Be good. Chapter 96. A Canine from the East. Huang Fuyue is undoubtedly one of the most enchanting women of the evening. As the hostess, she dons a stunning red, strapless evening gown, her delicate features adorned with a touch of makeup that enhances her allure. Her eyes shine with clarity. Her nose is elegantly refined, and her luscious lips, painted in a vibrant hue, are irresistibly seductive. Her hair cascades gracefully over her shoulders, and her smooth, porcelain-like shoulders are a sight to behold. The fullness of her bosom stands in stark contrast to any other, with no one able to rival her. Her slender waist is captivating, and her curvaceous hips are both ample and alluring. The irregular hem of her dress reveals her long, fair legs, clad in luxurious black stockings, while her high heels elevate her elegance to stunning heights. Beside her, Li Hu is clad in a simple suit, having replaced his lost arm with a prosthetic. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all friends for attending tonight's gala. I appreciate your presence once more, and let us continue to help one another for mutual benefit. Originally, I should have expressed my gratitude to Qin Feng, but Huang Fuyue understood that he preferred to remain in the shadows, so she chose to forego that acknowledgement. Tonight, we shall not leave until we are thoroughly intoxicated. A thunderous round of applause erupted. Now, with the alliance of the Tianhu Gang and the Tianyu Chamber of Commerce, who would dare to show disrespect? Even those absent would send representatives. Muron Wanqing, aware of Qin Feng's acquaintance with Huang Fuyue, invited him without hesitation. She preferred to remain out of the spotlight rather than take center stage. After the ceremony concluded, Huang Fuyue approached Qin Feng with a radiant smile. Mr. Yi, Qin Feng, welcome. Congratulations, exclaimed Yi Qinglan. Huang Fuyue replied, what are you talking about? Without Qin Feng, there would be no Tianyu Group today. I never intended to establish a company. That is your endeavor. Words are futile. I raise a toast to you. With so many guests tonight, we shall surely drink more later. The three of them shared a drink. As the hostess, Huang Fuyue could not merely attend to Qin Feng and Yi Qinglan alone. Shortly thereafter, Li Hu approached to offer a toast, an expression of genuine admiration. While there may have been past grievances, Qin Feng's ability to cause Chao Sihai to retreat from the limelight left him with no complaints. Old Qin, here is the key. If this gathering is not to your liking, feel free to retire upstairs. We will definitely drink more later. Very well, do not mind me. Attend to the guests first. Qin Feng and Yi Qinglan found a quiet corner to sit. However, it wasn't long before someone approached Yi Qinglan for a drink. As for Qin Feng, he was virtually unknown, and while some may have heard of his name, none could recognize him personally. The festivities continued with great exuberance. At 10 o'clock, just as Qin Feng was responding to a message from Murong Wanqing, he felt a tantalizingly clad foot gliding over his legs. It was clear who it belonged to, the enchanting Yi Qinglan across from him. Having indulged in her share of drinks, her cheeks were flushed, and her eyes glimmered with a dreamy haze as she gazed at Qin Feng with a playful expression. Qin Feng swallowed hard, his inner fury having amassed to a considerable degree. It was indeed time to unleash his skills. Just as he was about to rise, an ear-piercing screech of brakes echoed from outside, followed by a commotion at the door. A group of individuals entered, pushing aside the guests, and soon after, a young man of merely 1.6 meters strode in with an air of disdain. Huang Fuyue glanced towards Li Hu, who shook his head in response, indicating that he too did not recognize the newcomer. Li Hu set down his glass and approached, saying, "Everyone here are friends. Welcome. May I inquire as to which esteemed family this friend hails from? I have heard tales of your past affiliations with the underworld." The diminutive young man spoke up, and the room fell into astonished silence as they realized he was from the east. A slightly rotund man, sporting a traitorous hairstyle, stepped forward and proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is the young master Kojiro Sasaki from the Sasaki family of the East Empire." The Sasaki family, the one that oversees the Sakura Society? An executive inquired. Indeed, the traitorous-haired man replied with evident pride. He has just arrived in Jinghai City for leisure and has heard that 2 major underworld factions are congregating here tonight, and he has come to take a look. The Sakura Society was widely known, a vast underworld family that outwardly presented itself as a legitimate organization, while secretly operating various illicit enterprises, rendering it notoriously infamous. Huang Fuyue naturally wished to avoid any dealings with such a faction, yet tonight was not the occasion to openly offend them, especially since it marked the establishment of the Tianyu Group, a moment that warranted auspicious beginnings. Mr. Sasaki, welcome. Let us drink until we are inebriated." Li Hu smiled, mirroring Huang Fuyue's sentiment of wishing to avoid any disturbances. "Hey, are you the boss here?" Sasaki inquired. With the assistance of the traitorous-haired man translating, Li Hu understood and replied, "Yes. Shall we share a few drinks? I too have matters to discuss with you. Perhaps you could find 2 women for me to drink with?" "Of course, please." However, Sasaki showed no intention of moving, instead pointing at Huang Fuyue. "This woman will suffice. Let her accompany me for drinks." "Mr. Sasaki, she is—" Li Hu attempted to clarify, but Sasaki interrupted directly. "I want her, or else there will be nothing to discuss tonight." Li Hu, incensed by such insolence, retorted, "Sasaki, this is the Great Xia, not your insignificant East. Don't overstep your bounds. Are you truly prepared to oppose my illustrious Sakura Society? Can you bear the consequences?" Sasaki coldly inquired, "What is there to fear? Get out of my way. You're not welcome here." "Ha ha," utterly oblivious. As Sasaki's 2 expressionless companions advanced, a chilling aura emanated from them. One of them swiftly kicked Li Hu, sending him sprawling across the room, eliciting gasps of shock from the crowd. "A bunch of trash daring to oppose my Sakura Society." Sasaki scoffed disdainfully, then turned his gaze back to Huang Fuyue. "Hey, you wretched woman, come here and attend to me. I will make you the chairperson of this Tianyu Group." Huang Fuyue seethed with rage. However, the 2 individuals beside Sasaki were formidable, and she knew she was no match for them. Oh dear, how troublesome it is to have a foreign dog barging into an otherwise splendid soir, barking madly. Qin Feng approached, a goblet in hand. "Qin Feng, it's nothing but a beast. Just injure it and toss it out," he remarked dismissively. He turned to Sasaki. "Sasaki, is it? Who gave you the audacity to come to the Great Xia? And who might you be? Knowing I am associated with the Sakura Society, you still dare to confront me?" Sasaki narrowed her eyes. "Very well. I shall demonstrate the might of the Sakura Society to you. Break his limbs and make him beg on the ground." Suddenly, 2 bodyguards lunged forward. Chapter 97. Throw him into the sea. Yet, Qin Feng merely stepped forward, causing the 2 bodyguards to miss their target entirely. As they turned to adjust, Qin Feng executed a swift horizontal kick. With a scream, the two bodyguards were sent sprawling. Sasaki instinctively recoiled, but Qin Feng darted past them and delivered a powerful kick to Sasaki's abdomen. Bang! Ouch! Sasaki crumpled to the ground like a frog, clutching her stomach. Her face contorted in agony, turning an ashen hue. Why you dare strike me? The traitorous leader was about to unleash his fury upon Qin Feng when Qin Feng retaliated with a resounding slap across the traitor's face, sending him staggering. Saliva and a few teeth flying. How dare you? In the past, I would have executed you on the spot. Qin Feng retorted, then stepped upon Sasaki's head, inquiring, Sasaki, now stand and hop for me, will you? You come here with a few worthless individuals, thinking you can bully us? Do you truly believe no one in the Great Xia can handle you? Who are you? Are you not afraid of the repercussions from the Sakura Society? Oh! Qin Feng increased the pressure, forcing Sasaki's face closer to the ground, the sound of cracking bones echoing. I have already stated that I do not recognize this so-called Sakura Society. What about me? Is this your territory tonight? Leave. With a swift kick, Sasaki spewed blood, being unceremoniously hurled toward the entrance, landing at someone's feet. Hey Qin, my brother, what s with this littering? Am I unwelcome? The newcomer was none other than the invited Chao Sihai, accompanied by a man and a woman. Chao Sihai, the traitorous leader approached, covering his face. Hearing this, Sasaki struggled to rise and address Chao Sihai. Mr. Chao, you arrived just in time. As the heir of the Sakura Society, I command you to have your men dismember that brat and feed him to the dogs, promptly. Oh ho, are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs? Hurry, or I shall sever all ties with you. Chao Sihai's expression darkened as he placed a foot upon Sasaki's face. You wretched dog, how dare you give orders to me? You must be tired of living. Chao Sihai, do you dare strike me? The hell with you. Chao Sihai advanced, delivering a flurry of brutal kicks. With a swift strike, he left Sasaki gasping for breath and commanded, dispose of this worthless trash from the East Sea into the ocean. If there are any issues, let him come to me. The onlookers collectively inhaled sharply. Truly, he was the formidable Dragon King, reducing Sasaki to a mere subordinate. A few men hoisted Sasaki away, as if he were refused. Chao Sihai chuckled. Brother, what has this brat done to provoke you? How should I know? But I suspect he seeks a share of the pie in Jinghai City. Bah! Those pirates still dare to harm our great Xia. Chao Sihai instructed his subordinates, Miss Zhua, eliminate that brat without a trace. Yes, boss. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. It appeared that Chao Sihai was indeed surrounded by remarkable individuals. The woman in the mask was also extraordinary, though her specific abilities remained unknown. With a cheerful demeanor, Chao Sihai addressed the gathering, let the music play on, and the dancing continue. The revelers resumed their toasts. Did you truly take care of that brat? Qin Feng inquired. Of course. Would I let him return to lodge a complaint? I may not fear it, but I dislike the hassle. Chao Sihai waved dismissively. To this, Qin Feng smiled. If he were not an adversary, Chao Sihai would be worthy of a profound friendship. As the evening progressed, Chao Sihai did not linger long, departing after a few drinks. Gradually, the guests began to leave as well. After finishing his drink, Qin Feng noticed that most of the crowd had thinned out. Old Qin, you've had quite a bit to drink. Why not stay here for the night? Li Hu suggested. Let us see. In truth, Qin Feng had no intention of returning. He was contemplating reminiscing with Yi Qinglan about old times. At that moment, Huang Fu Yue, having seen off the guests, approached and said, Qin Feng, I wish to speak with you. Speak of what? Qin Feng's gaze drifted slightly. You're intoxicated. Allow me to escort you to rest. Without waiting for Qin Feng's refusal, Huang Fu Yue and Ame guided him into the elevator. They arrived at a presidential suite in the hotel. After Ame departed, Huang Fu Yue looked at Qin Feng and asked, Would you like some water? Yue, do you have something to discuss with me? Huang Fu Yue's eyes flickered, hesitating to express her feelings, struggling to convey her intentions. Noticing her discomfort, Qin Feng took out a cigarette, lit it, and inhaled deeply, regaining some clarity. He remarked, being friends is quite nice. Friends can know each other for a lifetime. However, I do not wish to be merely friends. Why must it be so? I am but a dying person. I trust you have heard this from the alluring lips. There is no need for you to waste your time on me. Huang Fuyue nodded. I understand, but I have already developed feelings for you. We're both intoxicated. Let us discuss this another day. With a sharp draw on his cigarette, Qin Feng rose to leave. Qin Feng, I want to accompany you on your final journey, just like Yao Rao and the others. Even if that day truly arrives, I will have no regrets. At least I can say I love my country. Qin Feng paused, turned around, and asked, why must it be so? What need is there for hesitation? A person of my standing, had it not been for your presence, would have long been abandoned in the wilderness, perhaps even reduced to someone else's plaything. You have granted me the gift of survival. Thus, I harbor no regrets. Even if you do not reciprocate my feelings, I shall not seek another man in this lifetime, for none can compare to your excellence. Huang Fuyue smiled gently, leaning against Qin Feng's chest, and said, Qin Feng, tonight I am yours. Yue, you must understand that I cannot love you alone, he replied. That is of no consequence. A man of capability may appear to have but one wife. Yet he often harbors many lovers outside. You are different. You will not treat us as mere mistresses. Qin Feng interjected, but I am already married. This is unfair to you. Fear not. Your union with Murong Wanqing is merely a contractual arrangement. Should you ever truly claim that proud woman as your own, it would only attest to your prowess. What can we women say? Huang Fuyue's words left Qin Feng without a retort. A beautiful woman's affection cannot be met with indifference. He found himself increasingly unable to control the direction of his circumstances. Initially, he had agreed to marry Murong Wanqing solely to alleviate the pressure from a mysterious senior. Yet the outcome was that, even if he did not change because of her, he would inevitably alter for Yi Qinglan and Huang Fuyue. Chapter 98. Trouble from the Su family approaches. Life, akin to a tempest, cannot be resisted. One must simply learn to relish it. Huang